my footfalls on the sensor to register my run or discrete packets of running. That's deceptive. To talk about it in these terms can lead to deception and lead us down a wrong path if we need to do additional, investigation to discover what it really is. Saying that the photon is a photon is kind of like saying we're not going to investigate further what this thing is, if anything, and just stop our investigation at this point. With that bad analogy that I'm working through right now, the run in the sensor, that's extremely dangerous. The concrete thing is the person, if anything, and the run is just a gauge of activity or a particular type of activity I'm engaging in, but nothing more. That would be similar to what if it's happening with these photons or whatever. It
Yeah.
appears to be more, but waves hitting sensor at a particular pattern that can finally be registered, but there doesn't appear to be a photon qua photon in and of itself beyond that.
Well, a photon is not simply the action, though. It's literally the amount of energy. It's like if a person's running, uh, while their foot's in the air, there's like a potential energy, and then but the thing is, it's not, a person running is not really the best analogy though, because it's you can describe those things in like force or work and that kind of stuff, but photons actually described as it's a discrete amount of energy, from that was emitted from the atom. So yeah, I don't know what the best analogy would be, but I don't know.
As far as I can see, the photon is extremely analogous to the sensor being the ground, and what we register as a photon being the particular pitter patter of the feet or the contact of the running feet on the sensor. There's a whole lot of additional activity that's not categorized or cataloged by this abstraction of a photon with light. And we may be missing a couple key things to really get to the heart, if anything, of what light is actually doing or what it actually is or whatever. I think we're getting a couple wave pulses, sure, but that's it. I'm calling them a photon.
Wouldn't it be more analogous to like a sound, microphone, like receiving wave propagation of the sound?
Maybe. Only thing with a wave is enough energy needs to be generated in the wave for you to feel what's going on. Otherwise, there's a lot going on that you don't see. I mean, take the waves of energy that come off of my fist when I punch the wall. If the wall is only an inch away from my hand, the force is there, but not felt. There's not enough room for the force to be properly generated and properly felt as a powerful punch. Or if you're too far away from the fist, you don't feel anything, even though there is force there. It wouldn't register anything on the sensor. So I think we're at best we're getting some of the wave packets, but probably not all of them. But
Yeah.
who knows? I think the most promise for investigation of what if light is appears to be something wave-like that appears to be the philosophy by which we interpret light the best way when we're looking at diffraction patterns that look like a drop in the pond, look like waves and ripples of light in a soupy background medium that used to be known as the ether before it was renamed space-time.
Actually, it was renamed a field in a quantum field with that. But all right, I'll be back though.
We're all just little fishies in the ether, swimming around.
I'm a big shark and I will eat you.
Oh no. Movie reference for anybody born after 2000. Reference to Jaws.
I hear that's Kosho's nickname, Jaws.
Chomp.
I miss him already.
I think that should be Lemon's given how much he talks.
Oh. Hey, Lemon.
All right. The 1-inch punch. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think Bruce would disagree that you couldn't generate enough force from an inch away.
Well, Kung Fu practitioners enlist special arts, special forces, demons, and stuff like that to go above and beyond what man can normally accomplish. With their aid, you can probably do stuff like this and more. Some martial arts practitioners would talk about similar channeling that some of the occultists do to invite in different spirits, different energy, chi, prana, that sort of thing, to help them accomplish their superhuman feats.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
I'll see if I can find the testimony of one former martial arts practitioner who became Christian.
What if they're just summoning the
About the
ether?
dangers of that stuff. What'd you say?
Nothing serious. Don't worry.
Speaking of,
I heard what if they're summoning the but yeah, the martial arts stuff has some deep stuff, man. A lot about knowing and unknowing. Awesome stuff.
Mindfulness and empty mindfulness.
Yup. Counterattack.
mindlessness.
Anytime you have to empty your
Mindlessness,
mind, anytime you have to empty your mind for any form of meditation, the red flags go up. It kind of implies that you have to become an empty vessel for something else to take over. It smacks of demonic possession at that point if you have to empty your mind of rational thought. God doesn't ask
Would
us
you
to
say
become empty
meditation is
vessels.
similar then? In a
It
similar
depends on
sort
what
of
you're
vein?
meditating on. If you're meditating on the word of God,
Okay.
that's something else.
You know how fireworks look cool? Okay, here was my train of consciousness. It was like Lemon and the Christian and then the dark side, and I was gonna hit you with like Christian light side cooperation, Lemon, remove our bias type of my normal shit. But then I was like, all right, how about this new one? All right. You know how fireworks and like explosions, beautiful energy release, right? Like what if that's like a vote on the side of the dark side for like the creator to have created like a big universal organic firework, right? And if the dark side wins, firework thing.
Say that last 10 seconds. You're roboting a little.
It does like maybe you know what I mean? Like the dark side winning creates this big universal firework for the creator to look at. He wants to see, so to him, it's beautiful chaos, destruction.
Bring it back, bro, because you've been like cutting in and out so much.
Nah, you're bullshit.
You were
You
cutting
bullshit.
out.
I am traveling, so it could be. I was saying, bro, what if chaos and evil and the dark guide. Did you hear that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, what if all that creates a big, beautiful, universal firework for the creator to look at? And so maybe that's what he will want. We shouldn't judge if he wants good or evil.
It sounds like an excuse to do evil.
Okay, sure. Anything else?
That's dualism. That implies that there's light and darkness in him.
Right. So the thing is, Lemon, I was so conditioned Christian. I need to try to explore ideas like that to try to remove my bias, you know?
Well, a bias can't be helped. We're biased toward the truth instead of lies, one would think. We just have to admit our bias and see if our bias is allowing us to see things consistently or not. We can look at another perspective and judge from our particular perspective. We can do, but eventually one will have a bias toward this or that. In the Bible, it looks like God is pretty biased away from evil and toward holiness. It's more of a Far East mystical idea to try to take in everything and be everything with no distinction. The God of Christianity is not like that. He makes definite distinctions. So
Yeah,
I'm not prepared to take on another worldview that tries to blend everything together like that.
Yeah, make us all indifferent to everything.
Indifferent to
Numb.
evil eventually.
Numb.
Nihilist. And eventually hopeless.
Never been a follower of any religion or anything. Went to Sunday school. Didn't get it really. I think you come from a particular background. Your family's a particular way. It's your upbringing, your parents' upbringing, that sort of thing. Tradition, isn't it? Not a religion, more tradition.
Yeah. Well, us from England, I would have to agree with you that there are people in England that have that background.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just second nature to them. Yeah. I think, I don't know. I was saying UK, the whole church going thing. I guess you don't notice it, do you? But do you remember, like, you would hear people singing all the time? You don't hear people singing in churches anymore, do you? Loud
No,
and
they're a bit,
it's a bit like gay in a way. Not gay, but that word that's
dull
used when
and
it's, oh, you know, you don't want to be seen doing that or something. You just don't see it on Sundays, do you? The Catholics,
not
the
really.
Catholics are probably more Christian than Christians themselves in this country, maybe. I guess.
Joy, happiness, contentment.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't say I come across that many Christians. I've come across a lot more Catholics, like more like because of the Irish, the Irish heritage of people that live in this country. I mean, yeah,
Right.
I would say pretty much Catholic is more prominent than Christian. Yeah, a whole lot more. But then in South Africa, like it was just Christian Protestant, and I think Christianity is Protestant. It's Protestantism. It's to protest. So I think Christianity are the protesters, and then Catholic is
Well, Christianity is following Jesus Christ. Protestantism is protesting the excesses of the Catholic Church, but some of the same trappings of the Catholic Church are in some of these Protestant sects. So it's a bit more reactionary when you talk about Protestant qua Protestantism. And in some instances, they're trying to bring back these Protestant, sects back into the Catholic fold with a counter Reformation. So if you're talking about Christianity, qua Christianity, it's following Jesus, whether the Pope is leading there or not.
Yeah, like interesting. My wife's grandfather was the dean of Westminster, the canon of Westminster, and he was like the dean of Winchester in the UK. And he's like 97. I saw him the other day, and I was asking him about the tradition of the Jubilee, where the Pope gives the workers a year off every 25, 50, or a certain amount of years. And he said, "Oh no, they haven't done that for a very, very, very long time." And he said it came from the Jewish tradition. So the blend, that made sense to me. That made sense to me that it's a division of maybe like the original Judaism, and then it parts two ways. But I guess many people possibly wouldn't want to be associated with Jews. They're naturally trying to come away from that completely, changing their names, leaving the country, and then you're kind of starting a new sort of thing, isn't it?
I still feel it all comes from the East anyway. Like we've only kind of Chinese whispered and put our own twist on things, our Western twist on it, and called it Christianity or whatever.
Yeah, totally. It's all about hope, isn't it?
Well, the Hebrew text appeared to point to some sort of Messiah figure. When you say Judaism, you have current Orthodox Judaism, which is highly Talmudic, and only refers secondarily, it appears, to the Christian scriptures, or rather the Old Testament and the New Testament, and especially rejects Jesus as Messiah. So it appears if you're talking about the Hebrew Jewish people that accepted Jesus as Messiah, they appear to have become Christian. Whereas nowadays, the Talmudic, Rabbinic, Orthodox Judaism rejects Messiah totally, and may not even necessarily refer to the Old Testament so much as the endless commentaries and debates and discussions about the law, if you will, in the Talmud and other non-biblical sources.
Is that more of an attempt to reject the guilt for killing him?
It may just be a different tradition. When they went into Babylonian exile, they got a rabbinic tradition or a
Hey, have any of you guys seen this this allegedly new video showing like supposedly new 9/11 footage?
Oh boy.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Mm.
First of all, like I think it's really suspicious that the last couple of days that's been the topic that's been like brought up and discussed so much, considering like what's going on in the world. It seems strange that that's been the focus.
It seems strange.
And now on Reddit, there's this video that's popped up that says new 9/11 footage, and it shows a plane hitting one of the towers. And I'm wondering if maybe there's some sort of a campaign going on to get people talking about that or thinking about that instead of what's happening.
It may be. I mean, people say that with the tyranny of what's happening in Canada with the convoys and lockdowns, they're talking about 9/11's like topics where, war is essentially declared on the populace and tyranny is ratcheted up by some sort of disastrous event. Like with 9/11, people talk about how it was used to pass the Patriot Act to spy on Americans and to basically bring them under greater and greater levels of tyranny. Perhaps they're talking about that now more than ever with these lockdowns and different things like that. Was there anything new in the footage? I mean, a lot of times there's so much clickbait, you really don't get any actual content that goes with, the headline. Was there anything actually new in the footage or whatever?
So there's some comments on it of people saying like they've looked and they can't seem to find the footage anywhere else on the internet. I don't know how much research they did or how deep they went, but so like and the way it's posted is it's allegedly new 9/11 footage. I watched it through and kind of rewound and went back and forth a little bit on it, and it looks fake. So it could be somebody saying new 9/11 footage, but they basically, put it together themselves and put it up. I'm not sure why they would do that. I mean, I guess they could just do it as a joke, supposedly, but I wonder if there's possibly like a bigger organization attempting to get people, for whatever reason, talking about that to either ignore what's actually going on or maybe put them, in the right mindset to take more steps, essentially.
Well, they've still been trying to pass off the notion that two planes could knock down a steel reinforced, tower. I say reinforced in that it was built with steel and, with all of that steel beams and stuff. But, either you believe that that's possible or you don't. I have my doubts since other buildings made similarly have burned for hours and have not even fallen down at all, like 18 plus hours. And so it's hard for me to believe that that's a thing. That the narrative that they're giving us
People
is
say
fully.
that like it's a building and it's plain.
I put a link in the stream
not
chat
invincible.
if you guys want to check it out.
Thanks, Snaps. What were you saying?
They're not like these buildings are not invincible to planes. Like that's what I don't get why people think a plane, a big jumbo jet, shouldn't bring down a building. Like that makes no sense.
Well, it was supposed to be like hurricane proof, wasn't it? And
but
tornado proof.
It's not protected against frequencies. It has
but the core is at the center, which is where all that reinforced steel is, right?
Yeah, but if you resonate a frequency at its resonant frequency of the materials.
Oh right, I get what you're saying. Yeah, oscillation.
Yeah, you can mount.
Like a resonance. Sorry, a resonance sort of.
Yeah, resonance. Yeah, so you can do that. The Hutchinson effect. You can do that to a building easily. You don't have to use demolition. You can actually melt it down.
It would snap at one point.
If they use something like that, we're talking about military grade technology. They don't even let the common people know about how you can destroy buildings with resonant frequencies like this. They have the weapons, yes, but we're talking about the military. Your regular civilian doesn't have access to this sort of stuff normally.
I know, but these buildings have their lightning core, whatever you want to call it. They've got a core in the center of them, and that you've got lightning fucking rods and things like that. But you definitely, if you could resonate whatever the center core of that building, you could easily resonate it. You could.
Well, normally you find resonant frequencies.
The metal bends. I mean, fucking, what causes metal to bend like that?
If you're trying to find the resonant frequency of an object, you usually go through a glissando of different notes. You go up and down the scale and see what sort of feedback you get when you put out a note. You see if you put out this note, does it shatter? Does it start moving? Does it start vibrating wildly? But you'd have to go through a glissando of different notes and different chords to even find that stuff. Otherwise, you'd have to have the specs on what the resonant frequency for this object or this object is.
Yes,
I mean that's not so far fetched though. That could be possible, but would it not be? I know there's a lot of carnage and chaos going on, but would people not have twigged? Would people not have heard? What's this weird noise as well?
They can't hear it. It would be out of our range.
Yeah, but if that whole core of that building is vibrating.
Yes, but it's vibrating at probably such a high frequency. It's past 22,000 hertz, which is the maximum most humans can hear.
But it's also touching everything else that's touching that metal core.
Yeah,
it's touching other stuff. So that vibration is going to go around everywhere else, right?
Yeah, but if the core goes down 50, 100 meters, you won't feel that. You would only feel a thump if there was an explosion. But if it's close to a tone that's I think it's possible that if you've got dampeners on the building as well, you won't feel it. it's things like that. We just have to find demonstrations of them in the practical applications where it's been done. And Hutchinson comes up, and Tesla, the building that he died in, the New York hotel, was just one big fucking Tesla coil. It was built for that reason.
Yeah,
And
Wardenclyffe, right?
he was mucking around with this contraption that could fucking shatter a fucking building. And all of a
Well,
sudden,
Tesla went to work for the military after his Westinghouse ordeal, and for like 20 years, he was giving them this sort of technology, this sort of energy technology that could be weaponized and possibly become destructive. We got I guess, the military grade weapons technology, but we didn't get the wireless world that he was, banking for. We basically went in a destructive direction with that sort of stuff, not a creative one.
But you don't know.
You talk about the Hutchinson effect again, bro?
Hutchinson effect, man. That is just mind blowing. That stuff. Some of the things.
Is that what y'all talking about?
Just a minute. You don't know any of this. You're making it up.
Making up
You're right.
What was that?
Brenda. Hello.
Making up what? What was that?
You're just making all of this stuff up.
What's that? What are you talking about?
Which
What
part are
did
we
make
making up?
of course I am. I mean, I come in this room and I say,
All right.
I ain't gonna come in and say fucking I verified it. Of course not. We're talking in discussion here, and everybody has their opinion, don't they?
Just making crap up. You're just
Why
making.
This
do you make
video is
crap
not
up?
new, though. This video is not new. It's just a different angle
Go on,
from.
Brenda.
If I had a
Clickbait.
conversation,
Go
on, Brenda. It's fun. Make some shit up, man.
Has any building anywhere ever been brought down by sound waves?
Oh, you're looking for precedent for this to actually have been documented? As far as I know, I don't know of precedent. No.
Yeah, I'm looking for something as opposed to I just pulled this out of my ass. Yeah.
You could do with light energy. Light is frequency. You can do anything with anything. It's just like you think it's a different type of energy. Like sound and light are pretty much the same thing.
You can't. No, they're not the same. They're different, and you can't collapse a building with light beams. No, you can't.
Well, some people think of light as a sound wave in the ether. It's a bunch of waves. If you look at diffraction patterns, it looks like a drop in the ocean. They just say sound waves are waves in the air. A light wave is just a wave in the ether.
This sounds like sci-fi movie type technology.
You should be used to that if you're a glober.
Light is not sound. That's just bullshit. You're just making bullshit up.
Well, if you're talking about being able to hear sound, that's something else. I don't know if people can hear sound. I know of people that say they can taste colors and stuff like that, but I don't know if they can hear colors or stuff like that. I don't know about that.
How do you get sonoluminescence without frequency?
Sound and light are different things.
But how do you get light by using sound in sonoluminescence? If you can do that with sound and you can make light appear using sound, then the origin of the light came from the sound. Yeah?
Makes sense to me.
That's not how it works. That's not how.
No, that's not how you think it works. You're dictating.
Well, Brenda, you're telling us how it isn't. Please tell us how it is then. Please go ahead.
Sound is wave compression, decompression waves in air. Light, right, is waves of electromagnetic waves, right, in the electromagnetic field. They're completely and utterly different. You don't have the slightest understanding.
So are you going to touch on solar luminescence or?
So what's causing the light? What's causing the light is the friction between the atoms as they're bouncing between each wave. They're just bouncing back and forth between each wave, like AC current. Just going bang, 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 bang. That's what light is. It's just friction. Friction creates heat. Therefore light.
No, that's not what light is.
So when we charge argon gases and krypton gases, how can we see a color?
Because the electrons in the outer shell of the atoms emit photons.
And photons are light?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
so
maybe
we're
we can think about
the
this
light.
in a different way.
Oh
Well,
boy.
how does something emit light just like that? The photons are being sonoluminescent style, you know?
That the energy that is created by the collapse of the bubble in the water, that energy gets converted into light. Right? Light is energy.
Yeah, but what energy is there? Is the sonoluminescence concentrating on? Is it concentrating on an oxygen molecule, a hydrogen molecule?
No, it's
Is it
just
causing
it's just the collapse of the bubble.
Yes, because you're vibrating that particular area, and most likely it's hydrogen that you're igniting, possibly. Yes.
No, you're not igniting anything. It's just
What's
the
causing
energy
the light?
by the collapse, because it takes energy to create a bubble in water, and if it collapses fast, that energy gets converted into light. But to go back to your 9/11 stuff, you can't collapse buildings with sound or with light. Either one. Nobody has ever done that. You have to show that.
Well, I think we're making connections where it's possible because we see the sound with the glass, goblet, cracking the glass goblet, and say you could just make an application of that happening with military grade technology with a building or with Tesla or sound waves, frequency, whatever. We're just making the connection from there.
There
You can make.
speaker.
There we go.
There
Just
were not
assume this tech exists.
speakers set up next to the towers. There weren't any huge speakers set up next to it.
But you could make this happen across space and time, Brenda, like a radio signal that can tune into a receiver from miles away. You can tune to the building's frequency and across time and space, blast it to bits if you have the right frequency.
Hear that. People would hear that. It's called sound. People can hear sound.
But there are supersonic frequencies like a dog whistle that we can't hear. So even that doesn't hold based off of other precedents.
Well, if you have ultrasound at that high of an energy, it would have cooked people on the street.
You say sound can cook people?
Yes, you use ultrasound, right? It has a lot of energy. It can really affect things, even if you can't feel.
What how much could they pinpoint it though? Because Lemon said it would just hit the building. What if it just came from the sky?
Yeah, but that's why I said earlier, guys, is that if you use it from the inside out, then it wouldn't affect anything outside of it.
Or from underground, from literally under the foundation.
You do it from within.
Sound doesn't travel in space, and it isn't going to go from the ground and magically select the 9/11, the Twin Towers. This is just bullshit.
It's bullshit, man.
I agree.
Yeah, we're right. It was probably a plane or a bomb.
I think we're playing the game here.
Oh, it was a plane.
Brenda, we're playing the game here of the first one to mention thermite dies.
Right. It was probably just a plane or a bomb. I'll jump on the bomb. It was probably just a plane or a bomb. Yeah, you're right,
Well,
Brandon.
the thing with sound frequencies, even through our phone, our sound frequencies traveling through our phone, it's not like a speaker that's being, pushed into the phone to make you your words be audible from miles and miles away. What is happening is a packet of electromagnetic information is inducing the phone to put out a particular vibration or to act in a certain way. So if there's enough electromagnetic wave packets or whatever sent to the building, it could induce the building to perform this vibratory activity where it just collapses or just explodes. If you talk about military grade, sci-fi level, sound vibration.
But would the people not explode too, or is it a different frequency you're saying? Than
Frequencies are like fingerprints. They're hyper specific for the object based off of its shape, its composition, all of that. It's like a fingerprint. It would go specifically for that structure if you fine tune it enough.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. To the defendant, what about that hyper specific frequency, Brenda? Go ahead.
How much energy would you have to use to collapse a building the size of the Twin Towers?
An excellent question. They say you don't need a whole lot of energy being pushed into the object, though. With very little energy and very little, that you have to do, you just tune it like a tuning fork, and it just takes in the vibration. Energy flows in, and it just boom. You don't even need a whole lot of energy necessarily.
But so you don't know how much it would take.
People talk about these general principles. I do not know the specifics or the text. That is above my pay grade. But people talk about this stuff being possible.
It is possible theoretically. Yeah, if I put up 2 giant speakers next to the Twin Towers and had them like in the Memorex wine goblet commercials, vibrate the towers. Yeah, but without that, no. You need a huge amount of energy. Besides, we have records that planes crashed into the buildings, set fires, and the floors collapsed. They didn't. The twin buildings weren't seen wobbling back and forth, right? They collapsed.
Interesting. Well, Brenda,
Which is it? Is it did the towers pancake down, or did the whole thing just blow up like in the Memorex commercials? Right? Which one is it?
it looked like it came down. I mean, it didn't look like the whole thing exploded, like, I guess, a la Waco or something. So, I mean, I guess it's a possibility, but should we explore this possibility or another? I mean, good question. I
So
mean, yeah.
we literally saw the floors pancake down. We didn't see the whole building explode. So it doesn't seem
That's
to me like your resonance thing has it fits the facts at all.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to say that they vibrated just the lower floors or something, but this could go on forever. That's why I tended to go with the bingo word, thermite or whatever. But we feel like we've been lied to, so we're exploring, other possibilities. Even I guess people say wild ones to try to figure out what happened, in the face of all these deception and lies.
Doesn't it make well? You're just assuming
That
that it's deception and lie. You don't actually know.
No. But I don't guess we actually know anything. We declare what we think we know off of faith and see if things pan out later, really.
Yeah, I don't work by faith. I work from knowing things, not from faith. I don't have faith.
Well, faith is part of knowing things. Are you sure you know stuff? I mean, you got to have faith even in that. Or they say that faith is justified belief. I mean, sorry, not faith. Knowledge, knowing something is justified belief, or opinion, a feeling that you have that you feel you can justify with this data, that data, this course of action, or whatever. Justified belief you think is knowledge, basically.
Yeah, knowing things is knowing based on evidence. Faith is not knowing things based on no evidence.
Okay, so we're looking at the evidence of the wine goblet shattering by sound and saying that's good enough evidence to say that a building can do the same thing.
I don't think so. I mean, come on, man. It's a fucking glass. It's a glass. It's a wine glass compared to a 110-story building. What the fuck?
I mean, I feel justified in declaring that that's possible with the wine glass because the wine glass is ultimately what? Atoms or whatever the heck we call it. I mean, if that can shatter, so can a building. The application appears to be there. Possibly, anyway. So I feel justified stating that I know that it's possible. Now, whether it actually happened with the Twin Towers, I don't know about that. I just know that it's possible based off of precedent.
And you just like conspiracy theories and you like spinning fan fiction.
Well, some of this stuff is a little loopy. I'd probably go with thermite, if anything, but some people go with the energy weapon, the directed energy weapon, the do hypothesis, if you will. They talk about stuff like that happening in California and say it probably happened with 9/11 because you could see beams coming down from the sky in some of the video. I've seen the video. The video that they pass off as what happened anyway, unless it's fake or fake news. And it looks like beams coming down from the sky, lighting stuff on fire.
There's no beams. There's no beams coming down from the sky. Right? It was
Deborah Tavares talks about it. Yeah.
Wait, you're not? Are you talking about 9/11 or like?
Yeah,
Because I remember some of that
Talking
during
about the
some of the.
possibility.
Talk about something
I remember
else.
that during the fires. Was that a couple of, about 3 years ago now, wasn't it?
I think so.
America.
Deborah Tavares talked about the California wildfires that she said were not wild. They appear to have been purposefully set. The camp split between people setting them on fire on purpose with fire, and or directed energy weapon fire.
Well, you'd have to have evidence for directed energy, but yeah, sometimes forest fires are set by people.
Yeah, I remember seeing a tree, literally just the inside of the tree on fire. I've never
I
seen
saw
anything
that
like
too.
that.
Yeah,
It looked like it was vaporized. What was that, Brenda?
that's just part of how normally fires work.
No, it was like a tree hollowed out, but like completely on fire from the inside. It was just, I've not seen nothing like that.
And just and like half a car just like melted, the tires and everything, and then the other
trees
half
still
just perfectly
standing.
fine. Yeah, that's perfectly normal for a fire, right, Brenda?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Melted cars.
It is.
The thing that's unusual, Brenda, is
fire cannot melt things like tires and stuff.
the type of burn was unusual, Naps, because the tree looked like it had been liquefied from the fire is usually from the out in. It does not liquefy and cook something from the inside.
They probably
That's
put something in it and lit it on fire on the inside.
I mean, it could be possible that it was
How do you
already
just
hollowed out.
go
It could be
straight to
possible.
some crazy nonsense when it's something that could be
But I mean, if you
small?
saw have you seen
Somebody
the video
just
of it?
set it
Well,
on fire.
Nap,
Jesus.
directed energy would cook you from the inside out, and it would vaporize the tree like that if it was something energetic, something cooking you from the inside out on some sort of atomic, chemical, molecular level.
There are no magic laser beams in space. What happens is fires get set on the ground by idiots, other people, and lightning and stuff, and it starts a forest fire.
Are you telling me
It
like
could
the
be
army
right.
doesn't have laser weapons?
Yes, they don't have magic laser beams in space that are going to zap.
I'm not talking about in space. You're telling me the army doesn't have laser weapons?
Well, this
is
is
what you're
what
trying to tell me.
was said.
Have you seen those weapons?
Laser weapons.
Have you seen them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're quite like the railgun.
Let's see. I want to see those.
They have.
Me too.
They have lasers, weapons, right? But they don't have giant space lasers in orbit.
Not talking Dr. Evil.
But that's what Lemon said, is that there were beams.
No. Attached to planes.
Well, coming from the sky from something, be it like an airplane that's out of shot in the video that I saw, it's coming down from the sky. I probably think that it's some military person or something, beaming something down from an airplane in the sky outside of the, photo in the picture.
But would it be too hard to imagine some sort of laser beam if the satellites were real? What would be the problem with that? It seems achievable at this point.
The atmosphere is the problem.
Well, Brenda, it appears to be possible. And I think that we can make some connections. They have crowd control weaponry where they shoot frequencies at you and it feels like your skin is boiling and on fire, with crowd control weapons. Yeah. So the possibilities are here. It just depends on how imaginative we want to be when we connect the dots, really. But there appears to be enough evidence to justify a belief here, potentially.
But we could just acknowledge that, right, in the globe Earth, satellites are real, right? We can acknowledge that, right? At least for this scenario. We can also acknowledge that lasers are also real. Right? So it would be beyond the possibility that the government decide, hey man, let's attach one to this other thing, and there you go. It wouldn't be that much of a stretch. I mean, it definitely if it'll give you a better military advantage, I won't see how they won't put two and two together. Just saying.
So what the problem is? All the atmosphere in between, and it tends to attenuate the lasers. What was actually talked about, as far as things in orbit, was simply dropping metal or titanium rods right on a target, and simply using the sheer speed that thing would be traveling when it hits to
Unstoppable.
Destroy a military target.
That works too. I mean, there's so many ways to do this potentially. And the application for, say, a weapon of some sort, sound, frequency, whatever, does appear to be there. With the atmosphere, they even talk about lasering the skies, bringing weather patterns and different things to different areas, lasering the skies to get rain, precipitation, and stuff like that. So it does look like people are talking about the possibilities with this stuff to cause a California wildfire, do weather, take down a 9/11 tower, whatever.
What if we're giving them ideas?
They've already thought of this and more. And you also have to inform the normie so that the normie knows how to mitigate these evil, controllers' plans and machinations, so that the people in Texas could get ready for a weather event when they laser over to their section of the woods, a snowstorm, for, not certifying the election of Donald Trump or something like that,
By the way, we just got hit with some weird rain, fucking and snow together coming, and some sort of storm cloud just passed by my house. It was an event, and it just quickly just flew by.
Yeah. And so people need to get ready for weather warfare. Vote for Donald Trump or do what we want, or else we're going to give you a snowstorm. Watch out. That's where most of the trouble comes in, bringing most of the normies up to speed. Because some of this stuff is highly technical. People are going about their normie lives. They're not ready for this sort of stuff. It's just getting people up to speed about this stuff, really, more than anything.
I think you live in a movie, a sci-fi movie every day. Like some of this stuff is bizarre, super bizarre.
So you don't think life is
only
bizarre?
see-
You think life is all
What?
pretty and polka dots and rainbows? That every
Yes,
story is a
Did
love
I
story?
did I
And
say
every
that?
ending? Well, I mean,
Did
it
I
seems
say
we
like
live
I
in
don't think Knox said that, but what were you saying, Matt?
Okay, thank you, because I didn't. But
So what's the bizarre part? What is it so bizarre that you find
It's-
it that?
crazy, ludicrous weapons and things. Like, come on.
They've
Sometimes
already.
sometimes
Sorry
it's
to cut
something
you off.
simple.
Did you
Like,
know that they actually admitted this though in court in the 80s that they're manipulating the weather?
oh, I know that part. I've heard of
In the
trying
80s,
to do manipulation with weather and stuff. I've heard of that before.
and
Some of this other
the rule is they're not. This was America, right? The American government in court,
what?
and the rule was they can test this, equipment, but not on other countries, only domestically. How about that, guys?
Aren't
Well,
thunderstorms part of weather?
Well, not like you say, it can be crazy, but I file it away so that if we accuse somebody of being crazy, I'm like, okay, I've heard this before. I won't just call you crazy yet, because there are people who talk about gang stalking. They talk about feeling like they're being attacked with something, and maybe this is part of it. Maybe they're testing these weapons on people and they're not just crazy. Maybe the government is effing with them or something.
The problem is it's
Yeah,
easier to
maybe
be
it's
called
just
crazy
simple.
because
Maybe it's just simple things.
Problem.
it's easier to be
Sometimes.
called crazy
is
because then they will have to acknowledge the things that you're saying.
one problem is that you guys take some
Oh.
truths and then try and extend it really far. Like, sure, weather manipulation exists in some shape, like cloud seeding. That is true, but that's not the same as saying you can create an entire thunderstorm or a snowstorm out of nothing. So
So
you're
why not?
taking the small part, which is cloud seeding, for example, and then saying, well, because that exists, well, then also you must be able to create an entire snowstorm.
But it's perfectly
from what I
logical to
remember-
assume
No,
that
it's
they've
not.
progressed in that technology and that they could
No,
use
it's
it for malicious means. It would be perfectly logical. We are talking about the military and a government, which is what they do, right? To have the upper hand on the so-called enemy. So it is logical to assume it.
It
And
is
I
not
think what we're
logical
talking,
to assume that.
But here's
but
the
I
thing,
think what
Gummy.
we're
Yeah, hold on
talking
a sec.
about.
Sorry, Lemon. This court case that happened in the 80s, the guy actually admitted that the government is weaponizing the weather. He said it
Yeah.
in court.
So I'm not disagreeing with that.
But
Yeah.
you're saying it's
What I'm
like they
saying
can
is,
only create
fine.
rain clouds and
No,
whatever.
I'm saying
They're not
I'm
weaponizing
fine.
it. The guy said it in
Dude,
the
you're trying
80s,
to
bro.
water down the technology. This is what I was just saying. That is perfectly logical to assume it. And the guy says that they fought over this in the 80s? They're not just cloud seeding, bro. Like you're trying to water
I
down.
know about the weather thing. No one's denying that.
Or you're denying the weird, bizarre lasers and things. And
Yeah, I am, because other shit is bizarre as hell.
is a thunderstorm
Well-
nature? Is it part of the weather? And could it possibly be directed? If they could control it and manipulate it, could they possibly control a thunderbolt? Right? Could this be this bizarre laser that everybody's talking about? And you guys are saying that it isn't possible, and here we are describing that it is, and the court case is talking about that it is. So how bizarre is it really?
You're gonna want to believe whatever you want to believe. I really don't care. But I'm just saying, some of the stuff to me is just craziness. Sometimes it's not all this fantastical things you're thinking of. Sometimes it's just simple shit. Like,
But this is the thing. This is the point
simple things.
this is the point Lemon brought up, though, because it is fantastical for the normie. It seems out of this world, doesn't it?
And that's why we're talking about logic. How are we supposed to progress when we think about this stuff? We're thinking about how evil these elites are. And once they get access to stuff like this, they just keep going. Nothing stops them in secrecy or out in the open. I guess you're going with a logic where people are normal and aren't motivated by evil and weather manipulation. But I mean, your logic may not be the same as diabolical evil logic with this sort of stuff. We can take the same stuff, the same information, and go in totally different directions, good or evil, whether manipulation or being like, I don't care, I'm just going to go about with my life. We have to see how people progress with this sort of logic to the next step and to the next action.
I mean, I don't disagree for a second. I don't disagree for a second that if the technology was there, people would want to use it. I do believe that people will use whatever they can to get an advantage, whether it's economically, military-wise, or anything. I don't disagree on that. What I disagree on is that the technology exists whatsoever. That is the point I disagree on. I agree
I mean,
that there's
Tila
evil
Tequila
people
was
and people that will do like the shady shit to get what they want. But it's the technology I'm complaining about.
Well, I mean, I guess I like to listen to this stuff because people get labeled crazy and marginalized out of society for this stuff. And I'm like, before I write you off, let me see if there's anything behind this crazy stuff that you're saying. You say you're getting attacked by, a gang stalking weapons or a demon from hell. Let me look into it before I write you off totally. And so when I look into this stuff, I'm like, maybe they have a point. Maybe it's not just insanity. Maybe there's something dark and sinister going on here. Maybe not.
Yeah, but like things like, sound waves in the building in 9/11, like that's wrong because we can see a plane hitting the building. You're talking about something else when what we're seeing doesn't relate to what you're saying.
That's true. I mean, but we
What
do
we're
have
seeing
bait
can
and switch
also be
too, Naps. We have bait and switch. Maybe that building was hit by an airplane, but maybe that's not the real reason. The real reason why it went down, be it thermite, sound wave, something else, the bait and switch is also a thing too. And I understand how we try to keep a necessary explanation to not get too crazy. We saw airplane hit the building, boom, done. But what if we're
It's
getting
also visual. It's also visual, and visual can be manipulated. That has to be acknowledged, right? She can't say it's crazy because we all saw a plane when we all saw some sort of we all saw a program, something on TV that could be easily edited.
No. I seen it. No, thousands of people seen it with their own eyes in person, not just on TV. So you would have to tell these thousands of people that they're lying and they're wrong and what they saw they didn't see.
But here's the thing, you've got to follow the logic, right? So the plane hits, yeah, and it sets one side of the floor on fire. Now, wouldn't that floor fall to that side and then cause it that would fall off, not just go straight down?
What?
Well, it did look like it hit one side of the building, not the whole building itself, out the one side or out the other. I mean, that side of the building you'd think would be the only part that's damaged and would go down as opposed to the whole building, one would think.
like going straight down,
How
like a
can one
controlled
half go
demolition.
down, not the whole thing though? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know
If
if you guys saw the video.
structure is messed up, it's not gonna still keep
You got say
standing.
you got a chair with 4 legs, and you cut 2 of the legs off from one side. It's going to be weak on one side, right? It's going to.
Are we talking about the first plane or the second plane?
Sideways.
First plane or second plane? Because second plane
either one
went through the building in one of the videos that they showed. It clearly went from one end to the other end with a plastic nose, right? Because that's the noses of those big planes. They're like hard plastic, right? Somehow it went through all those beams and it came out the other side.
Is it plastic?
Yeah.
And that.
Yeah. So the nose is made of a compressing material so that it takes more impact, like when it hits stuff. Like for example, it's especially made for like if you hit if they hit a bird, well then the energy of that impact goes into the compression of the nose rather than affecting. Yeah, the nose is made of a material.
Right, but still, again, the same thing would have to happen. Like that floor would have to burn equally for it to fall down. You know.
Oh, it doesn't have to
free fall. But what I'm saying is, if the nose clearly came out the other side, I mean, it shouldn't by logic the wings have tucked down all the beams along with it? So then that complete section, just have collapsed. You know what I'm saying? Not the building, just that section. Because with the wings, logically speaking, it would have. If the nose came out the other side, it means that more than half of the plane, it already knocked out all them columns. Because how would it physically have gotten to the other side?
Did the wings come out the other side?
Bro, there are no.
Yeah, I don't know how that wing survived. Like,
there were no signs of wings anywhere, by the way.
No, it was just like the not imprint, I guess. Well, I guess you can call it that, of where the wing hit. You can see it.
There's actually a video showing how the airplane ignites and it just tucked his wing in before the plane went in. You know, it's all nice. And it's definitely not CGI or anything. This is definitely how it happened. It was a missile. You know, no wings, just big and metally.
Oh, all the people that died on the airport, like on the aircraft, the people that were flying it, are you saying that was just staged? There was no people on it?
Well,
because that's the implication of that.
Well, I don't know how conspiratorial you are, but there's a lot of hoax and things that have been found to have fake people. You know, fake names, people that have already died, people that have been other.
That's not even true.
Crisis actors.
Conspiracy. That's not true.
Yeah. You could label anything a conspiracy. You could literally label anything. And of course.
Because you would have to tell these people, oh, your loved one didn't really die. So where are they? Like that's so.
What if the people themselves are part of the whole trick? And
come on.
Your whole scenario isn't even a valid scenario because they would be in on the trick. So
come on.
You can't imagine it.
Of course not.
Do you know how
because it's daddy government.
Conspiracy would have to be.
Daddy government never does anything.
Do you really think everyone who's involved could keep their mouths shut? Like,
nobody would have to be involved.
Just take a look at history.
You've probably worked in McDonald's or Burger King. Do you know anything of what the managers
First of all, I have a
doing?
fucking degree.
A degree.
I'm not like you. I don't be on here all day long on the fucking internet like you.
You got a degree?
I have a fucking career.
Social, something social, right?
Don't fucking
social
play
justice,
with me.
Some
You're
bullshit.
from the same fucking place. You could try that with everybody else on here, but don't do it.
What
if I'm not fucking disrespecting you, don't disrespect me.
But what do you mean disrespect? You out here saying that things are ridiculous. You've never looked into nothing.
Nigga, I got a job.
You've never. But at what point in your job, in your time, growing up, you've never worked in a restaurant?
Hold up, a lot of respectable people work at Burger King and McDonald's.
Yeah, that's.
Why are you disrespecting them by saying it's automatically disrespected that he said that as an example?
To be fair,
Why
I
does he care
never.
about where I work? First of all,
To be fair, Naps, I never mentioned
why is that
McDonald's to
bringing
be
up?
disrespectful. I just
You're
said
being disrespectful. You
Oh,
can
no, that
you do that with everybody else.
there's
on
a
here.
difference between what you're taking and what I'm saying. What I'm
I
saying
don't
is
care. I
that
take
when
it
you
as
have it, when you
disrespect.
have certain
And I'm
jobs,
telling you that I
when you
take
have
it as
certain
disrespect.
jobs, well,
Let's be real.
because
It was
you
like
take
half
anything
and
as
half.
disrespect.
You meant it a little bit disrespectfully by saying those two, and she
No,
took
no,
it
no, 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 no,
disrespectfully
not at all,
by
not at
saying that
all.
those
Thank
two are
you.
disrespectful. So
Not at all, because it was analogous. It was analogous to
I know what
if
you're
you work
saying.
at
Yeah, like
McDonald's. But
she's
let
definitely
me
been in a
finish.
position where the boss knows more than she does. 'cause
That's what
she's
I'm
like
saying.
the grunt
If
worker.
you're out here flipping the fries or making the burgers, you have no
You're being
idea what
disrespectful, Matrix. You
Jesus
can try
It's an
that
goddamn Christ.
with
example. Roll
everyone
with it,
else.
Naps.
It's an example,
So
Naps.
don't do it, because I will embarrass you.
This
Okay,
this is a way.
yo,
Bitch,
take
you
it
can't
to
embarrass me. What the
Walmart.
fuck you talking to?
Take it to
I'm gonna
Who you
Walmart, Jay.
talking
embarrass your
to?
ass in
Fuck
front of
you
all
think
these
you
people.
talking to, bitch?
Don't fucking try it.
The fuck
Yo,
out of here
Try
with
that
that
shit with
shit.
everybody else on
Thank
Fuck
here.
you,
out of
though.
here with
Don't
that
play
shit.
with me, Matrix.
The fuck out
Okay,
of here
Don't
with
play
that
yo,
with me.
Jay, you know she said she's a nurse, so use it as like in the nurse example.
it won't matter. She will not
And
acknowledge the point.
you know I'm not even
This
gonna
is
go
what's
there.
going.
I'm not gonna
This
even
is a
fight
tactic.
with you.
She will not acknowledge the point because she understands that the point will make her look wrong. She's gonna sabotage
Or maybe
any
she'll surprise you.
analogy.
Maybe she'll surprise you.
I like this whole
No, bro.
You
You
probably
have
haven't even fucking graduated high school, and you think you're the smartest
Naps, just
motherfucker.
I
allow
like this whole
allow him to paint the
Fucking
scenario
big
and then
ass
see what
stomach.
your response will be.
You're a joke in the hood, yo. You a joke.
Or not.
But
Jim
you
Jam,
value
go
people
ahead.
by what their job is. That's a joke.
But so the problem is, sure, the boss knows more than you, but you're not going to have someone working at McDonald's and the boss is actually tricking you, so you're working at McDonald's, but you think you're working at Burger King, and that's
this
actually
is a false
every
analogy as well.
No.
This is
What,
not. This
listen,
is not.
listen to the
Hold
soldier.
up, guys. Let him finish what he's saying, and then Jay can address it.
This is like a
Because
false
you're not
analogy
just-
that he's making that we have to address
All right,
now.
but don't clip him. Let him finish his false analogy, and then you could address why it's a false analogy. Go ahead.
And
Jay.
then for the rest of you guys to be taking up for that shit is like ridiculous to me. Absolutely.
You're not just saying that
fucking
the
ridiculous.
boss knows more than you, and you're being like kept in the dark. You're also being tricked into continuing this grand conspiracy that you believe you know so much about, but you actually don't. It's so many
And
more
what
layers.
you've just said there, really,
one person knowing more.
that's so crazy because you've just summed up what. That's quite profound. If you take it from the actual analogy, if you take it from a soldier doesn't know all the battle plans, but the general does. Yeah, the general knows the end goal, but all the soldiers don't. They're cannon fodder, right? And they are a part of the conspiracy, right? They are.
Unknowingly. Jay, you want to respond?
I mean, that was beautiful right there. That analogy with the military, it was. You could sum that up. You could sum that up to everybody that's employed. You could sum that up to anything. That was beautiful.
But the problem is that you're saying things like, "Oh, the people, there weren't actually any people that died on that plane, and the relatives of those people are actually fake actors." Well, then, why are they fake family members if they don't know why they're fake family members of people who died in the plane crash? Of course,
because they need people to believe it was real.
No, well, I'm saying, okay, let's say I'm trying to get a job and I'm doing anything for a job, and they come along and they pay me. Okay, I'm giving you $100,000 if you pretend.
They
to be
already
relative
work as
of a
crisis
dead
actors.
person.
Hold
This
up,
is their
Jim
job.
Jam. Let him finish.
Either whether they work as it already, but they have to be approached somehow and said, okay, you need to act like a relative of this person, and this person who died was on the plane that crashed into one of the 9/11 buildings. Well, and you need hundreds of these people. Every one of them will understand that, okay, I'm a pretend relative of someone who supposedly died in 9/11. Clearly, that implicates that 9/11 is either a cover-up or an inside job or whatever. And you believe that none of those hundreds of people would speak out or do anything whatsoever.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't put it past the American government to kill innocent people on a plane. I really wouldn't.
Well, yeah,
So
I
they could have been people on that plane, right?
Yeah. So
But
that's where I would agree with
Or
you.
the
That's
plane
where I
could have
would
been
agree with
empty,
you. That's where
and
I
just
would
all
agree
the
with
people
you
on the
is
manifest are
I
just
would
fake
not.
names.
I would say, okay, if we stick to the thing that government was involved with the hijacking, now you got me more on board. If you want to say that all the people that died and the relatives are fake and all of this, now you've lost me.
No, hold up. It's possible that there was no hijacking. It was just a fake hijacking. The plane is empty. The names on the manifest are fake. So they are fake people.
Oh, that's not possible.
But something did
Why is
hit
that
the
not
towers.
possible?
Because
No,
the
it's not.
problem is you have a huge amount of relatives.
Right.
I get
there?
what you're saying though, Gummy, because it seems like it's too easy for it to get out. Someone's got to say something somewhere. But if you know what secret societies are like, and when people swear their life, yeah, like soldiers, to not reveal certain missions they've been on, they're
There have been
sworn.
soldiers that
Hold up. Are there family members that say my relative or whatever was on the flight? Because I only ever hear them like my blah blah was in the Twin Towers when they went down. Something like that.
Of course, there are relatives from all parts of it. People that saw it, people that died in it, people that were on the plane, people that died from the tower. Like,
okay, then yeah, I would go with what Jim Jam said. They'd probably crashed it with a bunch of people on it. If there are in fact relatives saying that I had someone that was on the flight when it got hijacked and stuff like
that. While I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I won't tell you that you're being like ridiculous if you say, okay, the government was involved in the hijacking. But if you say something like all the people on there were fake, all the relatives are fake, I wouldn't go that
far.
I said, that's where you lose me. That's where I think you're being ridiculous right now.
Fair enough.
But where do you think the conspiracies originate from? Do you think just people just start making things up, or they just notice like some discrepancies, which leads them to?
Do you remember that Chinese flight? It was that crashed, and they took the right piss on the American news. Like, I banged my fucking knee. Captain Go Wong. Oh my god, the names they brought up for the people on the flight.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys remember that shit, man?
Someone,
yeah, it was like
that might have been a meme.
Holy fuck, we too low or something like that.
Yeah.
I know. Can you believe that shit, man? Oh my god.
If I remember correctly, that was the newscasters being pranked by the producers.
Oh, was it? Was it? Oh, that's jokes then. That's actually fucking jokes.
No, it makes perfect logical sense that in an excruciating screening process they will overlook those jokes. Huh? It's perfectly logical for that to happen. When in doubt, always throw in human error. Since we are flawed, we are more willing to acknowledge that somebody fucked up, right? Now think about this. This is not an easy process of when these things are written down and how many people have to check the words of the things being written down that has to be read on live TV. Whoever has to write it down has to type it down. You're telling me that all these people overlooked the joke and said, yep, this is good to go, and stamped it on to the next motherfucker that's going to supervise and read this out to the motherfucker that's going to program everything. Everybody overlooked what was being said, right?
Just done their job.
Of course. They all overlooked the joke, the bad joke.
I'm not paid to think. Sort of mentality.
Seems to me that once you label anything a conspiracy, then it's all crazy, right? It seems like a default term.
Yeah,
Well,
to smear
prob-
any truth.
well, anytime the way I look at conspiracy, of course, that might not be like most people do, but conspiracy to me is when you're one going against the mainstream idea of what happened, and two, it usually involves some sort of
What?
malicious intent from someone.
See, that's how you've been manipulated with that word.
Oh.
You think it means against the government, right?
No,
Oh my
What
no,
is
God.
it?
not against the government,
The
but against the
mainstream.
mainstream idea.
But
Now, whether
all
you
right,
want
all
to
right.
classify that as the government, that's on you. But
Yeah, that is the government. But what makes you think that the mainstream idea is the only idea that should be? Why
that's
would
not what I'm
opposing
saying.
it be a conspiracy?
So, you think on how
So,
to
like,
word.
I remember a story actually of, I think it was in America, 82-year-old man, bless his heart, used to feed. Now, is it? Oh shit! Did you hear that?
You
Yeah,
cut
you
cut
cut
off,
out.
bro.
All right. Yeah, 82-year-old, and bless his heart, he fed the homeless, right? And he got arrested for it.
Oh yeah, I
Now,
saw
going
that.
against this guy, is that being a conspiracy theorist? Going
No,
against the
so
police for that? That's the
no,
mainstream, right?
so
So who was
no, so
clearly
I
in the
wouldn't
wrong there?
say.
Gummy bear.
So I wouldn't say that going
That's a
against that
conspiracy.
is conspiracy. Because that's not. No one's trying to say that a different story of events happened. We're just complaining about the difference of was it right to do so? Was
We're
it
going
more
against the mainstream by telling this officer, you can't arrest this 82-year-old for feeding the homeless. That's a conspiracy, right?
No,
It's got to be a conspiracy, isn't it? Because we're going
it's a
against the
difference
mainstream,
in
isn't it?
opinion.
We're going
So I'm
against the
not. It's
mainstream,
not
though,
just.
because
It's not
I
just
don't
going.
agree with that police officer arresting that 82-year-old man for feeding the homeless.
It's not
So
just
I'm going
going against
against
the
the mainstream.
mainstream.
So it must be a conspiracy, right? I'm just laying out that you need to define it better.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's not that your opinion of what should have been done or that
I never
kind of thing
mentioned
is
opinion.
different.
I just
But that is what this is. That when you're talking about whether he should have arrested that guy or not, or that was a bad thing that he did, that's not. Now we're talking about opinion of what you think should have done.
so
I'm talking
so
about with conspiracy theories
on
is
some
that you're
levels
saying that
it's.
a different kind of events happened.
Oh, okay, yeah, right, okay. Official report against the official report, basically.
So if you said, "Oh no, that old man was actually a plant by the government to try and show people that if you give food to homeless people, you'll be arrested," now I'll call that a conspiracy.
Right, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. There's not
But
just
but
that.
what you said before is like, just going against the mainstream. So you didn't,
Yeah. I definitely didn't word it perfectly earlier.
you left a lot of leeway.
But you have this assumption that the mainstream is somewhat like responsible to give us like truth. Is that what you think?
Oh. Mainstream isn't just built on like the mainstream idea. When I say that, it's not just, oh, what does the government say?
But all right, it was damn to explain it how it all works. It is all the government, right? The mainstream media, the news, radios, all of it is owned by the government. All of the people that
So do you believe that private like media companies are owned by the
Not
government?
owned.
Who do you think
governed.
the government is? Who do you think the government is? The private people are the government. The private people own the private businesses, which are run by the government, because they are the people running the government.
They're the people that fund the lobbyists that, sway
They're the
government.
same people.
You think the BBC here in England is independent? No,
So
it's
the
backed by
BBC
Bill
no.
Gates.
BBC, no, because it is the
It's backed
British
by Bill
broadcast.
Gates. Of course, it's not.
Being backed by Bill Gates doesn't make it government. That makes it even
But
more
it doesn't
to the
make
fact
it
that it's
independent,
private
does it?
sector.
It doesn't make it independent.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
The point is they're one and the same. It's
They're
establishment.
not one and the same. I see what you're saying, and I agree because it's shown many of times where governments put gag orders on news organizations or agencies of that stature, but they're still privately owned. They're not owned by the government. They're
Influence does not
sanctioned
On
by
paper,
them,
they
I
might
guess
be
you could say.
privately owned, but the point is the same. Like the buck stops with the same kind of organization or people.
If the government could
Yeah, you're
subpoena
right.
you or sanction you, they are controlled by you. A
Okay,
private
but-
entity cannot be controlled by a government.
But someone what I'm stating on is someone saying that the government owns them.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Say
no,
that again.
not on paper, obviously.
Say that again. I spoke over you.
No, I was saying someone had stated that the government owns these news agencies and et cetera. They're not owned by them, but they're sanctioned. Yeah, and they're put gag orders, et cetera. I mean, I could give you examples.
They're the mouthpiece for the government.
Yeah, they are sanctioned by the government. I'll say. I won't say the mouthpiece.
So do you believe that everything
they're
that
sanctioned-
the media companies say has to first go through like an acceptance, it has to be accepted by the government?
The
Is that what you're
government,
saying?
no, it's not even that far.
It
What
has to
you're
be accepted
thinking,
by trading standards.
hold on. You're thinking of some sort of TV reporter where the reporter writes something and then somebody checks it. It's not even that. It just comes down from government automatically, and they pass on what everybody's gonna do.
So you don't think there are any like independent reporters?
Yeah, that's the part.
Yeah, there quite a lot of them are on YouTube. They're one-man bands that walk around with a camera filming.
See, that's not. You can't use that as
the
an
BBC
example
don't
because
put on the TV. Hold on, let me talk. BBC don't put it on the TV. You have to have a man with a camera go walk on the road because there is no journalism anymore.
but at the same time, in the same aspect, any YouTube reporter can be susceptible to the same lying or misrepresentation.
For sure.
So it's not a fix. Because I remember when all the news agencies were caught lying and scripting stories and stuff like that. I remember there was a lot of YouTubers that came out and go, well, this is now the new source for your information. And then months after that, a lot of them got caught up lying or fabricating information. And it just the realization that just there are some assholes in every industry, and there's some people that have integrity in their industry, and they just
And some
I
people
agree
can
that they
fabricate
can all
anything,
lie.
right? Like somebody
I
could
agree that they
fabricate
can-
that you're fabricating a conspiracy, right?
anybody can.
Those that
Anyone
have
can do
integrity
anything.
normally quit.
Yeah, they usually quit and go to a different, more independent, and that's where it comes in. Because if you're talking about a reporter that works in a town, if you're talking about a reporter that works for these certain independent ones that we know are independent that work away from the governments, then that's one thing. But when we're talking like CNNs and NBCs, those are owned by a certain private group, I guess you would say. And if their interests are Republican, then they're going to report more positive for the Republican. It's like vice versa for Democrats. It's just who owns it. It's not the government owning them or telling them even what they can and can't say. A lot of things are stopped by the government. That's absolutely true. I can give you examples of that. But I would say for the most part, the narrative that a news agency puts out isn't government ran.
Right. So what about that court case back? I think it might have been the 90s, where they were being questioned about whether the government or the CIA, I think it was actually, pay the news reporters to put out certain stories. And at that point,
they do.
And do you remember that one? And at that
Yeah,
point, he asked to go into closed session because he didn't want it public, right?
Yeah. Oh,
What
yeah,
does
that
that tell you?
happens. Absolutely. I 100% agree. That our government can't be trusted and our news sources aren't the place for full facts and truth. Period.
What was that last part?
And that the news agency aren't a source for facts and truth.
Aren't or are?
They're not. They're not.
Okay, but that's exactly what we're saying. And you're
I'm agreeing
You're
with
fighting
you.
for our point.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no.
they're not completely the mouthpiece, but in parts
They are. Yeah, yeah, but in
It
parts
just
they
seems
are.
like you're trying to water down the harshness of them being all the same people.
Right, exactly.
I'm not trying to water it down. I'm just trying to bring it more to reality of it, with the realization and being honest that yes, they do stuff.
They
It'd
do
be anyone who
stuff,
says
or
yeah.
they are the ones doing the stuff.
No,
Well,
they
actually,
do.
You're making it seem like
They do.
sometimes they're deceptive. Like,
Yeah, sometimes.
like,
Yeah.
Sure.
Not
I
every
don't
time.
doubt that maybe that a few times, maybe a house burns down or a severe car crash.
Oh no. I made it clear.
Yeah, that tends to happen. But
I made it clear.
90-something% of what's going on the TV is all fabricated to make the sheeple feel or think a certain way.
Yeah, and that's not done by the government. That's done by the news agency and their views.
Negative. It isn't done by them because they are the government.
No,
Nothing
they're not.
goes by any. Bro, you're trying to give us some sort of TV reporter where there's like, no, bro, this is not what's happening. These ideas of how it works is what they want you to think of how it works.
No. I clarified that, and I didn't say that. And again, what you're saying, and maybe what you're saying, I'm taking it wrong. But the news agencies are not government. The news agencies are not part of the government. They could be swayed. They could be told. They could be given gag orders not to talk about certain things. But they're not the government.
We understand.
They're literally the propaganda for the government.
That's what they are. They're a tool for the government. But it's a facto the same thing. All government. If they are a tool for the government, right? It's still government, regardless of the logistics of how you want to phrase it.
No, you saying it like that makes it sound as if everything that comes across the news agency's desk comes from the government, and that's not true. Now, if they're talking about, like, for instance, if they're talking about the Russian-Ukraine war, I'm giving you an example. If you're talking about the Ukraine-Russian war right now, I'm pretty sure the government does probably go, hey, we don't want you telling where these certain groups are if you find our certain military stances are at. If you guys end up finding out, we don't want that out there. Sure, I can see that happening. But I don't think they're saying they're going, hey, tell them they killed an American so we can go to. I don't think that's happening. And again, actually, we'll see. When I thought about it, I kind of changed that because they do. They fluctuate casualties and shit. So I'm wrong in that last part that I said.
You mean whack the dog style like that? Like how they did
you're breaking up.
They had some girl on like some news report, and it was like all this hoo-ha and feel bad. Let's go to war and kill who's ever.
Oh no, yeah. But that's also news. That's also.
But here's where I would meet you halfway here, right? With it not being fully the mouthpiece of the government, which is what it seemed like you were starting with at the start, is like having hope in individual people that still work there, just having hope that they have integrity, and that's the way things can change. The system itself, Fox News, all of those, they are the government. But the people in there are individual people, and they can still change things. They can still whistle blow. They can still burst bubbles, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And these are the people that usually end up writing books and coming out as whistleblowers and getting discredited or killed.
So when you're saying government, you're not saying government. You're saying their interest in a political party, for instance.
I'm saying
sways everything they say, right?
I'm saying, yeah. Have you not ever seen like?
I agree.
Seen that video of all the news reports in America, like from all different states? They're exactly the same. They use exactly the same words.
That was that time period I was talking about. Yeah, no. See, that's the thing. I'm literally coming at from my realistic standpoint of looking at how it could be and is. But at no point am I saying trust the news. The news doesn't spout bullshit. They don't. The government doesn't gag order them like that. There's a very
I know that you're not like you don't believe in all of the shit that comes. I can tell that.
Yeah,
but that does ring bells though when you hear 50 different news reporters say the same story,
shady
word
as fuck.
for word, verbatim. It's like, oh my god!
Okay, did you see the one? I forget the lady's name. It was a huge news anchor that like goes out to different countries on scene. One was there was two of them, and they were acting as if they were across the country from each other, like across the United. Like one was in the United States and one was somewhere else, and they were talking on live TV. And a bus goes by in one camera, and then like 2-3 seconds later, the same fucking bus goes by the next other reporter that's supposed to be in a different country.
Oh, yeah, they were like across from each other, something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Did
they
you
were
see
like
that one
across
with
the parking
war
lot.
as well? Cuba. They were supposed to be in Cuba or something, and they started putting their helmets on. It's like, oh yeah, and sirens started coming.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so I saw one last night that made me cringe. It was a reporter that was in Ukraine. I don't doubt he was in Ukraine, but it was kind of like one of those things where, like, the sirens go off or they hear something and they're worried about getting hit. So the guys
put on the helmet. He started put on the helmet.
Yeah, his flak jacket, and it took a long time, but he was in a panic. And I'm going, if you're in a war, in the middle of a war, in a place that you actually have to worry, you're probably
Wouldn't you have
first
that
of all
the time?
Exactly.
Why do it in front of the? But why would you think that they do those things? Why do you just take a wild guess?
Oh yeah, to be shady. Oh no, yeah. To instill more fear.
There you go.
And falsify news.
Yeah,
Falsifying.
dude, I
control
found
of
one
information.
source in Ukraine that was kind of talking about it and giving kind of what I felt was more of an honest view of what was going on. And while these other guys are reporters are saying, they're in the capital and they're about to get here and they're blowing stuff up, the guys go and everything's still happening on the east in those regions. It's not even come this far yet. They're moving, but they're acting as if all these places are getting bombardier all night, and it's not really actually happening that way. There's bombing happening, but not where they're saying it's happening. They're making it seem like it's country spread now.
That's because they want everybody to get involved. They want people to feel bad for Ukraine, which is going to gain sympathy. And, people act on their emotions, man. They want to go fight for the Ukrainians and shit. You know what I'm saying? That hero syndrome.
I don't think it will happen. But I also think that the U.S. is going to get involved in something else besides that, more to do with China. But I just don't see. I don't see us getting involved unless Russia takes over Ukraine.
Really?
Huh?
Really? I think America might step in a little earlier than that.
Yeah. I think the only reason that we're surrounding Ukraine and the NATO states is literally just in case. Because if Russia takes over Ukraine, then it puts NATO at risk. It puts us in danger.
How?
How so?
Well, aren't they already?
Because there's no buffer zone between Russia and NATO, where like there is now.
Aren't they already in Kiev though?
What do you mean buffer zone?
They're moving towards Kiev, but even then, that's still central Ukraine. And that hasn't been taken yet. Once it gets taken, that would be a situation of Ukraine being taken over, but it hasn't been sieged yet.
What do you mean buffer zone?
Like an armored country,
like a neutral area. Like NATO doesn't worry about Ukraine attacking NATO, and Russia doesn't have to worry about NATO. Yeah, it's an area. There's a buffer zone. It's instead of how North Korea and South Korea are on arms all the time in the DMZ.
By neutral, do you mean controlled?
Is that
controlled by the the government, pretty much?
Well, like not siding with either side.
Yeah, they're supposed to be. Ukraine's supposed to be neutral. Ukraine themselves, they didn't want to join NATO and they don't want to join the Axis, so they became a neutral country in between two factions, basically.
So if they are a neutral country, why would the U.S. and NATO get involved if that is literally
because they're neutral, right?
That's exactly. That's why they're saying they're not going to get involved. The only reason I could think of for them to actually get involved is if Russia does take over Ukraine, because
hold up. You're saying it's going to take away the buffer zone or whatever, but doesn't Russia have arms in Belarus already?
That's not part of NATO.
I know.
Or it's not. It's how do I put it?
Belarus is right next to Poland.
Yeah, but there are. Yeah, but if anything happens towards Poland or at that border, we'll get involved. When I'm saying get involved, I mean when the NATO decides, okay, we're going into Ukraine to fight Russia. If Russia does anything outside the Ukraine borders right now, World War III starts. Period. Even if it's
obviously, but
intentional.
you said that the reason they're not going to do anything and they're just lining up beside the border is because their buffer zone is gone after they take Ukraine. But that's like already not an issue because Ukraine borders Poland and Romania, and north of Ukraine you have Belarus, which already Russia like has their arms there. That's how they attacked Ukraine and got into Kiev so quickly and stuff.
Yeah, but when you talk about Poland, you're talking about NATO states, and if something if Russia spans further than Ukraine into Poland, there's a problem.
That's my point, though,
because the border, there's a problem.
Poland is bordering Belarus, and Russia already has control in Belarus. It's like can freely move its artillery, so they could potentially just put it next to the Poland-Belarus border and attack Poland. They don't without even caring about Ukraine.
Yeah, you're right, and that's exactly why all these troops from all these countries are on those borders right now.
Okay, so with Ukraine gone, it's not like their buffer zone is gone. Belarus is still kind of quote unquote a buffer zone, but they have people they have their arms there already. So there is no buffer zone, is what I'm hearing.
That's a very small pocket. We're talking about a whole country.
What do you mean, man? Belarus is a country.
No. Okay, so
I understand what you're saying. Like you're saying, it would be reduced, but the fact is,
it's just a small pocket. That's just a small area that is being
talking about a small boundary.
Worried about. So you're saying part of the buffer zone is already like gone with them having access to Belarus.
There still is. There still is neutral border. I guess I would say compared to the small areas where you're right. They're right there. But I think when you're talking the big thing, and if I'm going to be completely honest, I think the big worry is Europe. Everything on those outskirts is kind of like, fuck you. We'll put people there and we'll worry about it. But I don't think NATO wants Russia to be butted up against fucking Europe right now.
Does anybody know what sparked this? What sparked Russia to do this to the Ukraine? What was the Ukraine going through?
Ukraine became an independent country and left the Soviet Union decades ago. And ever since, yes, it is. This is
definitely
why
not empowered by the CIA, right, Shanji? Definitely not. They decided to do that among themselves, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure. CIA had
a lot of countries. What are you talking about? A lot of countries left the Soviet Union when the Soviet Union broke apart.
Sure. Of course.
It's a big game of get him before he gets me.
Bro, it's always the CIA, bro. The people don't just decide to do something. Never. It's never.
Again,
he didn't just decide to. He was forced to. Putin was forced to invade.
Wait, I don't know why. Why was he forced?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He was forced. His hand was forced, man. He was forced to invade because Ukraine was going to join NATO, and NATO-backed Ukraine would have posed problems for Putin.
Yes.
When they try to get back Crimea, it's either he looks like a bitch, they take Crimea, and then he's cowering in fear, especially with the flat, like, bordering the land, the terrain along the border there, that Ukraine-Russia border is all flat. So with NATO backing Ukraine, they're going to be a threat, and he would be on the defensive. So you're right. He invades them, destroys their infrastructure, and then that's it. And maybe like 10 years later or whatever, maybe he'll install a puppet regime. Who knows? But it's either he preemptively attacks them or he gets attacked later on.
So essentially, it was what we're just talking about, but in reverse for Russia. Russia doesn't want NATO butted up against them.
And with him destroying the infrastructure, he's not going to occupy it. He's going to destroy the infrastructure. NATO will have no reason to have this weak piece of shit Ukraine join them at that point.
Well, at that point they won't have. That point they won't have a government to join.
Or everyone is pissed off and goes to NATO.
What?
It doesn't really work that way.
All the angry Ukrainians pissed off at so-called Putin.
Here's Ukraine's side of it, though, and this is where it gets really complicated. So, yes, NATO and Ukraine have been talking, and NATO has said, "Hey, something happens, we'll help you. Well, we won't bring troops in, but refugees, aid, we'll help you." And that is kind of going, "Hey, see, we're NATO. We're willing to help you." But here's Ukraine's side of it. Ukraine doesn't want to be told by NATO what to do. Ukraine doesn't want to be told by Russia what to do. So that's why Ukraine became. That's why they didn't join NATO. Ukraine, even at this point, is saying we're not joining NATO.
What? What are you talking about, man?
What?
They wanted to join NATO. They just
No, I'll show
didn't
you.
happen quick enough.
My understanding
I'll
is
show
that
you.
Ukraine
Bro,
couldn't
you could
join
look at a
NATO.
video from today. The
Yeah.
Ukrainian president, who might I say,
The ambassador?
there's no the president.
Okay.
And by the way, there's claims, a lot of claims that he's a puppet kind of regime that was installed himself. But in any case, there's a video that he released today saying that he directly messaged the European nations of NATO, and asked like, are we in NATO or what? And they basically ignored him.
Can you share that link? Because as of today, I've heard different. I've heard that they were not joining NATO, and at the very best, was that they were working with NATO to help, in the aid of stuff, not to actually join NATO. And that's when Putin decided what he was going to do, because he does worry about them joining.
All right,
But
I have it
why?
right here. Let me share my screen.
What is the point of why they don't want them to join?
Who? Russia?
Yeah.
Because then they have NATO on their border.
You watch my screen?
I'm going to it right now. I'm watching it. I don't hear anything. Does anyone else?
Yeah, with their subtitles.
Oh, okay.
See that? Today I have asked 27 European leaders whether Ukraine will be in NATO. I have asked directly. Everyone is afraid. No one answers.
Can you share the link? Or I see, it's not a...
It's nyti.ms/3sj and then all caps YNYA. I guess it's a New York Times article.
Because I like to see the rest of it.
You could say that, like, Putin handled this like a boss. I'm impressed, actually.
See, that's the thing, though, because it also there's more to it than just that. I mean, Russia's been doing this bombing and all these things for decades, long before any talk with NATO.
You mean bombing in Ukraine?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I'll show you. There's two regions. I don't know how to say them, so I'll just show it. But there's two regions in Ukraine that are basically Russia. How do you say it? They're occupied by Russia.
Are you talking about the two regions, Donetsk and Lugansk, that were
yes.
recently made independent, like by Russia?
No.
They agreed on their independence.
No, let me find it real quick.
The rebels.
Yeah, on the easternmost of Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rebel. Yeah, Donbass region rebels. Basically, that rebelled. Well, they've been rebelling for the past 10 years or more. But they're unsatisfied, especially after the 2014 Minsk agreement failure.
Yeah, these regions.
That's Ukraine, but they're just rebelling, and maybe they get arms from Russia. But as far as I know, Russia didn't attack them directly because
no. So
that doesn't
in
serve
that
their
area.
purposes.
So in that area is what they call, I think, the Russian separatists. I think they keep calling them. It's basically the Russians that didn't leave.
That They're rebelling
Huh?
against Ukraine, right? They're Ukrainian separatists.
Yes. No. They're yes.
No, because it's part of Ukraine.
It's part of Ukraine, but they're Russian.
Well,
and it's Russian
there's a
backed.
lot of I don't think all of them are Russian, right? But a lot of Ukrainians.
It's a mixture. Yeah.
It was all USSR, right? They were all kind of like ethnically very, very similar. But the point is, these guys are separatists from Ukraine. They're Ukrainian separatists.
Okay, but I don't remember if that's what they're called. But I don't. Yeah, you may be right. I don't really know.
And they did separate. Well, according to them and Putin, they agreed, which is hilarious. And this is what I mean. Why he handled it like well, but even almost comical. Like they agreed on their independence. No doubt, like saying that he's also going to use their terrain as like, you know, a foothold for better positioning or what have you. But they agreed like on the 22nd, right? That Donetsk and Lugansk will be, you know, people's republics, independent nations or what have you. And then he went in and he said that they asked for his assistance because they were being attacked. So they asked for his assistance. And that's why Russia went in. They didn't go in, you know, unilaterally or first. They were asked for the assistance from these two independent sovereign nations. And that's why he went
But when you say independent sovereign, but that's the thing. When you say independent and sovereign, you gotta also remember that they were majority Russian, in Russian support there. Like that's like when Ukraine left, Russia was like, well, this is that it may be yours, but we're not moving off this area. Is basically how that went.
Yeah, no, but it was considered part of Ukraine. Like all of the borders.
Oh yeah.
My point is, it's just funny to me how he gave them legitimacy. You know, the semblance of legitimacy by recognizing them as independent, and then you said that they required his assistance, asked for his assistance 2 days later when he invaded and went in. It's just funny. It's genius, but it's funny.
Yeah, see, it's weird. So this is like one of the weirdest. This is a weird word because this is one of those things where it's like both sides have their reasons, and no one is the bad guy, but Putin is the bad guy to us because they're not part of NATO. Is how it is.
Putin's the bad guy because of, you know, propaganda.
Yeah, and that's why, and that's the weird part about this one.
I'm thinking he's a good guy because they're taking like a lot of care, almost meticulous care, to hit military compounds, military sites and stuff like that, and avoiding residential and you know, civilians and collateral damage.
Putin said there will be very little boots on the ground. This war will be fought through cyber. He even said that himself.
Cyber.
So yeah. Oh man, they cyber attacks like hacking and all that, or
I don't know about that. No, man.
Oh yeah,
they're literally taking out military sites and like all the artillery and stuff like that.
Yeah, they took out all the cell towers, their banking, the government, all the government paths. You know, the government sites that they use and all that stuff. Everything's shut down right now.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, check it out. Putin even came out and said that, and then it's been in the news. They're talking about how they've been hit with a bunch of cyber attacks prior to the invasion.
I mean, if they were doing that, then they wouldn't have internet to be able to, you know, message and stuff.
Maybe not all of it.
The president wouldn't be able to send his like little tweets.
Well, what's going on? Then maybe me saying they shut it down isn't right, but they're definitely attacking with majority of cyber attacks over invasion methods.
I think maybe there is an aspect to that of like this cyber warfare, but I think predominantly it's old school. It's, you know, actual damaging their, you know, their military. They're basically physically crippling them.
I think look, check it out because I don't remember his exact words, but I'm pretty sure that part is right. But at the same time, it's a different war. It's not to say it's not just go out and fight. They're doing more cyber attacks than any time. That's what he said. Even said that's what their game plan was going to be.
Cool.
I mean, I'm just
happy. Like I saw this interactive map of all the different sites that were attacked, and you know, the majority of them, the huge majority, were just like military places or like
Oh no, yeah.
a couple of
No, I agree.
airports and stuff like that, and some relays, whatever. But like
as far as I was
cool. I was just saying it was cool how.
As far as I knew.
Go ahead, man.
As far as I knew, in those areas you were talking about in the east of Ukraine that had the Russians that wanted to be Russian. I don't remember the term.
They're Ukrainians that want to be independent. Yeah, Donetsk and
no, but they were Russian. It was like there was like Russian intel that was there that are starting a bunch of stuff. Like you heard about like the daycare that got hit and all that. That wasn't Putin's army.
I don't know what daycare you're talking about.
There was a daycare that got hit.
But they're not Russian. They're Ukrainian.
No, they are Russian.
They might have Russian like
ties.
Ethnicity or descent, but
yes. No,
of course
they have
like,
Russian.
A lot of Ukrainians do.
It'd be kind of like saying if Mexico it took over parts of the Southern California, parts of Arizona, and parts of Texas, and they were in they were still considered United States, but they were heavily populated there. It's kind of like that.
No, it's not. It's like okay, so what's the state that has the largest Mexican population?
I would probably say California.
California?
Texas for sure.
All right, let's say southern Texas, this part of southern Texas, made up of a lot of, they're Americans, right? But a lot of them have Mexican descent or relatives or ethnicity. They, had a coup basically and rebelled and wanted to be, their own state called South Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mexico made a deal and recognized that this group, this region of southern Texas, is now an independent state. It's a state unto itself called South Texas, and they had an agreement. And then Mexico moved their troops or whatever into South Texas to use it as for like better positioning to invade the rest of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it would be like.
Okay, and the people who would be who are in that South Texas, who back Mexico, are the ones that were doing a lot of the shelling and stuff in the very, very beginning.
Oh yeah, they're rebels.
Right? Yeah, them. Those are who I'm talking about. All the bombing that was happening.
They're still Texans. They're just a lot of them are Texans with Mexican.
I see what you're saying now.
And they just don't like Texas proper for whatever reason.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. But yeah, but the daycare I'm talking about, the shelling that were happening in populated areas, which was very minimal, but it was happening, was from them.
The rebels?
From the rebels that were backing Russia, not Putin's army.
Yeah.
So like you were saying, these strategic hits where they're not just bombing cities, that's Putin. That's Russia's army actually, doing it better.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And they're really precise with it too.
Yeah, but there's a lot
which I'm happy about. That means that there's less innocent people dying. Very, very little innocent. I haven't even heard a single thing about an innocent person dying, but I'm sure there are. There's got to be.
But that was why the reason I was distinguishing it, because there are actually news agencies that from the beginning of when it's all before they invaded, but when everything started kind of starting up, were acting as if it was Russia sending these guys in to do these things to disrupt it, and it was like. No,
they've been there for like 10 years or more.
Yeah. Since they were there when Soviet Union broke up, and they stayed there, and they got all bitter about Ukraine, basically. Like you were saying, that buffer zone, and then what they want and what they like and stuff.
Yeah, and when Putin was recognizing them, he's like, "This should have been done a while ago." Blah blah blah. But it's just funny to me because you could tell, like, he was waiting until the last second to see like what his options were, kind of, and in the end, it turned out that recognizing them and using them basically was the best kind of way to deal with things.
Now, when I was talking about like China and stuff, this is where that steps in. I feel like what will end up happening is China is going to look at this situation and look at it as a sign of weakness on NATO, and China is going to pump up what they've been doing in the South China Sea. and start doing shit over there. And I think that will be what really kicks off the World War III.
I don't know if that'll happen.
I
Honestly, I think
because China's talked about it. China
I
wants
don't
to
think there's
invade.
going to be that much ramification from this. I don't think they're gonna like NATO's going to do anything to Russia. Russia's going to conquer. Like they're gonna finish invading Ukraine in like a couple of days, I think, and they'll have control of it. And then once they feel like they've kind of had enough of a foothold, they might put in a puppet regime and make sure the infrastructure is destroyed.
I'll keep it from being in NATO ever.
Yeah, because NATO's not. They're not going to want this broken country, in NATO anymore. And if Ukraine does repair the infrastructure, it'll take like 10 years or something like that to repair the infrastructure. But if Russia allows it, then just in 10 years, they could just destroy it again. There's no reason to occupy it. It makes them look bad.
Here's the thing that kind of no one's talking about though. Ukraine doesn't have a slouch army or military. I mean, they're not pushovers.
I mean,
they don't really have air superiority at all. But they don't have a slouch army though.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It looks like they're being like bent over.
Well, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I don't know. They have the ghost of Kiev, or however you pronounce that, still out there.
Yeah, what is that? I've seen things on it, but I have no clue what it is.
Just they're claiming a pilot has like 6 confirmed air-to-air kills of Russian. Like they say he went into Russian airspace or something, and but some people are saying he's been taken down now. But honestly, I didn't look too much into it to see the legitimacy of it. But
is he rogue? Is he like some rogue guy, or is he part of Ukraine?
Yeah, he's part of Ukraine.
Okay.
I doubt he went into Russian airspace and like hung, unless it's just like barely.
There's a lot of urban
in and
legend.
Because like
legend grows.
He needs to refuel, so he didn't go deep in there. That's for sure.
His legend grows every day. It's all over Twitter and
next week he's gonna have 100 confirmed kills.
Yeah.
3 of them when he ejected out of his jet after he got shot down. He shot 3 other jets down with a handgun.
Ejected out of his jet, landed on their jet, pried open the cockpit, beat the guy up, threw him out, and took his jet.
The ghost has infiltrated the FSB, or whatever they call the KGB now.
They're gonna make a game named after him, and it's gonna be called Grand Jet Auto.
But you could do that though. I seen it.
Grand Theft Jet would have made more sense, but doesn't sound as good.
Well, it sounds great if you played the game.
Yo, ZXC. Are you streaming or what? Are you playing on me?
Yeah, I can stream. I don't know why it always disconnects the stream. Maybe it's when it goes from like loading to end game.
Let's get ready to rumble. You still hitting up Rumble?
Yeah, I'm still on a Rumble kick here. I might play some go to my Volley Bear account in a couple weeks. No, everyone got me. Well, they're saying Rumble is getting huge buffs. So I was like, all right, I'm going to play some Rumble for a while and get ready. But it turns out they're just like being sarcastic and fucking with me. The huge buffs is just like a tiny bit of armor they added. So whenever
I was watching Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying they kept at, hey, are you excited for the huge Rumble buffs coming up? I was like, fuck yeah, he already feels kind of strong to me.
Overhyped.
Might as well start playing it a lot. And everyone is just breaking my balls because it was a one-trick account.
But are the buffs good or what?
No, it's just they added like 6 armor or something. I didn't even
Yeah,
I
they
didn't even
always
look to
just
see if
like
it's
do something
scaling or
bullshit.
just flat, but not really gonna affect
I was
anything.
watching my Filipino friend play. He plays on the Chinese server, and it's crazy. Like the difference. Like he said he's like Diamond 2 in the Chinese server, which translates into like probably like, you know, Challenger or something like that in NA. But it's crazy how like his vision. He's such a good player, man, and he wasn't even like the best. Like the way that he's switching between like his screens so quickly between like his teammates and just like his man, I don't even know how to tell it. He's just freaking good. Something else, man.
Yeah, they take their gaming pretty seriously in Asia.
Yeah.
If you watch Faker every once in a while, like most people are like, man, I'm getting a seizure just watching this because
Yeah.
he's constantly switching between points of view to see what all is happening around the map.
Do you watch Faker at all?
Every once in a while, I watch some League. Like I played like season 2 through like 4, and then I didn't play until like last year. I started playing a little bit, or the year before that, but just mainly in between. Like when I'm working, it just helps like the continuity of my day because I don't constantly have things to do. So it just helps keep me awake
Oh,
and
you have to
alert,
play
my
while you're
mind
working?
going. Well, I work from my computer, but there's not constant things to do,
Yeah.
and it's also very monotonous.
You at home?
Yeah. So
Lucky duck.
basically, it helps. It helps a lot. Getting my day going, just getting my mind going, because it's very like
Yeah, it
it's
passes
not.
the time.
Yeah, and it's not stuff I'm interested in. And then if I have like a 2 or 3 hour wait where I'm waiting on something, it's I don't know. It just it becomes like I don't know. It's just a lot easier just to keep busy and find stuff to do, and then I'm already at the computer and
Yeah, say less, man. You're gaming while you're getting paid, man. That's the dream. Yo, so ZXC. What is like I imagine that it's an acronym for something.
no, it's just the middle name of somebody I know.
Oh, a middle name.
And that C is
What
the
language is that?
initial. I don't know. They're
Sorry, the C is the initial?
yeah, last initial.
Alright, I thought it was like ZXC, but just like spelled out. Kinda, you know?
Yeah. I think that like Zedek is like Hebrew or something close to it because I had a couple Jewish people like were acting really I don't know, they're really odd about it. They're like, "Where'd you
Yeah.
get that name?" And I'm like, "What?"
Zedek. It reminds me of something.
Zetetic.
Yeah.
What's up, Ruhif?
What's up? Having a lie down.
Wow. We see who you like now, Gio. We're talking this whole time, you don't say what's up. Ruhif says one word, and you perk up.
He's welcoming me to the chat.
I wasn't really listening too much before, but I just kind of came back. But what's up, Percentage? Zedek? Shout out to everyone in the chat.
That's better. Give us your sloppy second.
Especially Percentage.
What does aesthetic mean again?
Using your senses, basically.
Like being a direct realist?
Well, it's more about like
Yeah.
going out in the world. Like instead of having some big theory that you're trying to prove right or wrong, like you actually just go out and just get observations directly and then conclude something from the actual observations rather than the other way around.
Oh yeah, fuck with that. That's me.
I'll read this from the trusty Flat Earth Society website. This is actually, there's two Flat Earth Societies. This is the kind of second one, but
What? I
Yeah.
always thought there was just one.
Nope, there's two. There was the original one, and then there's the second one that was like an off branch.
Go ahead. What are you reading?
Here's what they say. It says, Zeticism differs from the usual scientific method in that using Zeticism, one bases his conclusions on experimentation and observation rather than on an initial theory that is to be proved or disproved. A zetetic forms the question, then immediately sets to work making observations and performing experiments to answer that question rather than speculating on what the answer might be and then testing that out as instructed by the scientific method.
What? It's
I get it.
literally science then, because he forms the question, then tests it. Tests.
No, there's no presupposed hypothesis that you're trying to validate. Like, here's the data. What does it imply?
I don't know, man. What kind of
really
question are you forming where you can test it without, an idea of like how you're going to test it?
Yeah, I know.
Like if you could give me an example
really.
of how they're testing it without, having anything that they're going to test with, it doesn't really make sense to me otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's a bit shit as well. Like
Yeah, I
my
think it's
example.
the same thing
of
as science,
the,
but they're trying to just like make it seem like it's different. They're trying to legitimize this word.
Yeah. And my example of angles to mountains. All right, if I go and measure them and then get all this data, and then I go, what model fits this data? How is that really any different to proposing a model in the first place and testing whether it's consistent?
Well, if your model is, yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Proposing the
Doesn't
model
seem to be
first
much of a
is
distinction.
different, because you should have a question, and you can kind of hypothesize what the direct, like immediate cause of that effect is or whatever, and then once you do that, then you can incorporate it into a model or whatever. You shouldn't have this model before, but in that case, if you do, like, let's say you have like 30% of the model, and then you have this question as to another part, and based off of what you already have, you're kind of inferring how it would work and stuff like that, and then going in and using that to formulate your question and your experiment, then I can see where there'd be a difference between that and Zeticism or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Sounds like it's trying to start off with a blank slate.
Yeah, I would agree. But then again, if this is from the Flat Earth Society, which aren't very trustworthy, then, or is it the second one is trustworthy? I don't know. Gio?
Yeah, my internet completely just cut out, so I just got back.
No worries, I
It
just
was
had a
about
quick
that
question.
time.
This second Flat Earth Society, is it, you said trusty, but I don't know if you meant that sarcastically. Is it trusty or not? Trustworthy, I should say.
No, I was joking. I was being sarcastic.
Okay, so maybe it might just be a shit definition for Zeticism or whatever. Like, how can we... Maybe we should get a definition for something more trustworthy.
Yeah, it didn't seem like a definition. It's actually kind of poorly written. Those are the two. I just posted them. The two Flat Earth Society website. There's one. I guess the original. I think the original one is supposed to be the org, and then the second one is that TFEES.org. But yeah, it didn't seem like a very good definition.
How's everyone doing this evening?
Lovely.
Lovely. That's a good start.
Lovely.
Lovely.
Gravy,
Morning,
baby.
Naps.
Still gravy. I can tell Gin and Branch aren't in the room because I could get a word in sideways.
Percentage here, though.
To
So you
be fair
get half a word in.
To be fair to Zanuck, he only talks over people who talk over him.
No, percentage.
Oh, percentage. Oh, percentage is
Yeah.
all right. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you can get half a word in, yeah. Oh, he's deafened. That's why.
So, Ruhif, do you think men can get pregnant?
Do I think men? Is this a trans question?
It's just
No, it's a human rights question.
Okay, I think people that have XY chromosomes and no uterus can't get pregnant.
Oh, you transphobe.
That is such a controversial statement.
Yeah?
Fair enough.
We're coming to picket at your place of work.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. Ruhif, the correct answer.
Yeah.
Unless
I
men
don't
cannot-
care what people choose to be called. I'm happy to accommodate them.
But don't you find it weird that the first result on Google says that men can get pregnant?
Sure.
Fair enough.
The
Zedek,
world What's up?
do you think men can get pregnant?
Nah. Nope.
You're like, nah, dog.
I don't think they can. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think that can happen.
Right. I'm glad we've got sensible people in the in the chat right now. Is Gio around?
I heard him a little earlier.
Yeah, I'm sort of half here, but I'm eating right now. But yeah, no, I don't think men can get pregnant.
Cool. Okay. So we're all agreed. Fantastic.
I didn't want to expound too much on my beliefs at risk of the server or my account.
All right. Yeah, I was talking to my sister. My sister worked for a little bit in within journalism. She said Healthline is apparently quite well respected in journalistic fields. Well, I can't verify that. I don't know. It just seems quite interesting that they would publish such a ridiculous article from an MD, right? It seems so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's not just like if it was just some random social justice warrior online spouting their stupid opinion, then I wouldn't, and it was their blog or whatever, I wouldn't care. But the fact that it's a supposedly reputable health blog, website, whatever, and the article's written by a medical doctor, like this is absurd.
Yeah, that's nuts. That seems like what happens with a lot of liberal issues. Like they start off sounding decent, and then a lot of people end up getting left behind. But they don't want to be like bad people because they see that as the good group, so they like accept a couple questionable or dodgy premises, and it takes they got to get way out beyond what they're comfortable with before they be like, wait a minute, this isn't what I signed up for.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think most people just want to be good people, and they end up getting caught up in this nonsense because they're kind of, it's either they're told directly or it's implied that they're bad people if they don't agree. And so then they agree because they want to be good people, right?
I agree because it has no impact on me at all.
Sure, but I think it doesn't really have any impact on me, but I think the thing that I find really, really dodgy about it is that it doesn't actually have much impact on the people pushing it either. So there's there's something else going on. They're not just trying to be good people. They're trying to manipulate the way we think about the world.
But there are places where I think like trans women should be excluded from certain sports, right? Like if you've been through a male puberty, you have an entirely different body structure, and you're at an unfair advantage. Like there's places where I think it should have some lines drawn.
I think I'd agree with that. I also think that I'm not sure if I would be particularly comfortable if my daughter had to share a public restroom with a man who said he was a woman. I think I'd be uncomfortable with that. To be honest,
fine with it.
Just being honest, from a parent's perspective,
Yeah, but particularly women's bathrooms, they're all cubicles, right? Like you don't fucking piss in front of everyone, like in a urinal.
Sure, but
why would you have it?
And your audio shit naps.
So someone was coming through, but not clearly.
I said, why?
Drop and rejoin, Nabs. Yeah, drop and rejoin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really bad connection.
Sorry, yeah, you're roboting. So.
Okay.
Oh yes, still shit. Still shit.
Still swimming.
Still shit. Yeah, I guess, Ruhif, what I'm getting from you is basically you just want sensible precaution around the issue, and I think maybe we would disagree on kind of maybe specific fluff points, but not on the general kind of idea. For instance, I wouldn't have Fallon Fox competing against women in UFC. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Having her
that's
cracking people's skulls open.
Yeah, like particularly if she's gone through a male puberty. Which I imagine most trans women have, right?
Yeah, I heard somebody mentioning the other day that they regulate things by testosterone levels these days, but I don't really know if that's enough because, as you said, there's differences between men and women, like physiologically or biologically, or however you want to put it.
Yeah,
well, you could argue
structurally almost.
I mean, you could argue that those physiological changes were, in part or in whole, due to the testosterone that they experienced during puberty, right? Although it's not entirely due to the puberty, because the testosterone that they currently have in their system will kind of help maintain or grow or shrink that as well. But regardless, I mean, I think it's obvious to most people that just even if I had the same testosterone as a woman, but I had like a male bone structure, just that bone structure is going to make a difference, And then you're talking about the muscle structure, and then you're talking about, I think we have slightly larger hearts, we have slightly larger organs, so you can,
lungs are not.
Readily. It's just they're not comparable.
Yeah, I know, and that's where I think there needs to be a line drawn. There was a really bizarre situation a few months ago where on Jeopardy, right, the TV game show Jeopardy, and there was a trans woman who became the highest earning female contestant, and she's trans, and there was a big deal. It was bizarre. Like there was a big deal made out of her being female, but also trans on a show where gender does not matter at all. Like it was such a strange situation.
Were like women annoyed that she was getting paid more, possibly because she used to be a man?
Were they saying that, or what's the?
No, I thought that's where I thought that's what you were getting at. Like I was.
Oh no, it was just in an arena where gender has absolutely nothing to do with it, and they were congratulating her for being the first female, but then also previously being male. Like it was such an odd conflicting situation. I didn't
So
understand.
it wasn't like a equal pay sort of topic.
No. She was just the highest earning female contestant.
I heard about that netball in Australia. I couldn't believe that.
I have no idea what you say. Netball.
The male netball team that were allowed to join the
compete against women.
Yeah, but for the championship, so being entered into a women's league.
All right.
Just I can't believe it, and they obviously destroyed all their opponents.
I'm reading about it now.
Yeah,
netball has a height advantage, right? So
yeah, men are taller than women, so that's gonna. But it's not just that; men are slightly stronger, which means their passes are going to be slightly more accurate. They're going to be able to do everything slightly better in that sphere.
yeah, it's like if you want equality, you need to. It kills sport, right? Sport's gone. Women's sport is gone if you want equality.
Mic check. Is
Yeah.
it good?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. But no, I agree with that. Did you see what Caitlyn Jenner is like the woman of the year? That was a slap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be annoying for women, like in a sense that all these ex-men being named women of the year.
It's like a superhero group.
I think that was shit because Caitlyn Jenner's actually homophobic.
Really?
Literally trans woman that's homophobic. It's insane.
But like literally, I agree with you, Jim Jam. It's taking the piss out of women. This whole thing is taking the piss out of women, and no one
really
cares.
is.
Because they're like higher up on the oppression pyramid or something.
And like you said, like, oh, I'm all like, oh, this equality thing. But what would be equal would be putting people of equal ability in the same leagues. It's not equal putting men against women. So that's just contradictory.
The thing is that
calling it equality is just contradictory.
There are these two ideas, equality and competition. They're not the same because, in fact, they're actually the opposite because competition is trying to sort out who's better than who. So how can you be equal in such an environment? That doesn't make any sense.
No, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not fair. It's not equal to have the men and women compete. Apart from if it's snooker, darts, these sports where there's no true, someone doesn't have the edge in darts or snooker.
Yeah, but they might do still.
It's like the Olympics versus the Paralympics.
Well, you don't know.
No, I'm talking about women and men. Like they can compete in snooker and darts, and there's no clear advantage to man or woman in that. That's fair enough.
There's no reason to believe that men and women are equal in all other respects either. This is just asserted. There's no reason.
No,
to
I'm
believe
just saying
that
there's no obvious.
That is one.
There's no obvious advantage.
No, okay. Let me
There's
put
no
it this way.
Others as well.
You're playing snooker, right? Do you think that having longer levers would be better for snooker or having shorter levers?
Oh, it's better to be taller, sure.
Okay.
Not that much advantage, though.
There's tall women around.
Sure, but there's way more tall men, so that's an advantage men would have that's completely independent of power.
Right, but it is a lot about skill and ball control in that, and not so much physical ability.
Yeah, but also when you're more powerful, it gives you access to greater control at lower power levels.
I get what you're saying. Less effort.
So there's that as well. Like there is all these different things that just it doesn't make any sense at all. We've got
pretty marginal when it comes to snooker, though.
Yeah. Well, darts as well. There is a very good darts player. I think she's Scottish or English, Fallon something.
Yeah.
And to be fair, she can compete with the men and she does well. Cool. But I think it's pretty unfair to expect like expect all of these women to compete with all of these men. We don't know that that's fair.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like in a sense, it's their choice, but with that Australian netball team, I could not believe that.
They don't have
That
a choice.
Australian netball team, man, I could not believe that shit. That is just, and like you guys said about the UFC fight, I couldn't believe it. There was a fight, man versus woman.
Yeah.
Oh my god, man, what is the world
Well,
coming
I've
to?
heard people argue against that. Like, well, she was beaten, so that proves that they're equal. But the argument still remains. Like, no, that's the whole point. Is this person wasn't a like elite combat fighter? You could have an average person compete at an extraordinarily gapped ability towards what they would be able to compete under a different gender.
I just couldn't believe, like, that's just an insult again to the women. All those netball teams that have been playing for years in that league, and then all of a sudden you got this are allowed in the league, and then they just completely, run riot. I don't get it.
Funny.
Well, I think really what we've got at the moment is that we've got a psychopathic elite that are looking to have men and women at each other's throats all the time for every possible reason. Because this whole divide and conquer bullshit. Now, I have a lot of women in my life, and I care very deeply about my mother, about my sister, about my girlfriend. I care very deeply about these people, right? But I wouldn't want to be fighting them, like physically fighting them, because that is a lose-lose situation. Because if I win, then they're going to be seriously injured, right? And if they win, then I'm going to look like a pussy. So that doesn't benefit anybody. But people want to sow that kind of division amongst people, right? And so I think this is what's going on. They're just trying to get everyone fighting with each other over complete nonsense.
Yeah.
Yes. It seems like they have like an increasing amount in discrepancy in like lines of division in almost every aspect.
There is one simple solution. Just get rid of all media. If you don't have an audience, you're not going to know these silly little divisions that are being formed, isn't it? You're going to be like talking to your mates one day. Oh yeah, did you hear about this, that, and the other? What? If you don't, you know what I mean? It's their only tool to bring these divisions to people. They need an audience.
Yeah. I think actually a lot of people
I turned
are.
off the TV in 20.
Yeah, I haven't watched TV much either.
Like, I haven't even seen anything about what's going on in Russia on the TV. I just don't watch the TV.
Yeah, no, I was just saying.
Sorry,
I think I've got. I don't mean to talk over anyone if I am doing so. I apologise. Yeah, I haven't really watched TV since 2010, and honestly, I have not been happier since I turned the TV off.
More power to you, bro.
Yeah, man. Well, everyone should. Everyone should just turn the fucking TV off.
Yeah, and the social media, all of it.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, agreed.
Like, I've been
Although
off Facebook for years. Yeah.
I wouldn't really count Discord as social media, although it kind of is.
It kind of is, but it's not like, I don't know. Yeah, it's not really that stalky like Facebook.
Yeah, because you can have like a fake name. I think that I don't mind social media where you can have a fake name, because I feel like I actually get to know people a bit better. But everyone's always their best behaviour when there's real names involved.
Right, I get you.
So it's not really them, is it? It's
Protecting their they're not being honest. They're not truly expressing themselves.
Yeah. And I actually quite like the kind of raw debates that we have as globers and flat earthers. That even though we disagree, it's nice to have those raw debates where you're not kind of held back by, oh no, what if this comes to bite me on the bum sort of thing. Like, I don't know. It's nice to have the authenticity of a real debate, you know.
Yeah, or even just discussion.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, shizzle.
Yeah, I'd say actually even a majority kind of have come to agree. Yeah, social media is having a pretty negative effect or impact on society. A lot of people now, they're just disagreeing to how organic that impact is, because a lot of people will argue, well, these echo chambers and social media influence and how it's moderated and all that, and it seems like people are being unfairly silenced is just because that's how people lean politically, and so they're not, they see the negative impact, but they're not saying that it's a group of people maliciously trying to compromise societies. It's just more like a free market, organic kind of happening. But I have seen a ton of people that will like limit their children's screen time and even try and limit or delete a lot of their social media because they've realized it's toxic for them. So
I can't imagine what it is like. I know it's a bit cliche, but I still can't really imagine what it's like for the young ones growing up with this. You know, like I didn't go on Facebook till maybe I was about 17, but these kids are on it under 10. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
it
just
rots your
mad.
brain. Absolutely rots your brain.
Well, and that obviously all that anxiety and everything to kind of have that status and you know that public image is so more reiterated, you know.
Yeah, because when I was young, you could have a dodgy haircut or you could wear some stupid glasses, and yeah, it looked a bit kind of stupid, but it didn't really matter because there was never like
Just
you
goofing
didn't have,
around.
yeah, you're just goofing around. Oh look, I remember when I was about 12, I got curtains because David Beckham had them, right? I just remember thinking, oh god, I've made a mistake here. These look shit. But it wasn't broadcast everywhere, so it didn't matter. But like now, when you're 12, you're acutely aware that every single member of your family is going to see it. Every single member of your friendship group is going to see it.
Yeah.
And there's almost like this heightened pressure to look good because photos are everywhere of you.
Yeah, so much more scrutiny.
But also, what's really interesting is like, I feel like people have become way more narcissistic now because they have this soapbox on which to say whatever the fuck they want to the world. And I'll give you an example, right? So my dad used to vote UKIP when he was alive, bless him. And but he was also like, he just did it because he hated the Tories, right? And he didn't like the too much. He was just like, oh, fuck the Tories, fuck Labour. I'll vote UKIP because fuck those two. And I remember my mate saying, oh, your dad is a racist, and because of that, I can't speak to you anymore because you don't condemn him. Literally what he said to me on Facebook, and I was just like, okay, I guess we're not friends then, because I'm not going to throw my dad to the wall because you don't like the party he voted for. That's absurd. It's a typical liberal behaviour, like it, you know, discard everyone who doesn't agree with you, sort of thing. So we end up not being friends. But this is such a weird. I don't understand this attitude. I actually go looking for people who disagree with me because I kind of assumed that maybe I got something wrong, and I'm looking for. Sure, I'm not just going to accept the thing that someone says if it's different to what I already believe, but I'm looking for little mistakes that I've made. Maybe I'll put things together in a different way because I'm looking for that truth at the end of the day, right? But it seems to me like these liberals, they just want to just say their piece, be narcissists, and they'll just
be
ban
offended.
anyone. Yeah, it's just weird. So what are you even doing? Like, you're just on a power trip 24/7.
Yeah, it's mad how quickly people can just cut you off just for, it's just stupidness.
It wasn't even the party I vote, because I don't vote. I don't believe in the voting system, so I don't bother voting. It was the party my dad votes for. Was the
I've been
reason
the same.
we ended up. It's
I
so
don't.
weird.
But my dad always votes Labour, but now he doesn't vote. Once I got through to him.
Yeah, that's part of the line of thinking of it. It's not enough to just not be something. You need to be anti. You need to go out and take the fight to the world.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
if you had a friend that was a pedophile, you would still be friends with them?
I mean, it's a very
Is that a
different
political
thing.
party? The pedophile party?
What the hell kind of question is that?
And you said, "Oh, I'm not gonna just stop being friends with people because I disagree with them."
What if you're friends with a pedo and you don't know?
Being a pedo is not a disagreement.
Crickets.
It's a crime.
I love it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You don't agree with it.
Well, yeah, I think you've left out the criminal bit.
Oh.
No, I wouldn't be friends with a pedo, to answer your question.
Okay.
Not
I
knowing.
I think crypto speaks for the room.
Yeah,
I think.
I hope so. I fucking hope so.
I hope so.
Well, that's the next thing on the woke agenda is you even have courses if you go to Ivy League humanities courses. They're fighting to differentiate and make sure it's known that a pedophile doesn't mean that you attack children or harm children. And in fact, most children harmed, they're arguing, aren't pedophiles. They're not attracted to children. And they make these arguments of how I don't know. It's just you can look up Yale, Harvard, there's many professors with extremely controversial courses being taught, but it always starts off with that some fringe. We're just being intellectual. We're just and I don't know. A lot of people have stated things that some of us don't agree with them, but they're somewhat sensible takes. But the problem is you end up having one cause you believe in, and then it ends up getting tied into every other cause, and you have to agree with all the other ones that start to make less and less sense, or you're part of the bigot, messed up people that are evil. But that's where you have like the TERFs. If we were talking about trans rights earlier, the trans exclusionary radical feminists, people that fought for marginalized groups and that have very radical and progressive views, they're not progressive enough. They're not radical enough. And I don't know. Hopefully people start to be able to prioritize stuff they actually believe in and not get repurposed for every other new goalpost that's going to be like forced upon the entire group to be accepted. There are a lot of social issues that could use a lot of improvement, but it's just when you tie everything all together, you have to support literally every last one, or you're part of the bad group. It ends up people rejecting all of the social issues together and saying, "Well, these people are fucking nuts, man. I'm going to the other side."
Oh yeah, Snaps. Do you think men can get pregnant?
Huh?
Do you think men can get pregnant?
No. Not at all. They lack a uterus.
Yeah, you'd have thought that was really obvious, right? But some people think that men can get pregnant.
Oh my gosh, that's weird.
Well, 2 people in this server think that's the case.
Unless you're talking about like transsexuals and all that stuff. That's I don't know. But
I'm
no.
talking about men. Men cannot get pregnant.
Oh,
what's interesting?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
What's interesting is how men are defined, though. If you look at men definition, right? One of, oh, am I breaking up? Sorry. So if you look at definition of men, an adult male human being, right? Which is how I would define it.
Right.
And then if you look up male definition, it was a really weird definition the other day. Of or denoting the sex that produces gametes, especially sperm, with which a female may be fertilized or inseminated to produce offspring. That would include hermaphrodites as a definition, right? So that's kind of interesting.
Oh.
Some grey area.
Yeah.
What about mankind?
That's something about.
Hermaphrodite kind. Well, this is the thing is, obviously, when, for instance, you're looking at the fake moon landings, right? And he said one small step for mankind or whatever. That is a different use of the word to saying man in terms of like sex.
Yeah, I know.
No, I know you know, but it's
no. I just think I think I remember hearing about it, and it actually means where humans live. That's what mankind actually means.
Oh, right.
It actually means the place inhabited by people, men and women, which is pretty strange. Like the etymology of
But
it.
that's weird. Who said that?
I think it's the etymology of it.
Who said? Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's like the history of it, the origin.
But who said that men can get pregnant? Who said
Trans
that?
rights people do.
Apparently, a doctor. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no matter what, as long as your chromosomes read XY, you cannot have kids. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's how you define men and male within humans.
Right.
Okay, cool. But some people don't agree with that. They're like, no. Men are different. Men can get pregnant and males can't. And you're just like, no, this is a distinction without a difference.
I see what.
Like so, Globetart was one of the guys who said this. He's in this server, Globetart, and he said some females are men, or some men are female. Like, you're crazy, man. You're absolutely nuts.
That's like the craziest double speak.
I've got a screenshot on my MacBook. I'll post it up in a sec. Because I couldn't believe he typed it. I was like, this guy has to be joking. He wasn't joking.
Well, in a few short years, people like Naps will be fired and outed as racist Trump supporter bigots. You get lumped in with every ist and ism if you don't adopt the next pet cause.
Are you a racist Trump supporter, Snaps?
I think she dropped out. Maybe she's reconnecting.
You're racist if you don't vote Biden, remember?
Yeah, you ain't black.
You're not black. I mean, I already knew that, so it's not really a shock to me, but I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know, Will Smith might be surprised if he didn't vote Biden. To wake up the next day like Chinese.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Just wow.
Biden's an
Like,
honorary.
I don't
Biden's
think
an
Boris would
honorary
get away with
inductee.
that.
Oh,
Boris
go
wouldn't
ahead.
get away with that here, man.
Yeah, I don't think our politician would get away with that, genuinely.
Yeah, Biden should be an honorary inductee into the local Klan. He beat up a bunch of the local blacks at his pool and kicked them out. He's gonna apparently kill them with rusty razors and his trusty 6-foot length of metal chain. He's hitting some pretty based levels back then.
I do find
I'm
it's
glad.
a little. Sorry, go on.
Go on. I was just going to say, I'm glad I haven't had the distress of having to listen to him.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, we
do
haven't
find-
either.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it takes
I
a
was
while.
saying, to be fair, we haven't either. He doesn't ever come out or speak and calls a lid. He calls a lid on it at 5 o'clock every day. Pop's got to take a nap.
Papa's got a brand new nap.
That's his next slogan.
Let's go nap, Brandon.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. Because that's how much I don't. That's how much I avoid the news. I seen a meme or two with the a kid with the "Let's Go Brandon" shirt, and then I seen a couple like screenshotted tweets, something about Brandon. And then after a while, I was like, "What the hell is everyone talking about Brandon?" And I looked it up. And they're sitting there, "Fuck Joe Biden," and that was pretty funny. So even though I think all
Yeah, I
the
haven't heard that
politics,
one.
yeah, even though I think all the politics are just like complete theater and bullshit, it is funny and every once in a while to entertain it. Like, I don't know, because it has some reality to some people, but it does have a couple funny moments.
Oh yeah.
Just like any TV show, I guess.
It's funny when you realise it is a TV show.
Yeah, and that's hitting some ridiculous levels there. But that's good. It helps highlight because I don't know, everyone I don't know, it just seemed it wasn't long ago news was like a legitimate resource for information, it seemed like. Like even growing up, we'd fall asleep like watching it was like Fox. Well, back then Fox was like an actual channel. It wasn't like the left and the right news sources.
Yeah.
But we had our local Fox News, and you'd hear about the random comings and goings of the community. And then they'd have a show or two after that, and then you'd be asleep. But now, I don't know, people don't, even people that believe the news, they only believe their news. Like there's certain news that even takes away some of the charade of it doesn't really come like consciously directly to them to where they're like, yeah, that's crazy that big organized groups of people can push out shit that is just completely untrue. It hasn't really dawned on them yet of, oh shit, my side wouldn't do that, would they? I'm not being propagandized or MK Ultra, am I? But it's those type of things, a lot of like moderates or people that are in between, you go, holy shit, this whole, like, that's, you can hear him saying, fuck Joe Biden. And they're saying, look, they're cheering for, let's go Brandon.
Oh man. Yeah, that guy's. I mean, he's been known as Pedo Joe since the 90s. Like, there have been comedy sketches. I'm pretty sure George Carlin was taking the piss out of him. I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan's done a piece on him. Like, so many people, and this is like years ago. Like, he's so well known as being completely creepy and weird.
And it just adds credence to the fact that there is no way the majority of America voted for him.
Yeah. Well, I made this point yesterday. Like, Donald Trump and Barack Obama were both incredibly popular with their own vote bases, regardless of what you think of them, regardless of if you like their politics or if you dislike their politics, whatever. They were both incredibly popular. And it was obvious because when you talked to actual people, they would tell you, oh, yeah, I really like Donald Trump, or I really dislike Donald Trump. But there was like this feeling of that he was actually, there was an energy around Trump, and there was an energy around Obama. There was no energy around Joe Biden at all. So when they're like, oh, yeah, he's the most popular president of all time. Bullshit. Don't believe it for a
What?
second.
Is that what? No way.
Yeah,
Who
yeah,
said-
yeah. Apparently,
No
he
way.
got more votes than any other presidential candidate in the history of US elections.
Shut the front and the back door. That's a joke, man.
That's what they say. I mean, it has to be taken in context because obviously the American population grows every year. So, I mean, you know, you're not going to have 81 million votes like when the population's only 100 million people. But to be more popular than Trump and Obama is ludicrous, if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't really care about their politics. It's what their actions do and what happens under their reign. Like, there was more drone strikes under Obama than any other president. So fuck that guy.
Yeah. Well, what's really funny about Obama is that everyone in the UK, because we're way further to the left generally than people in the US are, people in the UK, they're like trying to sweep it on the rug, or they're trying to like justify it. Oh, he tried to do a good job, but they just wouldn't let him. Boo hoo. Right, and then when Trump comes in, it's like, oh, Trump's an asshole. It's like, hold on, he's doing the same retarded shit Obama did. Like, why aren't you calling them both assholes? I don't get it.
Oh, and everyone like thinking Trump's the savior, man. Like, I even had it with a few of my family members, and I'm like, no, just
Right,
no.
yeah. Well, the problem is that where literally everyone in the media was shitting on him, anyone who doesn't trust the media elevated him, and it's like, well, no, that's the
That's the double bluff.
Yeah, that's the con, isn't it? Is that now
the double bluff.
you have a choice between two terrible candidates in a system that doesn't matter anyway. Like they're giving you, they're giving you smoke and mirrors.
It was so obvious as well, like how they tried to, like, not smear him, but just create a bad image of him. You know, like subtly smear him.
It wasn't
and
subtle.
they ate it up as if, oh, he must be anti-establishment, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, I suppose
It still comes from the same elk, you know, the same kind. But yeah, our British politics is so boring that we have to talk about American politics. It's not on my radar, really. And the little categories that they want to put us in, liberal, whatever, Labour, Democrat, commie. No, I won't choose a category you want to put me in. No, thank you.
Get in your box.
Exactly. This defines you. No, it don't.
I'm curious to know if BioGill thinks men can get pregnant.
About what?
Do you think men can get pregnant?
I think men can get pregnant. No.
Okay, that's all. No further questions, Your
Do you think globes can with little mini globes?
You cut out there. We heard the beginning and the end, just not the middle.
Yeah, I don't think my internet's. I don't know if you can still hear me or not, but
Yeah, I can hear you.
no, I just said, do you think globes can get pregnant with mini globes?
What do you think the moon is?
What do you think the North Pole hole is?
On that note as well, there are some women that can't get pregnant either.
But I mean, that's we understand that, and that's kind of an irregularity, right? But there is not a single man who can get pregnant, and so that's an absolute rule.
No, that's fine, but you do admit that there's an irregularity, and that irregularity is just away from what's norm, which is still fine. The woman that can't get pregnant, is she not a woman?
She absolutely is a woman.
Right. So the basis of can a person get pregnant or not? Do you think that should be a variable in labeling what they are?
I mean, it's got nothing to do with what I asked.
Isn't it strictly about the chromosomes?
Yeah, that would be a better way to present the one or the other. Be a better way.
Yeah, sure, but I wasn't at any point saying it was a strict definition. I was just wondering if you think men can get pregnant.
Only the ones with this, the what is it? What's the women got? X.
Talking about an ovary?
Well, only the people with the certain chromosomes can get pregnant, right?
Again, I would just say not 100% of the time. It's not a foolproof chromosome combination.
The chromosomes don't dictate who gets pregnant or not.
It's not the only variable.
Can anyone with a man? Hold on. What's the man chromosome? Is it XX or XY?
Let me think. XXXY. It is.
No, it's Y. I think YY is female, isn't it? I'm trying to think. No.
Yeah, I don't even know if I got
We all have X.
right.
We all have X.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, XX is female, XY is male. Yeah.
Can the XY ever get pregnant?
And you know the only reason I remember that
is
you have to have that chromosome. Oh, go ahead.
Jeremy, I remember that is because I remember reading a radical feminist magazine saying that the Y chromosome is just a deformed X chromosome, and therefore men are just deformed women. Women are just deformed men. No, first way around. So she was making the argument that because we have a chromosome that's kind of shorter than the female one, that they are therefore superior.
I think that was a leading theory where we all start out with the same and then it changes at some point. But I think that's been since dispelled.
Yeah, because it's garbage.
But I'll also put it this way. On that topic, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
What did I miss? My phone died.
Nothing really. We're just like we're just lightly tapping the surface of a fragile vase.
Yeah, that's a good description.
Baya, would you agree that just because something works doesn't mean the reason why it works is correct? Or the thing that you're assuming of why it works is correct?
with just that information. Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, like let's say I show you a clock and I'm like, clock ticks is because there's a unicorn, moving its horn at that specific rate. I was like, I told you I can even predict. I even had a prediction of when the big hand was going to land on the one. So I have a prediction. I give you the reason why. That doesn't mean that there's a unicorn, invisible unicorn, making the hands move, right? My thing would be wrong, even though my prediction was correct.
If I had no prior knowledge of how a clock works and I was completely ignorant, then sure, that would be a form of validation for your hypothesis. Now, being the honest and inquisitive mind that I have, I would then further investigate.
Yes, and we know it's not the unicorn. So we know just because I had an explanation why or what something was or how it worked, and I had a prediction and it worked, doesn't mean that what I said was correct, right?
There's two schools of thought here. Is that one, you need to explain how logically it requires a unicorn, and then two, sure, just given that information, you have that prediction, and you do base it on the unicorn. Yeah, your hypothesis seemingly has been validated. Sure.
Okay, how about this?
Well, if the logic was the second hand wouldn't move without the unicorn.
Well, you could say that the second hand was the unicorn's horn. How about?
Listen, let's not get too crazy with the unicorn. Hold on.
I'm just coming up with some nonsense that means that the unicorn is necessary in the hypothesis.
Okay, let's say I have a flat map of America, right? And this map always fucking gets me everywhere I want to go and never fails me, right? That doesn't mean America's flat, does it? Just because the map works doesn't mean that what it's portrayed on or what I'm saying, what I'm saying about it is true, right?
Logically, no. The whatever you're navigating could be any shape. Just because you're depicting it on a flat surface doesn't mean shit about the shape.
Yeah, so you would agree just because something works, even a prediction, mean that before it is necessarily all true or correct, right?
Just having a map, no. But how the map was developed and what kind of relationship it has with reality, that is important. But if I ignore everything and I only have a map, then sure, it doesn't.
It's so hard to get you guys to agree to this like simple thing because you guys always say it works. We have a prediction.
Not every question is a yes or no. Not every is that.
Like this is like obvious shit anyone should agree to.
Okay, if you want to make it obvious, the maps that we use were developed as a globe surface, as a spherical surface. That's how they were developed, and then they were turned into non-developable surfaces, such as a 2D representation, and then that's how we use it. If you want it to be cut and dry, very clean, that part is important. Is that they were developed as they're presented to you, undeveloped on a 2D surface, and then now we navigate. That part is important.
What's an undevelopable surface?
One in which the distortion of the thing that you transposed doesn't it's not 1-to-1. You have distortion during that transposition. So the exact thing of a curved or a sphere's surface being transposed onto a 2-dimensional plane, you're gonna have distortion.
Yeah.
You can't.
Which means it wouldn't be the surface of a sphere anymore if you had to distort it, right? You'd have some other shape.
It still would be. It would be a representation of the surface of a sphere on a 2-dimensional plane.
Right, but you can never put the sphere on it. But you can never put the sphere.
There is distortion, but there has to be. Because of that distortion, it is still the representation of a sphere.
Yeah, no. So you could never actually take the sphere and put it on the 2D plane, right? Because if you had to misshape it and distort it and everything, you wouldn't even have a sphere anymore, right? You'd have some other shape.
You can, because it's distorted. What you should say is that you can't put the surface of a sphere on a 2-dimensional plane without distortion. You can say that. That's fine.
Yeah. No, because you don't. Once you distort it, you don't have the shape of a sphere anymore.
You do because of the distortion, Jeremy.
No, when you distort it, it's not a sphere anymore. It's some other shape other than a sphere.
No, it is a sphere on a two-dimensional plane. There are
You can't do
rules
that because it's
such
a non-developable surface.
Jeremy, you literally don't understand. The fact that there is distortion on this two-dimensional plane is indicative that you transposed from a curved surface. Because of the distortion on that two-dimensional plane, it came from a curved surface.
No, listen to me. If you wanted to put the sphere on a 2D plane, you'd have to chop it up in an infinite amount of pieces, which obviously can't be done. So you have to change its shape, aka distort it, put it on a 2D plane. Yeah, so it's not a
perfect.
So it's not a sphere anymore. It's some other shape.
Yeah. It is a sphere on a two-dimensional plane. Yes. Your position should be you can't put the surface of a sphere on a two-dimensional plane without distortion. That's the only
you can't
position.
Put it on you can't put it on the plane, period, because once you distort it, it's no longer a sphere. Other shape.
Oh, God damn it, Jeremy. The fact,
bro, it's not a sphere anymore.
Jeremy, we could do this with anything. Take a basketball, get all of the information from its surface, put it on a two-dimensional plane with distortion. It is still representing the basketball because there's just distortion on the 2D plane. It's not representing a basketball. It's representing a basketball on a two-dimensional plane still.
Do you know what Gaussian curvature is?
God damn it, Jeremy. Look, if we can't even establish that basic principle, I could give a shit about everything else, man.
That you distorted it means that it's no longer the shape of a sphere. Do you know why you can put why a cube is a developable surface?
Because there's no distortion that's required to transfer it to a two-dimensional surface.
Because you keep its shape. Exactly. You keep its shape, you disassemble it, you cut it up. Shape.
You keep its shape no matter what you transfer it to. If there's distortion,
when it's a sphere.
That's fine. You keep its shape as a sphere when
fine.
there's Jeremy. You keep the shape of the sphere on a two-dimensional plane because of the distortion. That distortion indicates where it needs to be extended or contracted. It still represents a sphere.
Represents a sphere, but it's not a sphere anymore because it's distorted. Not a sphere. The reason why we can put the cube on the reason why we can put the cube on the 2D plane is because we can chop it up nice and neat, and we still, with all those pieces, the shape of a cube.
Yeah, that's fine, man.
When you distort, when you do the distortion on the sphere, you no longer have the shape of a sphere anymore. You got some other shape.
So long as there's distortion and the correct amount of distortion in the correct places, it's fine. The only difference is that one, you don't have to distort it, and the other, you do have to distort it. But even then, you are still representing that shape on a two-dimensional plane.
You keep saying it's fine that we have to change the shape of the sphere.
We're not changing the shape.
Once you the shape of it, you can't put the sphere on the 2D plane.
You're
distorting it. You're changing the shape of it. You're distorting it.
And with distortion, Jeremy. Fuck.
You distort it.
Again.
When you distort it, you change the shape of it. What do you think you're doing when you distort it?
You're a fucking idiot. This is a whole thing when denying spherical geometry as if it depends on a globe. We can apply all these things to a fucking baseball, Jeremy. We could do it to a basketball. It's not a problem. The Earth could be flat, but we can still transpose the surface of a sphere onto a two-dimensional plane. It's not Earth-shape dependent.
Yeah, because it's a non-developable. So that's what non-developable means.
Imagine being stuck so far in La La Land that you think that something representing a thing makes it that thing.
Oh,
that's a fallacy for sure, Bob.
Here's the fake philosophy. Here we go. Go ahead, Bob.
That's a fallacy for sure.
Oh, that was it. You
and
keep saying
there's the rhetoric of fallacy.
So it's a sphere, which is just, it's mentally retarded. If it's representing a sphere, that's fine. But that doesn't make it a sphere itself just because it's representing one.
Right. I've said it many times. All right. I got my brother and I've got game night. Good luck, retards.
He's ignoring what represents.
Third round knockout.
He's not understanding that when you distort it, you have to change the shape of it. It's no longer a sphere anymore. That's why you can't put a sphere on a 2D plane because there's constant Gaussian curvature.
Otherwise,
Non-developable surface.
I could grab a
What
Batman
non-developable surface
figure.
meant before I asked him.
I could grab a Batman action figure and put it on the table and say, this represents Earth, and then say that it's a sphere because it's representing a sphere. It's like, no, that's stupid. It's a Batman action figure. It's not a sphere just because it's representing a sphere.
You made the mistake, Bob, of believing in objective reality.
Oh, yeah, silly
Rookie
me.
mistake.
Better get back to the gulag and get my re-education.
Fortunately, that's gonna be reality at some point soon.
Listen,
here.
There's shapes you can even put a cylinder as developable because you can unroll it, the tops off, and you can all fit that on a nice little plane, on a 2D plane. You can't do that with a sphere though, because you have to distort it, aka shape of it. Once you change the shape of it, do you still have a sphere? Obviously not. It's just simple geometry. Like, these guys are bugging, thinking you could put a sphere on a 2D plane. It's ridiculous. Bev taught me all that shit. I've been bodying them guys with this one argument for fucking months and months now off of that.
Yeah, that was a knockout, 3rd round.
Yeah, he didn't want to approach the non-developable side.
I was just surprised he brought that up. I was just seeing if he did. Literally means you can't put it on a 2D plane.
Right.
Developable. If it was developable, put on a 2D plane, no problem.
Why don't they use an oblate spheroid and then you'll have an oblate circle? It'll still be non-developable. But though that is the claim, so why wouldn't they use an oblate spheroid?
It's a geometry thing at this point, I think. Which they don't know jack shit about. Ruhif's trying to tell me they can use fucking... Ruhif told me he was doing spherical geometry one night, and he was going to make a line from the center of the sphere to the surface. While he's doing spherical geometry, I'm like, that's the dead giveaway that you're not doing spherical geometry anymore.
I'm sure he felt welcomed. I shouldn't laugh.
Well, I mean, look, fair play to BioJill. He's at least not deluded in thinking men can get pregnant. So, I mean, the problem is that you have to ask these very, very simple, very basic, what I would think everyone would know the fucking answer to questions in order to establish whether they're actually able to engage at a higher level.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this specifically about BioJill. I've heard him talk before. I know he's a very intelligent guy, but there's a lot of people who you actually have to ask these very basic questions to in order to establish if they've got any kind of intellect. Why is that even necessary?
Yeah, it's like anyone that's worked in sales, you are able to, or if you're trying to sell something like real estate, automobile, or something else, you got to establish a baseline. If you're going to be too far apart, negotiating it's going to be a complete waste of time. You're never going to be able to get within a range. So that is actually a good thing to do, because if those people are going to be too far apart to really get anywhere productive. But it did seem like he was starting to attack from the more progressive trans talking points when he was saying that a woman that can't get pregnant, is she still a woman? That's a common argument from trans rights people that, well, these are still women, even though they can't get pregnant, it's still a woman. So I don't know.
He
if
might
that's-
have just been trying to, guess where the convo was going, but it was literally just a simple question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
He
that's
probably
it.
thought it was a bit of a leading question, like there was something following it, but
No, there wasn't. It literally wasn't. I just wanted to see what his answer was. But I mean, sure, I think it's a bit silly when people say that, because what you're talking about with men and women is you're actually talking about general groups, and this is true of everything biological anyway. And I think people don't understand that just because things exist on a continuum doesn't mean that those points on a continuum can't be defined roughly. So a good example of this would be race, right? Or maybe ethnicity is a better example, right? So there's like genetic distance between, say, myself and a Polish person. And there's also genetic distance between, say, myself and an African person. And the genetic distance between myself and the African person will be a lot larger than the distance genetically between me and the Polish person. So we exist on a
Because you're a white boy.
continuum. Because I'm a white boy, exactly. So, well, not entirely white, but whatever. I think most people would consider me white. Whatever. The point is that when you're looking at these things, you understand them as a continuum, like color. You know, you get red, you get blue, you get purple in the middle. But there are many reds. There is not one true red. Red kind of bleeds into blue through purple, right? We understand that when it's too far away from red, that we now call it purple. So, but it's like when you get a purpley red, is it red? Is it purple? I don't know. But it doesn't invalidate the existence of red or the existence of purple. So the idea that there are some women who don't give birth and therefore that isn't a valid criteria is ridiculous. It's just a continuum fallacy. Virtually all women are capable of giving birth. No men are. This seems to be a pretty good divider to me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I feel like there's like a different fallacy for it, like, confusing the exception for the rule type thing.
Yeah, I was just about to comment on that.
Like, the rule is that women can get pregnant. Of course, there's personal defects, that a woman might have, like some health issue or whatever that will prevent her. But
is this the all or
similarly,
nothing fallacy?
maybe, I don't know. But like another example is something like I say in terms of seeing the horizon as a horizontal line, from the surface of the earth. I'll say our eyes are the gold standard. Human eyesight is the gold standard for seeing straight lines in the distance, and they'll say, and actually Fight Flat Earth said this to me. He said, my eyes are shit. Like, I need glasses. I'm nearsighted and stuff like that. And it's kind of the same thing. You're applying this this rule to you personally, and it's a rule for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like a common motif to these type of people abuse the exceptions to write the rule in an intentional way that kind of furthers whatever bullshit they're trying to do. It happens.
Yeah. Well, it's also
it's so true, isn't it? They find that little wiggle room. Sorry, go on, Crypto.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so the statement all women can get pregnant is false, but the statement only women can get pregnant is true. So I would say that therefore it is a defining feature of femininity or femaleness to be pregnant, to get pregnant, because only females can be pregnant in humans.
I just can't believe that's apparently a credible source.
Yeah, I can believe that. I don't know. But yeah, it's the confusion between all and only. They're not the same statement.
Do you see how easy though my lead-in questions were with the just because we say something is, just because something works doesn't mean that the premise is true of how it works or why it works. Clock. Even if you have a prediction, with it. So that's an easy thing to reconcile. Like, of course, just because you say something, just because something works doesn't mean it's correct. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that
explanation for it is correct.
Yeah, and that's an easy thing for.
Sorry, go on.
I'm saying that should have been an easy thing for people to reconcile, but with these guys, it's like they turn it into some complicated shit.
Well, well, I could already see it. Like when you were going through that clock analogy, you could feel that his tactics were being attacked.
Yeah.
You could tell it.
Because they always say it works. They say that with a lot of stuff. They're like, well, it works. We have a prediction. None of that means anything. No, it's all meaningless. It's worthless unless you had a scientific prediction. That'd be something.
What I find interesting as well is that a lot of the time they confuse predictions and post-dictions. And a good example of that is the cycle of the sky. You know, like the sun's going to rise tomorrow. I know that because it's happened like 10,000 times during my lifetime or whatever, maybe more. And so it's obvious that it's a cycle. So the sun is going to rise tomorrow. I haven't predicted that. It's a post-diction, i.e., I know that it's going to happen tomorrow because it's happened in the past.
Well,
And
that
a lot
was
of the time, predictions.
That was Rufy's biggest proof for the globe. The sunset, sunrise. Sorry,
but that wasn't due to. He wasn't saying it due to predictability, was he?
Yeah, that he can get his EQ mount out and all that jazz.
I mean, if that's based on predictability, then that's just silly.
Yep.
If he's doing it if he's saying it's like the sun couldn't be hidden without a curve or something, that's a different argument.
Yo, EQ mounts are an affirming the consequent fallacy. A lot of their shit is gyros, Foucault pendulum, EQ mounts, tons of shit are if P then Q fallacies.
Quite often, though, I can't tell whether he's being sarcastic or not.
Ruhif's terrible with logic too. We had me and Ruhif started a numpty clip with QE about over the logical fallacy. I don't know, some logic shit.
I'm not sure that Ruhif is bad at logic. I get the impression that Ruhif is just dishonest.
That could be it. Well, I've always said these guys are either stupid or dishonest, and you know they don't seem very stupid. So
I've got a bit of a weird question. Say Putin died just from random whatever, like he sniffed too much coke and had a heart attack or something. Who knows? Do you think the war, this whatever is happening, will still happen?
Depends on who replaces him.
might could get worse.
True.
I think 9 times out of 10, it would keep on happening. Like they would see it through.
It might slow it down.
Like if we decided to go into, if America decided to go into Ukraine right now and help them dudes, Russia wouldn't make it another 10 feet.
Man, by the time you get in there, Russia have already destroyed all the infrastructure. You guys would be fucked if you tried to go in.
What, to Ukraine? We should bring our own infrastructure.
Nah, but it takes time to set that shit
machine.
up. And
Yeah,
they're gonna
bro,
have
we come in
Kiev
with
by
the
the end
bombs.
of the night, man.
Bro, we come in with the bombs, we lay the shit out flat, then any tanks, troops, anything gets laid out, and we set up our infrastructure. Boom, easy peasy.
You'd have to like bomb them before coming in.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Fucking lay it down, and then go in and set up shop.
It's not gonna happen though.
We'll set up shop. We'll hit their block, set up shop, and pedal in their face like we're Liu Kang.
You remind me of D-Max.
Oh, that was Bricks Belvy right there.
I know, but it reminded me of stop, drop, shut him down, set up shop.
That last shit DMX thing, how it was dope. What was it? Where your hood at?
Yeah.
Remember that?
I do. Where the hood? Where the hood?
I've been up for so long, man. Apparently, I can't sleep without weed.
That's not good. How long you been up?
Probably about, 25 hours.
You feeling it?
Kinda. I just don't feel tired, really.
I used to be able to stay up for like 3 days in a row.
Yeah, I've been there.
As a kid and stuff. And now I'd be hard pressed to do a day and a half.
Man, the amount of times I've gone to work with no sleep. Jeez. But after 2-3 hours, you're like, yeah, normal. First 3 hours, you're like, don't drop nothing.
Like, what do you think our farthest reaching missile is?
No idea.
Probably miles, bro. Probably like miles, dude.
300 miles.
That's it?
That's it? That's a lot, man.
That's pretty far. Yeah, no, that's pretty far.
The fuck?
No doubt. That's dumb far, actually. That's from me to New York City plus some.
I'm sure
yeah,
you got
man.
plenty. I'm sure you got plenty of bases in range.
Yeah, so I
don't
mean,
know if
you
that's-
ain't getting within 300 miles of us if we want.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be just, farthest kind of distance or like distance traveled, because if you have waypoints, I don't know if that affects it.
It doesn't matter, bro. They ain't, if we want, we could stop shit or let it happen or whatever.
No, I mean, it might be limited by the amount of kind of like fuel in the missile itself. So if that's the case, then it'd be 300 miles, including like the detours with waypoints.
Bro, what waypoints are you talking about with a missile?
Bro,
what's this shit gonna stop off for gas?
You can program, like, you can, with targeting systems, make the missile go, to a different waypoint, so it seems like it's coming from somewhere else.
I see what you're saying.
And just put a Chinese flag on it.
You just like pop in a coordinate, like let's say you're in the southeastern quadrant, you'll pop in a coordinate from like, northeastern or something like that, and then it'll seem like it's coming like 45 degrees north of you.
Like, deal, put a Chinese flag and deals off, Putin. Fuck you. So, what do you guys think about the ICBMs and the MIRVs and all that? Because they're supposed to go into space and orbit for so long, then re-enter to go to their target. So, I wonder how much of that is a facade, and what actually is that what you guys are discussing? Are actual capabilities with missiles versus what they claim?
No, they were just wondering.
No,
Like,
he's just
what's their
asking like, yeah, what's the farthest range of a missile that we have?
Well, for missiles, supposedly it's able to travel anywhere on the Earth with ICBMs.
But does it have a timing?
It's basically how it's supposed to work is to launch into space and then it orbits and then
Oh yeah, I've heard all
re-enters.
that. But I was
And
just
then
wondering if there's like a time, sort of, that there's a time limit or something
yeah, well they program
on the missile.
They program actually for it to explode. It doesn't explode on impact with nukes. The claim is it's more impactful to explode a certain height off the ground, so the blast is more destructive.
Yep.
And with
40 feet.
MIRVs, and with MIRVs, the concept is the same, but you have multiple independent reentry vehicles, so you're supposed to be able to target multiple targets. So you could even do multiple cities with the intercontinental ballistic missile, and they put decoys in there too, because you have anti-missile defense systems that are supposed to be able to shoot some of them down. So it's more cost effective to throw a whole bunch of shit at the wall and hope something sticks.
It would make sense though that it keeps the momentum. So when it is traveling that speed, and then the explosion, it's like it pushes the explosion forward with the momentum of the speed of the missile.
So maybe they do have intercontinental range, but they're just not going as high as they claim or orbiting.
I'm guessing that. Oh my bad.
No, you're fine.
I'm guessing that Iron Dome shit would shoot them down easy, because they only have one they have a single vector, like a plane. It's hard for them turrets to hit planes, because the plane's like swerving all over the place. Shit, it changing its vector every second when it's trying to dodge that shit. And the missile would just be coming straight in a straight line, essentially. I think, I don't know. Those are like short range guns, though. It's only a few miles. You don't want something crazy blowing up a few miles from you. They say America's got an aircraft carrier that we own 400 miles, like, radius of this fucking aircraft carrier. The shit's diesel. It's got fucking drones and shit pop out the bitch. Turrets, rail guns, fucking missiles, torpedo, the whole shit.
Yeah,
It's like $1 trillion fucking dollars. It's like a fucking zillion dollars, bro. We don't fucking stop at no price. That's what I mean.
400
Like,
miles
if
is probably the upper range. But yeah.
Yeah, dude. If everyone was on like the same level as us, I'd be like, well, I don't know. Maybe they will have tanks and troops on the field someday and shit with America. But like, I just don't like all these bullshit countries. Yeah, you're gonna have dudes running around in Humvees with fucking.
Wait, actually, I had an idea about this, like, because there was talk of this before. But before I bring up that one, no, actually, fuck it. Yeah, there was talk of like America splitting up. Like all the states becoming their own, and then would they have their own armies? And then would it not be easier, maybe, unless those states would then unite again against a threat?
Yeah, but there needs to be somebody in charge of that whole. That's something you got to keep up on. You can't just one day pop out
Oh yeah,
the
that's
blue
a
Oh,
and be like, all right,
4-year
let's get the
plan.
army
That's
together.
a 4, 5, 6-year plan sort of thing. Yeah, yeah.
No, this is something that needs to be perpetually going. Like, you can't stop this. You know what I mean? If we were to stop now, we'd fall behind. Like,
what do you mean?
Technology's going. like with our military power, like we'd fall behind quick. The whole thing of it
Right,
is our.
but no,
It's not like how many troops we got. It's the technology they're using.
but what I'm saying, do you think it could ever be a possibility that America will split up and then all the states will be independent and have their own army?
I
think a lot of
see that
people
happening.
were.
If it, go ahead.
I think a lot of people were like that came on board. They're like, hey, maybe we're gonna have to balkanize or something because we're just too far apart politically. But people also recognize that would be a very good signal to our enemies to basically encroach on all of our interests around the world. So when you balkanize, you become a weaker opponent. So people were worried that China, Russia, or whoever you're worried about would be getting their way on a lot more things when we're already struggling to compete. But yeah, definitely people were definitely getting upset enough to where there were people wanting or expecting some kind of civil war or balkanization. They were like they just were not really seeing a way for things to work out.
The thing is, the problem is our motto is united we stand, right? Divided we fall. So we're not gonna chop it up.
Yeah. But no,
I don't see that happening. If that did happen, if something ever did happen,
I think you'd
somebody else could
unite. I think if you had, like one of the states got attacked, I think, America would just be like, right, yeah.
If everything stays on par as is right now, and all the trends keep going the same, unless someone invents some crazy shit, like unless China invents like invisible fucking shields or I don't know, something. I know they're working on mech suits. We probably are too, though. I don't see anyone fucking with us. Those mech suits don't even matter because we'll hit you with a missile from 300 miles. You know, what's a guy in a mech suit gonna do, or whatever those suits are called?
Mounted anti-air gun, auto aim.
No, what are those suits like from where do they walk around in?
Aimbot, man. Shoot that missile out of the sky.
It ain't. I mean, maybe, who knows? Yeah, they could have a turret on some of them things. You know the suits I'm talking about? Like, there's a guy that sits in it. They were in like
yeah. I've seen them from years ago as well. So they're like, they don't tell us what they've got. So if they were working on them years ago, and I mean, I think I remember seeing them about a decade ago. So
you're talking about exoskeleton suits?
Yeah, exoskeleton.
That's what exoskeleton. That's what it is. Exactly. You could have a little mounted turret on that with fucking auto bot aim shit.
Yo, are you guys talking about Transformers or something? What's going on?
Nah, man, this shit's coming, bro. You don't think they're working on exoskeletons?
I think that shit's been here already, bro.
Yeah, that's
been transforming. It's armor, bro. It's just armor, right?
Yeah, but wait till they start transforming from the fucking bipedal creatures
it's not just
to
armor.
the cars.
No. You could lift the car up with these suits.
Are you guys talking about like Power Rangers, like,
exoskeleton?
The fuck up. Dude, the shit from fucking, it was in Iron Man, it was in Aliens,
Matrix.
It was in Avatar.
Matrix.
Yeah. Oh, them shits in the
Yeah. It was you guys remember Call of Duty when the gay shit started coming out, the whole jumping and fucking flying? Yeah.
That was Nate's favorite part right there.
Yeah, that was the exo suits. Yeah, that gay ass shit.
Jeremy grew up always wanting to be the Red Ranger. Don't listen to him.
Bro, I didn't watch that shit. I was on some other shit. G.I. Joe, the real American hero.
G.I. Joe.
And now you know, and no one's half the battle, bitch.
Word. Yeah, but I mean, I think they already got them shits, right? Them exoskeletons y'all are talking
Dude,
about.
I ain't seen none of them shits in action. Pull one out. See it.
Oh yeah, they're improving them. Don't worry.
They had one. They'd be out there.
What we saw is nothing like what they might be now.
Yeah, but don't they have prototypes out or something?
Is like these countries, they aren't active in war, So who knows what they got by now, right? When was the last time China went to war?
Well, this is the thing. In
Wild
China,
shit.
China are normally the ones that are making all the robots, isn't it? So maybe they got contracts.
China got like what, 3 billion people. Let's say if they had 1 billion fucking exoskeleton, like women can control them shits. It turns a woman into like a dumb, strong, fucking crazy, militarized unit.
Gorilla.
Kids would probably be dope in them shits. Kids that are good at video games would probably be dope in the exoskeleton.
You know.
Send 1 billion exoskeletons.
But I'm sure that's how they would work. They wouldn't even have them piloted by men because it's just costing lives. It would just be a kid in a bunker somewhere controlling this suit, you know?
You could
No
probably
one in
get
it.
paid. You could probably get paid, right? Like you in your house, they set you up like a setup where you control these things. And every time they destroy the one like in Ready Player One, when they destroy your character, you just run, you just reappear as another character, just continue controlling the fucking motherfucker.
Yeah, it would make no sense putting an actual human in there because then if the thing dies, it's a human that dies.
Well, how
and
come
and
all
the
the
suit
movies we've seen, there's always humans in them?
But at a certain point, it would just be
it's a fucking movie.
It would
Jeremy.
just
Oh my
be a cost of money, right? Because it's
Yeah.
how many robots of yours can I destroy, which is only costing you money? What would be the point of the war then at that point?
Just gonna throw money at
But
shit.
that's where war is going to. You know, if according to what Jeremy says, everything's going to be automated, they're going to automate soldiers before anything else. You know.
It's gonna be like RoboCop, bro. It's gonna be like RoboCop.
Yeah.
Ed 209.
Cybernetics and what? Yeah.
Ed 209s, right? That was the fucking the crazy one with the Gatling guns.
Yeah.
It's a good point, though. They wouldn't even put a human in the thing. Why? See, all those movies were all bullshit. They always had a human in it.
Yeah, I mean, the movies need to have a person in the suit for like dramatic effect. Because if it's just robots fighting robots, everyone's gonna be like, "What the fuck? This is stupid." But what's most likely gonna happen is war is just gonna become some long-range distance shit of people just firing rockets at each other and intercepting these rockets. You know?
I think they had a movie
smaller.
like that. It was the guy that plays Wolverine. I forgot his name. Something about steel, where they're like robots fighting each other and shit.
Oh, that boxing shit, that robot
Yeah,
boxing
yeah.
shit, right? Yeah.
It might actually It might actually go the opposite way. Instead of trying to make things that are bigger and stronger and more powerful and have super strength, they might go the different route and just make them super smaller, super fragile.
Right.
I think
But,
robots. I think robots are like an idea that they put to us to get us thinking that it's possible. It's much more viable to like try to make an organic kind of like fucking with DNA and shit, like make it like almost look like us, than to make like an actual robot. Because it's much more intricate to have to make the pieces and all that shit when you could just grow like a synthetic human.
we got Elon Musk talking about those little bumblebee drones that can hold a plastic charge, and they're probably super fragile, but they're dumb small though. So like, how do you stop that?
Yeah, like the mosquito bombs and shit that they also have like cameras and all that shit.
Or war might just turn into psychological operations where they work to overthrow and influence each other's governments through the minds of the people.
That's exactly what war is.
It'd be funny though if they did like build all of them and then they just failed in the rain.
It's like the problem is that people assume that war is just guns and shooting and being under terror all the time. They don't understand that psychological warfare is much more effective and much more accepting because people are least likely to catch on that it's actually happening until it's too late. But if you see a bunch of motherfuckers coming in with guns, you know immediately that you're in war, that you have to react. But when it's psychological, you're unaware of it.
Yeah, it's subtle. Like you say, you don't know you're being manipulated.
Nate, do you think anyone's ever going to square off on the battlefield, like maybe a plane or a desert or a jungle setting, and they're going to have like tanks and helicopters and shit, and like try to fight us with our tanks and helicopters?
Like I said, I don't think anyone would, like, unless America split up.
Yeah, maybe on smaller scales or if stuff like really deteriorated. But it's like, why fight somebody at their strength? Like, not only costs more and you're probably not going to win. So it makes more sense to fight, to attack something that you can actually influence or make an impact in.
Well, I don't know,
Like,
because they might win the American people over.
yeah,
In a
exactly.
sense. So if
you can
if they were to attack somewhere in America that American people don't like, you know, you never know. They might. So many ways war can go.
Yeah, so it's like, why military conquer and stomp people into the ground when you can get them invited in as like allies and just have people that are influenced and people from there, so they look like the population too. You just
No, have your
people
enemy fight your
installed.
enemy for you.
Yeah, well, you get people installed that are going to help you push your agendas and what you want to do, and the people accept it because, hey, it's just this idea. It's coming. It's our country. We're progressing. We're moving forward. This is organic.
Those are the key words that they tend to use. Progressive. You know, they make the oppressive ass laws and regulations, but they market it as progressive. This is the future to make people feel like, oh, you know, this is better somehow.
Making progress.
We got Elon Musk talking about those bumblebee drones I was talking about earlier, little fragile things, dumb, small. That's probably the route it'll go if it ever did. Because you could airdrop like 1 billion of them shits.
That's true.
Like how many of them little bumblebee drones with a 3
Yeah,
grand?
how would you reply to it? What would you do?
But look how costly actual physical war is now to the morale of the population. You're standing in the international community. So even a small scale operation that Russia's doing has like huge real world implications and backlash, economic and political.
Yo, Dallas
like,
Dave's probably been Dallas Dave's probably been going nuts recently.
Yeah. I bet.
Right? Yo, I haven't been over there in a minute, but I should probably go check him out.
Thing is, you say that it's got these kind of. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you're fine.
Sorry, Zedek, you said that it's got these kind of like massive, what's the word? Ramifications. But actually, that's not true. It only seems to have ramifications for certain countries. So if the US goes and invades somewhere, or if NATO goes and invades somewhere, that's chill. No one cares. Russia does it. Big issue.
That's because the U.S. has a bigger dick than Russia at the moment. So nobody really questions the big dick.
Yeah, I did notice that. I seen a meme where people listed like all the U.S. bombings in the Middle East, and like the NPC face, it was fine, like neutral, and then Russia, the same animation towards Ukraine, and then the NPC got mad.
What I don't get though is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Israel has still broke more international laws than America.
Problem is they have some sort of divine right to, according to them.
Fucked up.
Yeah, Israel's a whole nother issue. You're not really allowed to criticize.
Don't know what.
Free Palestine.
Open borders for Israel.
Well, I've got a few friends in the Middle East. I don't know if you guys know, I lived in Saudi for 2 years. And in Saudi Arabia and other parts of the Middle East, Dubai as well, they call American troops literally the Jews. That's their nickname for American troops.
Wow.
I mean, it is. we seem to be their bitches, like their butlers. Like we give them money, we fight their wars. You know, we seem to wrap everything up real nice and neat for them.
Yeah, they call them
Well, that's
Zog
how the English
bots,
feel about
too.
America. In a sense, they keep the lie going.
Defending Israel's interests.
I'm just saying, something weird is going on. They've been kicked out of so many countries and regions over the years. Come on, man.
I didn't want to go down that road.
But is there a Zionist issue to this? Because it seems like the Zionists always seem to make the Jews the hated ones. So is it again like an infiltration?
100%.
A deception?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. You know what I think it is? Of course, I can't prove this, so no need to talk shit. So you know what I think it is? I think they give every like nation like their strong and their weak points, right? So I think what they've done with the Jewish is they're fortified their mind, but they make them weak, physically weak, right? They raise them with the mothers, right? So while their mothers are tough, they're also women. So they grow up with like feminine traits. Like if you yell at them, they tend to crumble up like bitches, right? They're not very vocal about how or what they want and kind of thing. So and the African and the dark colored nations, they tend to grow them up physically strong but mentally weak, right? So they can never understand what's going on, and it's all a game. Because if the Jewish were in control, they would never the Holocaust would never happen because they would have been protected. It seems like they were slaughtered. They were like it seems like they were the patsies. And if they were in charge, that would have not happened to them or their image, right? Whoever's in charge would have protected their image.
As much as people like to blame Hitler and Germany, that the sad truth is, especially for me as an Englishman, that when the English and the Allies bomb all of those storage centers for food, we starved the Jews by doing that.
And
I would just like to say, for the good of the server, that I absolutely believe everything that the media says about the Holocaust. I don't question the numbers in any way at all. There's
No doubt.
There's no doubt in my mind that the numbers are totally accurate, even though they're completely impossible.
100%.
And there is no way that I would
trillion.
question any part of the narrative.
We are
And
full
all
supporters
I'm
of the
saying is
mainstream media. We are full supporters of the mainstream media. They
Yeah,
are our lords. They are our gods. We shall believe and hail them all the time. All hail mainstream media.
All I'm saying is England
all
should be held.
600 million of them, may they rest in peace.
All I'm saying
600
is
trillion.
England should also be held accountable for some of those deaths.
Right.
You guys should really look into who actually funded quote unquote Hitler. Very interesting trail.
Bush was facing charges, Granddaddy Bush, for funding both sides.
But kind of what you were speaking to about
Prescott.
Kind of what you're speaking to about the possibility of Jews being set up as like the low-level patsy. That kind of goes the viability. That kind of goes towards what Crypto is mentioning a few days ago. I think about the Hegelian dialectic or whatever it's called.
Problem, solution, reaction.
That you
Problem,
have
reaction,
like
solution.
that you have the mainstream story and like mainstream's conspiracy. So that
to me they're like upper management, right? Because they clearly are, they know a little bit more about what's going on than us, but they don't completely understand, because if they would have understood, they would not be used as patsies all the time, right? So they're clearly upper management.
Well, like I've just said, it could be strategically viable if you were actually masterminding things to make it to leave that much of a paper trail. Doesn't speak to like, it doesn't show me like mastermind level intellect, because it's to people that are conspiratorial, it does look pretty obvious that wait a minute, they're saying white Europeans are overrepresented in power structures by 20%. The systemic white oppression of minority groups is they're in power and in control, but then you see other groups at 400 or 4,000% overrepresentation. It's pretty obvious to somebody that doesn't believe the system that, wait, these guys are way more powerful than we are. But that would be very viable if you were actually in control to present that as a mainstream conspiracy. So, oh, we figured it out. We actually know who's in control. And you never really get at the actual source of the problem.
The reason why the Jews might not have been protected during the Holocaust is they probably didn't put a lot of their money into military endeavors. There's not really money in that. You know what I mean? That's a loss right there. Look how much America loses every year on our military budget. There ain't no profit going on there, and they're all about getting that money. So,
but not everyone's as military active as America.
But let's not also forget they've been kicked out of 13 other nations, right? So there has to be a certain behavior of things that they're doing that doesn't go according to other people's nations that might be infringing on other people's culture.
But what if those nations are in control by Zionists? You know, this is the thing. Like, it could be. You know, I'm not. You know, it does seem.
Have you listened to the Rabbi?
Look how controlled we are now. We all know that all of our governments, there's some they're in a big club, right? They can make any country fall if they want. And I just think this is what could have happened. You know, all these countries that maybe they got kicked out of. I don't know. It's what's been fed to us, and you always got to be skeptic of what's been fed to you.
Because it's completely possible that these people are doing rituals, right? Because it seems to all be about rituals, right? The Jays have a certain set of rituals that they do. That it could be about that maybe those rituals, maybe they actually work and they work against the nation that isn't the Jays. So maybe that's why they get kicked out.
Turns out when you work actively against the best interests of a nation, they don't like you very much.
Yeah. Oh shit, Naps is back. Quick, guys, don't talk about conspiracies because they're all dumb.
Yep. Damn conspiracy theorists.
There's never been a conspiracy.
Except for the ones openly admitted to and presented on TV. Then yeah, those ones happen.
You watch it like that now?
That's just research and development. What are you talking
about? What was that, Naps? We couldn't hear you.
I said, damn, why you watching me like that?
Because it's funny. It's funny. I like the narrative, the whole I'm dumb, but let's completely deny every conspiracy ever because the government is awful. I like that whole narrative. It's hilarious to me.
That's a lie. That's what's wrong with you, Flaris, is you lie. And have I ever denied all of the conspiracy theories?
Well, okay, to get us out of this to get us out of this mudslinging mode, why don't you tell us about a conspiracy that you subscribe to?
None of them really.
Right.
So you don't believe that? You don't believe that?
To be honest, I really don't follow any of them like that.
So you don't believe that white power structures were conspiring for centuries to marginalize and oppress like developing nations and people?
Especially if they're copper-colored in tone?
They denied that for centuries. Yeah, that was a huge conspiracy. They denied all of that until,
especially if there's a lot of
decades
history to
they started
destroy
accepting
and
it.
rewrite, and very ancient monuments to destroy.
Oh man.
It's the world we live in.
So what, Naps? You don't believe in racism? You really racism?
I'm not like you, Matrix, where you just believe in all of the conspiracy theories, no matter what they are.
Sure, why not? Why not? What's wrong with entertaining conspiracy
like,
theories?
that's really retarded.
Where did you draw that line at retardation exactly?
Everything you see, you like, oh, it's true. It's true. Like you don't ask no questions because it agrees with your narrative. So you
But what
automatically.
I don't know
what
about anyone
narrative?
else.
What narrative would that be? Why would I have a narrative?
That everybody is out against. Everybody's out to get you. That's what you think.
Well, I don't know about anyone
Has
else.
anybody ever said anything like that over here? Like somebody's out to get us?
That's how you act. You believe in them, all of them.
All of them? I don't know. I've heard about the Queen is a lizard, and I'm definitely not on board with that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
Yeah, we got Dog
I was just
Man.
about to bring up Mandela effect as well. I'm like,
We
Oh,
got
yeah,
Dog Man.
Yeah,
in the
that's another one I
United
don't subscribe.
States. Dog Man. We
Fuck
got
off. The Queen is a lizard. Every time she does an interview, you can see her eyes fucking flick back. You can tell. You can tell.
look, her name's
Chupacabra.
even called Lizzie. All right.
She might.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually think that Naps is a lizard.
I might
Yeah.
be. Don't out me. Shh.
You're gonna have to prove us wrong.
Lizzie, that's the best.
Don't put it on the down low. Shh. Don't tell me.
So what happened to the points in history where they admit that they're conspiring to do things? Like what happened there? Because people at the time would have questioned.
Yeah.
People would have been questioning at the time, like, "Wait, this doesn't seem right," and people are like, "Oh, you dumb conspiracy theorist." But then later comes out, "Yeah, we were shooting people up with syphilis. Sorry about that, but we
The
definitely."
Castillo experiment, you mean?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, one example.
How about all the people that claimed that the CIA was implanting thoughts into your mind and then started the whole tinfoil hat? And then years later, we found out that there's a technology called the voice of God that actually puts fucking ideas in your mind.
The voice of God. I've never heard of that before.
That means it doesn't exist, guys. If Naps hasn't heard of it, that means it does not
I didn't
exist.
say that. I just never heard of that one before.
Well, look it up. It's called the voice of God, and the guy that developed the technology. Guess what happened to him? He didn't like how the military was using it. By the way, guess what happened to him?
Did he die?
Did he suicide?
Yup. 2 to the back of the head. Suicide.
Right.
You said suicide?
Yup. He shot himself twice.
Oh gosh.
Yup. In the back of the head. He did that all on himself. Absolutely no help from anybody else. No spook at all.
But how would people make war on each other all through history? Do they announce their attacks and just are open? Hey, we want to take these people's resources. I think they have to have intelligence communities to gather intel and conspire to make action and to influence people, and then it's just kind of sprung on everybody. That all of history has been people conspiring for more resources and more power.
I disagree with that one. I do believe that part. Absolutely. Just look at what's going on.
And also to enslave people, you can't just beat them up and now they do whatever you want. You have to psychologically break them. You have to get them at some point to accept their place.
That's true. Yeah.
And that takes conspiracy. People have to conspire to say on how they're going to treat those people and how they're going to train them to accept their placement. And everyone but them is in on it. Everybody is saying, everyone knows the rules of how we treat these people to keep them doing what we need them to do. And when they ask and say, hey, how come we can't do this or that? You get the same type of responses because they're in on it. It's benefiting them, so they kind of keep it going.
So they're inventing this lie, conspiracy to control people.
They're not inventing. They've already invented the lie.
Like what he said, though.
The conspiracy is to be able to prove it. Which how? How does anyone prove a conspiracy unless you're inside the room when the conspiracy is actually taking place?
Well, the way that you prove it.
Or hack.
You could do some investigative journalism. You could go out and
But wouldn't the set of events that came out of the conspiracy would lead to the implication of the conspiracy?
Yeah, you prove it's not a conspiracy theory and it's actually something true. That's how you prove a conspiracy theory true. Like how the guys proved that MK Ultra was a real thing. You go out and do
Right.
some investigations. You don't sit on Discord. You know?
But wait a minute. Discord is a fantastic place to gather information because there's a lot of people that comes from different places.
Definitely. But
And what does
that
it matter
is not.
ultimately?
That has nothing to do with the point being made here. You can get a lot of information on Discord, but you're never gonna figure out if a conspiracy theory is true or not on Discord. You know.
But what if the people that participate in the conspiracy happen to be on Discord at the time?
That's a big what if. They're not. All right. There's no government officials on Discord right now.
Or if the people on Discord are connected to some of those people.
Big
But
what
most of
if.
the time they're not. They're just building
That's
off of
that's less of a big what if, but it's still a big what
It's
if.
a very big what if, number one. And number two, you guys ain't on Discord because you think that government, conspiracy people are on here as
That's
well.
not a conspiracy that government people are online and influence. That's admitted.
Yeah, that's not a conspiracy, but that's not the point these guys are making. The point these guys are making is that they could figure out what the truth is behind the conspiracy theory by being on Discord. And I've never seen that happen. Have any of you guys seen a conspiracy theory or a debunk happening on Discord?
Well, I've at least seen people get into a further understanding of certain conspiracies with other people's knowledge, right? Because that's ultimately the point on here on
Definitely.
Discord and any other server. Is so, because there's a saying that says no man knows everything, but many men know many things.
I agree with you. You can get a lot of information.
Sorry, but you're not like in the government or in the military or whatever, and you have this information yourself, and you know it's a conspiracy. No, you watch videos of other people who also are not involved in any of this, and you
As
believe
opposed
it
to
without
what?
question.
As opposed to what, Naps? How is it that we're supposed to get information?
But that's the point I was making. It's not like
And doing some
telling me-
investigative journalism by going to government organizations, going to libraries, trying to get access
My
to
point
these
stands
documents.
now, because how many of us know people in the military? I'm sure there's quite a lot of people actually that know people in the military and possibly could get some sort of
How would you
information
say?
about.
I totally agree with you, Jim. I
Hold
totally
on,
agree with you.
and hey, how would you think conspiracies even start? How do you think they even start?
They start, I would assume, most of the time with a rumor or someone hearing something or seeing something. And
when there's
a lot of the time, I would say 70% of conspiracy theories, it's a misinterpretation of something. But there is that 30% where it's really something going on.
So when the first guy that came up
Probably.
with the MK Ultra rumor, right? How did this rumor develop? Right? Let's just say
The rumor
hypothetically,
developed
one
because
guy.
let me explain it to you. With MK Ultra, what happened was there was someone whose family member went missing. And they started searching into the death and disappearance of this family member. And it led them down this path of all these secret doctors and these drugs being used and people being kidnapped off of the streets and the government involvement. They went out and did.
But didn't it turn out to be right though? Didn't this crazy rumor?
It
that
did
was a rumor?
turn out to be right. It
So
did
doesn't
turn
that
out to be
destroy your
right.
entire point completely?
It doesn't destroy my point at all. It validates my point. It validates the point that you need to go out there and do some real research and do some real work.
But
Sitting on
that's
Discord is
that's
never gonna
subjective.
debunk conspiracy theory.
That's all subjective because what you consider
Okay,
to be
then
real
show
research
me
is
a conspiracy theory that's been debunked by people just sitting and talking on Discord. Or
I don't think
proven
that's my
true,
purpose
sorry.
over here. I
No,
don't
that's
think my
fine. Your
purpose is
point
to
stands.
point. Yeah, to debunk
But that's the point
any-
you guys. That's the point you guys were trying to make. That you could sit on Discord
No,
and figure out
we
what's
were
the
just
truth behind a conspiracy theory, because maybe there might be a government official on
You're
Discord.
trying
This, that,
to
and the third.
divine everyone's intention on why they are on Discord.
But
the
that's what
problem.
you said. I never said that was your intention. The original question was, how do we prove conspiracy theories true? I answered it.
You're
And I said,
assuming that that's people's
you'll
intention
never
in
prove
being
it
on
true
Discord.
by sitting on Discord. Then you guys
What makes you
responded by
think that that's
saying,
people's intentions though? That's
I
the
never
sole
said it
purpose
was
on being
your
on Discord.
intention.
So why bring it
I
up?
never said it was your
But
intention.
a lot of them
I
happen
just
with whistleblowers that's like on the inside.
exactly
That's like
whistleblowers
real.
as well. Thank you, Snaps. That's a very good point. A lot of
Okay.
conspiracy theories, the majority that come out to the public, it's whistleblowing. Snowden, WikiLeaks, all of these things. It's whistleblowers.
Right.
Okay, whistleblowers say something, right? They say some sort of rumor. Somebody picks it up,
And they get
believes
locked
it.
up.
Not even a rumor.
looks into it.
Whistleblowers release documents. Tons of
Information.
documents. Not even rumors. Yeah, they release actual verified information.
Right.
And how do you know that's verified
And they
information?
get locked up.
Are you not aware of counterintelligence and people
Because they get locked
intentionally
up and
releasing
killed.
misinformation?
And as laymen, right? As laymen,
Like
as regular
doctors.
people, what kind of
Like doctors
verification
and
process
nurses.
can we go to verify any conspiracy?
Well, the way that we prove
That's a good
anything is
question.
faith and a credible testimony. Were we there when the murder took place? No, we have testimonials from people who were, or we talk about
Secondary
conditions that
Thank you,
appear to
Lemon.
be pointing incontrovertibly towards something being the case, and we just go off of go from there, based off of faith. We talk about the preconditions for how evil
I
these
don't
elites
know if
are and what
faith is the word you
actions
should be
they
using,
tend to
Lemon.
commit. What was that?
I don't know if faith is the word you should be using. I totally agree with you, but I would just say justified belief because we can all be presented with
Justified
evidence.
belief?
Some of us choose to believe the evidence, some of us choose not to believe it. But I wouldn't
Well,
call
faith is
believing the
one
evidence
syllable.
faith.
Justified belief is 5 syllables. Faith is 1. It's basically faith. We weren't there to see it all, and even
What?
if we were there to see it all, we need to have faith in our senses and that we're not seeing like a mirage when something happens. So we determine it with
Okay.
preconditions, faith, trying to reduplicate the event, and with a narrative that appears to wrap up with a nice little bow everything that we think occurred, and just go from there.
I agree with Lemon. Yeah, there's no way you're gonna know 100% for sure unless you're there, and even if you are there, your senses could be tricking you. You just gotta go with your gut sometimes. Believe that the information you're being presented with is true or not.
But going with your gut is also could be called intuition, and the problem is with left-brained people, they don't believe in intuition. If it isn't some sort of scientific fact, they won't accept it.
It's scientific.
Okay, I don't know about all that. I think everyone has a gut feeling, intuition, whether they're left or right brain dominant. But okay,
That sounds a little more reasonable because it's starting to sound like the only way to find out if a conspiracy is true or not is if it's officially acknowledged by people that are mostly claiming those are the people conspiring.
But some sort of authority.
Hang on though.
Which is
Let me
absurd.
pose the question to you guys. You guys believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. You believe that our government's lying to us. You believe 9/11 was an inside job and we didn't go to the moon. Why do you believe that to be true? Why do you guys believe these conspiracy theories?
Because there seems to be a lot of evidence that hints to it being true.
So you were presented with evidence and you believe it because
I mean, I understand what you're asking, but do you understand that we could easily ask you the same as of what I asked of why do you believe whatever you believe, right? Because it could all be questioned the same.
And
right?
Lemon
I could question your
Lemon
reasoning.
provided the answer. Lemon provided the answer. I told you that. I totally agree with the answer Lemon provided as to how I go about believing things to be true or not. So now I'm asking you that question. Do you agree with how Lemon does it, or is it just you're presented with evidence and then you believe it because?
Well, I'm not talking to Lemon. I'm talking to you, right? And
I understand.
Everybody has different processes of maybe how their gut
Mhm.
works or their intuitions, right? But I can't tell you exactly how everyone comes to their conclusion, right? I don't know
That's
if it
why
works.
I'm asking you. How do you come to your conclusions?
Well,
How
I don't
did
really
you come
come
to the conclusion we haven't been to the moon?
I take everything into consideration. I don't necessarily
All
can't
right.
say
Do
that I
you
know.
believe we've gone to the moon?
Believe is a very strong word, bro. Like say
Do you
believe in
know
something.
that we've
Based off
gone
of
to
the
the
testimonial of Bart Sibrel, I'm gonna have to say no.
Trying to walk around and dance around the question.
No, because
Yeah, like you really
you guys
you don't
want me
want to
to say that I
answer.
believe in something. I don't believe in a
No,
lot of
but
things.
this isn't fair. You ask me direct questions and I answer them, and when I pose the same question to you, you don't want to answer. The exact same question you asked me, you don't want to answer.
Repeat the
That's a
question.
bit unfair. How do you go about determining whether conspiracy theories are true or not?
Well, I suppose
said
I
in-
run it through some sort of process, right? Some sort of logical process, and then I take the results to some sort of consideration. That's why I said I don't necessarily believe anything, but I do consider things and put it in a separate file in my head to be used for later if I get verifying evidences.
So you do what most people do, then, which is cool.
Yeah, consider
You're
it.
not
Right?
doing it. Yeah,
Not
you're not
necessarily
doing
saying I
anything
believe in
special.
this, but
Anything. Mhm.
yeah, it's a process of elimination. Everything. I assume with most people, right? They take the information, and even though they don't accept it or believe it at the moment, they put it somewhere in their brain. So when more information comes, they could gather it in that pile and ultimately decide if it's possibly true or possibly false.
That's cool. That's cool. No, you do what most people generally do. You weigh up evidence and information, and you see what logically makes sense, what fits together, what doesn't, and then you come to a conclusion which no one is concrete about because we can be presented with evidence tomorrow that changes our conclusion, right?
100%. If a jury could be fooled that some innocent man is guilty, which has happened throughout history, right? Anybody can be fooled and believe anything.
Mm. Okay, no, then we're on the same page, my guy.
Yeah,
We're
sure.
definitely on the
Bro,
same
we
page.
got it. We got it. It's like MK Ultra, right? For example, the way they put out MK Ultra, they make it seem as if they're kidnapping people and opening their eyes so they could watch a certain programming and programming motherfuckers to assassinate fucking foreign nationals or whatever. Yeah, that's the conspiracy theory. The reality about MK Ultra is the TV. MK Ultra is the radio. MK Ultra is everything that you constantly see in repetitive messages that tell you the same thing over and over and over and over again. That is MK Ultra. They don't have to torture you. They don't have to kidnap you. They don't have to open your eyes and make you watch some shit. All they have you do is listening to COVID shit all day, 24 hours a day. Is in your social media, is in the radios, in the television, is everywhere. If you keep hearing it, repeat it, you will eventually believe that it's true just because of the repetition. That's what MK Ultra truly was and is,
Well,
and is
there's
currently going.
document that supports that. Yeah, there's a MK Ultra, and they did that, and whatever. There's documents showing that that's not a conspiracy. It's true, but not with like flat Earth or
And
whatever.
how would it be classified
Time always
before
tells.
it's admitted and before it's out in the open? They just weren't doing it.
Oh, it was labeled a conspiracy theory. Therefore, anybody that believed it was crazy. Until, of course, the perpetrators decided to confess and say, "Yeah, you know what? The conspiracy theories were right. Now it is right, and now it is considered to be right because the perpetrators of this shit confess." It seems that is the only way to get these people to acknowledge absolutely anything, to get the perpetrators to confess their crimes.
I actually would be interested in a point in time or history when people weren't conspiring, when governments weren't trying to gain control or abuse their people, because I can't really think of any.
I mean, people are always conspiring. You know, parents conspire against their kids. I mean, as long as you have a control or hierarchy type of situation or relationship, you're gonna have one one party, let me say, conspiring against the other. You know.
100%. It's all about how can you get the upper hand, and by conspiring
Uh-huh.
against them, you will get the upper hand on them. It's very
Well,
simple.
when we say something is proven, it's basically the same as saying something about the past is similar to what we see today in the future. You can't have proof unless the past is some sort of indicator of what's happening now or in the future. So if you want to learn about what's happening today or in the future, learn about what happened in the past, and everything you need is right there. Otherwise, effectively, nothing can be proven. You know, so
Just look
if
into
something's been
George
proven a certain
Orwell.
way in the past, it's proven in the future.
Look at George Orwell, the 1984 book, right? How could he have possibly known that the current events that were happening was going to happen? Unless, right, because you could say he was either some sort of prophet or he's a historian. Maybe he looked into the past.
But that's the thing, though.
Well, actually, no. They
he
would have
know
called
that
him
they
a
passed.
He
conspiracy
wasn't.
theorist.
He wasn't. But the thing is, he wasn't actually predicting things that were going to happen in the future. What he was talking about were things that were going on right there and then, during the time that because his name isn't really George Orwell, it's something else. During the time
a
that guy was
pseudonym.
alive, yeah, during the time he was alive, you already had world powers. You had the Cold War going on. You had America and Russia with their propaganda. You know, he was literally describing what was happening in the world at that time. If you
But
lived
more
in
futuristic and
hang on,
using technology. So how could he have known
maybe
that?
the technology was futuristic, but not that futuristic. You know, he was describing televisions in your house, just giving you the same message. There was televisions doing that in the 70s. Come on, man. You know, propagandizing people. If you lived in the USSR, you had no idea what was happening in the Western world. You know,
Well, if you know
your
about
whole
the
life
past,
was
you
your whole
know
life
about
was
the
just
future.
Russia, and the only images you got of the Western world was poor, hungry people that are, you know, starving and whatnot. And it's best to be in, you know, the communist side of the world. They were just being propagandized. I mean,
Well, how would they do that?
those
There'd
things
have to
have
be so
been
many
happening.
people in on it. Sounds like
Mhm.
it'd be impossible to pull that off.
Not really, because it was happening, bro. It's what's happening in North Korea right now. They don't really know what's happening outside of North Korea. The people there are being propagandized to believe the way they live and where they live is the best place to be in the world.
But how do they
They don't
believe it
have
though? If
access
it's
to
Hey,
how
we
do they
don't even
believe
know
it?
what's going on in North Korea. We are getting propagandized as to what's going on in there. It goes both ways.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
North
that's
Korea
what I was
totally
gonna
closed off from the outside world.
There's actually a
No, but his
conspiracy that
point.
says
No, one second, Matrix. His point is that you don't know if actually we've been closed off from knowing what's going in there. Like we could be the victims of that propaganda.
there's actually a conspiracy that says
definitely.
that North Korea is like some sort of CIA base. That it isn't really like a nation. It's just like an enclosed CIA base where they have like a
Who
few
knows, man?
native people just running around and, you know, doing shit. I mean,
I don't
hold
know
on.
about that because North Koreans are like real people, so I don't know
There's-
about that.
They could be. They could be. But there's also
You don't think North
like
Koreans are real?
have you guys ever heard of people that have gone to North Korea?
I've met a North Korean. I've met a North Korean. They're
I'm
real
not
people.
saying North Koreans
Have you?
don't exist, but
Yeah.
they could take the native people, the ignorant native people that are not technologically advanced, and indoctrinate them to make them believe that they are actually in some sort of nation when they're not. Right? It could be some sort of CIA fucking
But
operation
how
going on.
about we
That's a
extend
wild idea.
this point that Crypto made? Because what if it's a utopia? What if everyone gets, I don't know, everyone lives lovely out down there? You know, that's that point that he made, that we could be the victim of the propaganda.
Or like you talking about like the village.
My point was we all are.
Yeah,
So
that's
like
the
the
thing. If it's a
like the
utopia,
village, right?
it's
How
a lovely
everybody in
place.
the village thinks that their world is like everything there is, and they're like in some sort of paradise. Meanwhile, there's an entire world
Exactly.
out there that they don't know about.
Exactly. Nice
Well,
point. Nice example.
if you want
Yeah,
to
the
prove
village
anything to
explains it nicely.
somebody, you have to prove to them, showing them something that they've already accepted in the past, and show them how, based off of the very same conditions, you should accept it now. If you've already accepted in the past that, you know, what goes up must come down, or that something that's not supported will go down to the ground, then that should be enough to prove to you by the same conditions that it's happening now or in the future if the same conditions apply. So you got to show the preconditions from the past apply to now. You have to show how they accepted something in the past the same way they're accepting something now, if they're being consistent, to prove anything. You need to show how they accepted this back then and hold them accountable for why, if not, they're not accepting it now based off of the same conditions. That's how you
That
prove
makes that makes good sense. But you know where we failed is our willingness to listen. Anybody could show anyone anything. It's their willingness to listen. And they don't listen not because they're unable to listen. They listen because they we as humans, we understand the consequences, right? So if they listen, that means they have to pay attention and ultimately adjust for whatever truth it is that they're being told. And that's what people don't want. They don't want to have to change their ways of doing things. They don't want to have to change the way they think.
Yeah, and after listening, they have to be honest.
Well, it sounds like we make some ground, but then we go a leap too far to where you kind of lose some ground. But we were in agreement that people in Soviet era Russia were propagandized, and then also that people in North Korea were propagandized. So kind of what I
Yeah,
was
but
gonna
we were
ask.
propagandized as well. People in North America, anyone
seems
in
to
the
be-
Western world was
It seems to
told
be the
lies about
nature
what's
of the
happening
game.
in Russia.
That's a good
It
point.
just seems to be a part of existence. Propaganda seems to be part of whatever this place is, because
So that's
everybody seems to have an equal amount of propaganda in their nations.
Yeah, I mean, propaganda is just a tool used in power plays. You know, like even our parents propagandized us as kids. They told us all these fairy tales about things that weren't real in order to get us to behave. You know, to act a certain way.
I don't think it's
Yeah.
just nations. I think even if you find like isolated tribes out there, they must have some form of propaganda and beliefs that they have that they're unable to prove, but they live their life according to these beliefs. So everybody has a
Yeah.
form of propaganda.
Yeah, I'm sure people in the Amazon are like, don't go out to the people outside of the jungle. They're bad. Us, you know. Yeah.
I mean, didn't they arrow a motherfucker to death that was gonna present them like the fucking Bible and shit, and they fucking
that
arrowed the
Senegal?
shit out of that motherfucker? It was like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro.
Was that in Senegal? Is it the little island off of India?
Yeah. Is it the Sentinel Islands? Is that what
Is
it's
that
called?
I think that's the guy. That white guy that was gonna go to that tribe, and then motherfucker just fucking fill him up with arrows and shit.
yeah, innit? Nothing from outside, please.
Yeah, I mean the arrogance, right? The arrogance of you going to better somebody. Like, what makes you think that you are able to improve somebody's life, bro? Like, isn't it so arrogant?
Well, the guy had some balls though.
Well, they honestly believe that under their premise that they're saving them. So those would be probably people that are true believers, and they're helping these people understand something very important they need to know.
But I'm gonna tell you
A
something.
lot of these tribal cultures, are, frankly allied with demons. And so they've already signed a contract with Belial saying we're going to go with these demonic predecessors as opposed to something less demonic.
I doubt
See, we made a good base here. We were agreeing on propaganda. We were agreeing on propaganda that people propagandize. But I think then when we go into realms like that, I think you kind of lose people because it sounds like N8.
I keep it real. I mean, what else would encourage you to kill somebody who comes to you trying to quote unquote help? At least you'd receive
because
it in the
rest of the
spirit that
world
it's
is
given and be like, we're not going to we're just not going to accept it.
Lemonberg, the problem is that they probably truly understand the nature of whoever's coming with so-called help, right? They understand that while that person might be intending to help, they understand that he's gonna cause harm because they ultimately have to accept whatever bullshit he's trying to sell, which is going to change their culture, and that's how people get infiltrated.
Well, that's how the truth operates. That's how the truth operates. It changes everything, and either you accept it or reject it. So the only thing that you can do from there is, just go, okay, well, this is going to work, or this isn't going to work, or this is consistent, or this isn't consistent with what I already choose to believe.
But the thing is, I see them as like the purest humans. They're like without the brainwashing that the rest of the world has. They're far from it.
Exactly.
I mean, they have to have a completely different form of understanding and knowledge, right? Because they're able to feed themselves, they're able to reproduce, they're able to heal themselves.
They
have
most
to have
probably
a
think
form of
the
communication.
Earth's flat as well. I'm sure those people think the Earth is flat.
A lot of tribes depicted some sort of flat realm with like a enclosed, like a ball surrounding it. So I don't know how they acquire their knowledge, right? Because if they don't have universities and fucking authority to tell them, I don't know how is it that they're able to do the things that they do. But nonetheless, they do because these people are alive and they're surviving and thriving at the moment.
But Lemon, could I talk you through? Could I talk with you about this point, because you obviously see it from your side, which is obviously we all see it that it's wrong to kill someone, but you've got to try and put yourself in their shoes, that they're like
Why?
that is their realm, right? And they're protecting their way of life. In
Why
a sense.
should I see things from their perspective?
not
Not all
because it's not wrong to
perspectives.
kill
Hold
someone.
on. Not all perspectives give clarity.
Whoa,
Not all
who just said it's
perspectives
not wrong to
allow you
kill
to
someone? Who
assimilate new
said that?
information, and
It's
not
I'm
all
not saying no.
perspectives allow
It's
you to
not
interface
wrong
with
to
the world
kill
in a
someone.
certain way. So why should I
What's
see
wrong
things
with
the
you?
way
Why
that
would you
they
say that?
see if they're not going to see things the way that I see?
Me.
Well,
It's not
it's
mutual
like
at that point. It's just one
very
sided.
well,
it's
it's like what's
very
going on
wrong
with
to kill
Russia
someone.
and
No.
Ukraine.
I would
No?
not feel unjustified if I killed someone coming into my house in the middle of the night trying to do. That would be a
Were
very
they trying to
justified
do that?
killing, and I would
Were they
not.
trying to
Would
do that,
I
or
would
was
not,
somebody trying to come into
and
their
I
house
would
and say,
not. I
"Hey,
would not feel
there's
bad
a
at all doing
fire
that.
and you're going to die"?
No guilt whatsoever.
But it depends on whether they
What
come to steal or kill or destroy, or if they're saying, "Hey, we love you and we're going to try to tell you about this stuff." That's a totally different spirit.
Oh,
You have to receive
do
it
you
in the
think?
spirit that it
Do
was
you
given.
think that would change how I would feel? Of course.
Lemon. I'm with
I
Lemon.
gave the context, didn't I? I don't
Yeah,
care who
you
you're
have to
with. I
see
gave
it
a context
in this
with
spirit.
regards to where it's okay to
I
kill
could
someone.
see where you say
I
that
And
think
if you
about
before we
think
one
get
that's
too
wrong,
person,
far into
but
La
if
La
it's like
then
Land,
a
that's
bunch of
fine.
guys,
people, that's where it breaks
I'm
down.
allowed to have an opinion.
Let's hear
before
what
we get too
Crypto
far
has
into
to
La La
say.
Land, I think people are ignoring their previous experiences, which may be that the last person who turned up was from a tribe that was trying to kill them all, right? So it may not be, because they probably didn't even understand what the fuck he was saying, right? Imagine if you didn't know English and a guy's come up to you trying to speak English, chatting about the Bible. You'd be like, oh, I wonder if he's like the last guy who turned up to try and kill us. They were probably very suspicious of him, and then when he didn't back off, they were like, oh, well, we're just going to deal with this now, nip it in the bud. I doubt there was a much more complicated
That's what's
explanation.
up. I
They're
totally
probably very
totally agree with
scared.
that.
I'm not sure there's as much
Yeah.
malice in it as you're trying to make out, Lemon. Like, it's
Yeah.
just that ability to put yourself in their shoes. I don't know.
Like, you have to call things the way
But
that they are.
Lemon, how
But
can
I
you
guess
say
we could
that,
have
bro?
to ask them to see why the heck they're saying it, as opposed to us trying to impose reasons on them of any positive or negative.
How can you say that they're
Trying to
associated with
get it.
demons, though? Like, you should apologize to those people, Lemon. Come on.
They should apologize for murdering other people that may have been trying to help them. But
Maybe
like
they
you
But
say,
I'm
we'd have
sure
to
their
ask them to see
people
it.
got murdered first, right? Don't you think?
We're going to need to hold everybody
doesn't matter,
accountable
though.
if we're
Yeah, we
all
need
going to
more
be
That doesn't
equal in
matter.
this
We
world.
need a lot
If we
more
write a
context.
blank check for people to just, do evil in any way, shape, or form, that's a recipe for just
They might be a
being
very
bad.
they could be like a very basic, like primitive group though, that just kind of hunts and eats, and they kind of just go about their business.
Right.
And it could have
Well,
freaked them out if they got somebody like
And
if you're
isn't
like
everyone
speaking in
judged accordingly?
tongues.
that's true. That's true. But if they've set up the precedent for being able to kill out of ignorance, then we can react out of ignorance as
If
well. So
like
these things go both ways.
let's say if they weren't very spiritual, or they didn't have a lot of ghost stories or any like spiritual type of thinking, like most people in modern society, they have some type of spiritual thinking, and that even people that don't believe in religions, they believe that I don't. They have some higher type of processing
Nature
of what's
of
going on
gods.
around them. So to us, like if somebody was ultra on that level higher than us, to degrees or orders of magnitude higher, it could be very frightening. Like if somebody had like tattoos and scars, like and embroidered all this like religious type of stuff, and their like eyes were rolled in their head, and they're ha la 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 la. Like I don't know, it could be very intimidating if somebody's on a very more like a much more intense level of spirituality. And so it could have but honestly I doubt they could even understand each other, like the Crypto is saying. They probably didn't speak English, and they're like, what the hell is going on? And I don't know, you don't know if I don't know. But yeah, I need a lot more context to really try and decide what was going on there.
Hell yeah. Or if it even happened.
But I still agree with you on the initial point, though, Lemon, which is the audacity to think you can go there and make them better people. I mean, oh my god.
You just give them the information. Either they accept it or reject it. Doesn't mean you have to kill anybody. You could just send them
Yeah.
packing. Just be like, get out.
But if somebody was
No, but you've
coming
got
there,
no idea
But they
what
don't
something
come
like
from
that
our
can do to a
world.
community.
They
Yeah, they're not
gave up
from
the
our
right
world.
for me to figure out what idea they're doing when they kill somebody. At that point,
Some-
my understanding goes out the door immediately. But
some people
I don't
lie
know. Maybe
though.
we missed something. I don't know.
You were warned about it, though.
Some people lie though.
was
Some people
warned.
were wanting. If some
Well
people
and
were
truly.
wanting to influence them or do them harm, they wouldn't come out and tell them that. They might lie and say, "Hey, we're here to help you. We got some cool ideas for you," while they influence them or abuse them and use them in different ways.
It's like, is it their fault or is it the guy's fault for trying to go there? Like, I don't know. It's a weird one, isn't it?
Is it a
Guy's
person's fault
fault.
for
It's the
falling
guy's
off a
fault
cliff?
because nobody from that island asked him to come there. No one said, "Yo, we need your help. Come here and
Yeah,
give us Jesus."
that's a good
Yeah, no
point.
one asked him to go there. Yeah.
But that's
So
What made
dangerous.
him
We didn't
think?
ask
Like
for the
what
civilization
really
that we were given
what
either.
really made him relax, Lemon? What really made him think that it was his job to like go to that island and start talking about Jesus?
somebody
Love.
like that,
The
she
thing
might have
is,
accepted the risks.
if I may,
No, but I
gentlemen,
mean
we
that's
didn't
why
ask.
we have churches, because the church is where you go to if you want to hear about Jesus. No,
Yeah, but it's a loving
you
thing to
go
tell
there
people about
voluntarily.
something that might benefit them, like say, Jesus Christ and not going to hell. But the thing is, we have several things that we have, gentlemen, that we didn't ask for. We have running water, we have civilization, we have cops,
We asked for
security.
running water and
These are things
civilization.
that
What do you
were
mean? We
bequeathed
asked
to
for
us
security.
and given to us without us having to ask. They were gifts
We
given to us
wanted these
by
things,
loving
bro. We
parents
made these
and
things
a
for
loving
ourselves.
civilization. So at that point, it is consistent to go out of the civilization or whatever and give another gift to, say, another group of people. They can accept it or reject it.
But
I
it's
would say
like
somebody that
it's audacious to think that you have something better that they don't.
yeah. I
Well,
honestly
if
think somebody that
Jesus is
religious,
something good, why wouldn't you want to share it with other people?
Of
somebody
course,
Doesn't
that
make any
religious,
sense.
they
wholeheartedly
probably accepted the risks. That usually people that religious, they feel compelled enough that they're willing to risk. It's kind of sounds like he had devoted his life towards
But
evangelizing.
in a weird turn of
Exactly,
events,
yeah.
maybe he was brought to Jesus quicker than he thought.
Because if I was doing that, I would understand the risks involved. That some people don't want to hear this message, and some people might be upset or not want me there. So, especially a culture that is like vastly different from your own, to me, it would be a very likely outcome that you don't know how they deal with outsiders or new people or what type of threat assessment they typically have. You don't have a lot of information or intel.
It is extremely self-defeating, though, to say that you don't spread your message. How do you think the message of Christianity got to Europe? By similar tactics. And if you're saying that it was good enough for you to get it, but not for somebody else, that's
Well,
extremely
who said it's a
selfish
good fucking
and
message?
one-sided. So if you're
That's the
saying that it was
There's
good
no.
enough for you to receive, but not somebody else to receive, that's hypocritical.
But that's Plum's got a good point. That's if you're under the premise that you believe it's a good message to have. If people believe vaccines and other things like that are good for us, and they know better than us, and they need to come educate us and help us out, and they're doing us a great service.
I
by
want somebody
doing
to tell
so.
me if vaccinations are causing autism. You can tell me that every day, all day, and 10 ways from Sunday. And the Bible says, preach the word, be it in season or out of season. It may
Yeah,
be the
but
last thing that they hear on the way to hell.
but they're not honest, and they're not gonna be fair and even-handed about it. They're coming there to change your mind and force you into position that agrees with their own.
If they
It's
change
really
their mind toward the truth, then more power to them. They can accept it or reject it.
It's like
God is the
re-education.
truth.
But what?
They'd be
What? Go on. Sorry.
They'd be happy to have us in re-education camps. The way they see it is we're dangerous and a threat. We're spreading misinformation. We're harming people. So they're not going to back down from their
Ew.
position.
Yeah, because in a
It's
sense,
coming.
it seems like a bit authoritarian to go there and try and preach. I get you're coming from love and positivity, but they're not going to see it like that. You're missing the point of trying to put yourself in their shoes. It's like you can't do it,
If they
because you've
don't see
lived
the
in this
truth,
world. You can
it's
only
hard to
know this
put
world.
yourself in the shoes of somebody if they're not seeing the truth, though. I'm not going to put myself in the shoes of somebody unless they're seeing something that's true.
But are we not? Yeah, but how could you know that? Like, it's true for them.
Empathize, you have to.
But honestly, I do like that, Lemon, that you are able and I honestly do believe you would receive people that don't believe what you believe, and you would like to hear their thoughts on it, and you're open to hear that information, and that you would give them your information, and like you said, hope that they may see the truth in that. That actually is I think, a very powerful and a very positive thing.
See, for me, I'd more likely want to go there to learn off of them and just be a spectator, not try and force something on them.
Yeah, I would.
You know?
However, I would not be open to people coming to re-educate me, because I don't have any hope that I would convince them of my positions or thoughts. And there's
The
someone
truth isn't
talking,
an
but you're not coming in.
imposition. It's just, you dropping a seed on the ground. Either it takes root or it just gets blown away and it never takes root. You just give people the truth and just go from there.
Yeah, maybe you're.
It's like, could
maybe
you
you got a good
imagine
point
like
there,
being
Lemon.
one of those people that live
Not
in
even
that
true
without? Sorry,
most
Naps.
of the
You're trying to get.
because if it was about truth, you would consider
Naps, you're
all
sounding like a robot. We can't hear
you
you.
would you would consider all the variables before you make your decision. So it's not truth. It's whatever you want it. You already have your mind made up because
And
you want to be right.
what makes
So
you?
it's
Well,
not
Naps, I see what you're saying up to a point, Naps, but we're limited people. We can't go out and experience or prove all things. After a while, we just simply need to make a decision. And then we can justify our decision to others and say, this is how I chose. You can choose similarly or not. But to imply that we can weigh all options or all religions or whatever, that's absurd. There's too many. After a while, you're just going to need to make a decision.
I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying you have to consider the other part, if that makes sense. Not, I don't know how to explain it to you.
I think I understand some of what you're saying. I mean, I guess you're saying at least consider the other side. Okay.
Yeah, if you're really looking for truth, then you're gonna, take all the info given to you. You're not gonna just reject it automatically and say, "Oh, I made up my mind. It is what it is." Like,
And I don't think many people do that, honestly. I think that people have access to a lot of the same information. They've just come to different conclusions. But that is a good point. Everybody should consider. See, that's you've I don't know, people that are more conspiratorial. It seems to go towards the same motifs, that they've found the one way to analyze information. They found the one way to live and the truth and how to do all things. And if you've arrived at other conclusions, you're just missing information or you made an error in some way. But that's not analyzing all the possibilities there, because you got to analyze that they may have analyzed all the same information and just came up with a different conclusion.
Exactly.
And that's the thing about certain perspectives. Certain perspectives rob you of the clarity of thought to even analyze other options. And so at that point, you just have a recipe for conflict and war anyway. So all you can do is just, go out, give people the truth, whether you live, die, or whatever the consequences are. That's
Give
why the
people your
people that
truth.
spread the gospel were spreading the gospel to the point of death in some cases, because they said that
Your
the truth
truth
was
may not
worth,
be.
spreading.
It actually does help me look at other people's perspectives. I actually tell myself, well, what makes me any better at analyzing or discerning information than somebody else? They may see things differently, and they may I don't know, they may have a better understanding or connect dots that I haven't looked at. So it's good to hear
Right,
them
there might be
out and
something
see
to
their
learn
angle.
from them.
Well, if we're saying, we don't have to have this perspective or that perspective, that's fine. But at the very least, you need to see if another person is seeing clearly. If their perspective, right or wrong, isn't even allowing them to see things
But
consistently
how
and
is that your
clearly,
judgment?
well, then that's going to be a problem even internally within their own worldview.
But how is it your judgment to know if they're seeing clearly or correctly? How do you determine that?
If you love your brother, you're going to keep them from going off a cliff just as much as if you love your
Right.
brother, you're going to be like, hey, you might want to avoid this pitfall over here, like hell
Right.
or damnation or whatever.
Yeah, but self autonomy and like the right, like to be able to free associate and have a lot of those things are important too.
It does intrigue me though, like tribal people, and especially those very remote and cornered off from the rest of the world. How do they perceive us and the world?
Yeah, I think they mostly ignore it. I know I see like a lot of tribes, they'll have some like the accoutrements of like modern civilization, like a Nike shirt or some sandals or something here and there, but it kind of just trickles down. Um, I don't know, but honestly, it's way the tribal people, especially a few documentaries or a lot of videos I watch, are like South American, like river tribe type of people. Like from what I was taught growing up is like hunter gatherer people and like primitive civilization was like ultra violent. People were in fear for their life every second. Like super predators like roaming around, killing everyone every second. But watching them, like there's I don't know, it seemed very peaceful. Like everyone had their place. They knew what to do each day. They had a routine going on, and it it didn't seem like it was a life or death struggle at every second is kind of what it gets portrayed sometimes. But I'm sure things do heat up at some points, and you do have some tumultuous times. But it may well just been a lot more peaceful. Who knows?
Right.
But it is very cool if you want to check it out sometime. Like they I don't know, it's very relaxing for me to watch them. They even got like pets. Everyone's just kind of chilling. Even the kids like help out or got little tasks here. And then at the end of the night, they were making their some form of alcohol. They used their spit, which seemed kind of gross for most people, but they that was the big lead up to the day. They do their tasks. They had a little area where they harvest some roots. The women were more making like flour and spinning thread and other things, and they had I don't know. They each had a little. They go check their limb lines and traps and nets or whatever, see what they'd caught. But then I was like, they had some music and some of their alcoholic drink stuff. But
Saliva liquor.
yeah. But it didn't seem like it wasn't a very complicated lifestyle there, but it seemed like they were pretty content with it. Oh, and they did like so like say a family up the river a couple miles or so, like if the area is flooded, they just kind of all had like a loose association. Uh, they go down there and they help them repair or rebuild. Like so, if you
Oh,
they
that's
all
cool.
were kind of interconnected and help each other out in that way. Some people were displaced, so they came. They're gonna stay there for a couple weeks till the area cleared out and they could help rebuild.
Sense of community.
Yeah, but even like I think they had a pig or two. Like they raise a couple animals here and there eventually to eat, but they're just kind of hanging out too. They throw some feed to the birds. They had a chicken or two. You guys think they're done with pushing the COVID narrative? And if so, do you think it's because elections coming up? Or what are some
Possibly.
people's thoughts on that? I seen somebody posted they claimed it was a memo from the Biden administration. Basically, they're to curb that we've defeated COVID. I think they were drawing conclusions that it may be to elections coming up in November.
Mission complete, basically.
Yeah. That would suck
One
though
tick
if
off
like
the list.
that
Sorry,
would
go.
suck though if like if I don't know, I don't really believe in the political systems, but if they were that important to where like all the real world events, it's basically just like political opposition gone like street ball or like prison ball. Like these massive things are just going to the extremes to win elections. That would that would suck. Like every 2 to 4 years, we're gonna have a lot of fucking shit storm. But I'm kind of done. If anyone else has any other topics they wanted to bring up.
What was that COVID thing again? What was you saying? Okay, no one's gonna talk.
What'd you say?
He said something about COVID or something. I wanted to
Yeah,
know
he said it's all bullshit.
how.
You know that, though, Snaps.
Well, people do appear to be dying for some reason. I'd say it's the 5G death towers or something else, or just, bad accounting of the numbers to push a fear-prone narrative. But I don't know when we're going to get rid of
Every
this
time a
COVID.
G, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you were saying.
Oh, every time a G comes out, it's all about, it's cancer, it's killing people. When 3G came out, they
And
said
yet
that.
the cancer
4G,
rates go up. Conspiracy, I
no, they
suppose.
don't. actually don't.
3G,
They don't.
4G.
2G.
I did actually have questions to people that did believe in like a lot of 5G stuff, because honestly, I hadn't heard any of that with the other, like Naps was saying 2, 3, or 4G. Then it seemed like at 5G, it was just suddenly a big problem.
It's
Was
because
it
of
always a
social media, mate. It's because of communication. There were people who were protesting the rollout of fucking the first radio towers, mate, for the exact same reason that people are protesting higher frequencies. Just because you didn't hear about it doesn't mean it didn't happen, obviously.
That makes
Same
sense.
as nuclear power plants. There were people protesting the fuck out of that. And now look at all the damage they've caused. If people listened to those protesters, none of that damage that they've ever caused would have ever happened. Sure, there wouldn't have been as much power around, but gee, so what? People couldn't have had air conditioning so early. Whoa.
Dallas Dave said that the shots are giving people MAC addresses and Wi-Fi, and they're going to use the 5G to control them.
I heard about that. They said that you're giving off a signal from whatever's in the injection and that it glows, and that it would work with the 5G grid to surveil you and basically keep tabs on what's going on with you.
Waka, 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 waka.
Dana Ashley talks about the 5G connection. The thing that makes me suspicious is people having seizures, and the range of symptoms that go beyond just the lungs or whatever just seems like radio exposure or something like that.
Do you think Trudeau is like Castro's
Yeah,
son?
they say this every single.
Looks very fucking similar.
Yeah,
But that's about as far as you can go.
that's another one of
Yeah.
Dave's main topics he's on lately. But I never would have thought of that
Yeah.
until people were lining up pictures. Looks very, very similar.
You know, there's a doppelganger app where you can put anyone's picture in and it will hunt fucking the database globally that it's got access to for people that look very similar. So you could do this with anyone.
He is very communist, very
Yeah.
pro-government, willing to crush the individual for whatever the government says.
Yeah,
That's
that
what I
was
think
nuts.
of communism.
I couldn't believe he was going shutting down. Well, what was he doing with people's bank accounts? He was trying to not close them, but suspend them in some way.
Freeze them.
Yeah, he's freezing people's accounts. They're trying to go after cryptocurrencies, and a lot of them were like, "Well, our technology doesn't allow us to do that." But a lot of people were cheering it on, like, I don't think that's a very good route to go down.
That's what it's all about, though. The Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. The solution is the whole time to get laws to allow them just to freeze shit based on a thought that you may be thinking. You know, without the truckers going in and doing what they did, and all the convoys, they wouldn't have been able to pass those emergency laws that allow them to do that. Problem, reaction, solution. Everyone just keeps falling for this shit over and over again.
That's what I was starting to notice.
Bunch of fucking goldfish. Bunch of goldfish.
It was my first instinctual like gut reaction. I was like, not this bullshit again. It's gonna glow all to hell. It's just gonna be some bullshit to get to some other ends that they already have set out. But then for a little bit, I was at least hoping. I was like, well, fuck it. I mean, hopefully the people are rising up, and maybe this will be turn into something legitimate. But then looking now, how it just conveniently gets eclipsed by Ukraine, Russia, and it's going to be like memory hold, like no one's going to be talking about it. And they also have a bunch of shiny new powers to shut down dissent, and it sets a precedent for other countries to say, well, look, this is how Canada dealt with it. It worked fine. No one got killed. And
Yep.
noticeably, none of the Western so-called democracies came out and denounced it. Like the leaders weren't like, well, there was a couple people, I guess, but there's some noticeable absences of dissent. They weren't saying. People are like, well, of course they're not coming out against that. That's what they want to do to you too.
Yeah, punch your mouth, breathe, eat goldfish.
Yeah, it all seems very tight and convenient looking back at it. They've got these emergency powers. They're like, well, some of them are going to be permanent, and some of them they're not giving back just yet. And what was the real cost? Like, what did they really lose from allowing or orchestrating the convoys? They certainly gained a bunch from it.
Absolutely nothing. The yeah, I mean, look, they're reflecting now and sort of thinking that maybe the relaxing of things happening there is all because of the convoys. It's the quiet before the storm. It's the true quiet before the storm that Obama was talking about. This year is going to be hectic. We ain't seen nothing yet. Do.
Do you think they're done with like the biological scare games? Do you
No,
think they'll
God
move on
no.
to something else?
No, they've primed people to medically decline. So as they decline, there'll be new, in quotes, variants or new virus outbreaks. It'll just be the symptomology of the decline. And so, the fear from these new symptomology being spooked as new variants or whatever is going to fucking just start more panicking. And like, that's what I mean. You ain't seen nothing yet. Once the symptomology sets in from all these people that have lined up fucking, 4 or 5 times now in some places. Yeah, it's going to be some issues.
Yeah, I did see people presenting their case, saying basically a lot of the shots were to make your immune system more susceptible to disease.
Whatever it's designed to do, a side symptom or side effect, if it wasn't intended, is definitely reduce the effectiveness and the number, and even the ability for your body to produce effective white blood cells. Definitely.
We may have
And you sort of fucking need those.
We may have conquered COVID, but they really won because they got us to, comply, to give up our jobs, to give up our freedoms, to basically be force vaxxed. So they can do that. They can basically do anything to us. Full compliance.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like a compliance test. They like
And
walk
what do you
up
reckon
and
the percentage was that went for it?
For
From
the
your surroundings and everything that you know, do you reckon it was like 90, 80, 50?
80%.
What percentage?
80%.
Yeah, I'd say for the
80?
masks it was large, like very large.
Mask, I say, is 95%.
Okay.
And then the data shows the people that were very high, that got first vaccinations. But honestly, they lie about so much data. I don't put that much faith in their polling numbers. But even their admitted data, their data wash data, shows that it kept falling drastically for second and third and boosters. So people kind of reached a point of like how many they're willing to take, and they're like, eh.
Yeah.
But a lot of them don't even realize, according to their own people, they would be conspiracy anti-vaxxers because they're not up to date to the official recommendations or guidelines.
Exactly. They think they're justified in being hesitant. They might have had a little bit of a side effect the first two or whatever, and they're like, you know what, fucking, I don't want to do that again. And COVID seems to be going away now. You know what? I'm just not going to risk it. And now it's like, you're an anti-vaxxer. No, I'm not. Seriously, no, you are. in the cell, get in there with the
They
rest
get
of them.
they get shut down by the moral police, the more militant and radical of them that decide everyone's like purity. They're like I don't know, for a long time they're actively moderating or deplatforming people that were reporting symptoms. They're like, no, you guys don't understand. I'm one of you guys. I hate these Trump supporters, or I hate these anti-vaxxers. I'm just trying to let you know. So it's like for a while you couldn't report any symptoms. But I don't know. I think even a majority of people that were more aggressive about it, they're kind of done with it. But like you said, when more symptoms show up and they start showing more stories and data variants, maybe they'll go back to it. But
Yeah,
honestly, most
we've got an election up soon, so I know there's going to be a bit of a quiet period here until that's done and dusted.
yeah, it's kind of a bad look of, wait a minute, you guys said you're gonna fix all this. We've been locked down the whole time.
Exactly. Yeah, even though the narrative here is like in the media, they're lining up the opposition narrative that they're going to go full fucking like with the World Economic. You know, that particular guy is going to sign up all these agreements for fucking renewable energy and cancel coal. So no one in their right mind is going to vote for them. So they're propagandizing everyone to lead them to just keeping people that are there, because it's like the best of two evils, if you know what I mean. And that way the status quo can just continue. We got a two-party system, so there's only two.
Do you think the voting is pretty legitimate there, that people are mostly on board with those type of things, or do you think they fudge the numbers and they're voting at all, or to a big degree?
Look, it's hard to know. I mean, we've got compulsory voting, so everyone has to vote like over the age of 18, and that by no means everyone does, you know, but there is a small penalty if you don't, so most people are signed up to vote. Now, but that also means that just because it's compulsory, there's probably a large contingent of people that fucking don't even know how to vote, and they just go there and fucking tick a box so they don't get a penalty. So I think the elections are pretty much fucking pointless. Is there corruption? Without a doubt. There's different ways they can fucking like boost different areas up. Yeah, so it's just as corrupt as anywhere else, but I think in general they probably don't need to manipulate the numbers too much. I think they get the results with the propaganda they put.
I know this is very idealistic and almost impossible, but you know where people say, "Oh, but that's your power." Well, I think. Sorry, did you hear any of that?
Yeah, you were saying that.
You broke up a bit, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so you hear people say like, "Oh, it's your power to vote," right? You know, but I think the power is collectively not voting, right? I know it's a big
non-compliance,
right?
Yeah.
If everyone didn't vote, what the fuck would happen?
Yeah,
Like,
that's a bad look for the system.
It'd be a lot easier for them to put the person that wanted power. But
yeah, but
I have a question for White's work. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I was just saying it is a very bad look though if you only have like 10% participation. It's basically saying that people have checked out. Yeah, you can push people in, but people will less and less believe that system. If it looks like a large
Yeah, but
majority don't believe in it,
that's by their own choice though. They're the one they're deciding not to vote. You know, it doesn't mean that the person's not
it's a bad
legitimately
look.
in charge of the military.
Whether you want to force your people in or not, if it looks like nobody believes in it, it's a bad look.
Yeah, that's a really bad idea.
Well, it's an idealistic. It's not. It's almost impossible. But why would it be a bad idea?
Go ahead, Brenda.
It's a bad idea because that's how democracy works. It's by people participating, voting. So then you just don't have it anymore. It gets taken away from you.
Yeah, you get a new system. It doesn't get taken away. It wasn't given to us. We voted it
the new
in.
system. The new
Fucking
system
hell,
would
Brett.
be a dictatorship, where you get beaten.
Yeah, just really they choose themselves. Yeah, they choose themselves because nobody's participating. That doesn't mean like. Do you think that just because you don't participate means that they lose their legitimacy? They have the exact same legitimacy. The only difference is you had no say in it.
They only have legitimacy if you give it to them. By not complying, they have no legitimacy.
They'll
That's
take
not
it anyway.
That's not complying. Go ahead, Brenda.
How? How will they take it?
With guns.
Yeah, they already
How?
have.
The politicians have guns, do they?
Put a bullet in your head. That's how.
Yes, they have.
Oh, do they? Have they got enough bullets for everybody?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they have
No,
more
they
than
don't.
enough.
Yeah, they
No,
do.
they
They have more than enough bullets for
Oh,
everybody.
you guys are just stooges. Fucking no wonder you don't protest and you line up.
They
Okay,
actually
so
don't
with,
have
there's
more
more
than enough room for everybody, by
there's
the way.
more military people in this country than there is like grown adults in your country, close to it. And so it's like the military and the cops, the people with guns, the people that have the authority of the government behind them. Yeah, they have the government's authority to do the government's justice. So if you just say I'm not going to participate in having any say in the government, that doesn't mean that they lose that legitimacy. That just means that you no longer have a say. And if they want to put their own dirty people in power over and over again, and they want to do ruthless things, you've given them that power. There's no. It's not just because you don't participate means that you're not complying.
Well, you can't take legitimacy
Is
by
not a.
force.
Say what, sir?
You can't take legitimacy by force. You can force people to do things. That doesn't make you legitimate.
Yeah, you can take legitimacy by force. Actually,
No, you
that's
can't.
actually how all governments have been taken by force, by absolute
That's
force.
not taking legitimacy. That's like you can be a tyrant and you can win. You might win the fight, but you can't take legitimacy by force. You can only
I think you can, man. I'm with Coach on this one.
That's how it's taken, man. Like you can
That's
say
not
that.
legitimacy, though. That's like saying
it
he can be legitimate if he steals well enough. Well, no, he can't be legitimate if he steals well enough.
Every government in existence right now is seen as legitimate to at least most people, right?
But being seen as legitimate isn't the same as being legitimate.
It is actually.
Being seen as legitimate. That doesn't make him legitimate.
Okay, what makes you legitimate then?
Someone giving you legitimacy. That's what it makes you legitimate.
Right, exactly. So if you're seen as legitimate by the people who would give you legitimacy, then
Yeah, that has a shelf life, though. What do you think it does to the morale of people that do think the government is legit, and they go and they have to stamp out by force or shoot people that don't believe the system is legit? That doesn't last forever. When you have people that forcefully have to stomp on the people of their own country, it's a very detrimental to the morale. Those things do add up.
Exactly.
And it doesn't last forever.
That's exactly why you participate. Because when you participate, you have a say, right? So whenever you have illegitimate things going on, you can speak up against it, and shit, gets put in the spotlight.
That's what you believe, but there's a lot of people don't believe it's
that shit.
legitimate.
You have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, those are your
That's what
views.
participation gives you.
That's
that's
your
the truth.
view
That's what
that
happens.
That's according to your worldview. You believe that participating has an effect. Not everyone believes that.
Right. And your superior worldview says that not
You don't
participating
know my worldview. For one, you don't know. For one, you don't know my worldview. For two, I wouldn't say it's superior.
Yeah, because it's not.
But I
the
do.
only opportunity you have is
You
to
don't know
participate.
my worldview. I haven't stated what my worldviews
Maybe
are.
not.
I'm acknowledging there's a lot of people that don't believe in the legitimacy of democracies.
Okay, so do you think participating is you said that was my worldview was faulty because I said participating is how you can
Not what I said at all.
have the opportunity. Okay, what are you saying?
I'm acknowledging that a lot
worldview.
of people. I'm acknowledging that a lot of people don't have your worldview. That it is legitimate to participate in democracies, and it has an effect on it.
I hate democracy.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about democracy anyhow. I think Brendan did, but
I think
government in general.
I think a good way to think about it is like the same as like trustworthiness. Like you can be trustworthy to some people and not to others, but you can't force your trustworthiness on somebody else. They have to give you their trust. You can't force it from them. That's not how trust works. And I think legitimacy is the same way. You can be legitimate to a certain group of people and not to another. You can't go to that other group and force them to think you're legitimate.
Yeah. So, but nobody's saying that you have to that trusting in somebody is paramount or is necessary even. You ever heard the expression like possession is 9/10 of the law, right?
Yeah, I've heard that.
If you have the gun and you're at the king of the hill, then guess what? You're the king of the hill, and it doesn't matter if there's people at the bottom of the hill who say that you're not legitimate, because guess what?
Right.
That doesn't mean anything. It only means anything if they have the power to do anything about it. If they don't have the power to do anything about it, then it's just the lonely thoughts of a powerless person. Okay?
Right.
He's still at the top of the hill.
I accept that. I understand that, like, just because somebody at the bottom says you're not legitimate, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to affect change in any way. Okay, them saying words, that never actually does anything, just saying the words, right? There has to be some sort of action associated with it. That's just good sense. That's just logic.
No, but Bob, the words follow the action. Like, have you ever heard the words the de facto ruler, or the de facto leader? You know,
I understand the concept of de facto.
Yeah, so the person, by force or otherwise, takes control, and they become the de facto. The words follow.
My point is that I agree with what Kosho's saying. If somebody we'll talk about the president, I guess, of the United States. If somebody right now from some country town of population 300 says that president's not legitimate, him saying that doesn't do anything. It doesn't change who the leader is. It doesn't change who is considered president by everybody else or whatever. Like, he can say those words, he can believe those words, and to him, the president can be entirely illegitimate to that person. But him saying the words doesn't change reality, right? That person that he says is illegitimate is still considered the president by the other people.
And at the end of the day, in our country, for example, like you're saying, like if let's say a lot of people don't find the president as legitimate.
Biden definitely stole that election.
Yeah, let's just say like a whole bunch of people. Let's say more than 50% of the people believe the president's not legitimate. But the process that he became president was the votes, and then the Congress, like everything went through by the written law. The law was held up by the courts. The Justice Department, the Executive Department, they're not doing anything as far as like arresting anybody or anything like that. So, and we hold the courts as legitimate. So, by and also the government is held up by people with guns. So there's people protecting the laws with guns, by their duty. So all these things kind of force the legitimacy onto anybody. Anybody who speaks out against that system is,
Not to mention that even though before,
the ability.
real quick, just an added point. Before, when it happened, maybe it was like, it was equivocal. It wasn't, you couldn't say it was legitimate because it was like split, or maybe even the other side, like Trump had maybe more support in terms of the people, right? But as something happens, as it continues to happen, people become acclimated and desensitized, and now most people consider Biden the legitimate president, right? So you have to add that into the equation as well.
But like, let's just take the example of like Trump right now. Okay, we have certain rules for becoming president, right? It doesn't have to be Trump; it can be anybody. Okay, it has
to be Trump.
Anybody who walks into the White House right now and shoots the president in the head and says, "I'm president now," even if they have 80% of the country agreeing with them, that doesn't make them a legitimate president. They can be a tyrant. They can have power. They can force people to do things. They can say they won. All of those things can be true. And a lot of people can call them president. That doesn't make them legitimate. It just means that they have the power.
Well, it depends on if they dissolve the courts or if they had somebody to legally, if they got like the Congress to write a law that said,
they better shoot Kamala too.
Speaker of the House can. No, yeah, but I'm saying Speaker of the House, he could say he can make a law that says the Speaker of the House can name a president, whatever. They sign that law into, or they sign that into law legally. It's like he could legally do these things,
right?
And then legitimize it just by force. Like people do that kind of shit all the time. Actually, yeah.
To everybody that goes along with it, right? It would be legitimate to everybody that goes along with it.
Right. Yeah. Well, it'd be legitimate
as long as most people go along with it. That's all you need.
Yeah. Or more.
Yeah.
Most power. Yeah. Most of the people are most of the power. Like if you could have not a majority of the people and still have just more power. And, they could do anything about it.
True.
Usually numbers are probably like super useful.
Sounds like the globe.
Numbers.
There's power in numbers.
I would say.
The consensus, eh? Just consensus will do it. Like the globe.
Yeah, it's democracy. It's a huge appeal to consensus.
I said you don't have to have the numbers. I just said that you can have the majority against that person being legitimate, and that person just have more power, and they would be legitimate by force. But Issa said this the other day about he thinks that even the system, the way it's built now, at least in our country, in America, maybe other countries too, there is a path to make it an effective government already built in, and it really actually just takes people being participating in an effective way. You can actually have an effect and by doing something and not by just
like
sitting
what?
back and doing nothing. Being vocal, galvanizing people. You can have people who are vocal on a certain issue, and you can actually turn your representatives. You can sway your representative, towards whatever it is, whatever the
How much weight would your voice carry compared to these lobbyists with millions and millions of dollars of funding to throw at these politicians and at the media as much as they want?
Yeah, that depends. One person is not going to be able to match up with that. But if you have a person, you galvanize enough people who are passionate enough to write and call in, you can gather more people, and then your representative is going to realize that he's not going to get voted back in if everybody that is in his constituency is asking him for something and he's denying him. He's not going to get another term. So they tend to listen whenever their constituents are vocal about something persistently. That's why they say that.
Yeah, but it's very rare to have an issue where the huge majority of your constituency is all on the same page.
Yeah, or a lot of them, yeah. But yeah, you're right. That's what
Like, you'd
most
have
people
to
don't
be like
participate.
oppressing your people in some matter if everyone is, you know, of an opinion that, you know, this needs to be changed, or that their, you know, leader or member of parliament is, you know, on the wrong side of the issue.
Yeah, a lot of time it's workforce-based stuff, like you know, people like businesses or big companies that are in their area like that. They know that that's going to sway a lot of their voters because maybe a lot of them work at this place. But yeah, like I said, that as long as it's a lot of people and they're actually participating, then that means something. But if most people aren't participating, then you're never going to get a bunch of people to be that vocal anyways. They know that any vocal group is usually a small group, and unless it's, you know, like I said, like a big vocal group, they're not gonna. They know that they still have a chance of winning another election. You know what I mean? Because they're usually small groups who are vocal, not very big ones.
Yeah.
That's why you have old people who suck. Everybody knows they suck, but they're still winning. They're still senators, Congress. Because most people don't vote, especially
We
in
need a
midterm.
revolution. That's what we need. Instead of opting in, everyone, like, you know, all hands on deck, you know, be part of the system, change it from inside. Fuck that shit. We need to change it from outside with force. We need to mobilize. We need to attack. We need to get rid of these like terrible systems of government. We need to impose a one world hegemony with me as benevolent dictator at the top of it. Or maybe not.
What if we all just
But
disappeared
in your
though,
opinion,
overnight?
what was the
What
most
if we all
successful?
What if we all just like found an island, disappeared overnight, and then you know, the rulers wake up to see they've got no more slaves left?
I don't think that'll happen.
Good luck.
Their work for them.
Non-compliance is the only way.
So,
yeah, but percentage. What do you
But
think is
if
the
we're
most
finding
successful?
islands, then hook me up, man. I wouldn't mind having my own island, like Branson's Netter Island.
What do you think is the most successful rebellion percentage?
Most successful what?
Rebellion.
Ooh. I don't know. I'd have to take some time on that one.
I don't really know either. I mean, maybe the American one, but despite because I'm biased. But I guess because I'm biased, I'm gonna just go with that one. But they're usually not very. I don't know. I mean, not rebellion. I meant revolution, but same thing. The
Yeah.
most successful revolution. Yeah, they tend to be more the same, and usually it's like there's dirty stuff on the way. Like the French Revolution, like they killed a lot of good people just because they were
I mean,
mad
there's
that they were rich.
some in recent history that were relatively bloodless. Like Sisi taking over in Egypt, that was relatively bloodless. Tunisia, their revolution was, you know, well, I think
A
maybe
man
like
set himself on fire.
200 people died or something. Yeah, I mean, well, that's one man, right?
There were a couple ones, but usually those ones were the ones that were, you know, beneficial to the West. But you said in Egypt, right? Because
Yeah.
wasn't that one? Didn't they get what's his name? The guy who was like he was from America, but then they took him out and the military took over.
Yeah, I'm saying
talking about
before the
after that?
military took over, you had Mohammed Morsi.
Yeah,
And
Mercy.
that one was relatively bloodless. And then Sisi
Yeah.
came up, and then you had the Million Man March and stuff like that, and there was actually a few people that died. But even then, it was still relatively bloodless compared to, like, you know, some other ones.
Do you think it's
Compared to, like,
better
the
now?
Libyan Revolution. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think almost everything in the Arab Spring was
No, I mean, keep
there
in
was a lot
mind
of
you had, like,
there was a lot of outside influences.
sure. To maybe start it off, I don't know, actually, to be honest. But like you
Not
had
to start
some
off. I don't mean
countries
to
like
start off. I mean,
Bahrain and stuff like that. Some other ones that, you know, started, but you know there was just too much quelling. They basically got, you know, it got nipped at the bud, and a lot of people died in a short amount of time and stuff like that. And it was bloody enough that, you know, that the dictator got away with it.
you said Bahrain.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bahrain was one of them.
Yeah, well, Bahrain was one of them. I was there during the Airstream Bahrain, and like I said, but the influence, at least from the West, there's influence from a lot of countries in a lot of the Airstream, but from the West, the countries that it was advantageous for there to be a revolution, we assisted the rebels, and like in the case of Egypt, help somebody like Mercy, who was very much influenced by the West. I think he went to college in California, and but yeah, but the other countries like Bahrain,
Well, wasn't Mercy considered
Muslim
extremist?
Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, depends on you know what the motivations are. So I don't pretend to be an expert in the agenda, but I was under the impression that he was the favorite of the West, at least. Like he was probably the favorite choice over.
I highly doubt that.
Who was the guy that they just put in
He
jail
had
right
like
before him?
some Salafi Islamic views. He was, you know, I think he was a good dude.
Yeah.
And I don't think he
Sure,
would have
maybe.
kind of aligned with Western policies whatsoever. So.
Yeah, but I don't think the Western. I think that there's an agenda that is not really overt.
Yeah, but
and,
maybe
like,
no.
I
agree with you.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but
there's
maybe
Sunni,
go ahead. Actually,
there's Sunni countries that are very Islamic, and even ISIS, which was funded by a lot of Sunni, like Qatar, like people like Qatar and Al Jazeera were actually pro ISIS and stuff like that. And it seemed to me, at least, the thing that was confusing to me at that time was that there's a lot of instances where you would think that us in the West, we have something against Islam or against like extreme Islam or against someone like the Muslim Brotherhood or Mercy, but we actually tend to align with the agenda of Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the Sunni kind of umbrella of all. It's kind of a weird thing, but it does seem like our interests align with them most of the time.
yeah, but that's not so much about religion, and in terms
Oh, yeah,
of
no, yeah, I don't. Yeah,
in terms of
right.
extreme, like, you know, extremist Muslim or whatever, he wasn't one of them, because like that's just something that the propaganda tells you is the fact, right? That this is an extremist Muslim organization or whatever. But if you actually look at the views, the Muslim Brotherhood, at least like under Morsi, wasn't at all extremist.
Yeah.
And I definitely agree with you.
said
Like
that-
there's sometimes overt, or not overt, kind of like actions by the U.S. And I think actually it didn't happen in terms of getting Morsi in there, but getting him out. I think the Americans probably helped Sisi and got rid of him. Because Sisi's views kind of align more with, you know,
So at the time,
with Morsi. Sorry, with the U.S.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's very possible. Oh shit! Hold on one second.
I mean, seriously, what changed from Hosni Mubarak to Sisi now in terms of like their relations with the U.S.?
So, what do you think about the Muslim Brotherhood and the U.S.? You don't think that? 'Cause that's what I'm saying. There's a weird alignment with, and I didn't mean like Mercy was extremist. I'm just saying like there was a very like the Muslim Brotherhood. They're very I don't know how to put this, but I don't mean extremists. I just mean like
I won't deny that's how they're, you know, that's how they're being made out to look. Like that's how they're
West,
kind of advertised in the West and stuff like that.
right. But even still, that's what I'm saying is that's what's weird. That's why I think during the time when ISIS was big, you couldn't watch Al Jazeera in the U.S. And I think there was a reason for that, and I think that's because there's a narrative that we in the West, like I guess like propaganda-wise, they don't align with it, but agenda-wise, like we do align entirely with like I said, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and like I said, the Sunni kind of umbrella of the whole thing.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. Again, I'd be very careful to, like, not attribute that to religion, because
No, I'm not
a lot of
attributing
what
to religion.
Saudi is doing and aligning with like the U.S. in terms of in terms of arms and the exports and stuff like that, oil exports and what have you. It's not, if you ask someone that's like straight up on their on Islam, they'll be like, yeah, they shouldn't be doing that because they view them as as the governments of the disbelievers basically, and you shouldn't be aiding them, kind of. So it's not really. Yeah,
I'm not trying to bring. I'm not bringing up that they're Sunni because I'm not bringing up the religious aspect for any other reason than just to identify who it is I'm talking about. Because propaganda-wise, we have one narrative with the relationship between these countries and their agenda, and I just mean politically. Like I said, nothing to do with religion, but
yeah, I'm with
the
you.
Sunni,
You're just identifying them by that. But I'm saying
Yeah.
it's a poor identification because they're not really Sunni leaders. It's not really a Sunni government because of that. It's
But do you do-
like
you
if
do
you were to
think there's a
compare
stark-
like a hold up, let me just say this. So like if you're trying to, if you're talking about a Sunni government, form of government, it would be like a caliphate with a caliph, right? A khalifa, and if like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Oman, they're a far cry from what like a caliphate would be. Absolutely,
Sure, yeah.
almost other end of the spectrum. So I wouldn't even consider them being Sunni-led, like Sunni governments.
I don't mean to make a distinction in that way between these dudes, but you gotta admit there's an obvious distinction between the people in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, and then the people in, say, Iran, and all the other the Shia communities, where even if it's not a Sunni and Shia religious thing, politically they're on like separate sides of an issue, like not even religiously, but like we
Give me an
seem to be
example.
aligning with the Sunni political leaders. Even but when I say Sunni, I'm not saying it religiously, but they just happen to be the Sunni religious leaders, right?
I mean, yeah, they are like at odds, but give me an example of what do you mean by like outside of religion? They're on opposite ends of.
No. Okay, so like let's just say Saudi Arabia, and everyone in their umbrella, right? And then you have Iran and the countries that we seem to be, trying to overturn. They don't seem to be Sunni countries. They seem to be countries. It seems like there's an umbrella that we have, an agenda that we have, and it seems like the Saudi Arabia and Qatar and well, not so much Turkey, but you have these countries that are kind of all aligned in the same agenda. Then you have countries like Iran, which are totally not aligned, and they're not just against Saudi Arabia, but they're like, we have a opposing agenda with them.
Well, I mean, you keep on saying countries like Iran, but Iran's the only one you've kind of mentioned on the other.
Well, they're the only ones left now. Like after like before.
See,
there
that's
were
what I
there were
mean.
7
It's not
countries.
so much about them being Shia, because you had the same thing with like Venezuela and North Korea. It's just people that don't kind of go part and parcel with what the U.S. and the West wants. It's just about basically disobedience, relative rather than it being Sunni versus Shia or this or that. The reason like Emirates and Saudi and stuff like that and Egypt are seen in a good light in terms of the UK is because they have good relations, because they do what they want basically, right? And if they don't do what they want, then they get the stick.
That's what I mean, though. What were the other countries before the what was I thinking of?
Like you had Iraq. Iraq is Sunni,
It was like half
and they
and
went
half.
in there. Afghanistan is Sunni, and they went in there, right? Like it's not about Sunni versus Shia war.
No, but there was in Iraq. It wasn't just. It was like there was influences, outside influences, like the Iranians and Saudi Arabians basically fighting in Iraq, like proxy war, basically.
Let's be real. The reason they went into Iraq, it's mostly political. It's very like hardly religious, and it was because Saddam Hussein wanted to like get onto the gold back dinar. He wanted to, he was basically being a thorn in the side of the U.S. That's why he was targeted with this bullshit.
He also did something bad to his citizens, though. Also.
Sure, he did.
I mean, yeah, you can say that it's a lie, but
no, I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm saying even if he did something bad, it was relatively minor compared to the millions of Muslims that have been killed now. And also, like, there's a lot of bad things that leaders do that the U.S. doesn't bother actually toppling the government of. Like Syria, the guy's killed so many more. He's still in there.
Sure. So the thing is that even though those governments don't do what America wants, Americans still don't go there, like China, Syria.
Yep.
Yeah. So it isn't about U.S. Japan and people doing what the U.S. wants.
No, well, I mean, even if the countries don't go in there, and the countries weak enough that they can't fight against them, like America's not going to invade China. There'd be, that'd be World War III for real. Yeah. They're not going to invade Russia or something like that. They're going to invade these countries that they can basically conquer and set up a puppet regime or whatever, just like Russia's doing to Ukraine right now.
It's like one piece. That's what I was saying. After the Cold War, you take out these little guys that would be allies with your enemy. You take them out because you can take them out easily. That's why, if you notice, Libya and Syria were similar. It was similar motivations by us in the West in both those countries, but one was much easier than the other because one is more powerful with more powerful allies, which made it more difficult to basically do what we did in Libya. Which
I don't think it was so much that as basically Assad was kind of, he was amenable to the West's kind of like, to basically playing ball, and he wasn't as gung-ho about, about certain issues like getting rid of the central banks and, getting back to the gold-backed currency and, uniting the countries of Africa to have like, a kind of a seat of power to vie that of NATO and the EU and that sort of thing. He was basically Gaddafi was more of a threat.
They can't divide EU or NATO or anything. Even if Africa was united, it does nothing to European Union or NATO.
What do you mean?
Well, what would it do? Nothing.
If you unite all the African countries, you get rid of all the central banks, all the IMF bullshit that they're indentured to, then you have a threat, that rivals that of all the of the NATO or what have you. You can, it's an issue.
No, but how was European Union? How was that a threat to United States?
They weren't, because they're both Western powers, which have that.
The world won't support them, so.
They're both Western, like basically considered West, and they're all ruled by the same kind of, they all have their central banks with, the Jewish bankers running the show and everything like that.
No, but it's different central banks, not the same.
Yeah, but they're all part of the IMF. They all have, pay these membership shares of special drawing rights, which are like, backed onto mostly the US dollar. So, I mean, it's all on the same page.
Backed by euro over here.
No, if you look at the special drawing right, it's, proportional to the members' currency.
What drawing right?
It's the It's the currency for the International Monetary Fund. It's called the SDR.
Yeah.
Special drawing right.
Okay. And that's dollars somehow.
Yeah, it's split between the members of like the IMF and how much money they put in, basically. And since the U.S. is basically like the founding member and the biggest member in terms of like how much they put in and stuff, they basically, you know, throw their weight around, and it's mostly backed on the U.S. dollar.
What do you do with those drawing rights? How does it affect the ECB printing euros?
Why does it affect what?
How does it affect ECB from printing euros?
It doesn't.
Okay, so there's.
I mean, it might affect it a little bit in terms of like, you know.
Yeah. So sure, but then. Sure, but then
that's not my point. My point is they're all on the same system. You know, the Western powers are aligned.
Because we have euro, so we're different.
You have what?
Euros. We use euros.
I'm not talking about what your currency is, bro. I'm saying in terms of all these Western countries, they're all aligned because they all basically are on the same page in terms of, you know, owners and values and that sort of thing.
Okay,
you know?
So how would
whereas the African countries, if they were liberated, if they weren't indentured and basically like constantly being torn down by puppet regime after puppet regime, if they were united, that would be an issue because there's power in numbers.
But what power to do what?
Only God knows, man.
Fuck. There's
you
nothing.
Don't think if the entirety of Africa, you know, united and acted as a monolith, that it wouldn't be a concern for the rest of the world, for anyone who, not the rest of the world, but anyone who chooses to go against them?
Why would you go against?
Come on, man.
Well, how isn't Europe or EU a threat to United States if the United States?
No, because again, their interests are similar.
Okay, so how do you know that the Africa's interests are different than Europe?
Does Africa have a lot of minerals and stuff?
Just like every continent, yeah.
Right. So, but Africa's the biggest continent, right?
Yes.
I think so. I think
Asia might be a little bit bigger.
Eurasia is bigger, yeah.
But if Africa united, then they would have their own thing. You know, that's just a percentages point. Like, it's an interesting point.
I think they have the most.
I'm sure I would like to see that happen.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is like when Bob Marley performed there, they took razors to all the albums, so you couldn't hear "Africa Unite," that song.
It's for real?
Oh yeah,
I've never heard that before.
You couldn't buy a Bob Marley album in a lot of parts of Africa because the governments would when they got the album, they were all scratched up with razors because of his song "Africa Unite."
You know, there's an agenda to unite Africa, but under a different under basically an agenda that aligns with Western, or you know, possibly maybe China has a plan. But I know that there was plans to unite Africa. I think it was supposed to make South Africa some other country. They're supposed to make some other country the headquarters or whatever. But
try doing that with South Africa.
There's
some history there.
You do that.
Hey, you know,
it might have been Egypt.
And they have no place to run.
Here
All
to
North
rule
Africa
this.
just comes south.
Yeah, let's get these Dutch people here to rule you.
Yeah, it was Joshua Slocum traveled on a vessel in like the early 1900s or late 1800s, and he met with the president of the Boer Republic, which is in I think it's in Africa. I think it's Eastern Africa. I forget where it was. Boer
What
Republic.
republic? Can you spell it out?
It's a BOEHR, Boer Republic.
Oh, are those the Dutch in South Africa?
Boer, yeah, that's Boer.
He met with the president and debated the shape of the Earth with him. Because the Boer republics were flat earthers.
I didn't know that.
There's some maybe, but they were dumb. But I think the problem
They're
with
smart enough to
uniting-
go to Africa and just basically, live the life there.
That's sure. I mean, yeah.
That's seen as kings.
Take a lot of IQ. They're not seen as kings. Killed now.
They were
Burned,
to the,
raped.
dumb Africans in time.
Well, a lot of people did that to a lot of people. But I think the uniting of Africa can never happen because of, so many different views and religions and superstitions over there. So it doesn't happen.
I mean, on some level, it already is happening because you have the African Union, right? This is just like, would be a step
But
above.
it's an old union though.
It is an old union.
Has anyone in here actually ever lived in Africa? Just a quick question.
No.
Into Africa.
Hey,
No, live
Crypto. The whole
What is
world
it?
is Africa. They just divided into continents and states, bro.
Say again? Sorry?
You ever heard that line?
What's that?
It's like a reggae line. The whole world is Africa, but they divided into continents and states. So I was saying, like, wherever you are, you're living in Africa, essentially.
I don't understand that. Like, why would the whole world?
You don't
be
understand it because you're not African.
Well,
Well,
I'm
no, the
actually
point
literally
is-
half.
It could mean a lot of things. There's people. Most people believe that people came from Africa.
Oh, okay, but the out of Africa
I can
theory
see
isn't
that.
believed by virtually anyone anymore.
No, it's believed by most people.
Yeah, but it's not believed by any geneticists or any population geneticist, any
It is.
anthropologist.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. It's not a
It is.
prevalent theory anymore. No, it isn't.
Where do they
What
claim
did they do
people
now?
came from?
Your mama.
They came from dust
Look,
and
what's-
females came from ribs.
They try to make the claim that, like, Pangea, i.e. Pangea, therefore civilization was first in Africa, therefore.
I know what the
whole world-
claim is.
Pangea
But
was
Kosho
millions
saying
of years
that
ago.
it's still a prevalent idea. It's not. Like there are many different diverging theories now. So many of these people now they'll look at like an old study of like I don't know the divergence between say trying to think now. Sorry, it's late. But anyway, they'll look at an old study and it'll call into question like the out of Africa theory. And this has happened many, many times in the last 10 years. Like it was quite commonly believed, I would say, around 2000 that we all came from Africa.
Yeah, like
this is
Lucy
not.
and stuff.
This is
Can you
not
enlighten
the
us, Dan?
predominant worldview anymore.
Can you enlighten us and tell us what maybe even the next leading idea?
There's
even
loads.
or
There's like
the most popular
hundreds.
one?
There's
Sure,
hundreds.
sure.
This
But if
one
it's
is
the
hundreds.
predominant one, can you tell us what is?
No, I don't think there is a predominant one. You're
Well,
asking
I'm
me
going
for
to tell you
something that
that
doesn't exist.
because it seems like you may not know, but it's that is the predominant theory.
No, it's not.
It is. Yeah,
No,
it
it's
actually
not.
is, man.
Okay, where's your evidence that that's the case?
All the fossils, all the fossils that they have from
I'm
like
not
200
asking whether you
200,000
subscribe to the
300,000.
theory. I'm not asking whether you subscribe to it, Kosho. I'm asking what the opinion of people in those fields is.
Right. Yeah. And the fossils.
That's
I
a
mean,
different question.
I've not seen any
All
other
right,
evidence.
you don't
to
answer the
that.
question. That's fine.
I've never seen any other evidence to say otherwise. That's what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter
If
what
there's
your
other
opinion
evidence,
is.
I'd like to see it. That'd be great. But
Your opinion isn't up for debate, Kosho. Your opinion isn't up for debate here.
it's not my opinion. I'm
But
telling
I
you what
think-
I've seen. This is the
Yeah, I
reason
think
why.
he's trying to answer. If I might, I think he's trying to say that he thinks that this is the the majority or predominant opinion because of the scientists finding these fossils.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was the opinion of people 20 years ago. Yeah.
Well, if there's a new opinion, that's what I'm saying. I'm all ears. I'd like to see.
There's
what they're
tons of
saying
them now.
but
Okay, man. Look, this is going to take an awful lot of digging for me to give you all of these different worldviews now that people have.
You can just give me a
Like-
single one.
there's so many of them. Where do I start? Like,
Anywhere. I mean, like I said,
okay,
any
I'll
other
Google
especially South Africa.
alternatives to out of Africa theory.
I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe last time I learned was in the year 2000. But
Multi-regional origin of modern humans. That's a theory that I've never heard of.
yeah, you're talking about the modern humans, like the Denisovans and the what do you call them, the Neanderthals. They lived in different places, but this is after we all left from Africa.
According to out of Africa theory.
Say what?
According to out of Africa theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the thing that's up for contention.
But okay, but who is it under under contention by?
I don't know how I can say this any more times anymore.
Well, Crypto, I do think you're making an argument from ignorance. You're saying that it's up to contention. This original, like where the original man came from, but you're not providing what the contention is. You know?
No, I'm not. It doesn't matter what Kosho thinks, and it doesn't matter what he provides as evidence for out of Africa theory. My statement had nothing to do with any of that. It was to do with the opinions of biologists, geneticists, and anthropologists. They used to all subscribe to this. They no longer do.
No, and that's what I was saying. I just like.
So do they just say that they don't know anymore?
There are many different theories. Like, so when he goes, "Oh, why don't you give me a theory?" I just Googled one because there are so many. There's the multi-regional hypothesis, the polycentric hypothesis. What about?
They're equivocal on these hypotheses, right?
Real quick, this only got started because I mentioned a Michael Rose comment, who's he's just a reggae star who says that the whole world is Africa. And because you asked if anyone had lived in Africa, and I was just saying, the whole world is Africa, kumbaya.
Well, yeah, that was really the question I actually. That was the question I actually wanted to get answered. Has anyone here actually lived in Africa ever?
No comment. It's
personal. Okay, no. Kosho hasn't. Anyone else?
Well, if the whole world's Africa.
For like 3 weeks.
Yeah, he said the whole world is not Africa, so you haven't lived in Africa.
You lived there for 3 weeks, Kosho.
God. Lighten up a little.
Yeah, several places. Yeah.
So no one's lived in Africa. Well, I hear a lot of opinions about Africa, and it just seems a bit strange because no one's actually lived there or experienced
say that
it.
if you don't know Crypto.
It's not real.
Come on, man. If you say to someone, "Oh yeah, have you lived in Africa?" and someone says no, the answer is obviously that you haven't. Because if you had,
why is that obviously the answer?
Because if you had, you would have said so.
Why?
Because then you would be not in the group that was about to get castigated for not having lived there.
Or maybe it's the internet, and some people want to respect their privacy, and don't want to give any unnecessary information.
Yeah, that's possible. I don't believe that, but that is possible.
All right, well.
Just saying.
That's fine.
I've worked with a lot of musicians from Africa. I know that much. I've worked with a lot of musicians from Africa. Fucking awesome people. Burkina Faso and, Ghana. Fucking awesome people. But they question the mainstream narrative too. But that they also, it's like, I think, because to get back to kind of where we were at was that if we found it interesting that like they messed up Bob Marley's records just because he had a song on there called Africa Unite, which is like fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the other guy who said Africa would never unite. There's too many tribes that hate each other. It would never happen.
Well, the Christians also have torn it apart, and so have the Muslims, and a lot of like the religions have destroyed a lot of the.
It was already like that. Like the religions made it worse for sure, but like this idea that they were all living in peace and harmony until big bad Christians and Muslims turned up is just rubbish. Like.
Oh yeah, no, it's like anywhere though. It's just but you it's weird is you do see it so prevalently. I mean, you can see it in the deep south of the United States even, but you can see it over there. It seems it's really prevalent. Like if you don't like worship or go, make it to church, you might be the devil, and now the tribe's got to come get you.
or if you're albino.
You know what I mean?
What?
Like
Yeah.
weird shit. Like whoa.
Yo, Africa is huge. You gotta be specific when you
That's a
say
good
stuff
point
like
too.
that,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. But I've heard of or whatever, and you know, God knows the validity of all of it. I don't know. Never been
God,
there.
Moses. Hey, I wanted to read this real quick just because I want to vindicate myself. But it says the multi-regional hypothesis was first proposed in '84, revised in 2003. In its revised form, it's similar to the assimilation model, which holds that modern humans originated in Africa and today share a predominant recent African origin, but have also absorbed
Okay.
small geographically variable degrees of admixture from other regional archaic hominid species.
So it's not a separate theory then. Like I said before, I've literally just
This is a separate theory.
No, he's saying that the molten whatever isn't very much a separate theory from assimilation or whatever.
Well, no. Those two are similar, and they're both not.
Did I understand you right, Crypto?
They're both not claiming that we didn't come from Africa, and that's what I'm saying. That these other theories that you're saying people are agreeing to or are now saying is valid, they're not different from the fact. They're not different from humans came from Africa.
Yeah, okay, whatever. So when I said I just Googled an alternative and I hadn't even read it yet, you then obviously you took the ice cream and waited for it to melt, and then I don't know what you did with it. The point is that
I'm telling you. I mean, if you can give me an example, then that's great. If you can't give me an example, then there's no point in saying anything about it because there isn't that. That is a predominant opinion.
I would say the predominant opinion is that
professionals in that
humans
field.
came from, not from Africa, but from Eden. Okay, Adam and Eve came from Eden. That's a predominant opinion. You got
I
most
said of
people.
professionals in that field, man. not of religious people in the world. Professionals in these fields of geneticists and biologists and that kind of thing.
Yeah, what the fuck do they know?
So if they've got this idea that humans came from Africa, then how did they get to Africa?
My
They
argument
just
is that this
poof appeared there in Africa.
I dream of genie.
Well, that theory was basically that the chimpanzees or whatever, the group of they're in trees, and then due to the mountains or something. It's been a while since I read that. And as the weather changed and the forest, they started dying off and becoming more and more like separated.
Fuck off! Insert bullshit story here.
Some stupid evolution bullshit.
Yeah, but I think I don't know. That was the theory. Like I think, like Crypto was saying, like 20 years ago, that was like the mainstream thing. But I haven't read too much into it. But
Chimpanzees in South
stuff I did
America or the
read-
chimpanzees in Asia. Why didn't they turn into human beings?
Well,
Oh, fuck off.
that's the out of Africa. That's the out of Africa theory. Is that
Rams,
after
Rams,
they
that's like-
evolved there, they evolved in Africa, and then they started like moving out from there.
Rams, what you asked is like asking that, because if we have dust today, how can God create Adam out of dust if we still have dust today?
No, that's not what he asked. He asked, how did they get to Africa in the first place?
No, he asked why are there still chimps if we came from chimps?
Oh, but the chimps. Okay, my bad.
How did Adam and Eve populate the whole planet?
Well, here's another question. Why would they be ashamed of their nakedness if there wasn't other people to witness it?
Yeah, and how did they know that it's a sin?
But
Because
hold
God
on,
told them.
Ashamed of their nakedness.
And who created God? If God was there.
Oh,
Oh, interesting
Oh
question.
my god, that is the
Oh, that was
dumbest
it.
question
Wait,
anybody can ask.
Rams, you asked the dumbest question.
What
Why
came
are there
first,
still
the
chimps?
chicken or the egg?
Wait, hold on a sec. Moman, you said
Deep
they made Adam out of dust. Why is there dust left? Are you trying to say that it needed all of the dust in the world to make Adam?
Well, Ram said that why are there still chimps if we're created from chimps? And it's like,
No.
dumbass question. so
Somebody
it's
said
dumbass for you.
chimps became human beings in Africa first.
No, that's not
And I
true.
said,
That's
what
not
about
true.
the chimps? What about the
That's
chimps
not
in South
true.
America and Asia?
That's not true.
Did
Yeah,
that-
chimps
that-
didn't become
specific-
humans according to evolution.
There are specific conditions.
Spontaneously
Are we all
turn into
related?
human beings?
As
No,
they had to go
Jesus
through the
Christ.
tall grasses.
It's not.
we all related?
It never, nowhere in evolution does it say that chimps became humans in some place. It's just a common ancestry.
Yeah,
That's like saying, why do you exist if your cousin still exists?
Yeah,
How come you
exactly.
exist?
Yeah, chimps and humans, that we have a common ancestor, but humans didn't come from chimps.
That's some
Basically,
bullshit.
yeah. The claim is that evolutionary pressure.
But everything
to
in
adapt.
between, every step in between chimps and human beings, they all died. All of them.
Oh God! No, there
Why-
is
why
no
would there be
between
steps in
chimps
between
and
chimps and
humans.
What are you talking
Fucking
about?
hell!
We're two different
So you
species.
can-
It's ridiculous.
So you won't believe in evolution, but you'll believe in two people populating the whole entire world.
True incest.
That's
Yeah,
a story
because
based
there's-
on faith.
there's
One's
no
a,
method.
one's a truth claim that's, based off of supposedly evidence, which they have none. The other one's
we
just
have
faith
evidence.
based. We recognize that there isn't actual evidence for it.
Oh wait a
Sure,
minute!
it's
Wait, I thought
impossible.
you were talking
That's
about. I thought you were talking about the Adam and Eve one first when you said that, because that's a claim that has no evidence and also no mechanism, and also is not possible. And the other one.
How do you know it's not
has
possible? You don't
the
know
other
that.
one has, because they know what happens when only two people try to create an entire population. You need like
What
18
happens?
people or something like that.
Maybe these are
They
special
can't do it.
people.
You get down kids, and then those down kids go to die off because they don't know how to wipe their
After
asshole.
certain generations, you're not going to have people can make viable babies anymore.
You don't know
But,
that. You don't know what his genes were like. You're
Yeah, God
applying
could've made him
the
a
genes
dibbo.
that
now
you
you
have
have
now
magic
to
genes.
That's
what
why I said-
Adam
yeah.
and Eve were. You don't
That's why I
know.
said you have to add magic to make that work. But the other
No,
one
no,
has
it's possible that his
Yeah.
genome was hugely varied, and he had all
I
these
know,
different
it isn't
genes,
possible.
and they express themselves in the different ethnicities that we have today.
You're
It's
right,
completely
dude.
possible. We don't know.
If you include magic,
Oh, it's not
then it
possible.
could work.
Yeah.
You don't
said
know how
You
you
gotta
that you
add
had
dark
every
matter and dark
Adam
energy.
and
to the
Eve.
No, you
So
have
if
to
there
keep
is
in
no
mind that
evolution, if
the
there is
same-
no evolution, then Adam and Eve had every illness that ever existed. So there's like all the cancers, HIV, everything. They had to have
Cancer is a
everything
modern
because nothing.
disease.
No, it doesn't evolve. How? Oh, are you saying that there's evolution now?
No,
That
I'm saying
genes
it's a
ever
modern
evolve?
disease caused by modern
so-
influences.
Okay, so it evolved.
No, I wouldn't say it evolved.
Oh, how did it appear then?
A disease that
Without
appears
God?
isn't due to evolution all the time. You can
Yeah,
have
I think it's
lung cancer
probably
due to
What
smoking.
mechanism? How did cancer come about? How did it come about?
I just gave you an
probably
example.
environmental.
No, you said just
the devil.
environmental.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
either
evolution is
internal or
environmental.
external.
There you
It
go.
doesn't have to be
Well,
internal.
there you go. Evolution is environmental. Prove me wrong.
Why are you so
said that
gung
cancer-
ho on
you
evolution,
said that-
bro?
No,
Define
you said
evolution.
cancer.
Can you even define evolution properly?
Yeah, changing the allele frequency in genes.
I swear you have a bunch of gum on a rock in the bottom of the ocean, and then it turns into a fish.
Are you
Yeah,
honestly
that's
trying
exactly
to tell
what it
me
is.
that single-celled organisms, given enough time, will become human beings?
Well, where did the single cell
there's-
organism come from in the first place?
Oh, where did the God come from?
Don't
Yeah,
ask
that's the
stupid
problem
questions.
with all your
Dad.
theories.
Oh,
is
that's
that
a good
We're
question.
talking
yeah.
about the creation, okay? You can't
Even the
ask
Big
where did the
Bang
creator
Theory.
come from when you're talking about creation.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I was just going to
So
say,
then
even
the
the
creator-
Big Bang Theory,
Evolution
it
is the
officially.
creator. So you can't ask where it comes from.
Always
Bro,
was.
like, you're too kind of blasphemous to be having this conversation.
Blasphemous.
Kind
What do
of.
you what do you mean blasphemy?
Because you're not like keeping in mind that there's a difference between creation and creator. Obviously, if it's the creator,
There is
you
no
can't
creation.
Hold up. Define creation.
Creation, something that takes intelligence to do. Let's say that maybe.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't go
And
with
life
that,
doesn't qualify
sure.
for that?
Okay. Percentage. What did you say? What would
I was
you
gonna
say?
say,
Creation.
Something going from non-existence to existence is being created.
Oh, what do you mean matter or an idea or?
It could apply to anything, but I was referring to matter, creation, right?
Okay, that's impossible.
Why is that impossible?
First law of thermodynamics.
See, now you have to appeal to what, like, the reason everything exists. That's why it's outside of this kind of category.
This is
You
your
can call it a
problem.
category
What
wherever you
about
want, but it's a necessity.
what about beyond the edges of the physical universe? Does the first law and second law of thermodynamics apply?
How do you know what's
that
going on out there?
No, it applies in it applies in here, and we're talking about inside the
Exactly.
universe.
We're talking about only in here, so you
admit
can't.
that there's a limit as to where the first and second laws don't apply to reality
I don't know
anymore.
that, and neither do you.
So creation, non-existence to existence, is causality, right? So we agree it applies here to us, but you can't automatically apply it to that which is, you know, outside of it. That which created all of it. It doesn't make sense.
But so okay, so you are saying that the universe isn't an isolated system, that you can create matter and energy inside the universe.
God can do whatever he wants, man.
Okay. So you're saying that the laws of thermodynamics don't apply to this universe then?
I'm not saying God is creating matter inside the universe, okay? I'm saying God can do whatever he wants. It so happens that he created a system in which it's basically an isolated system.
No, it isn't, because he injected matter and energy into the system.
Is he continuously doing that?
System.
Show me where.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does though, because that's what you just said he's doing.
It doesn't. Well, okay. So if I have a cola can, let's say, it's a closed system because there's no matter exchange outside. If I open it and then close it, is it always a closed system because it
what are you
didn't
talking
change?
about?
Yeah, you're saying that a system, an isolated system, is an isolated system even though you can exchange matter with the outside.
When did I say you can exchange matter?
Because God put matter into the system.
When he created the isolated system.
Yeah.
Not ongoing.
Listen.
So
it
was.
Where do you think the physical laws that you're talking about come from?
They don't.
They were created
they
too.
Come
They came from
anywhere.
non-existence.
No.
They created from the
No,
creator.
They don't exist as in entities or fucking concrete things.
I didn't say they did. They still exist though, right?
They exist.
Just like an
No,
idea.
they
You asked like an idea or like matter?
No,
I said both.
No, how do they exist?
They exist as expressed by basically how our universe works.
Yeah, so they don't exist as in exist.
Yeah, they conceptually exist. Abstractly, these rules exist, right?
Yeah, so they're not concrete things, yes.
Again,
yes,
like an idea. Remember you said exist like an idea or matter? I said both. This would be the former, like an idea.
Yeah.
It's
so not
abstract,
existing.
Abstractual.
Yeah, it's
abstract,
a concept.
I guess.
So it doesn't exist.
Where did everything from the Big Bang come from?
Coca-Cola's proof of creation.
Did he open it and close
I
it?
agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good one, man.
yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think there is an outside creator. It's not needed.
Bro.
So where did everything come from?
It didn't come
tell you.
Yeah, where?
It didn't come from.
That's not stupid. Where'd it come
That's
from?
why I asked you, like, where did the
It
single cell
didn't
organism come from?
That sounds
What
like
do you
the
mean?
most
Where did it
important
come
question.
from?
But
I
Mailman,
don't know. Abiogenesis.
Mailman, do you think or do you know?
I said I didn't. I said that I don't see a need for a outside creator. I didn't say that there isn't one or that there is one.
Okay, so
There absolutely is a need. Where did everything come from?
Well, what's
That's
the need for life at all? Why is there a need for life at all?
There is no need for life. What the hell? Of course, there's no need for life. Why do you need life?
It's no
You don't. Maybe we're just some anomaly. Just
need for life.
Yeah.
There's no point to it. It's just just random.
So
No,
where
but
random
did
results of randomness.
even if there was a God, and we were created,
Which there is.
there still
which you
wouldn't be no need for God, life. No need for life. That's just something that a creator just wants to do.
Right, he can
There's
please
no need.
himself if he wanted to. He doesn't need us to please him.
Yeah, of
there's
course.
no
We need
for
him.
life.
He doesn't need us.
No, we don't need him.
Yes, you
I
do.
mean,
We all need
why?
Jesus.
Get your bags packed.
Wow, fucking Jesus. No one needs Jesus.
Yeah, no, we don't need to exist. Yeah,
Well,
what's
we
the
don't.
big deal?
No. Yeah, Rams. Where is the need for humans to exist? What's the need?
To die.
Yeah, but
The
hasn't
only
God,
need for humans to exist is
hasn't God
unto
caused
humans
more war?
themselves.
Hasn't God caused more war and
Makes life meaningful, dying.
That's a philosophical question, and my answer to it is that so that God can experience Himself.
Yeah, but so why did he?
No,
why,
but
Which is
why
the
so
reason,
many
which
people
is the
you need
same
to-
reason I would give for the existence of the physical
How
universe
do
and
you
all
know
life.
this? How do you know this, Rams?
That's his answer, he said. Like his opinion.
How
My
do I
opinion
know
is
that?
completely different. My opinion is that God doesn't need us to exist at all. We don't need to
There
exist
we go.
whatsoever.
No,
Yep.
He doesn't need it, of course, but
we do
But you
because he
just
wanted
said
to.
it, there's a need for life. You said, oh, so there's no need for life?
There's a
That
need
was your
for
question,
a Big
Rams.
Bang.
There could just as easily be nothing.
Yeah. And no one would bat an eye.
And there
No
was
one cares.
nothing
there
until
Where
God
did
is.
created it.
But there is. That's the
There
Where
was
did
thing.
this
nothing. There
where did
never
this
was nothing, I
singularity
would
in
say.
the material for the Big Bang come from? It just like
That's
appeared.
a good question. It could have existed
Very
forever, though.
good
Then it came
indeed.
from somewhere.
Very good
Yeah.
The energy, the initial energy
Yeah.
is
And I
God.
said, no one knows. No one knows the answer. No theists or atheists or anyone. No one knows.
The
That's
energy
what
could
I'm
have
saying,
existed
Holman.
forever.
Yep, it could have. Yes.
And so it seems
And then
more
what caused it
plausible
to
that
bang?
this huge
No,
unknown just
there is no call out there. You can have the big crunch theory. There's a lot of theories, but I mean, no one knows for sure.
So energy that existed forever suddenly started moving?
No, it's in motion all the time.
So
It
this
can't
energy,
start. It
inanimate,
can't not move.
inanimate, non-sentient, non-conscious energy, just energy.
Yep.
Somehow existed from nothing.
What it existed for? What? For nothing?
From nothing. It just appeared.
From nothing. Yeah. No, it doesn't appear because it's infinite. There's no appear
Okay,
from somewhere.
but how can something that's not sentient be eternal?
Yeah,
Well, how can
eternal
something
energy.
sentient be eternal?
Well, because they
Eternal
choose to
energy.
be.
Oh,
They're
they
powerful.
choose to be. Oh,
They're powerful.
yeah.
They
That's
cause.
counterintuitive.
They cause their eternity. How can energy eternity
Energy,
be caused?
because energy cannot die, and it doesn't have a choice, so it has to exist for eternity.
Yeah, it can't die. But how did it come to be? How was it born?
It didn't come to be. If it's infinite, how can it come to be?
Exactly. But if it can't
it didn't.
die, then you're saying that it's not alive, right? Or is it alive
Sure.
but
It
undead?
can't be destroyed. It can't be created nor destroyed, so it has to exist.
No, it doesn't have to exist.
Yes, it does, because you can't destroy energy.
Did it exist
But
though? Before the
but
Big
hold
Bang?
up. I agree with you. It can't be created nor destroyed, as far as we can say, right? But that doesn't mean that it needed to exist. It could have just not existed, and then you wouldn't have to worry about whether it could be created or destroyed.
No, but there is no reason to say that it didn't exist. For all that we know, it's existed. So it always.
Yeah, of course.
Energy.
But you don't know that it was eternal.
Eternal
Sure,
energy that exists.
I don't, but that's a
forever.
possibility.
Hold up. Go ahead, Merle.
I was just gonna eternal energy that exists forever for nothing. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's
nothing. Yeah, it doesn't make sense what you said.
because
Well,
it
you
has
get
no
about
design.
No point.
nothing, something, space, rocks, fish, humans, bang. What's not to
Well,
get?
infinite God with an infinite regress problem. Dust, human, take the rib out, female, incest, humanity.
It would be a lot better if you said this energy had sentience. It was conscious or something like that.
Energy is insentient.
Because then it would make sense. It came to be, or it exists because it willed it. You know.
No, because energy
It's
doesn't
intelligent
have a
energy. Call it intelligent energy.
No,
I don't have a problem
no,
with that.
why? No, why would I do that? That's fucking
Because
stupid.
that makes sense that it exists.
No, you can only have intelligence with brains, physical brains,
Why?
because that's evidence.
Here we go.
Show me something sentient that doesn't have a brain.
God.
God.
Oh, okay. Do I see it in the front of me, or behind me. I'm at
No,
work.
you have
Where
to
is it?
deduce it.
Is there a cupboard?
You have to deduce it.
Ah, okay, so it doesn't exist. Okay.
It does.
Sure.
You just have to deduce it.
Worms don't have brains, but they're sentient.
Are they sentient?
Yep.
Yeah, they're
How do you know?
sentient.
How do you know that they are sentient?
They're sentient. They
How do you know?
They get pleasure from eating
How do you know that?
because they're sentient beings.
No,
Are
that's
you trying to tell
circular.
me they're not? So you're
No, no, Branch.
now you're trying to make out
That's-
like worms aren't sentient.
Because you made a logical fallacy right there.
Well, you asked the question, I answered it.
Yeah, you said worms are
Just
sentient.
admit it.
I said, how do you know?
Dude, admit it. You didn't think about worms when you asked that question.
Yeah, I asked.
Yeah, he's
No,
got you
Brad,
there, man.
Brad, you're gatekeeping now. Challenge, quick debate. You made a logical fallacy. Accept?
I'm not really in a mood for a quick debate.
Ah,
I'll just,
okay.
you know what,
So
but,
you
yeah,
lie.
man, I'll just take
Don't
the
worm out.
victory.
Brad,
I'll just take the
Brad,
victory.
you said.
No,
No,
man,
hold on.
I'm just gonna take the
I'm
victory
gonna
and
get it
go
out.
on mute. I'll just take the victory.
Okay.
I don't need to
Okay.
defend it. I already won this
1-0. Ding.
So, Brad, you said that worms are sentient. I said, how do you know that? Because they take pleasure from eating. I said, how do you know that? Because they're sentient.
I know I did that. I did that on purpose.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. You
I
did
know,
that. I didn't even hear you.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear that. Damn it.
So worms are
Nice
sentient.
circular logic. You gotta love it.
Yep.
But yeah, so you're saying the energy does not require sentience, yet is somehow eternal. It somehow willed itself into existence or something like that, or just like has always existed.
There is no will.
But how has it always existed?
Because it has
How did
always
it break
existed.
the law of causality?
No, it didn't.
It did, obviously. Causality means that something begins to exist and has a cause,
Yeah,
and
but
you're saying
energy
in adherence.
didn't begin
Hold
to
up, I'm almost
exist.
done. You're saying in adherence to the first law of thermodynamics, it's breaking the law of causality.
No, it isn't, because it didn't begin to exist.
Yeah, that goes against causality.
No, it didn't. How?
What do you mean? No,
How
you
did
can't
it
just
go
say
against
no, it
causality?
didn't. Things begin
no,
to
how did it?
exist, and you know, there's a cycle, right? And that's what we
Well,
call
hold
it.
on,
That's why
hold
we
on.
say energy is neither created nor destroyed, because the energy is constantly reused and stuff. But the energy
But
to begin
hold
with
on.
has to be outside of that cycle.
Jesus, no, you said, when I asked, how does an infinite energy break the law of causality? And the first thing you said was, whatever begins to exist. But if it's infinite, it didn't begin to
You're
exist.
not listening to me. I'm saying, in terms of matter and everything else, right? Something begins to exist, and then you know, whatever happens, and it ceases to exist.
But
And that
that's not
energy.
true.
Hold up. Let me finish. Okay. That's a cycle. The energy gets recycled. It happens again. Begins to ceases to exist. Whatever matter we're talking about, whatever animal or life or whatever it is, right? And the energy is perpetual. But the actual causality exists from this object, right? It's underpinned by an eternal energy. So you're basically saying, for this energy to not be created nor destroyed, we have to have we have to break the law of causality for the energy. It's like special pleading for the energy, which causes the causality and other things.
No, it isn't.
How's it
What's
not?
the law? What's the law of causality?
The law of causality is that there's cause and effect, that there's, you know, things begin to exist and, you know, and cease to exist.
Okay, and energy didn't begin to exist.
Exactly. That's why I'm
Sure.
saying it's
So
underpinned by
doesn't
this
break the
special
law.
pleading.
No.
You can't just say no, man.
No, but I mean, what
Are you denying
this-
causality exists?
No.
Okay,
No. I mean,
so
there's evidence of causality.
yeah,
In any
everything
case,
adheres to causality except energy, right?
Sure, just like you have God doesn't adhere to causality.
Yeah, okay, and I will be the first one to say God is, you know, it's special pleading. He's a different category from creation because he's the creator. Are you going to say the same with energy? That energy
Sure,
is
I mean,
breaking the first law of thermodynamics.
No, energy doesn't break the first law of thermodynamics because it is infinite.
Sorry, the
If
first
it
law of
wasn't
thermodynamics is
infinite-
breaking the law of causality.
No.
In the case of energy, it is though.
I mean, your God is breaking the law of causality too.
It does, yes. He is the self-causing cause.
Yeah, and he caused something in here, so there is no cause in.
His eternal existence was done
he
unto
didn't
himself.
make the laws until he was in being. So that wasn't a law then.
No, that's my exact point. That mailman said you're God, and absolutely, because my God is sentient. Unlike your energy, that's the issue. You can't equate the two. I'm saying it doesn't make sense to have energy only without sentience, without design or intelligence. You need to appeal to. If you want to call it energy, that's fine, but it needs to have some sort of intelligence to start things off and to even exist eternally.
No, I mean I
think they got you.
I just don't.
So what would be the difference, from the way your universe came into being? What's the difference between there not being a god and there being a god that made it?
There's no difference, consequentially.
Bada bing, bada boom. There we go.
Depends on what god are you talking about. There's millions of different ideas about God.
There's only one God, baby.
Where does your God come
No,
from?
percentage. There's just one God. So you believe in Zeus, okay?
I believe Zeus is a made-up idea of God. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a different God than any Abrahamic God, right?
There's only one God for real. It all goes back, and we're not even kind of taking it to the religion. We're saying logically, it has to all stem from one source. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in an infinite regress, or you're not going to have gotten to the source, right?
Your God is in an infinite regress already.
But God doesn't come from anything; He just always was.
How is God
infinite regression?
How can God made an action if He's infinite? How can he
infinite regression fallacy?
Because he has intelligence.
Usually, an action reaches a state of completion. We think of an act as being done. I ran to the store. That act is done and finished. It doesn't keep going.
Infinite regression fallacy
as something that can continue. When most of the time we think of actions as being done and finished in a past perfect sense where the action is perfected and done. I mean, you're dealing with another definition of what doing an action is at that point.
Sure. So God decided to create everything. How can He make that decision and arrive to that point to make the decision if He's infinite?
Because He has intelligence, unlike your energy.
The link between Him being uncreated in that sort of sense, not created, just always being there and just deciding to do something. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're related to each other.
Okay, so then infinite regress isn't then an infinite regress isn't
an infinite regression in that something comes from something else, comes from something else, comes from something else would have to bottom out at something that was just always there, like God.
Energy.
Infinite regression fallacy is logically fallacious because it can't be solved in a debate format. But the universe is not created.
I mean, you can't
on debate logic.
Hold up, let him finish, and then Mailman, you can respond.
Sure.
The universe is not what?
I was just saying that an infinite regression fallacy is logically fallacious because you would get stuck in a loop in a debate. So that's why it's invoked. But it doesn't necessarily present a problem. It's not like a physical law of the universe.
There's no way to know it. For you to know an infinite regression, you'd have to take infinite actions to discover if that's the case. We started this discussion trying to figure out what's the case. And if we go with an infinite regression, we're starting the discussion one way, but ending it in a way that just kind of undermines our starting premise where we're trying to figure out what the case is. It's fallacious and contradictory.
Yeah, I would just say that energy is infinite, and yeah, there you go.
But how do you know that energy is infinite? It's back to the same thing. You can't ask energy. You can ask God, but you can't ask energy.
No,
so you're going to have to assume energy is infinite, which is back to square one.
Lemon, you can't ask God.
Of course you can. You can ask me prayer.
Give you the same answer.
Oh,
but then I can ask energy then.
They can't talk.
So energy created everything.
I can ask energy if you can ask God. Energy said that it's
It
infinite.
sounds
There you
like
go.
you're imitating my position poorly, so I'm not going to take it seriously. Now, if you were saying something originally first, like this is what I actually believe, it just sounds like you're parroting and imitating what I'm saying, so I'm not going to take your position seriously. It seems like your position is derived off of mine, so to know what you think, all I have to know is what I think and how you're going to parrot it, so your position is hard to take seriously at that point.
Yeah, I can't take your position seriously when you say that you can talk to God and get an answer from it. So.
Okay, so Maliman. So let's say you have this energy, right?
Maliman.
Let's say you have this energy, and there's no kind of will, there's no consciousness, there's no intelligence behind it. How does it turn into matter?
How does it turn into matter?
Yes.
Chemical processes.
How do you have chemical processes when there's no elements, no chemicals, nothing?
They made just there was a thing where they made matter out of light somewhere in a lab.
Light is physical. Energy isn't.
No energy. Like, what do you mean? What energy are you talking about?
Oh, so it was light to begin with? That's what you're saying? Or was it just pure energy?
I don't know. Just mass or energy, or matter or energy.
We infer that
if it's matter, then it's not energy per se.
But the thing is,
and then you ask where that matter come from. Now matter is eternal.
If I may, percentage. We infer energy exists, but we don't see energy. So it's a bit of a fallacy to say that energy exists when we don't really have evidence that that's the case. It's an abstraction. We don't see a shape of energy or anything like that. We infer it exists because it helps us make sense of what happens when objects collide, when we eat food and it transfers some sort of energy essence into us to allow us to grow and survive. But do we see energy as a concrete thing? No. So without energy, talking to us in some sort of concrete way, saying, hey, here I am, like God or something like that, it's just an epistemologically inferior position. We're inferring something that may or may not be there without it getting a voice and saying, hey, here I am, I'm energy. It's just not satisfactory.
It's fair, but out of what Maliman said, I would have expected you to jump on the fact that he said, it could have been matter at the very beginning, that the energy is matter. Because if that's the case, then we definitely have an issue, because matter does abide by causality. Matter does decompose, go away and what have you, and then, it begins to exist and then ceases to exist.
Well, we don't even know that energy exists until we see some sort of transfer, until we see an object hit another object and see something act on something else in some sort of way to make it move, change, or do something else. That's when we infer energy existing. So on that level, without energy being channeled by something that we can see, we don't even know that it exists. So it may or may not even exist as a concrete thing.
Percentage. Can you show me an example of matter like being destroyed into nothing?
I wouldn't say nothing, but into like matterless or massless particles, you have like decay, radioactive atomic decay, right?
Sure, but that doesn't vanish into oblivion.
I didn't say it does, but it's matter that's not, because it's not remaining as matter. It's going into these massless particles according to quantum theory. We don't even know, to be honest. But you can't.
The particles it decays to or have mass also.
Yeah.
What about the ones that don't?
Which ones are those?
I don't know, with fermions, gluons, or something like that.
Fermions have mass.
Gluons don't. And then there's another one that doesn't.
Gluons are force-carrying particles. I don't think they decay into those.
Decay into gluons?
Well, where'd they come from then? And if the energy is matter to begin with, then how do you have non-matter particles?
Energy is matter to begin with. The two different things, energy and matter.
No, but you said the energy was matter. That's why I responded.
I said that it's their equivalent. That's the equivalence principle.
No, I asked you, where did the energy, how did it turn into matter to begin with? And you said, well, the energy could have been, light or something. I said, light's physical.
I said that there's been studies and they have turned light into matter. So it's
Well, why would
energy.
energy turn into matter? Most of the time when things change, we think of that as an imposition from outside the thing making a change. If there's nothing else other than energy, effectively energy would have no need to change at all. So why would energy change into matter if there's nothing from outside imposing the need to change on energy? Why would that happen?
Laws of nature.
Just the laws of nature. The quantum
Yeah.
fields allow for the light. The photons can convert. The photons can be converted to a electron and a positron.
Where
That's
did the light come
basically
from?
the same as saying that it just randomly changes.
It's energy.
If it just randomly changes, then how can you ultimately know what energy and or matter is? What's to say that it's not just going to randomly change into something else? How can you ever know something like that?
Yeah, well, quantum mechanics says that they're nothing but disturbances in the quantum fields.
But what disturbs them? If there's nothing else but them, what disturbance would there be? Usually, disturbance is yet again an imposition from outside.
No, the actions in the universe, like when a electron, let's say an electron comes in contact with another electron, the disturbance occurs because of their charge, and this causes the photon to, I think it gets transferred from one to the other, and they get pushed apart.
This undermines a key way that we explore with physics, science, or whatever. We assume that these forces are impersonal, that there's no reason why they would change once they're set along a certain track. If it could just change willy-nilly, we're getting into pantheism. We're getting away from knowing impersonal forces that don't tend to change, like a river that runs downhill unless diverted by, say, some sort of disaster or personal agent, and just saying the river can go upstream, downstream because of some quantum fluctuation. I mean, this is
I didn't say willy-nilly.
random pantheism.
I told you one was reacting with another. I said electron. I didn't bring up quantum fluctuations. I brought up the fact that electron reacting with another electron, causing a photon to, be the energy that causes them to repel each other. It's not that the reaction comes from nowhere. It comes from these two things interacting with each other.
Well, if you're talking about something interacting with energy, well, what interacted with energy? Is energy the primal thing, or was there something else along with energy? How many things were there originally?
There was just energy, apparently, and the energy was light. But, Maliman, so we have light, right? As far as we know, light requires a light source. So what was the light source for the light that was the energy? Or is this another break of, the physical laws of the universe?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, ask again. I was talking with a coworker.
I said, Maliman. So we have energy, and the energy is light. But as far as we know, all the light that we have requires a light source. What is the light source for the light that is the energy?
I mean, I don't know. Good question. Again.
Okay, another question. So we have the light, and the light is somehow turning into matter. You said they can turn light into matter, right?
Yeah, in a lab, yes.
Who is turning the light that is the energy into matter?
It can be a natural process.
Oh, really?
Sure.
So energy or light in and of itself, just there, magically without a light source, can turn into matter without anyone doing anything.
Not magically without a light source. There can be something natural doing it.
What? Like what?
I don't know.
But that something natural had to be created by the light. It would have to create matter first to have that natural thing doing it, right?
You don't know that.
What do you mean? We have no matter yet. How could something natural be, causing it to make matter? Well, like, what are you appealing to that is not made of matter? Now are we injecting the massless particles that are causing it?
No, we don't know. No one knows.
You should have led with that.
Yeah, I mean that's what I do. I don't know.
My point is energy in and of itself is absolutely stupid, and it gets even more stupid when you go to light or to matter existing in and of itself without any. It just doesn't make sense. I hope I showed that.
Sure, and a creator makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Non-physical mind is first of all impossible, and
Not for the creator. You have to understand all of human logic, all of these physical laws, like everything that you apply to us does not apply to the creator at all.
Okay, then I can say that your thinking doesn't apply to energy, so you don't know everything about energy, so you can't say that it doesn't make sense.
No, but we know that energy is not it doesn't have sentience, intelligence, or anything, right?
Sure. That far I can say that we know, yes.
But yeah, like the creators, like it's crazy when you think about it. The ways that it goes against human logic is crazy. Like for instance, you have this non-physical, it's a metaphysical thing that created every physical thing, right? And this metaphysical thing isn't in any, obviously it doesn't take up any space. It doesn't, like they say that God kind of on the seventh day he rested or something like that on his throne. That's bunk, right? God, the creator was non-physical to begin with because he created physicality, right? And he was eternal, so he created the physicality. When he created matter, time was created, movement was created, all that stuff. But when you think about that, let me just. Yeah, no, it's just metaphorical. But so when you think, let me just say this last part. When you think about the fact that he doesn't take up any space, or he isn't in any direction, imagine that we have directions that point to every single direction, every single vector, right? And yet God is in none of them. It's bends the brain.
It does isn't a thing. It's magic and doesn't exist.
It seems like magic to us, but it definitely exists. It needed to exist. That's the only way.
No, but you don't. You're saying that is needed, but then you're saying that we don't know how it works or that it's magic to us, but still you know that it exists.
No, it's because it doesn't fit with our low human intellect. There's nothing human about God.
Sure, okay. If there's nothing human about God, how in the fuck can you know anything about him?
What do you mean? How? Even with our low intellect, it's a logical necessity that he exists. That's with our low intellect. Now imagine if you had the intellect of God, if you have the omnisciency of him.
No, but how is it a logical necessity?
It's a logical necessity because otherwise you're either appealing to, you either have the infinite regress fallacy, or you're saying that energy is eternal, which is still special pleading, or you're saying that the universe itself with the matter was eternal, which again, by the way, that's what I meant to say about the matter existing and being eternal. That goes against the law of causality because, well, actually I already mentioned that. But yeah, you have an issue with there because you have the fallacy of composition. You have these individual parts that are obeying the law of causality, but you're saying in totality it's not. The universe is not. So it's just more fallacious to deny God's existence.
Oh, but your God is illogical also, so I mean...
How?
Well, is God infinite?
Yes.
Okay, how can he make a choice if he's infinite?
The two aren't mutually exclusive.
Well, how can you... so there is no infinite regress issue with anything for him?
Do you know what infinite regression means?
Yes.
Then how's there an issue?
Well, how can God arrive to a point to make a decision?
Bro, his decisions for us they're basically infinite too. They're before time. Okay? Any decision that he made to create something that wasn't physical, and by the way, he's the only thing that's not physical before he created the physical thing, right? It doesn't make sense it couldn't be any other way. So at that point, that thing existed. He said be, and it was. And at that point, when that thing was as long as it was matter that moved, that's when time, started to exist.
Okay, so I would just say that time began in the Big Bang.
Sure, if the Big Bang was the first thing, I don't think it was the first thing in matter, but sure, if you want to.
Sure, so then there is no infinite regress problem because time starts there.
Time starts there, sure, but something still has to cause it, right?
No, because that's outside of time.
Doesn't matter. It still begins to exist. That's when time
No,
starts.
you can't have causality outside of time. That's temporal.
No,
Has
you
to
can
be.
have the start from the start of time. That's when causality begins.
Yes, and matter or energy existed before that.
No, nothing exists before that except God.
How do you know that?
What?
How do you know that?
Because it's a logical necessity. Again.
No.
Or else you fall into infinite regress. If matter existed before, you keep on saying matter existed before, blah, blah.
You don't. Hold on. You're saying that it's a logical necessity that matter didn't exist before time started. Can you give me the syllogism for that?
Because time is movement of matter. So matter had
Sure.
to exist for time to exist.
What?
Matter had to exist for time to exist. And not just exist, the matter had to move.
Hold on. So you need matter for time. Okay. Do you need time
Come
for matter?
simultaneously.
Okay. So then the cause is outside of it.
Yes, the cause was outside of time, before time.
Yes. Okay. So energy or matter could have existed before that, or the cause for those could have existed before that.
Energy could have, matter wouldn't have.
Okay. So energy, no infinite regress fallacy.
But then we go back to what we were talking about, like literally 30 minutes ago, where energy, I showed that it couldn't have been from nothing. It had
No,
to be.
you haven't shown that.
Yeah, I did it. But anyways.
How did you show that? You just said words. You didn't show anything.
I gotta eat, man. Good talk.
Sure. Yep.
Ish.
Well, looks like percentage won that.
I don't know what the fuck you guys were arguing about. Tuned out.
No, it's just percentage was making a lot of knowledge claims, and yeah, I don't think he knows.
But Mailman, so you say that energy existed before the Big Bang.
Could have existed.
Couldn't have, or it had to have.
I said could have existed.
Oh, could have. Okay.
Yeah.
I always thought it was
What's
situations and then misalignments of matter and antimatter that created the whole matter.
I think the amount of matter or energy in the universe could probably be zero because of antimatter and matter.
Doesn't it all seem like highly improbable, like everything being here?
No.
It just seems. It seems weird that everything's here.
No, I think it's probable. I said the possibility of me existing now is 100% because I do exist.
Yeah, but the probability that this would all, the probability of all this just coming about from a Big Bang random scattering, you'll at least admit that seems highly, unlikely.
If it happened, then the possibility is 100%. That's like if I go and I buy a lottery
you're right.
ticket.
I get that.
Yeah,
That's not 100% because you don't.
Well, because it exists, then it means that it's 100% because just on the fact that we exist.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Well, then that's
you don't know
that's
how-
just a way of justifying it. It seems like.
You don't know how many other universes could have existed. Like if that's
Sure, there can be billions of other universes.
and they could a lot of them could have like all the pre-Big Bang states. There could be trillions of them that failed to materialize into like the type of situation we have here.
What about if the fallacy is in trying to imagine or claim knowledge about a beginning and an end? Like if you don't want to break the first law and energy can't be created or destroyed, and all we can know is what we observe and experience, then we can only assume that maybe and if the idea that God is within all and always was and always will be, then What about more of a pantheism? I heard pantheism mentioned earlier, but a more positive light on that idea would be that God is the essence of everything, and that it's the connection between us. It's everything that exists within what we know, not separate from us. And it always existed, and matter can't be created or destroyed. And it just takes a different form, and it always will be and always has been. And there's no beginning or end, just different formations of all things.
I think the people talking about the probabilities of us being here is kind of weird point. Because you can't,
regardless of that.
Yeah, but I think you can't do it the other way around. Just like saying that this is some kind of a goal, then you just work backwards and check the probability. Because I can do that with anything, and I can say that it's infinitely impossible for me to just sit here right now, based on what happened for me this morning. And it's just no, it's 100%.
Well, we don't have anything to compare it to, so any of those kind of speculations are up for grabs. You know.
Yeah,
we don't have anything to compare it to. It, assuming it was random and then becoming, you know, so ordered is something that seems unlikely. Is a point.
No one said it's random.
Well, do you think an explosion would be considered random usually?
Well, if
is there order to the explosion?
If there's order to the universe and how matter or energy works and moves and functions, then it's not random.
Okay. Well, any of those speculations, I was just offering the idea that what if God is everything, and that it doesn't have to be an outside force or a big bang that somehow became orderly. If everything, the essence of everything, like we see with sacred geometry and we see in all of life, there's an essence of intelligence to everything that connects everything to everything. And it's everything we can observe. So there's no, you know, fallacious reasoning there, really. It's just we do observe that. Why does it need to be an outside man or person in the sky that is separate from us that we have to assume is the case rather than within us?
That's what I say too, new perspective. A lot of people find it weird to think that way, though.
It seems like the only thing we can, and not to say there's not something more or something outside of us that's, you know, even greater, but that's an assumption that, you know, at least we can observe the intelligence of and the essence of everything here, and not to say it doesn't need to be more than that, but it's enough to say that there's a presence of something magical that we have connecting everything now, which you could call God. You could call that God.
It goes to say though, that if we exist, other life somewhere else in the cosmos should exist too, right?
Or or on the plane, like outer ponders. Yeah, like the same logic. If we realize that we're on a stationary plane, which seems obvious to a lot of us now, you know, then it would be lands outside of ours that we might as well assume there's other ponds of people.
What do you mean when you say that we can observe intelligence in
sacred geometry? Like the sacred geometry, like you can see with plants and the order of things, like the Fibonacci sequence, like the fingerprint of God that we can observe.
But how is that intelligence?
Well, it's orderly. I don't know. It depends on how you define intelligence, but there seems to be an essence of intelligence, and that's what makes all things work, because they have that code, whatever that code is, like that.
But I don't think order is
so
sort of a case.
I don't think it's intelligent though. It's organic, right? So basically, it evolved to be that way.
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
you could call it intelligence. You could call it a form of intelligence.
I mean, evolution itself is actually pretty fucking intelligent the way it works, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Evolution? Well, that's a totally separate conversation, but evolution doesn't seem to work out logically either. There's no species to species evidence.
There is though.
Species to species? Okay, can you walk us back 3 species from ape, from the common ancestor? What species came before? What species were we before we were an ape species?
Your claim was there's no speciation, and that's a false claim.
Well, that's debatable, but do we have evidence from one species churning into another species that you can show us?
Sure. How do you define species?
That's the thing, is speciation could be fallacious to begin with. But a type of human or type of animal or type of organic life matter.
So kind then.
Yeah, kind.
Okay, so a kind is a species.
Right. Okay. So if you want to call it a species, you can, but then show us evidence of one species becoming
Because
another.
There's evidence of a group of sort of animals having it away, and then with time, their offsprings can't breed with the parents because of evolution.
Adaptation. Oh,
yeah,
they
that's
can't.
natural.
Okay.
Yeah, adaptation. Yeah.
Yeah, adaptation is totally different than
That's
species
evolution.
mutation. Anyway,
That's
I'm not trying to get that debate going necessarily from the other one, but yeah, you can claim it, but you have to show evidence of it. A lot of people in here will laugh at what you're going to present, most likely.
Yeah, you're just going to say that it's fake evidence. Yeah.
No, not necessarily. I think we've all looked for it, and it doesn't seem to add up.
Go into Google now
there's something called plant intelligence. Like, how would you guys feel if you realize some plants are more intelligent than you?
Or intelligent in a different way, which could be more or less depending on your perspective on it.
Well,
what kind of way?
There is a fine line, yeah, but potentially now definite possible potentiality that plants are sentient and intelligent and far superior intelligence to us.
Throughout processes.
There's further tentative postulations to say that the Earth is sentient itself. A mind.
Yo, new perspective, killing it, man. Loving that rant, dude.
Not real. I mean, that rant doesn't really go anywhere though, like adaptation or evolution.
But there's
But
appreciation.
the idea of a sentient Earth, pretty interesting.
It is interesting.
When you look a bit closer at it, you can start to recognize it.
Like, for instance, you take like the simplest cells, and like they let's just say they go towards food and sustenance or something, and they go away from something that would kill it. These are basic features of any life or whatever. But a plant, it exhibits almost only those basic features, right? Like plant.
Hey, yo,
the plant, the leaves can go towards the sun when it wants sunlight. And some plants can even defend themselves from.
Kosho, when a plant turns its face to the sun, is it out of gratitude?
No. As I was saying, though, it turns its face towards the sun.
Are you sure?
That's where sustenance is coming from.
Are you sure? Because it kind of shows all of its beauty towards the sun, right?
Why do you say
it's the face for photosynthesis?
What is it?
It needs the sunlight, so it doesn't.
To survive, for sustenance.
Yeah.
Right. So is it not gratitude?
It's a reward system. It's getting a reward by facing the sun.
Yeah.
Right, and it's giving its gratitude by showing it its beauty, right?
Well, I guess, yeah, if I show my dick to my girlfriend, I'm showing her gratitude.
Well, it's just changing the definition of the word. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it gratitude at all. It's just.
Well, I mean, you might not, because you might not see the you might not see the fingerprint of God in it. But like for those of us who do, it's like, wow, that's really cool.
But it's not gratitude because the plant, if it doesn't do it, it'll die. So
I
it's
don't
just
care what you think about it. I'm just making the point.
That's facts. It'll die if it doesn't do it.
It is a nice way to think about it, though. I get what you're saying, Isa. It's beautiful, right?
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I just think, like, for us to just poo-poo that and say that it's not so, I think is just naive and, it's like it's short-sighted to me.
Well, I think doesn't mean anything. It's just like arbitrarily using those words
of course,
in that way,
I'm
but
sure
it
you can
doesn't
compartmentalize
make
it and
sense.
take away all beauty from it. I'm sure you can do that. But
No,
my
but
point is, like, how cool of us, those of us who see the gratitude in it. You know what I'm saying?
But if I say that the plant turns to the sun just to worship and be a slave to the sun, would you say that that's a stupid idea, a thing to just say?
Well, I think what you would say that it's a slave to it. Like, I mean, no, I think that yeah, and in its relationship to it, it's showing it its gratitude.
No, but it's a slave to the sun, so it's just it's a hostile
Aren't we all
situation.
slave? Right. But
I
check
mean,
it out. When you
is he a
find like
slave
a
or is he
hot
sent
chick, are you a slave to her? Like, you know what I mean? Are you just addicted to her beauty? Like, how do you want to put that?
You can't just poo-poo the idea.
Well, I'm saying, like, when you see, like, you know, like a beautiful woman or whatever it is, are you a slave to the fact that you are attracted to it?
Depends.
Or do you appreciate the beauty of women, right?
Obviously,
hot
you're
is
not a
she?
slave by the definition of slave. But
Well,
if you
no,
change the
biologically to you, you're a slave because it's your only means of procreation, right? It's just a trick.
anyway, news perspective, I posted the examples of speciation for you. Is that good?
I'll take a look. Yeah.
Where did you post it?
It's in text chat. It's
I got
38. It's just the first one of what I found on Google on speciation.
Actually, so I understand what you're saying, but I find Moman's response to be just as valid. Yeah, it's a beautiful way of thinking about it, but it's arbitrary in that you could think of it the way he just said and to be just as valid. So, but it's a nice way of thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't think the flower is thinking about, yeah, now I'm turning to the sun because I show gratitude to it. It just has to do that, or else it'll die. And through evolution, those that didn't do it died.
But I mean, even the relationship between a flower and a bee could make people cry when you look at that a bit closer too. And creation has so many, so much evidence for poetry,
Yeah, but the
romanticism.
same thing that you say evidence for creation, I see as evidence. Like when you see all the steps laid out and all the evidence is laid out, it looks like the beauty is in the fact that it didn't need to be created to do it.
What's the
It's the full spectrum.
what's the steps to make an apple seed? How was that first created?
It's a sex mechanism for the apple fruit.
No.
It doesn't just come out on its. It doesn't just come out on its own. It's a it's a attribute of the apple tree. And it's the way in which it allows it to procreate.
No, Kosha, I said what are the steps for making the first apple seed?
Well, I'm telling you, it didn't come out by itself. It's an attribute of the apple tree. The apple tree developed the seed.
So you're saying the tree came before the seed?
Yes.
Really?
Indeed.
So what's the mechanism, right, for making the first tree?
Well, before the tree was a tree, there was some other form of life in which it needed to develop this mechanism to reproduce, in which the seed became the this device.
It was something close to an apple tree before, and then some weird pollen came along, and it fertilized it in an odd way, and it created the first apple.
Right? Did an apple tree come from a monkey?
What?
No, let's say it came from. Let's say there was something like an apple tree. It was like maybe let's say it was a pear.
Suggesting that an apple tree evolved from something else.
Yeah,
that's
of course.
What I'm saying. Okay then. All right. So my question is, did an apple tree come from a monkey?
No. No, but you notice all plants, they have a similar.
What did it evolve from?
The plants have a similar mechanism, in one way or another, where they have the main structure of whatever it is, like, but then they have a mechanism for sex and for procreation, and they have this flowering, or in the case of fruit, it creates this fruit in which the seeds are embedded inside of it, and so these are this is a mechanism that plants have
I know
developed
this.
in
I
their.
know how the cycle of plants goes.
Yeah, no, but I'm
Can
saying
I
that this is like these are all plants are. These are the plant's ancestor. Whatever that ancestor was, it had developed this process. So,
can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Do you think that you're gonna find an answer from this Discord voice channel, or should you just Google the evolution of an apple seed or apple tree?
I actually just did.
What is it?
Okay, what did it come up
Alright,
with?
so
What did it come up with?
Trust Google's mind, not
Yeah,
our mind.
if Google says it, it's got to be right.
No, I'm just.
There's no thinkers here. It's not one brain
No,
here.
I mean, sure. If you think that you're gonna find the answer, not from a
What's special
biologist
about the
or
Google mind?
evolutionary biologist, but from
Tell me
here,
about the
where
special
people
Google
talk
minds and what
think
access it.
What was it? Was it
Yeah.
algae? Was it algae? I'm
What
wondering.
special info they got access to?
you asked me a question, right? And the evolution of an apple tree, right? The very first result, right? The tree originated in Central Asia, where its wild apple ancestor, the Malus sivarici, is still found today.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
All right, so that says that. I want to know where the so now I have to Google the evolution, right, of the Malus tree.
Sure. But you got your answer. So you got your answer for the first apple seed, then, right?
No, that's not the first apple seed, right? It's just ridiculous. It's not even close to an answer.
So where do you think it came from?
Google failed again, my man.
No, it didn't fail. I mean, it said that if it is the ancestor of an apple tree is in Central Asia or somewhere, so that's where the first apple seed came from. Now he's saying, no, it's not even close to an answer.
That's like opening up a fortune cookie and looking at the note and it says you're a cunt in the fortune cookie.
Sure.
I think Branch.
Well,
I think the seed was created.
Created.
Okay. Where's your evidence for that? Can you post them?
My heart.
Well, speaking of evidence posted, I just want to point out to everybody, if you look at what was posted for the evidence of speciation, just take a look at the examples that are given. They're all examples of how one kind of animal has turned into either one or two different types of the same animal. But none of them give any kind of example of one species of a certain kind of animal evolving into another kind of animal. None of them. None of these examples.
And also, too, can I add this real quick? The evidence for the creation. The evidence for the creation is the conundrum of the seed itself, right?
So if that's your claim, then evolution doesn't tell that there is from kind to another kind evolution. That doesn't.
Well, no, what you posted doesn't give any of those examples. It's just, here's one type. Here's one kind of animal that has two different types for these reasons.
Yeah,
so
but
that would all be within the code of.
That's the first. That's the split. Once they split, they go two separate directions. Those directions,
But they don't become a different kind of animal. Right, that's adaptation or augmentation to the certain kind of animal.
They said they're two different
one
species.
kind, but no, one kind. Yeah, species of the same kind.
No,
not one kind of species evolving into another kind according to what he posted. Look at those examples. None of them give. Okay, this kind of animal became this kind of animal, and we have evidence of that.
That's not a claim of evolution.
What about bananas? What about bananas?
What about bananas?
I mean, bananas are just man-made now.
Let's say God did make the first banana for us to enjoy, right?
Why would they in our hand?
So bad. Why did we have to actually go fuck around with bananas to make them actually taste edible?
Same with corn.
No, but what he's saying though, the perspective, what he's saying about one kind to another, one kind of animal to another kind of animal, does not claim it in evolution. This is one of the biggest misconceptions, is that evolution claims that one species can turn to another species or one kind can turn to another kind, when it's not what it says. What it says is through mutations, so one species, what was one species or one kind, will become two species that are no longer they can't mate anymore or whatever, and they will become further and further diverse from each other. They'll become new kinds and new species,
So you're
but
saying
not another
evolution.
species or another kind.
So then you're saying evolution doesn't claim that we were like primordial soup, that everything was, eventually walked out of the sea and then became animals.
It's not even relevant to what I said.
That's not a claim of evolution.
What I said was the claim of evolution is that it doesn't say that one kind turns to another kind.
Well, how could it be is the question then, if we all came from a primordial soup?
In evolution, everything is what it was. Like, what do you mean from kind to a kind? Like,
Saying if there was an original source of everything that evolved into what we are now, and you can't walk through the steps of, okay, we were primordial ooze, and then we were fish, and then we were animals, and then this animal became this animal, and this animal became this animal, then how does it start from the primordial soup?
Well, if there's a single organism in the start,
and what's it adapting to?
Then it becomes a multicellular. Then it still has a cell, so it still is a cell.
If it was able to exist in this environment in the first place, it wouldn't need to adapt.
Okay, fair enough. But I feel like
the atmosphere would have to, or the environment would have to change for the being or the creature to adapt to it.
I feel like Perspective didn't really get what I said before, because he was asking.
I understood what you were saying.
Hold on, man. Because you just asked a question that said they didn't understand. When you said the primordial soup and then the steps after that, that's the steps. So primordial soup, or let's say it's one species. Let's say there's one type of whatever cell in there. Okay, or let's move forward and say multicellular life. Let's say they're all the same though. Well, once they divert and there's two separate, they turn to two things that are no longer the same. They don't turn into another thing that already existed. They turn to two new things, and now there's two diverse or two different species. And all it does is they keep splitting, and those will become two.
They don't. If they can already prior exist to the environment, they don't need to adapt. There's no.
It's not a need. It's not a necessity.
Well, but if the environment changes, they would. If the environment changes, they need to adapt. They need to adapt to the new environment.
It's not a necessity. It happens automatically in every reproductive cycle. Mutations occur. It just happens. It's not necessary to happen.
Right.
It's just something that happens.
I appreciate that you're saying there's a misconception, but so then how is it explained that we have all these different kinds of animals if one kind can't become another?
Dude, you gotta listen to what I'm saying. You gotta listen to what I'm saying, because you're getting confused. You're getting confused, even though I'm saying clearly. You start with one kind, okay? It's not that it's going to turn to a kind that already existed. They split.
I understand that.
They become two aspects of that kind, two new things that are from that same original thing.
Right.
Okay.
That's fine.
And then you just keep doing this process. What you end up with over time is a bunch of different things that all when you go back a little bit, they have something in common. You go back far enough, they all have something in common, but they all are completely different now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, a monkey's on the earth.
So you're saying that we're all the same kind. Everything that exists is from one original kind that split off and just became different kinds. So we're all different kinds from that one original one.
We all come from this. They all. Yeah, I mean, there's evidence of that. Yeah.
You're saying that before the ape, there was a kind of animal that we were before the ape. Then, right?
Yeah, we share. Yeah, we have. If you go back far enough,
a kind has to become a kind.
An ancestor with like all mammals, for example.
All right, now walk us back 3 more steps and name the kinds of animals that we evolved from.
Hi, new perspective. Are Neanderthals humans?
No.
Okay, so we evolved from Neanderthals. So
all right, now take us back from Neanderthal back 3 steps if you think this is true.
No. You said that Neanderthals and humans are different kinds. Do you accept that we came from Neanderthals?
No, I don't.
Obvious. Yeah, you're a Christian. Okay. So that would be No, I said a creationist. So we came.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not. I don't claim to know.
Okay.
You guys are speaking shit.
You do know. You said that we don't evolve from Neanderthals.
I don't know if we do or not, but it doesn't seem right. No. If you can't walk us back 3 steps from Neanderthal, we look similar to Neanderthals, yeah. But then can you walk back 3 more animals that we were before that? And if so, then why can't one kind become another kind? It's not just an adaptation from a common ancestor.
I mean, if we came from Neanderthals, then that's from kind to kind.
That's 1 step. Go back 3 steps.
Sure. So do you accept the 1 step?
No, I'm not. It's not about me accepting
Okay,
it. I'm just wondering if you can even walk 3 steps up to Neanderthal. I mean, that's the one we were given. Now let's go back 3 steps. What animal became a Neanderthal? What kind of animal evolved into a Neanderthal? And what kind of animal evolved into that animal?
You want it
Go
from
back 3
kind.
steps. I mean, if you believe it, you should go back 3 or 4 steps back and be able to show how that seems likely.
Yeah, I have
So
this.
you want
I posted the Tree of Life thing, the one zoom thing. You can like zoom
I've
out.
looked into this.
Yeah, you can zoom out and you can see where it's claiming, the shared ancestors are.
Yeah, the marsupial maybe or something like that, right?
Oh, it's just show apes, and then go back further, and there's more apes. You go back
And then what
further,
else? What's more apes, and then what else? What came before the ape?
Primates. Further.
This is just kicking, like he's moving the goalposts all the time. It's like, show me kind to kind. Then you show Neanderthals. No, but you have to go.
New perspective. I got a question for you. New perspective, right? Why do you see that? Do you see it in a way where evolution and God are 2 separate things, and basically God couldn't have existed if evolution existed? Is that what you're trying to get?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that even if evolution is true, that it's just different forms of something that has the essence of God within it.
Okay, I see why you're okay. Why are you so against evolution as a?
I'm not against it. I'm just saying I don't see any proof that makes sense other than we look similar to apes, and then walk us back 3 more steps from there. What kind of animal became an ape? And then how many steps back that really makes sense that we were this animal and now we're this animal?
Yeah, I think that type of evidence does exist, right?
Really?
It's kind of hard to just start. It's kind of hard to just start spewing it out verbally in a Discord chat, though.
Well, no, you think that if I believed it at one time, but I didn't realize that I had no real. I couldn't even walk 3 steps back. I mean, just because we look similar to apes, that doesn't prove it. That's not proof enough. We have to go back before the ape. What animal became an ape, and what animal became that animal?
Yeah, and I can only speak for myself here, guys, but for before Flat Earth, I was on board with mainstream science. I thought, yeah, there's all these intelligent, really smart professionals in the field. They're doing research, experiments, real science, and I trusted them. I wasn't questioning is what we're being told. Yeah, I was trusting them. Trust me, I was.
Were you believing that we were a bit of slime that crawled onto a rock and then stood
I was
upright?
confused, mate. Yeah, I was
No
well scratched in
way.
my head.
Yeah,
I was.
I never bought that one. Never bought that we came from slime. Never.
And I never thought that we came from dust through a magical being and my girlfriend is rib. I mean,
No, you do buy that we came from dust. Actually,
I swear, you guys would be. So I was the
Yeah.
biggest globe head. I was the biggest mainstream science globe head.
Sure. And I was the biggest
I was
flat
on
earther
board
a few
with it.
years ago. I was just on board with it.
No, it was. That's why it shook me so much more, man. Because I realized I have never questioned these cunts with scrutiny and skepticism, true skepticism. That what they're saying is true, factual. It's all backed by fucking evidence. No, that's what was so scary about it. It all started to
There's
fall.
several. The evidence, like I'm looking at this tree on my screen, the one zoom thing, and so there's multiple evidences that give us. There's not only the biologists who or look at bone structure and things like that of different species and shared, like hips and fingers, all that type of shit. But there's actual DNA that you can view for any of these animals, and you can see how much DNA is shared between any animals, and it just so happens that the animals they think or have common ancestors, they have just as much shared DNA, like what do you call that? Like I forget what it's called, but yeah, it's so most of your DNA is actually only a little bit of your DNA is unique to you, but most of it is shared with almost all species.
What
Like
about the DNA we share with bananas?
50% of your DNA is shared with the banana. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's what I'm saying. So you got far enough, and you have similar DNA as even that shit. But you go somewhere close, like a chimp, and you have something like I think it's 95 or 98%. It might be somewhere between 95 and 98% shared with a chimpanzee.
He's closer to kiwi, ain't it?
Kiwi, possibly. Possibly.
I mean, new perspective. So this goes back 3 branches.
Like it was a pretty easy sell. It was a pretty easy sell, actually, when you think about it, right? To look at a monkey or an ape and go, oh yeah, they got fingers, they got toes. That's what we came from. It was a pretty easy sell.
Yeah, but what about what I just said?
All right.
What I'm looking on the tree. This is cool. I like this interactive thing here. I'm trying to find before what came before an ape.
Well, you go up a little bit. It says primates, and you can see all the animals that are all under that branch. It means that we all share that line.
Hey, Kosho, do you believe in Bigfoot?
I mean, I've never seen any legitimate evidence, but it could be possible. Sure.
Well, Jane Goodall believed in her.
Isn't Jane Goodall? Wasn't she the lady with the gorillas?
Yeah, she actually was one of the evolutionary biologists that was putting together all the shit.
Yeah, but I've never seen any valid evidence of Bigfoot. I've seen a lot of bullshit. That's all.
Just like evolution, right? Just like evolution. There's no real valid evidence,
Evolution has evolution that you guys agree with.
Like Jane Goodall's Bigfoot theory, kind of.
Oh. No, the evolution has evidence that you guys agree with. You just won't agree with the conclusion of it. But genetic mutations are something we all agree happens. And genetic mutations allow for each new offspring, each new revolution of a reproductive cycle to be different, even in a novel way. And it could even be something completely different in a novel way.
But that doesn't mean that monkeys became human.
No, but it does mean that, and they've seen this happen in the wild. That does mean that if there's something that happens to a species or something like that that makes it advantageous, and then that one DNA, that mutation allows for that one to be more apparent as further reproductive cycles go on, then what will happen is if they're separated from, if they live in two totally different environments where they're separate from each other and they don't reproduce together, they could, in a certain amount of reproductive cycles, become two totally different species that are not capable of reproducing together anymore. And that's all that mutations do. And if you give enough time to this process, it allows for things to become so different from each other that they seem like they were never related. But you see the evidence that they actually were.
I mean, I can agree with that concept. It's just the premise of, like you said, you said it from the outset. It's the conclusion. I don't necessarily think that draws to the presumption of what evolution proposes as a theory. Because I think actually evolution, to be quite honest, is actually one of the more inherently racist theories out there going. Because it stems the idea that white people are the pinnacle of the evolutionary scale, right?
No, because white people and black people are the same species.
Right, but white people would be the last of the evolutionary things, which would imply that it would be the latest mutation for success.
Black people and white people evolved maybe there's different adaptations perhaps, but it's not like one started adapting later than the other.
Right? Like black people, they learn how to jump.
Well, I'm just
Hey,
trying to say, like, this is the fact that, like, this is the conundrum that evolution has to address, right? Because evolution stems from the theory of the study of, like, the cranium, and you know what I mean, how it was bigger or something, and then it got smaller, and how it showed that the brain size of, like, African people was smaller than, like, you know, that's the roots of this, right?
Got it.
I don't think that's true though. Even though
I'm
that was
saying, but
included,
that's the
that was
root of
included in it,
the
but that wasn't the roots of it.
that's actually the foundation of the if you will, the evolution of the science, right?
Doesn't it come
Darwin,
from
Darwin
the
said that black
scientists who were going to the Galapagos Islands and looking at animals?
I don't think Darwin one day wake up and said, "Wow, I think blacks are small brains, so I'm gonna go
No,
to Galapagos."
that was a general consensus at the time. Anyway,
Yeah,
right?
but that was what I'm saying. But that doesn't. That's not the. That wasn't the
Right, but
catalyst for
that's what
evolution. That's
led
just a
to their
byproduct of it.
belief that, like, you know, they had this common ancestry with the animals, and that black people were closer to the original source, right?
No, I don't think it's a matter that anyone's closer. I think that they're just
Well,
different.
that was their proposal, right? Because they measured the brain and they measured the size of the cranium. That was the roots of the evolutionary theory.
They also at that time would thought they could heal people by putting leeches on their body and doing nothing else. So I mean,
Right.
okay,
That's why people who don't trust doctors today are considered conspiracy theorists, even though we've got a lot on our plate to look at historically.
There we go.
Right?
Yeah, what we're
true.
going through right now, what we're all having to like get our papers for, is just about as like logical as using leeches. But hold on, the Kosho on this tree. I just want to figure out first. In this tree, you zoom in, it says all life, right? Now, which square do I click on to get to human?
Well, in the top right, there's like a search bar, but I can tell you if you go, let me see, let me zoom out so I can see if I can
So
find.
you start with all life in the middle, and one of these leads to human, right?
If you don't want to use the search and you just want to try to look for it
No,
yourself,
I want to follow from the start and go to human.
Hold
And
on.
it's good that it shows.
Do you
Shows
see
that
which
we
one
have
of those branches? Do you see which one of those branches is the animals?
It's the black-headed bunting, an octopus, Kamatrika vulgaris.
You see the ladybug thing?
Okay, so ladybugs. We came from ladybugs?
The animals, fungi, and more. No, that's
Okay,
just
so
a
we got the
picture. It's showing
ladybugs.
the ladybug, but it's not saying we came from ladybugs.
Okay, so what do we start with?
Fucking
You go to the animals, fungi, and more. That's where you go.
Animals, fungi, and more. Okay.
And then you go to animals and more. And it just says 980 million years ago. Most recent common ancestor to today's animals and more. So they're saying that the ancestor, we all had a common ancestor 980 million years ago. There's not a claim to what that was, though.
Are you at least skeptical about the claim of 898 million years ago and how they could know it was that long? Like, how did they figure that out? What was their processes?
No, these are not assertions as much as they are giving you what our best assessment is. And they're not guesses.
Heard that one before.
They're not guesses. They're just, it's like having a picture that you have very loose pieces of, and you're putting it together as best you can.
Right, I understand that. Yeah. Just like with space. What about
with everything?
Okay, so which one do I start with? The ladybug? Which one do I click on to go to human? The ladybug, the bacteria, what?
No, you have to go down that branch. You go down that branch, and then from
down
there,
which branch? The ladybug
the
branch?
one that says animals and more. Are you at where it says 980 million years ago yet?
He doesn't want to do it. He's just gonna say ladybugs, humans or ladybugs.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm wondering which one to start with. They give you 8 in the start, right? The ladybug, the bacteria, the quinoa.
You should have clicked on the one with the ladybug, of course, man. That's
click on the ladybug.
Yeah, you go down. You go down that branch. How many million years ago are you at? Where your branch is?
The lady beetles. Okay, so then you go to lady beetles down.
How many millions of years ago does the thing say?
doesn't say that on mine.
It's on every part of the branch. It says a number of million years. It says like 950 million years, 1800 million.
Okay, I click on the ladybug, and it says 7-spotted ladybird.
You don't click on the
Doesn't say-
ladybug. You gotta click like around the ladybug, man. So you can zoom in on the branch. Can you see my screen,
Okay.
man?
Oh, let me see. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong.
You see my branch? Tell me when you see my screen.
I'm good too.
God, new perspective. You're clearly not evolved enough to understand how the diagram works.
Maybe not.
You'll get there, man. But tell me when you see it though.
Right. I see it. Yep.
Okay, you see how I'm on these circles, and it says 1800 million years,
Okay, sure.
or million A. I think it's million years, whatever. Anyways,
what does real quick? What does the word evolution mean?
I mean, what you mean in the terms of biology or in general?
No, I mean lexiconic. Like the word evolve. What does it mean?
Changing the allele frequency of genes.
To unroll like a scroll.
What?
Similar to revolution, which means to revolve.
No, revolve and evolve are two different words.
Are we still
What
on?
does revolve mean?
Yeah, no, he's right.
To
I just checked
turn.
it. Latin
What does
evolver,
evolve mean?
to
To
unroll.
unroll.
You understand that words in today's the way we use them today, they have multiple. That's why I asked you. You talking about the biology meaning?
No, you're
or
just
general?
you're just
It doesn't
using
have
slang,
just
dude.
one meaning. So.
But you're just using slang when you say that shit.
No, you're
I'm
not
just
using
letting you
slang.
know you are using bastard. You are destroying the lexicon. Stop doing it.
Yeah, right. So if I called you gay right now, you wouldn't be offended, right?
Oh boy.
Because that just means
I'm
that you're
not
happy,
happy.
right? Because it'd be slang if
I'm not happy. What makes you think I'm happy?
Okay, you're anti-gay then.
You don't sound gay. That's
I would
you
be
sound
pretty
gay.
offended. I'm anti-gay.
What's the etymology of happy anyway?
Etymology tells you a lot about where the word came from. It doesn't tell you about how we use it today.
Etymology for happy is from Middle English, from hap,
Words have
or luck.
a
You guys are
meaning,
way off.
but
Well, I thought new perspective.
and actually the word gay means earth. But you would know that if you knew anything, but it's all ancient Greek to you, right?
You understand what language is, right? Language, words, they don't mean anything. I mean, they have no value unless we share the same meaning. So when the words evolve over time and they
Well,
adapt
that's where you're
definitions
bad.
and you use them differently, and
See,
people accept that. That's just the new.
you're
That's just
using words right now.
That's why we use the words that we understand them as today.
Okay, we can
You
accept
are
that
using
words
words
evolved.
right now
Let's get back to how we evolved.
to put your thoughts into reality. That's what the meaning of words are. So if your thoughts are different than the words you're using, perhaps you're putting out confusion.
No, that's what I'm saying, dude. You're using some antiquated definitions that nobody else uses.
It's not
Can we just both agree that it's best when
it's not antiquated?
The point is to share an idea. If you share an
Evolution
idea
is
with
to
other people,
unroll
you
a
have to share the
scroll.
meaning.
Nowhere in that does it say one kind goes to another.
Hold up. Let me just say this. In terms of discourse, these words can have completely different definitions, and like normally they could have completely different definitions, but if you're defining them in that moment of discourse with whoever you like are speaking to, and you're on the same page in terms of the definition, then that's all that matters. We could call, like, you know, a piece of shit a rose for the purpose of our discourse. You know, we're defining a rose as a piece of shit, and as long as we're agreeing, it doesn't matter. Obviously, it's better to stick to, you know, what we're used to and stuff like that, but as long as you're clear about the definitions, then that kind of solves any issues.
Yeah, it provides the same
Yeah, but
value
here's the thing.
as any other word.
Here's the thing. If you don't even understand English, how can you possibly learn to understand Latin?
If you don't
Doesn't
understand
matter
Greek.
is my point.
And you're
as
using
long as
words
you're
that
on
are
the same
based in
page.
Latin. They are Latin words.
Yeah, that's fine. They could be originally Latin words, but you can define them as, like, with whoever you're arguing against or what have you. And that's part of your elucidative process. You guys are agreeing on the definition, and you go forward with that discussion. You can make it a grunt. Like, it doesn't need to be any sort of thing that has. It doesn't matter what the origin is, as long as you define it.
That you can
So what does
distance
kind
from
mean?
our discussion. We can say that things just change to other things.
Can we quickly get back to what Dave wanted, and then we can come back to this? We're digressing a little bit.
That's true. New perspective. You want to carry on with the ladybird thing?
Your name's David?
Yeah,
Gay
if you
ladybird.
want, yeah, you can walk me through it. That'd be interesting to do if you guys want.
Your name's David, New Perspective?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that, man. That's cool.
You can call
King
me Dave, bro.
Oh, Dave, I guess. All right. Well, I can't say King Dave, but all right.
Hold up. Well, do you guys want to
Some do.
define evolution as you guys move forward in this discourse? Just so all parties
Yeah,
are happy?
I just wanted to know what his definition of evolution was.
Well, I thought I did the proper thing by asking you the context of the word, which, in this context, I think we all agree what it means. So if we can move forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Well, I apologize. I started with evolution, then I said evolve, but I meant evolution.
Yeah, Kosho, when I said you two, I mean you and New Perspective. Have you guys agreed on what evolution is defined as?
No, we can go back to that, but yeah, just I know Josh isn't here a lot, but Josh is really good with little tidbits of knowledge. So definitely, thanks for bringing that in.
Well, I just joined.
All right.
Okay, so I'm looking at your page here, Kosho.
Right. Okay. So, anyways, you see where it says like 560 MA, right?
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, so right here where it says 570 million, I'm gonna assume it says million years. It's claiming that 570 million years ago, all life underneath this branch, we all shared an ancestor, which was basically the first bilaterally symmetrical animals. Basically, animals that have two that are split in half and the same on both sides. You know what I mean? Have right hand.
Right. Yeah, I got you. You don't have to explain that to me.
So that's what I'm saying.
Click on that. So then you're saying, okay, so what was the first one?
What was the first thing?
Yeah,
what do you mean?
Where does it start?
The thing that we all share, like a single cell.
Walk us up to human. Just show us.
Walking down, you walk us down to humans. That was.
Walk us up to humans. We're bilateral, starting with what?
What do you mean starting with what? Like, what was that animal that was bilateral? The first bilateral animal?
Yeah, and then go to
the
the
first
next one.
ancestor.
I don't know if they've identified that yet, man.
Take us through the branches that walk us up to human.
Yeah, I don't think they've identified that yet, dude.
Well, what steps do they have?
No, they have the steps. They don't have the specific animals that lived 570 million years ago that was the first one to be bilateral. What they use as evidence is the fact that there weren't bilateral animals before that, and that all the animals that are bilateral share this amount of DNA and this amount of attributes together, and don't share that with anything else that is on the other branches.
So you're saying that those 8 pictures they give us, we came from one of those?
No, these are examples. Those 8 pictures are just examples.
Okay, so then there's no branch that okay, this is totally anticlimactic.
The branches represent the animals.
Show us a human.
The animals that are in that branch. They're not supposed to represent a specific animal that that lived 570 million years ago that they can identify and have a picture of.
Okay, so then the whole idea was to give us some evidence that animals evolved from something original besides just this common ancestor of ape that we look like.
Yeah, some of the animals down in the past, like we have examples and fossils and things like that. Other animals, like the very first ape, for example. I don't think they have the very first ape, but they have.
No, I'm just on a call. Okay. Go ahead.
No, so I don't think they have the very first one of these things. Sometimes they do, but a lot of times that's kind of hard. It's kind of a very extreme thing that you're asking for.
Okay, well, yeah, I agree.
You were asking for evidence of each of those animals because.
So if you believe we were
and all that kind of stuff, which that's
so
not...
you believe, I'm just asking, just in general, then you believe we share a common ancestor with the ape, and then that common ancestor didn't exist at one point, but it was something else, right?
Sure, yeah.
And then what? Okay, so what other type of animal or kind of animal do you think we were?
Well, if you go down this thing, it shows you. First of all,
That's what you're about to show me, right?
Yeah, it shows you.
That's what we were getting to.
Yeah, but we'll have to move forward from it. We'll have to move a lot faster for that. But yeah, there's hold on. There's like a rodent type animal that
Oh, we were rodents.
Well, not we were rodents, but our ancestors were, sure.
Well, that's us, right? We were apes.
How would you know?
What else?
This is what I don't get. You're like, saying that our ancestor was this primate or something like that, but you don't have the actual ancestor to say that that's actually the case. You're saying that you're dividing the animals or the creatures and species that we have to specific categories and then assigning to them times, right? I don't know how they get the times, but from those, you're saying that they had to come from, whatever came before it had to cause the one after it. And they had to just, steps in succession like this without having any intermediary species or
in some cases they do have the like for mammals, for example. We know that all mammals are related to each other, and we know when mammals, about how far back all mammals, were not distinct from one another. So they may not know what the very, very first mammal was, but they can they have a few candidates for it, and then they have some not every animal gets fossilized and allow us to examine its remains millions of years later. So it's not like we have.
Can you at least see can you understand why there's a lot of doubt? Because there's a lot of room for doubt. Can you agree on that?
Only if the people who are doubting have full understand the full extent of the evidence. But if the people who are doubting are only doubting because they don't know the evidence, then no, I don't. But
well, that's what we're asking for is the evidence right now. And you're saying, well, it's the common ancestor, and then we were rodents, maybe, or where's the evidence?
There's some examples where there's fossils, and there's all different types of evidences. So there's evidences where there's they may have found some prehistoric bones of what they call the first Homo erectus or whatever, the first apes to stand and walk right. They don't have every single animal that's ever.
No, but what about just a couple that we could have been before we were that common ancestor? Got any?
Yeah, there's I just gave you one example. Homo erectus.
What kind? We were rodent.
No, I just
talking about before Homo erectus, before anything that looked like human. What were we?
Yeah, well, when it comes to mammals all share similar properties, and they can trace back when those properties came from only one distinct line, or a small amount of distinct lines.
So what did the animal look like that became?
He doesn't have it. That's
okay. So then why would you?
That's what Dave's highlighting.
Why does it seem like the speculation isn't warranted if you don't even have very many details?
Speculation, though, dude. For you to expect there to be every single line just given to you, that's not the way it works. It's through investigation and putting the pieces together and making guesses that are sometimes wrong.
Well, then
Yeah, why do we need two sexes? Why would it ever even do? If it
I have a quick question.
On its own,
well,
it can mutate on its own.
Come on.
Kosho, on the right side of the screen. Go right a little bit more. No, zoom out. Go back to where you were. It said 420 million years along, after tetrapods and after lungfish. There, that one, yeah. 420 million years, right? My question is, if 420 million years ago you had those, species, and then the next step in the evolutionary thing was 6 million years ago. What? No, that branch that stemmed from the 420 million years to 6 million years.
That's for this branch, though. That's because there's not a lot of evidence for this stuff. There's a lot of stuff in here that.
So there for 414 million years, There was no evolution that they know of.
No, dude. This tree is not filled in because they're different colors, and they tell you what the different colors mean. Like this red, I think is when they're not real clear on the answers. Like it shows you like the level of confidence or whatever. So they may
I know,
not
but
have.
they do say that the coelacanth, whatever genus or whatever it is, existed 6 million years ago. So for the other ones,
they know that whatever its ancestor was separated from the rest of these ancestors around that time. They don't know what all came in between there, though.
I understand, but my point is just the huge holes in it. So for the other one, 415 million years, you have the next one at 277 million years. There's not a huge amount of time. I mean, there is, but not as much of a disparity between 420 to 6.
Yeah,
right?
this is
340 million years to 210 or whatever that one is.
Yeah, they don't know everything. That's what I'm saying. This history wasn't given to us in a book, and they just haven't read it yet. This is based on the evidence that exists and the investigations they've done so far.
I'm with you, but my question to you is, how accurate do you think these million-year numbers are?
What those million-year numbers represent is when they split from the rest of them. It's not representing that this animal was, it's only the only reason those numbers are there are to represent when they split.
I'm with you, and it doesn't really make sense to me that it took 414 million years for one animal to split, whereas another one took 5 million years.
It's saying whatever the Australian lungfish, whatever its line, like whatever came before it, maybe it evolved from something. It's not claiming to know what those things are. It just knows that whatever its ancestors were, it's separated completely from the rest of this lines around that time. It's not claiming to know the rest of the path.
But you realize that you're like excusing the lack of evidence, but then saying there's a preponderance of evidence at the same time.
No, yeah, there is a preponderance of evidence, and there's also, I mean, it's crazy to expect us to have all the evidence. There's things we don't know, and they clearly show you that they don't know them.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question, man.
Yeah, you didn't.
No, okay.
About how accurate do you think these values are?
How accurate are they? I mean, some of them could be wildly wrong. Some of them could be pretty close to correct. But these sort of numbers are based on multiple arrays of different fields assessing this data. You know what I mean? Like geologists, biologists, evolutionists.
I mean, I'd probably agree with you that some of them are completely incorrect and some of them would be correct. For me, it sounds like it's 50-50.
Well, to me, it sounds like
it's completely arbitrary, basically.
They clearly share where the confidence is and where it's not. So it's not that it's a 50-50 chance that they're wrong. It's that the stuff that they don't know, they don't claim to know.
I don't know about that. I mean, if you're convinced, that's all the power to you.
I just want you to draw us a picture of what you think evolved into what our common ancestor looked like. Like how far back did you go?
The only examples we can use to make those guesses are the fossils that have been found. So there's many animals that we have never found. You know what I mean? Right. So that's it.
So what? Just the one. I just want the one that looked nothing like a human that became a human.
An iguana became a chimpanzee, and then a human.
You see here, I'm pretty sure the humans are in this one here, yeah, and the mammals one. So it's claiming that 180 million years ago, all mammals came from the same ancestor. Which, yeah, they're not claiming to know what that animal is, but they're claiming that, in the past, apes weren't even apes. Apes and elephants were.
But were they before apes? That's the question. If you can't walk 2 or 3 steps back, why do you believe it so hardly? So
it's not because it's not. It's not in the evidence of what was there. Like it's in the relationship between the animals that exist, right?
Okay.
I believe.
I just think that most of us didn't walk. Maybe you have, and you're not explaining it well enough. But most of us didn't walk back 2 or 3 steps. Like, we look like apes. Okay, that's good enough. I believe in evolution. Instead of going, okay, what were we before apes? And then what were we before that? And I want to see what that looked like. And be able to walk it 3 steps back before I believe this shit.
This shit is hella fake.
Yeah, there's evidence of the different apes and stuff because it's not that far back. It's like hundreds of thousands of years. Some of them a little bit, like a million or 2 million years. But when you go back, tens of millions of years, they have there's less and less evidence of any of the life. Like you're only the only life that you get to access the evidence of are the ones that maybe died and were fossilized quickly, or they died and were in like swampy conditions or something like that. But most animals died out in the open, and their remains are over time just gone. So it's not something that's it's not easily accessible.
Mm-hmm. And you guys find like one specimen of like a thick-skulled mongoloid, and you're like, oh, he's a different species.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, like they find something that has like a very slight difference for God knows what reason, and it could be that it's just a different, like maybe it was just a deformity, or maybe it was just from a different environmental environment with a different reason why they're they look different. Maybe he had bad posture and so he's hunched over, but they just assume that it's a different species.
I saw that.
No, don't they DNA them though?
Yeah, they do.
The DNA changes, does it not?
Yeah, DNA changes, but that's what I was saying before. That's one of the big evidences is if you look at you look at all humans, and we all share 98% of our DNA, so that we're closely related. If you see that there's an animal that we all share 96% of our DNA with, then that tells you that we're not as related. They're not closely as related to all humans are, but we're obviously more related than bananas, and that this is how this tree.
I wouldn't say related. Related is kind of like you're presupposing your argument. I would say it's similar. We're similar.
Yeah, that's what I mean by related. I don't.
But when you say related, it's like we came from the same source and stuff like that. And
no,
we did from God, but
that's what we use it for. That's how we understand it to be. But when I'm saying it now, I'm just saying that shows you that we share the same attributes. We share we share that much percentage of attributes or information as whatever it is I'm comparing it to.
I would agree, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we came from the same common ancestor. Like it's a jump in logic for me.
Sure, yeah, but then you have to decide what it is that implies. And on this model, in the evolution model, it makes sense, and so we use it that way. But if there's some other reason why that's the case, or some other mechanism or need for that to be that way, then I'm sure if it makes sense, people would be receptive to it.
Well, mind you, all of like the DNA is made up of like the same nucleotide bases and stuff like that, right? So you could say that we're similar to everything that exists. It's just the different, like the sequencing of our genes, how they're how those sugars or the nucleotides are basically lined up, is what makes us similar to chimpanzees or bonobos or what have you.
Well, you can get even more high level with the DNA and not just say all humans are 98%, but in my family, me and my brother, we have more shared DNA than me and anybody else, and him and anybody else. And you go further out, like me and my cousins, we don't have as much shared DNA as me and my brother, but the group of us have more shared DNA with each other than we do with anybody else.
Absolutely, so I would agree.
Yeah, but that's why this mechanism is scaled in the way in which like I was describing it, but then evolution uses it to say that you can compare that to how related we are to these things.
Yeah, I mean you could infer relation, but again that's not evidence of it, right? It's possible that we were just created with similar type of processes, and within a species, you know, you can have even more specialization towards a specific subset of genes, right? For me, it's too much of a non sequitur to automatically say that everything came from this one thing, which had to have come from something, you know, like without life. It's just craziness.
Yeah, it's just a crazy idea, but like I said, that one thing wouldn't be the only evidence. It's the multiple array of evidences that correspond, that correlate to each other, that allow for this to be like a full, you know, a full.
That's cool.
theory.
If it's enough evidence for you, I mean, like I said, all power to you. For me, no.
You say it's crazy, right? But the same way that Isa was saying about how the flower look, you know, giving praise to the sun or whatever was beautiful. Isn't it kind of beautiful that we're related to every single animal out there? We all share this common bond with every type of living thing on this planet. There's some beauty in that too, right?
Yeah, I must not been here about giving praise to the sun, but yeah, I mean, it's amazing, like the design, how it's based down on these amino acids and these, you know, these nucleotide bases and stuff like that, and it's all the same building blocks. That is amazing, absolutely.
I mean, well, not just the science of it. I'm talking about the fact that, you know, there's some beauty in just the notion that we're related to every single type of life on Earth.
Yeah, definitely. We're all connected.
Yeah, and if the science truly does show that, I'm not against the idea in general, except for that, you know, that doesn't seem like there's hard evidence to show this species to species transformation that we seem to kind of all assume the evidence is there for. I mean, we're talking about millions of years, and you know, it starts to get into the realm of like the same kind of belief in science rather than hard evidence that we're looking for as flat earthers.
Do you think that coronaviruses are related?
Yeah.
But
Speaking of myths, let's talk about coronavirus.
Well, it doesn't have to be coronavirus,
but it is cool what Brad's,
virus, right?
I'm just gonna say it is cool. Like, you know, you as a human can go outside and look at a leaf and be like, you know, I am what you are. Like, we're made up of the same building blocks and stuff like that, and it's definitely amazing. But it's also important to understand that the same source doesn't necessarily mean same ancestor.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. You're correct. It would be wrong for somebody to try to assert that as absolute truth when, I mean, the truth is that the evidence all points to it being the truth. So for that reason, you know, it doesn't make it invalid to hold it as the truth, but to also know that there's, you know, leave room open for some other possible explanation for that conclusion.
It's possible.
More story tales.
Does point to it, so
it's possible. But the truth is that it's from the same source, and that's why we have God.
Well, were you about to claim that we're related to the coronavirus, Kosho, by the way?
Go back far enough. Well, not the virus per se, but
we have similar, you know, genes, I guess.
So viruses have genes now?
Yes.
Or DNA? Do we have DNA for this virus?
Yeah,
they don't have DNA. Citation.
Yeah, I want to hear about the virus that lives. I want to hear about this virus that lives outside of our bodies. What's this virus?
I mean, all viruses can live outside your body.
Oh,
they don't technically.
They have a living virus.
They're not technically living.
We have living viruses.
Well, I mean, they use your cells to copy their information, but the information is
require a host to be alive, then, don't they?
Yeah, like I said, it's a debate to say they're alive. That's why
it's like a little bug.
Right, outside the body, they're not alive,
system,
but they exist as the information.
Yeah, but when they're not in a host, they're not alive.
Yeah, you're right. They need a vehicle. The cell is the mechanism to reproduce, but the information still exists.
You think that's real? What you're saying right now?
I think that's real for sure. It may not be alive.
Real as in alive? Okay, so how can it be alive?
What do you disagree with new perspective?
How can it have DNA and not be alive?
Because the DNA is just the information. instructions.
Okay, so it's just floating information, and that we can catch
It
that.
doesn't have the mechanism of cells have a lot of mechanisms in them, a lot of machines like the proteins and all that allow it to reproduce in that, which is why the virus has to hijack your cell in order for it to copy the information.
Yeah, new perspective. To be fair, I don't know what you're arguing, because you could have someone that just died, they're not alive, and yet they still have DNA in their cells. So.
So
sometimes they take live DNA from people from things that just died.
As another tool of scientism.
New
Yeah, things that
perspective,
have
you're
been dead
officially
for
over the
hundreds of
target.
years can have DNA.
New perspective, you're officially over the target.
Thank you very much. I tried. There's good evidence that we are talking about a myth.
That was so funny, man.
Well, a myth is not at all accurate to term it that way. You could say a miscalculated conclusion or something like that, but it's the evidence that led us to these conclusions are valid, and
Well, do we all agree that viruses exist and that some people are susceptible to them, to getting very sick from them?
We have a viral reaction to an infection. The viruses are
everyone will get
Joshua,
I think everyone will get sick from a poison.
What does
I
it
think
mean to have a
everyone will get
viral
sick from a
reaction
poison.
if viruses don't exist?
Viruses
I
are
agree with you,
in
Joshua.
us. We have a viral reaction to an infection. That's what they are.
No, but the problem is you've got a lot of
Poison.
people. Sorry, eggshells.
Poison.
But sorry, there's a lot of people that can be exposed to this and no problem at all. They don't have any illness or sickness or issues at all. So, how do you explain that?
Diversity, we're different.
I explained it by. Sorry, go ahead, Riding.
Like, I just think we're different. Right? If we all it would be a fundamental disproof of evolution if a single virus or a single illness could wipe us all out. That's like part of the strength in diversity that you get through random mutations.
But do we know by what mechanism some people will get sick and other people won't?
I don't know. Probably too early to tell that with coronavirus, but with other things, yeah. It'll sometimes be like a morphological difference or like a immune system works differently.
Yeah, we don't know the exact mechanism, but we do know that, you're immunocompromised if you're getting it. That this thing probably can be found, like they tested a bunch of different places and different things, and they found that it's almost ubiquitous, but only some people are getting sick. So that means that they're different from the rest of the population in such a way that their immune system is more compromised. And it has to do with vitamin D, sunlight.
The question is, what's the thing?
It's like that with all diseases, though, right? There's a lot of people in Africa that can get AIDS and not be affected by it. They don't need no medication or anything, but they're just carriers.
Well, I'll post a link that will.
It's different to be a carrier.
I just posted a link.
Go ahead.
Anyway, in this link, Andy Kaufman, Dr. Andy Kaufman questions whether viruses even exist. And I'll just leave it up to you to take it or leave it.
They come from within the body.
Yeah, it's exosome theory.
Exactly.
Because they're packets of
germ theory.
Yeah. It's like packets of detergents, protein, like not even alive.
But in this case,
it's completely possible that these things are kind of, just like our commensal bacteria in our gut and stuff. It's possible that they exist in a place, and then for whatever reason, they infected us because they were in a place where our system isn't prepared to that number to defend against. Who knows?
Well,
But if it doesn't live outside our bodies, how did it infect us?
That's the thing. See, these things have mechanical or molecular machinery built inside of it called RNA, right? Whereas in all living things have DNA in it, which is a dual ribonucleic helix, right? Whereas
RNA just
the RNA is just a single strand.
Wait, no, everything is.
Aren't RNA and DNA just the information? They're not really.
Well, it's one side of the ladder. It's one rung of the ladder. The other side gets copied in with enzymes.
I don't know about that.
Like the CRISPR technology, what that's all about, the vehicle that's used is a similar vehicle where it has a piece of encoding for certain genes. So when that sequence comes up, the enzyme that is CRISPR will edit the gene, and it's permanent.
As far as I know, the difference between RNA and like DNA is that there's less, like, you know, the D in DNA is deoxyribonucleic. Basically means that there's less oxygen, I guess. There's, you know, a presence of less oxygen compared to ribonucleic acid. But I don't think that means that it's a single strand versus, you know, a double helix. If it is, that's new to me.
No, it's not the complete code. It's missing things. It needs the oxides added. So the enzyme oxidizes and balances out the DNA.
It has everything the virus needs, though, right? But if a virus doesn't have DNA and is only able to reproduce using RNA, that strand of RNA has everything it needs to reproduce.
What the virus does is it hijacks your cellular molecular machinery so that it starts to replicate those genes to recombinate some RNA so it can go out and infect damaged cells that's damaged with molecular salts.
Yeah, I mean, viruses don't necessarily need DNA. I mean, there are viruses out there that have DNA. But not all of them need it. They need one or the other.
Well, the interesting thing is the exact same spelling is the exact same spelling as the Latin. And it pretty much means like a noxious, sticky, poisonous substance that was seen oozing out of sores. That's what they called it back then.
I don't know. I think that.
So like,
I think they're amazing little creatures. These little viruses. I mean, they're successful as fuck. As far as
well, did you know
they're creatures? Right, but see, that's not a definite. I mean, you're talking about them as if they're creatures that fly through the air that live.
They're organisms. You can call them an organism.
They don't live.
They're not.
They're not alive. Do you have a citation of a living virus?
They're just part of us, guys. It's just part of our own system. They're not external
Again,
at all.
This is all verbiage, right? I mean, I don't think they're living. Like, they don't consciously talk to each other and stuff.
Well, you said they're organisms.
But do you
They
consider,
cannot reproduce
you consider
without us.
You consider a plant as being living?
Yes,
but
because it can
you're-
reproduce.
You're thinking of them as creatures outside of our own body. It's just a viral reaction in our own body. That's the virus.
They're just as much of a
virus.
It needs our bodies to reproduce.
The virus is not alive when it's outside the body. I think they call it dormant until it, is introduced to a host.
It's funny. Viruses in the narrative are not alive whether they're in you or outside of you. They are just information wrapped up in protein. That's all they are. It's like a note that you find on the sidewalk, a piece of paper that someone wrote something. That's all it is, wrapped up in a bit of fat.
Exactly right.
Yeah, but somehow they enter your body and hijack your cells to reproduce itself.
No, they don't enter your body.
But they're
produced by your body.
Yeah.
They
See,
exit
it's
your
almost
body.
like it's like the perfect boogeyman. We know it's there. It's information. It's not alive. It's a creature, but but it's not a real thing. It doesn't have DNA. It has RNA. It's just floating there. It's dormant. It can't be detected, but it can get you. And once it gets you, you have the virus, but you already had the virus. You're having a reaction to something. Whether it's what they're saying it is or not is the question.
I don't know. It feels like you guys don't want to refer to them as a form of life.
Yeah, exactly, because they're not.
Okay.
By definition, they're not.
Okay, that's fine.
What did you say? We don't want to what?
Refer to them as a form of life. Would you consider a bacteria as a form of life?
Because they don't fit the classification, dude. That's why.
Do you consider a bacteria as a form of life?
Yes, that's different.
Bacteria is a different thing. It's a category error.
With you guys, like where these definitions are coming in and what you guys are using to distinguish the difference between a bacteria. They're totally different things, a bacteria and a virus.
Well, explain us the difference.
Why is one a form of life?
Explain the difference.
I don't need to explain the difference. I don't actually know the exact differences. I think that bacteria don't even need DNA. I don't think, or RNA. But that's
you could look it up. You could look it up in like 2 seconds.
I know I could, but
Just look up definition of a virus and look up definition of a bacteria.
Okay,
and then look up the definition of life or alive.
I'm doing that right now, but I'm saying you guys are distinguishing that one is a form of life and one isn't. So I'm asking you why you're making that distinction.
Yeah, because that's the categories. That's the way.
Yeah.
Well, essentially, it's because bacteria are cell-based organisms and viruses are not. They have nothing even close to what is contained in a cell. Mitochondria, ribozymes, none of that. So that's the clear distinction there. And like I think White's was saying, it's basically just information. So, information can't be alive. Now, can it?
Okay, well, that's your distinction of life. I mean,
not my distinction.
It is. You guys are making that distinction.
No, that's a general distinction that people make.
Distinction, dude.
How can information be life? I mean, if you can't wrap your head around that, then I feel sorry for you.
So, okay, it's fine. What I'm saying is that's your distinction of life. I on my other hand,
Well,
I can consider that a virus might be a form of life.
Okay, can information be life then?
Basically, if we
You have to change the definition of things then.
No,
What's your maybe we can agree on a definition. So, Branch, what's your definition for life?
Again, it doesn't matter. I think that anything with RNA or DNA is a form of life.
Anything that has DNA or RNA is life.
I think the fundamental part of being a form of life is reproduction.
So is my dead dog, is it a form of life? Although because it's got DNA in it?
Well, it's not that. I'm just talking about reproduction, right? And RNA, DNA is a vital thing in reproduction. Again, like there are bacteria out there that do reproduce. That they don't need
that comes from cell division, right? And viruses don't have cells.
My distinction of life is basically if it has a form of reproduction. Because like a rock can't reproduce, right? So it's not a form of life.
Who says
viruses so bacteria can split through mitosis, right?
Right. There's forms of bacteria that don't have RNA, and again, or DNA.
Yeah, but my point is these virus, vesicles or whatever you want to call them, they can't. They have to find something living to replicate. Whereas bacteria can replicate, unto themselves. So wouldn't that be a distinction for you?
Yeah, well, it all comes. No, I mean, I still think that viruses are reproducing. I mean, I get it; they need a host, right? But they're still reproducing in a way.
No, but not on their own. That's the
fine.
distinction.
Again, this is my distinction. I haven't even read up the scientific distinction. I don't know if there is a specific scientific distinction as to what classifies
constitutes life. Yeah, there are criteria.
Yeah, there is. I just posted it.
Outside of that, my distinction, without actually looking it up, is reproduction. And I consider,
that's one of them.
I consider viruses I consider viruses as organisms that reproduce.
Well, let's look it up so we get on the same page. Otherwise, we're just tossing opinions at one another.
Viruses, they are considered living organisms. It's in a dictionary. It says that.
No, they are
In the
not.
dictionary, they say usually it's not considered
Yes,
living.
they are. Yes, they are.
Incorrect.
Yes, they are.
Listen,
me the
Branch, I agree with you.
citation.
They are.
I agree with you,
It
Branch.
says it in
Reproduction
the
is
very
one of the
definition.
criteria, but it's just one of them. I wouldn't say it's the only criterion. You know, they have metabolism, you know, response to stimuli. I don't know what else.
You're making up your own definition.
These are not my own definitions. These
My
are,
definition.
You know, there's
Okay, it says in
This
there,
isn't
viruses,
EDU.
hold on, it says, in Wikipedia says, viruses are considered by some biologists to be a life form because they carry genetic material, reproduce, and evolve through natural selection, although they lack the key characteristics such as cell structure that are generally considered necessary criteria in defining life. But the whole idea, though, is from the start, is that the viruses are within us. They are never anything that comes from outside of us. Everyone should understand that. We have a viral reaction to an infection. Now, if that infection is actually proved to be some sort of one strand floating information that we're all susceptible to getting, that's different. That lacks proof.
What do you think triggers the virus to activate in the body then?
That's
if
what's
it's
debatable.
always in the body, then what do you...
That's
Stress.
debatable.
Different stressors, different hormonal stresses.
Sorry, go ahead.
So
John.
you're suggesting that these viruses can stay dormant within our bodies until some sort of point where we become vulnerable for whatever reason, and then suddenly we get sick from them.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying
have you
is
ever
that
heard of the common cold caused by the coronavirus?
Yeah, see,
How
what's
did
the thing
they
is
get
that
into
the important point, at least I'll say this and shut up. The important point seems to me to be that they've conflated the idea of the fact that we have a viral reaction to something where we are reproducing within ourselves these viruses that only can exist within us. They're conflating that with the idea that these viruses are like little creatures that float in the air and we can get them that way. Now, whether that's the case or not has yet to be proven, or the lack of evidence is crazy for that to actually be the case. But they're conflating the idea that we have a viral reaction with viruses being these creatures that are in the air. It's not what they're saying, and they make it seem like they are.
So what do you suggest then is happening as far as people spreading the virus? Or one person gets sick and then they come and interact with their family members in the house, and then some of those family members also get sick and some of them don't. I mean,
it's like an exchange.
What is it that you shed? You shed spike proteins, which are toxins, which cause the cytokine reaction, the hormonal response.
Exactly. So there is something that people who are infected, people who are sick with these viruses, that there's something that they're shedding, there's something that they're putting out into the environment around them, and people who are susceptible, interact with that, with whatever that is, and then they get sick. But some people can be exposed to that same person, that same viral shedding, whatever, and not get sick at all. So,
yeah, I think we can all agree on that.
But does anybody understand why it is that some people get sick and some people don't?
I think it might have something to do with blood type, right? Because we have certain antibodies on different blood types.
I think the best evidence we have right now is that it has to do with vitamin D.
I've heard a lot about vitamin D being an excellent treatment, and if you are high in vitamin D, that's a very protective vitamin to have in your system. And
yeah, they showed that like I think it was 90% of cases that were serious or critical had or severe and critical were the words that they used, had like below like low levels of vitamin D.
Right.
And that was with 95% specificity.
I suggest you watch the video that I posted a little bit ago. Want me to repost it? Might be interesting for this debate.
Go ahead.
As far as blood types go, I've heard that I know I used to work with a guy that had Graves' disease, and he, in terms of looking for ways of dealing with it, he came across a book called Eat Right for Your Type, which was all about tailoring your diet to your blood type. And yeah, he said he had some really great results from that. So, I mean, there might be something interesting to that.
Hey, does anybody notice if a mosquito is attracted to you or not? Because I've always noticed that they're highly attracted to me, but I'm also typo negative, and typo blood type has a high affinity for mosquitoes. Type A mosquitoes are less likely to be attracted to your blood.
I have a friend, they're not attracted to him, and apparently his blood's sweet too.
Yeah, it
but they're
must
not
be type
attracted
A.
Is
Right.
there any science behind why the
Yeah.
mosquitoes prefer certain blood types, or that the mosquitoes can even tell what
If
you know?
Yeah, it has to do with the antibody coating on the red blood cells.
Well, if he goes
which
out
is
with
what the
his
blood type
girlfriend,
is.
she'll get attacked, but he won't, and they can be sitting next to each other as well.
So does the
Merle, what do you
mosquito
mean by
know your
his
blood
blood
type
sweet?
before it sticks its thing into you and starts sucking it, or not until after that?
Yeah, I think there's a certain
it can smell it
pheromone that they're attracted to. Yeah, I think it's a pheromone.
Well, it's almost like
that
saying
would
he's
give
got
off.
glucose in his blood. It's not. It doesn't taste metallic. It's almost got a sweet
Well, no,
aftertaste.
it's our breath.
But like, how do you know that? Did you taste it, or did he
He's
taste his
tasted
blood?
his own. He's tasted his own blood.
It's
might be
weird
diabetic.
because they say something in like other languages. They say the same thing basically. His blood's sweet, and it's just like kind of like a nice thing that people say. You know, oh, they're not coming after you because you're too sweet. You know, but
Yeah.
I didn't think it was just like based in any sort of anything factual.
And does it matter between the oxygenated blood or the deoxygenated blood? You know, the blood that's coming out of the heart compared to the blood that's returning?
I don't think it makes much difference because they're sucking it out of your skin, and at that point, like your micro, like your vascularization, your capillaries are so small, they're going into every single like specific skin cell, and their proboscis or whatever you call that thing is bigger than any one skin cell, so they're going to be getting both oxygenated and deoxygenated blood. And obviously, it's like a spectrum. As your skin cells are using that blood, it's like it slowly gets deoxygenated and stuff. So
yeah, that makes sense. But I doubt that a mosquito could tell one blood type from another based on, without actually, sticking their thing in and
well, once again, they're attracted to the CO2 from animals' breath.
Yeah, but
so it has to do with the chemical concoction that we breathe out.
Yeah, that just means
Because
anything that's breathing has blood, but the idea that a mosquito would choose one blood type over another, or that mosquito could even know what the blood type of the person is before they...
You can argue this fact with Ketsuki Gata from Japan. He's the one that did the study.
And what study did you
Western University. Western University. I posted the citation, and I'll post it again. Here you go. It's about what your blood type says about you, a fun and educational look at your blood type and what it means. So basically look at your health and personality. In honor of National Blood Donor Month, enjoy a bit of science and a drop of entertainment as we explore the implications of blood types. And now this doesn't explain what blood types are and what the differences are between Rh positive and Rh negative, rhesus factor positive, rhesus factor negative, and what the difference is between A type, B type, AB type, and O type, because O type is opposite from A, B, and AB. Like type O negative, the kind that I am, it's universal donor. Anyone can use my blood. And AB is the universal plasma donor. So anyone can use that blood plasma. Because it's a mixture of both the A protein coding for the antibodies and the B protein coding antibodies.
The O positive and negative are the most common, though, right? Hey.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why mosquitoes affect so many people in tropical areas, because of the malaria. Right? Most people that have malaria happen to have type O blood. It's because they get bit more. Lower risk. Oh no, but lower risk of dying from it. It says. So you could say that's maybe an adaptation, but I think it's more of a blood type benefit. So if the blood type is the speciation, then there's a problem. One of these is not like the other. Right, and the rhesus factor has to do with rhesus monkey protein sequencing on the blood cell, and negative means no monkey DNA, no monkey genes. Yeah, it's interesting to look into. When I found out I was type O negative, I tried to find out what it was, and come to find out, strep throat really affects us more so than any other blood type.
Yeah,
Why?
I heard
I
from
don't know
that
what the
guy
cause.
with
I don't know.
the blood type diet idea thing. It was saying that the O negative and positives, those people with those blood types don't process, I think, was it grain as well as the others? I'm not sure exactly why or how, but just remember hearing that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different like onsets and non-types, but perhaps this has something to do with why some people will get sick while others won't. I think it has to do with the blood chemistry. As long as you don't have beta cyanine, which means you're blue blood, you should be all right.
Well, there's that. I don't know if you've heard of Wim Hof and some of the tests that he's done with. He claims to be able to regulate the alkalinity levels of his cells and raise them slightly so that he's able to stave off bacteria. And he actually did a study in a hospital, in a university hospital, where he was directly injected with bacteria. And by regulation of his alkalinity of his cells, he was able to, stave off any issues from that bacterial infection. And he even took a control group of people and taught them his method. And then they were all exposed to the same bacteria as well, and they were all able to avoid having issues from it as well. But the group that hadn't had any of the training from him had all sorts of reactions. It was very interesting. all to do with the alkalinity levels of the cells, which he claims to be able to control.
That's interesting.
I posted another EDU
I wonder how much
from
sorry, go ahead.
Arizona State University.
I was gonna say, I
talking
wonder
about-
how much that he can modulate his pH, like what the range is. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But sorry, Joshua, I don't know what you were saying. I talked over you. You posted what?
Oh, I posted a EDU from Arizona.edu or Arizona.edu biology department. It's about the ABO blood type alleles and what the difference are. So possibly it has something to do with method of transmission, and I think being able to regulate your cellular alkalinity or salt load may have something to do with the water.
What do you mean something to do with the water?
Well, because water is a universal solvent. We need water. It's in us. We are made up of water. So perhaps drinking the correct source of water will be able to allow, the more controlled balancing of the acidity and turning you more basic, so you're more alkali, full of salt, so you can combat disease. Because I hear a bunch of people talking about, oh, don't drink alkaline water because it does the opposite thing. Because there's this big health kick about alkaline water and people drinking alkaline water to try to
Oh yeah, I've heard
balance
that.
out their alkalinity, and they find that it doesn't really help because it's not the source of the problem.
It's kind of cool how even like as basic as our blood, we have like things that agree with us and don't. Like you have your whether you're positive or negative in terms of the rhesus factor, like A positive or AB negative or O neg or something like that. Something as simple as that will cause you to be like at odds with another person. Even like a mother with a fetus that has the rhesus factor and she's negative, it could cause a problem if there was like for some reason a mixture of the blood outside from like the placenta and umbilical cord, or like with subsequent pregnancies. It's really something amazing.
Well, a friend of mine growing up, he has this thing called the omega factor, and it only occurs with type O negative on type O negative parents, and it's a very rare disorder. He's later on in life he developed cerebral palsy. He's always had bad luck with health. His appendix burst, bad teeth, bad hairline, real shortness compared to the rest of his family. So he's had a rough life, you know. And the only thing that the doctors say is, you know, you're a miracle child. You shouldn't have been born. This omega factor should have, you know, claimed you in the womb.
Damn. I've never even heard
And
this.
that just has to do with blood type. So it's like, it's crazy. I think that's what what it was called, was the omega factor, because it only happens with Rh negative on Rh negative type O, and that's what the O is omega. So it's true omega factor, like Murphy or some crap.
No, I don't know if that's the case. So O, as far as I know, in the ABO classification, it's when they don't have the A or the B. They don't have both A or B antigens on the red blood cells, right? If you have A only, then you're A. If you have B, B. If you have AB, you're AB. If you have neither, you're O, as in a big fat O, 0. You know? I don't think it comes from omega. And then negative or positive is just the rhesus factor. You could have, you could have be negative or positive regardless. And if both of his parents were O-neg, they're the universal donors. So he should have no issues. But maybe it's something I've never heard of.
Yeah, I can't remember what he called it.
O-neg's like basically safe for everyone to receive because it doesn't have, these spikes or whatever that they consider the rhesus factor. Imagine basically like little spikes all around your erythrocyte, your red blood cell. That's what like the rhesus factor is like, basically. That's an easy way to imagine it. So these spikes will cause will tear up other red blood cells and cause you to be like just to bleed, basically, to cause hemolysis and over time anemia, right? But if you're O negative, you don't have these little spikes. Your blood's like basically like it's safe, and you can that's why everyone else can receive it. They're the universal donors, but the universal receiver, the one that can receive anyone's blood, is the AB positive, because they have the A antigens, the B antigens, so like the body can recognize those, as well as the little spikes that you would consider the rhesus factor, right? So
and their blood plasma can even be given to type O negative.
Their plasma can be given to O negative.
I think platelets and stuff like that from within the plasma.
Yeah. If they filter out, sorry, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, they can just go to anyone.
Yeah, because the plasma doesn't have the rhesus factor in play or the antigens that are on the erythrocytes. It's just it's not blood.
Just the platelets, white blood cells. Yeah. The casein, casein, something like that. Casein, the coagulant.
Yeah, I don't know what word you were trying to say before, but yeah. But like maybe there's like a personality kind of mesh with people that are the same blood type as you.
And I was thinking that, like, I wonder what else it impacts.
Or maybe it's like an opposites attract type of thing where, you're, in terms of personality and like dynamics with people, you're more attracted to someone if you're rhesus positive to someone that's rhesus negative. I wonder if there's been any.
Yeah, but the nitrogen bond is the strongest.
What's that?
But the nitrogen bond is the strongest.
Stronger than the hydrogen bond?
The Japanese believe it. That personality is all to do with blood type.
Yep.
Yo, Branch, what blood type are you? You can DM me if you don't want to, like, you know, say it in public. I just want to see if we're the same and that's why we get along or not.
In a lot of countries, don't they have it on your driver's license?
Yeah.
At least they used to.
Pretty sure I'm one of the O's. I think I'm universal. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm negative. I'm O negative.
Okay, well.
I remember them telling me.
I'm positive. That's then opposites attract, if anything.
No, I'm just joking. Yeah, it was funny though because I'm universal, but I can't give no blood in America. They straight rejected me when I tried, dude.
That's because it was
Interesting.
You can't give blood?
Did you take any experimental medications?
No, it's because I lived in England. They don't want no one that lives in England's blood because of mad cow disease.
Interesting. I know most Americans, like most people in the Americas, stemming from like basically Canada, United States, Mexico, and some of Guatemala, they're finding high loads of spirochetes in the blood, which is Lyme disease.
You know, so there was this big fuck up though in the hospitals, right? Like they don't let me give blood, like just donate blood. But when my dad was in hospital, me and my brother used to donate blood, but it was specifically for my dad, right? You know, you can do that, right? And the fucked up shit is my dad is pure vegetarian, like he hasn't eaten beef ever. So if there was some way of transmitting mad cow disease, they would have been transmitting it to my dad. Just saying, this is fucked up loophole. But did you see that personality type that I posted based on what the Japanese believe?
Yeah, there was an actual EDU that had that study on it. I posted that study earlier. Up about 6 minutes past this hour. It's got like a whole synopsis, and it also talks about like malaria, like the blood type that attracts the mosquitoes the most is the strongest against malaria death.
It's crazy, Mel. P1 chicken?
Is it even meat? Or is it that TVP stuff, that Beyond Burger? What part of the chicken does a nugget come from?
All the leftover crap after they've taken the meat off.
The bone scrapings. Ew.
Just grind it all down into a paste and then form it into chicken nuggets.
Yeah, whack it through an extruder, and away you go.
Maybe they buy their meat from the Gates family processing plant. One in every major city, sometimes 6.
There are some chicken nuggets that are actually proper chicken, but
yeah, those
that's
are
pretty
nice.
rare.
Like even popcorn chicken, that's real chicken. It's like real whole muscle, no reconstituted.
Does anybody here have type A blood? Because apparently O's and A's don't get along.
That explains everything.
Pencils and A. A for asshole. No.
And what does happen if you give a person of one blood type the blood of another blood type? What actually happens?
There's a reaction that happens. It's the same as organ rejection. Your body thinks it's a virus, a foreign entity coming to invade, so it fights it, and basically you die.
That'd be pretty catastrophic, wouldn't it?
Hemolysis and then anemia, if left unchecked.
Yeah, there's like women that are not Rh negative have to get a certain shot. Like they have to get shots in order to carry the, or if there are, I can't remember which way it was. It's like the two of the blood types don't mix. Like the mother will kill the child.
Oh, the child will kill the mother.
No, it's the other way around. It's cellular rejection, like organ rejection. So they have to get these shots to calm that hormone down, to suppress that hormone, so the reaction don't happen. It's the same hormone they give people when they have like a kidney transplant or a heart transplant or something, so their body don't reject it. Anti-rejection therapy.
Anti-rejection stuff. Yeah, right.
I think that's for subsequent pregnancies if the mother is Rh positive.
I think they get the
Yeah,
shot
it's something like
just
that.
after they give birth. I think it's just after they give birth, not during birth.
No,
Not
the
during
child will not survive in utero.
Okay.
The body won't let it stay in there for 9 months.
If someone's about to die though, because they're bleeding out, are you better off just giving them blood without knowing, or?
Well, I think it'll stillbirth. No, I don't know. I don't think it's good to mix blood.
Because they do that shit in the movies, right? You know, when they're like, "Oh my god, let me quickly give some of my blood to." Just for...
Yeah. Unless they know they're typo negative.
Yeah, you never see them talk about that in the movies, though. Anyways.
No, it's a movie.
I know.
Don't worry, in the movie, in like 3 minutes time in real life is when the bomb goes off in the movie in real time.
What's the type of blood that can be donated to everyone? There's
O negative.
That's the one, yeah.
Is that the one you are, Bansel?
Isn't it either of the O's, the positive or the negative?
I'm not sure.
No, just negative.
I think it's typo negative specifically.
Yeah, because positive has a positive rhesus factor, which, people that are negative would, have problems with.
And the negative can give to the positive because there's no rhesus factor and the blood won't fight itself.
Is there a dominant gene, or is it just 50-50 what you're going to get?
Whoa, now you're getting into...
I think A positive is like the most, isn't it? I don't remember actually. But check, there's like, clear data on that.
If you're getting into a superior blood type, then I think you're getting into eugenics and evolution all over again.
Well, no, I just mean like if everybody was fucking everybody, right, in the whole world, then would eventually everyone become A positive, or what would happen?
No, because it's probably something that's like
I guess
commanded by your genes, right? If you
Right.
have like a recessive gene for O negative or something like that, you might might be the one that kind of gets expressed.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if there's a dominant. Like, you know how like one day blue eyes are gonna go away if everybody keeps fucking everybody, stuff like that, right?
Okay, here's the thing. Can you hear me? Okay. I found this on the site. Each biological parent donates one of the two ABO alleles to their child. A mother who is born whose blood type is O can only pass O, an allele, to her son or daughter. A father who is type AB could pass either A or B allele to their son or daughter. This couple could have children of either type A, B, but O is only from the mother. Since the father is not O, the children will not be O. Here, I'll post my information.
In one of the
citation.
posts that you posted earlier, it said pros and cons of blood types. It says next to AB that type AB positive is the universal plasma donor.
Yeah, universal plasma. That's white blood cells, platelets, all that kind of stuff. Not the red blood cells, because the red blood cells has certain antibody coatings.
Oh, okay.
Which determines the blood type.
Can you take O positive or O negative blood and separate the plasma from?
Yeah, as far as I know,
everything else?
type O plasma can only be given to type O. Type A plasma can only be given to type A. Type B plasma can only be given to type B, and plasma from AB blood type is universally donated to all AB, AB, A, B, AB, and O.
Yeah.
There's two bloodlines, guys. There's two
Just
bloodlines.
donate. Like, you can donate just platelets, because that's what I used to do. But you have to sit on like this dialysis machine for like 4 hours, and they just take the platelets out.
Yeah, I'll never do that
How much
again.
you
They
get
gave
paid?
me the flu.
I did it for my dad. I don't know if they I don't think they pay anyone for it, but.
Oh yeah, they
And
definitely pay
with
for
all
plasma.
these different blood types, is that any evidence at all to the idea that we don't have the same heritage, that we aren't all born from Adam and Eve, the same original, source, I guess. I mean,
That's true, because
Well, here's the thing.
because
When
if it
you
was
look at the
just
genetic
Adam and Eve,
information,
for example, sorry, dude, go ahead.
sorry, my bad, guys.
It all centers around the RH negative. So it's all about the RH negative blood around the rhesus macaque. Is that basically the theory, the conspiracy theory is that only like less than 10% of humanity share the RH negative bloodline, which is it's like apparently this is what they're saying. It's like, who has the proof for this, right? But that's what they're saying, is that the RH negative like are the only group that don't share the common sort of like denominator, and like they're technically a different species, because when someone who's Rh negative and Rh positive mate, they actually the mother's body will kill the baby as if it's like an invader, which is insanely bizarre and doesn't make any sense.
That is true.
Yep.
Not a word of it.
See, when you look at the genetic information, right, it goes from 1 to 2 branches, but it has no third. But we know from the story in Genesis that Noah had 3 sons.
Genesis isn't about biology; it's about religion.
Yeah, but if everyone came
Huh?
from Adam and Eve, right?
No, I'm saying it's the story. It's not just from that. It's also here in the Americas from the Mayans. They said that there was somebody who was wise and foresaw the coming flood, the destruction after the years of the sun, after the sun age, the golden age, and he built a vessel, a boat, and he survived and repopulated the earth with his 3 sons
What does
and
that
his
have to do
wife.
with blood types? What does that have to do with blood types?
Well, if you look at the DNA, it goes back to a branch off of two different lines, and they say that's go back to the bottleneck from where we went from, a great multitude of DNA possibilities to limited, which shortened our age and gave us all these health problems.
And that's not true. That's not true.
Because if you narrow the gene pool, certain genomes aren't going to be there anymore.
There was a bottleneck when human species was almost went extinct about 70,000 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 70,000 years ago, there was like
Before the Younger Dryas. Yeah.
what?
Before the Younger Dryas period, which was like 11,500.
The 1900s. I'm talking about 70,000 years ago.
Huh? I said the Younger Dryas, which happened 11,500 years ago. It happened before the Younger Dryas.
Oh, well, whatever. So there was a point approximately 70,000 years ago when humans were down to a few thousand people, and we almost went extinct. It was because of the ice ages. Right?
100,000. Is that what you said?
He said 70,000.
I don't know. Fuck it. Guess doesn't want to talk.
I said 70,000 years ago.
Right. You say we're down to 100,000 people?
A few thousand people.
Okay, a few thousand.
How do you know that?
It's just part of history.
Interestingly, though, that would also mean that they were very geo-restricted too, right? Those few thousand people.
Could you post a link for that? Like how do we know that?
Perhaps this is why the Neanderthals were no longer found. Because we no longer were able to live old.
But I mean, what is the evidence for
true.
the idea that almost 70 to 100,000 years ago humans were almost wiped out?
Yeah, that's
aside from there being an ice age, we could have survived the ice age easily. We could have just moved to where it was warm, right? Or where there was less ice, maybe. I don't know. Was it a global ice age?
Yeah. It's not like you have it overnight either. I mean,
okay,
yeah,
so it was
apparently
a global
what
ice age
happened
for a very long
is
time.
there was a bunch of fires. Somebody had set fire to all of the trees and everything, burnt all the trees on the land, and it created all this carbon dioxide. And guess what? They didn't have a runaway global warming effect. It had an ice age effect.
Well, yeah, I mean, a few
Something
thousand.
about the Siberian tarp, or not Siberian tarp, it's the Siberian traps, volcanic gases that were being released at that time, which caused the ice age.
It usually is, right? Ice ages usually caused not through human interactions. They usually just cycles that Earth goes through natural shit.
Yeah. That or the interaction of the sun, whatever's going on with the sun. If it's not putting out enough energy, we may have an interglacial period.
But I can't
if it's
believe we got
blocked by like volcanic dust, we'll have another interglacial period.
a few
Like a mini ice age.
thousand people. It just doesn't sound right to me. Like few thousand people, that's hardly anything.
About 7,000, I think, is what it was.
About 70.
7,000 humans.
Have you guys heard of the faint young sun paradox?
Sorry, Nate, what was that? The what?
Faint young sun paradox.
No.
sounds like bullshit.
Of course, Brenda.
What about the law of 400?
Sun paradox. Let me have a look.
What's that? A minimum number of people needed to?
No. The moon happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun while being 400 times closer to the Earth, which is the only reason why it perfectly matches and we have solar eclipses. The law of 400.
It doesn't.
No, I know. I'm saying that's their reasoning. It's the law of 400. It's not even a law.
It's not a law. It's just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence. It's a presupposition. It's a Newton theory.
Yeah,
I was asking
Copernican.
faint young sun paradox.
Yeah, if you're a heliocentrist Big Banger, then it's a coincidence, of course.
Oh, so you've heard of it?
I'm reading it now.
Oh, okay.
It's just bullshit, isn't it?
Interesting. No, not
Well, why is it
necessarily.
bullshit?
Not necessarily.
What's bullshit about it?
You know, Brenda, every time you come into the chat, it goes so negative. Why do you do that? Why can't you just participate in a positive way?
Why would I talk about
Brenda, you
Also-
negative Nancy. You're such a
Why
negative Nancy. What's up with you?
Because you guys talk about nothing but bullshit.
Okay, then, well, then don't come here and participate.
Faint young sun paradox is a
Why don't you
paradox
just
that
fuck off
most
then?
evolutionists believe in. It's not a flat Earth idea.
Like, if you wanted to come here and actually have a conversation with us about these things, that's one thing. But you just come in here and just go, "Oh, that's bullshit."
Yeah, you negative Nancy.
Just fuck off, Brenda. Why don't you just fuck off and go and spend some time with people that give a shit about your fucking perspective and you
Your
in general?
negativity. You're so negative.
Yeah.
Now, the thing
I was
young sun
agreeing with you.
paradox is a pretty interesting paradox because it says at the time when Earth seemed to have liquid water, the sun was only producing 70% of its current output, so it shouldn't have been producing enough heat to melt water from ice into a liquid.
You're talking about the
So it is a
total.
bit of a paradox.
What about the other 100 things that had to happen exactly the way they did for life and everything to turn out the way it is? It's like you had to
What about the
hit the
snowball effect?
lottery, hit the lottery like 100 times in a row.
Those are called. Those are just coincidences.
Yeah. Okay.
How is it a
All right.
coincidence? Explain it, Brenda.
I
Explain how
call
it's
that
just
bullshit. In your
can't
godless
just wait
world,
and
it has to be coincidence, right?
No,
Because
it's not a coincidence.
it's
Brenda's the only Glover saying it's a coincidence. She doesn't speak for all of us.
Doesn't make any difference.
well, it's a
Yeah, she's the only
godless attitude too. It's
Uh-huh. No, I'm just saying Brenda's not really speaking for Glovers right
No, no, it's just bringing the
There's
whole
there's
it's just
Matilda.
bringing the energy of the room down.
Exactly. Negative Nancy.
I think it works both ways, though, guys. Like, as soon as Brenda comes in, it gets negative because it's always been negative.
No, I'm sorry, Branch. I disagree with you there.
It's,
Brenda came in with a negative attitude. And
I know,
Brenda
but I think like
comes in all the time with a negative attitude. So, and I pointed it out and I took care of it.
Yeah, in fact, I was agreeing with what she was saying, and I think she wanted to argue about it, but it's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
No, like when I asked her what you said 100,000, like she was too good to fucking answer me back. Fuck that. I'm just
Anyway,
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were saying, like who you were referring to, her or I. That's why I was like, it's 11,500.
Well, I did get a double check on that because a few thousand people sounded way too small.
I think the number was around 7,000.
and how could anyone possibly fucking know that?
Well, there's a but it's a theory, right? There's a theory.
Tell me, how could anyone know that?
Mitochondria studies.
It's probably based on the evidence, right?
Of the number of people that were on the
but that's
world
my
in
question. What is the
at a
evidence?
certain
What evidence tells us this?
I mean, when they
Yeah, I'm not well versed in it. It's been at least 11 years since I read anything on it.
No, when they look for things like evidence of like the general population numbers, like they look for, remains in different, time periods. Maybe they saw like a lack of remains during that time period. Lack of evidence.
I think it was the flood.
So like a lack of human activity for 10,000 years, and then from that you come to the conclusion humans are almost wiped out.
This is my assumption. I'm assuming that the people who actually made this hypothesis or this claim, they're using evidence that they found. They're not.
Is this just your guesswork, Kosho, or?
Yeah. The same way that you guys are guessing that it's just made up. I'm guessing that they probably had evidence to make this claim.
Well, I'd rather hear from someone who actually can give an explanation as to how they came to.
Well, then why are you guys talking, right? I mean, just because I don't know the reason doesn't mean that I can't give my 2 cents, dude. Just like you guys are giving your 2 cents that it's just made up.
Well, it just seems logical to me that there's just no way to know that sort of information.
There's a paragraph on it just called the human bottleneck in the Wikipedia link that I posted. It's a bit long, so I'm not really going to read the whole thing now, but if anyone's interested, believe that's what
it's linked to the Toba explosion. Yeah. But I don't like the Wikipedia just because circle reasoning that tends to happen there. But yeah. I find if you go through and you look at the citations, you can find better information than what's written in the article.
Yeah, you always want to fact check if you get anything off Wikipedia, but it's not a bad starting point.
No, yeah, I agree with you. I'm just saying, you just want to make sure that the dates are correct, because sometimes even current event dates are incorrect by a year or a month. I'm not saying all of it, but
how can anyone know that the human population, for instance, 60,000 years ago, how do we know, or how can we rule out that the human population at that time wasn't a billion?
Because there'd be evidence.
I guess the idea is if there was a billion people on Earth at the time, we should see evidence of their activity, right? They should have left something behind to tell us that they were.
Why? What? No, why?
I mean, humans. Yeah, but listen, just in order to stay warm or in order to eat, we have to use resources. There should be trails or traces of those resources left behind.
No, but that would be covered up. That would be covered up by nature's cycles.
Yeah, but that's
cooling over
and then we would excavate what's been covered up.
And they scour through the cycles.
If
you want to learn
the time periods.
If you want to learn more about this, look up Toba catastrophe theory.
I think it's got to do with
70,000 years ago. Human bottleneck.
Yeah, it's also got to do with the fact that we're not so different, all the human races or peoples, and it's more reflective upon changes that occurred over 70 years as opposed to hundreds and thousands of years. Which is why kind of looks like something happened, which is why we're all so similar.
Hey, Branch.
Yeah. What's up?
Just want to explain. You guys complain that things go negative. The reason why is all I do is explain things from a science point of view.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I mean, Brenda,
You're trying to justify your negativity?
Hang on. Let's relax.
Yeah, but
Let's relax.
Just try not to respond to her, what you think is her negativity
Yeah.
so negatively.
Yeah, but Brenda
let's relax.
She's trying to justify it.
I know,
Yeah,
but try
but
to
let's
rise above.
let's move
He's not
past
trying to
it,
be
though.
negative
You
right
know, it happened.
Brenda
Brenda,
is
it's
not
okay.
trying to be negative.
Let's just move past it. Let's just carry
Yeah,
on with the conversation we're having.
Brenda's not trying to be negative right now. So can everybody
Yeah.
just chill out for a sec?
Yeah, instead of trying to be negative, she's being what's the
Rams,
word?
come on.
All right. Well,
Come
the
on.
only way to get around this
Now,
is to show
now
us.
we just sound like bullies, you know.
Well, let's just try doing a reset and
I'm just
let's just start over. Go for it.
Yeah.
I'm just
Hey,
trying to.
Brenda.
Can I?
I love,
Brenda,
I love you, Brenda.
yeah.
I love you, Brenda, and I've got my finger up your bum right now.
Jesus Christ, Mo.
Come on, Merle.
Well, you
seriously.
deserve it. You deserve that,
Listen, guys,
Brenda.
can
Don't
we
worry
let
about it.
Brenda just talk for a second?
What can you say?
Raise the bar, Merle, please.
No, it's okay. She can when she's willing to raise the bar.
No,
I
but
will.
you guys are being fucking negative as fuck right now.
Just want to explain to you in a way that hopefully you'll understand and be less judgmental in the future.
Brenda, you were roboting for most of what you said, but I heard just the last part. So do you want to maybe start over and say what your point is, and then?
So
You've been roboting.
Is it roboting now?
Better now.
Seems a little better now.
So I'm just trying to explain so that people don't get so upset in the future, right? From my point of view, I'm coming from a science-backed point of view. When people say things that are factually wrong, I try to correct them, but then you do what you did now, which is you just go blah, 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 all over the place.
Yeah, but Brenda, the problem is someone made a claim and then you just said that's stupid, that's bullshit. It's that statements like that get to people, you know.
Whereas I would say this.
You're a
Brenda,
lady and you don't need to be using that sort of language, do you?
Yeah, like
That's
instead of interrupting and saying, "Oh, that's bullshit," you should interrupt and say, "Well, apparently that doesn't fit with, you know, the scientific mainstream ideas, which are such and such."
Yeah, I'll try to not say that. I'll make
You did say it was bullshit. That's what got everyone upset.
I'll make it.
Or you could just let Brenda be negative.
It's patronizing.
Let her finish. Let her finish saying she's
Patronizing, Brenda. That's the problem.
You people are. This pisses me off, right? When I try to explain something calmly, and you all talk over me, right? It really pisses me off, and then I start to say things, you know.
Okay, we apologize. No one's going to overtalk you.
I try not to say things like that's bullshit. Okay.
Okay.
We appreciate it,
Deal.
and we understand that from your perspective, you think you're coming from like a scientific point of view. A lot of people just disagree that that's where you're coming from, and you know, it is what it is.
But I
Let's
think
just
a
try
lot
to
of-
be
Now, I want to
kind to each
clarify
other and move
something.
forward.
You're an awful person.
Hold on.
So going back to the
Hold on. Let's reset. All right.
One of the worst internet trolls that's ever existed in the history of
Merle, you
science.
need to rein it in, bro.
No.
Talking.
Look,
I've been long.
Let's bring the positive energy back. It's been really cool all afternoon. So let's just reset and move on.
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Let's
Can I clear something up, please?
Who
Can I
muted me
please
then?
clear something up?
Don't be censors.
It was Jesus.
Stop censoring
Okay,
people.
Brenda, pretty much what I was saying was it happened before a certain date, and it was in agreement with what you were saying. I didn't know the exact date, but 70,000 years ago, there was a Toba catastrophe event where there was a worldwide bottleneck of human civilization, which was probably the cause of the worldwide flood and the Ice Age. The glaciation started, right?
Yeah, well,
I was agreeing with what you were saying.
Yeah,
I was just saying I was claiming an earlier date than the Younger Dryas incident.
There's never been a global flood. That much we know, right? So
No, we do know.
No.
We do know that something happened where all the smaller animals were stratified under all the larger animals. And it was a water-borne rock.
Yeah, there's never been a global flood. I mean, that's just a mythology.
Exactly, because
You're
there's
right,
no
because there's
globe.
no globe.
That's good, man. But no, but I think to kind of middle ground, there may not have been a short short term flood
sea
or
level
flood
rise
in a
500 feet.
fast quickly over a short couple of days or whatever it says. But I think they did say that the oceans did rise. Did they rise or fall?
Yep.
The oceans
They
rose
rose
by
and fell
about
again.
200 meters over
500.
2,000-year period.
Yeah, and look,
500 feet.
I agree with Brenda in terms of the fact that there isn't any scientific evidence of a worldwide flood. Like
Noah.
Am I wrong about that?
The
Or
oceans were, if the oceans were lower and all the sea lines had moved, all the coastlines had moved inland because it was encroached by water, that would be the worldwide flood.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was a 2,000. There's a 2,000-year period that happened. It rose by 200 meters over the course of 2,000 years.
How long ago was
It's
this?
particularly fast, but it's not like it's not like the floods that they talk about in the 40 days.
it's not like overnight.
There's evidence of something happening in North America, right around Canada and Washington State. That's what caused a bunch of the scablands and huge cathars, the largest cathars ever seen.
Sure.
The only thing they can attribute it is something hitting the ice cap that was a couple miles thick and instantaneously melting it, causing an influx of water into the ocean. And a lot of the rivers have canyons that's in that area from all of this erosion. Now, if the ocean level was up, there would not be those canyons under the ocean 500 feet. What you would have is a delta.
Well, I was wondering how long ago this flood was, because the whole
It ended.
70,000 years ago. Somewhere, yeah.
How long ago?
From 70,000, anywhere from 70,000 to 11,500.
No, did the Sumerians, like what's it called? There's evidence that before the Sumerians had moved in over there, there's people that they claimed lived in that part in they call the Arabian Gulf or the Persian Gulf. The water used to be so it rose so much that there was a time in the past where people actually lived in that basin, and they actually referred to people living there. So I think it was like a couple thousand years ago.
So it does make sense. It does make sense, right? It makes a lot of sense, because if a super volcano erupts, the Earth is going to heat up. It's going to throw stuff out of whack. There's going to be layers of ozones and different gases that eventually would heat the Earth up to a point where it will trigger an ice age. It sounds weird, but that type of behavior will trigger an ice age, because the amount of layers of gas would end up making it so we don't get as much light in as much as we need either. It would hold in the heat and it will warm us up, but it won't let more light in. So eventually it would actually end up being that we're reflecting away too much of the sun's rays, and we'll cool the fuck down.
I mean, what about the like around the pyramids where you've got the Sphinx and the geologically proven water erosion that we see around the Sphinx complex that points to it being there at a time and during a long period of heavy rainfall, because that's the only thing that would cause the sort of erosion that we see around the Sphinx.
Probably a lot older.
Also, 40, the motif of 40 days, 40 nights, 40 years, 40 this, 40 that, it denotes half a lifetime, a long period of time. Doesn't necessarily mean 40 days.
That they currently collect today shows that in the whole world, the ice from the ice age, it melting was, like I said, like a 2,000-year process that in that time frame 200 meters of the ocean rose, and which did change the layout of the coastline of the whole world, but it was supposedly over the course of 2,000 years in total.
I mean, we're talking about these things that happened 70,000 years ago.
No, what I'm talking about wasn't 70,000 years ago though.
Okay.
It was in the past 10,000 years.
According to evolution, people weren't around 70,000 years ago.
Well,
they were.
Yeah. I don't know if we were writing.
Really?
We weren't writing. We were not writing it, that's for sure. But yeah, they're humans, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they claim.
So what happened to the cavemen and the Neanderthal and Homo erectus and all those other ones?
We lived alongside them.
Homo spendrianus, Homo australis, all lived.
We lived alongside the other subspecies.
Or perhaps they were older than us, living several hundred years. Because our eyebrow bone never stops growing, you know?
But we
That's
know
what
that
I'm
they live
thinking.
at the same time. Because they have evidence of people who are direct, or like the direct offspring of a human Neanderthal.
I don't know if they were different, like, kinds to where we could mate, right? Because if we're different kinds, they can't.
Well, it's like
can't
dogs,
hybridize-
right? You don't
hybridize.
like when we talk about how dogs can mate. That's the type of difference there is.
Well, no, I'm talking about like a horse and a donkey. They're the same family, same kingdom, but different.
Mate, with
but they can hybridize.
Right? But I think that it's a
But the mule can't breed.
right. So I don't think it was that far apart. It was more like they were able to mate, and the offspring was a viable offspring.
Yeah, they don't consider them different species.
Yeah, I think it's just older, like the ancients, the ones that lived for 1,000 years.
No, but we lived alongside.
We have tales about them, myths about them.
There's humans that have zero Neanderthal DNA in them, and there's people that have most Neanderthal DNA lived up in Northern Europe, but Africans generally have almost zero Neanderthal DNA.
Well, wouldn't the Neanderthals found in Neander Valley, France?
I'm sure, yes. So that makes sense. Yeah.
There's two.
Yeah, so it would be like a marker in that population.
There's two main, if you want, branches. Not really branches, but is Neanderthal the name for the other one? What's the other one?
The Denisovans is another one, but like the one in Asia.
Yeah.
But
Denisova.
Those are both outside of Africa. That's like, if you look at an African person's DNA, they have almost zero Neanderthal DNA.
I kind of want to get mine done. I want to see.
Yeah, apparently most Caucasians are about 2% Neanderthal.
I wouldn't be surprised if Indians are also not Neanderthals.
Well, and Indians probably have more Denisovans.
Is that why the Romans called the Germanic people, the native Germanic people, barbarians?
They call them barbarians because of the way they talked.
I don't
Is
know
that
how
why I
long
used to
ago-
climb?
See, I don't know. Never mind.
I was just is that why I used to climb trees a lot when I was a kid? Because I'm a monkey.
Yes.
No, Neanderthals actually have worse shoulder structure. Like they can't throw like overhand or anything like that. I don't know how good their climbing is, but
I doubt
they wouldn't have been able to throw spheres or throw rocks or anything.
they look.
Hey, what if it's as simple as they had Down syndrome?
But they were supposed to have bigger brains though, bigger
Which
heads.
ones? Neanderthals have bigger brains?
Don't Down syndrome have a larger brain mass?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, that's just it. What was the cognitive difference in terms of capacity between?
We don't really know.
Yeah. Okay. So
we don't know if a big brain makes you
seen
smarter or a folded brain makes you smarter. But they had more
Ever
brain
seen a
mass.
Neanderthal?
They have like skeletons. They have the DNA of them and everything. Like they found. I saw something else where they found the offspring of Denisovan and a Neanderthal. So that they have their fossils and bones.
Do they? Do they?
Do they really? What about the?
Are you sure?
What about the Australopithecus, the so-called halfling hobbit, like humanoid that they found that only gets like 2 meters or like less? What is it? 2.5 meters tall at most.
How do we know examples like that aren't just anomalies or just
well, that's the
random?
thing. It was found on an island, right?
Mm.
It was found. They were found on an island called Florencia, next to right there by Australia. Which
You
is,
know, you know, Madam
they
Tussauds.
they say because the island next to it has giant lizards called Komodo dragons.
Well, you know, like Madame Two Swords, how they do wax people, right?
Yeah.
They also that's how they make a lot of the museum stuff too.
Yeah, but not
It's models. They're
yeah, but
models.
They don't fake the like not the actual evidence, the stuff they might display
No,
might be
it,
fake, but the
it's
evidence.
one thing if they were to find one or two skeletons, but they found skeletons that had the size of a 6-year-old human female with worn down teeth, adult teeth. And it wasn't just one in a population; it was a whole bunch of them.
That's evidence. That's evidence of, and that's exactly what. That's a good example, actually, of not speciation, but you can see how over time, like these people were living on an island, they were living completely separated. You know, we could have
Isolation.
came from the same thing, but they're going to start evolve. They're going to start developing and reproducing.
Adaptation.
No, the adaptation is not a is not a requirement. It's not a what's the word? It's not inevitable that you're going to adapt. What's inevitable is that you're going to have mutations, and the ones who are the most advantageous, you know, reproducing and surviving, they're going to be more apparent in their genetics. But
mutations aren't the only thing that change. You just have different genes turned on and off, right? You can have genes selected to be turned off or turned back on. That's not mutating.
What's the cause of the? What's the vehicle for those genes being switched on and switched off?
It's environment. It can be just your surroundings.
Dominant,
nutrition
no,
base.
dominance and recessiveness. With a recessive gene, a recessive gene
I'm
by
talking
itself will not
epigenetics. Things
express
that can
a
be turned
recessive
on and
gene.
off through adaptive means.
Yeah, which
A
ultimately
recessive
comes back
gene.
to DNA anyway, right?
A recessive gene paired with a dominant gene will not express itself. Instead, the dominant gene will express itself. The only way the recessive gene will express itself is if there is no allele gene on the other side of it, no left hand, or the other gene is a recessive. Recessive creates dominance.
Nice rack.
So, how do you know that that mutations were dominant mutations? That is, ones that
Mutations are not dominant. There is no healthy mutations. All mutations are cancers.
No, mutations are most of the time.
Show me one cellular mutation that's not cancer.
Sorry. Mutations are most of the time.
Thousands. You've got thousands in your genome that are not cancer.
Yeah, but most of them are what do you call it?
I don't have
Yes.
any mutated genes in my
Yes,
system.
you do.
If I had
Yes, you
mutated
do.
genes in my system, I would have a tumor.
No.
About 70% roughly of your protein coding genes are what's called hypervariable in that they can be changed. Right? Only about 30-40% of the sequence.
That's not mutated. That's different.
Well, it's
Citation
concerned,
for
right?
that.
If you change it, then it might have an effect. But they do
Citation,
these things
please.
called amino acid substitution studies where they actually test different amino acids in the protein and see what happens.
Yeah. Most
That's where that
mutations
number comes
are
from.
benign.
Citation, please.
I can't. I'm fucking driving. Just go look up amino acid substitution studies.
My bad.
Most mutations are benign, and some are detrimental. And the ones that are not benign or detrimental, but cause some apparent difference that makes it the offspring more capable or likely to reproduce and survive, then it's obvious that gene is going to be more apparent in the further.
Hang on, I've remembered a citation.
Sorry,
Do you want to Google it?
That sounds like evolution to me. I reject evolution based off
fine,
of the
to me, it sounds like
based off of the
logic.
subtext of the origin
I
of
can give you the
species. It's
citation that you're
racism.
after. I can give you
Evolution
the
is
citation
racism.
you're after. Do you want it?
just sounds like adaptation to me.
Do you want the citation for the amino acid studies that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So cytochrome C, amino acid substitution, and I think the author is Hampsey. HAMPSEY, rings a bell, probably about 1980s or so. And they change individual amino acids in the protein and then see what it does. And the vast majority of them do nothing. It's about 30 to 40% conserved, and you can't really change them.
So that's like junk DNA, where they don't know what
not
they
junk
do
DNA.
until they're switched on.
Not junk DNA. Literally changing it and seeing what it does. Part of a protein.
But is that switching it on, or
That's changing it. It's a mutation
but
that causes an
changing
amino
it
acid
isn't necessarily uncalled. When they're replicated, there's something that has a look to see if everything's okay. And basically, if it's okay, it'll replicate it. If it's not okay, it won't.
Yeah,
so
but it's not
mutations
foolproof.
generally are picked up as not okay. What you're suggesting is going to treat
foolproof.
It's okay. It's just something that is going to do something different.
Yeah, mutations happen. You have mutations in you, several thousand that are different to
Of
mine.
course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
not all mutations are harmful.
No, your body picks out that it's mutated and won't replicate it if everything's functioning properly.
That's not true,
No.
man.
Yes.
It has no way of doing it, dude.
No.
It is true.
There is error correction. There is error correction, but it's not 100%. And mutations happen.
Okay. When it's not 100%, you get cancer. If it's not 100%, you've got problems.
It's usually benign. Sometimes
It doesn't mean cancer. You have
benign.
thousands.
Seriously.
You have thousands of mutations now. There's thousands of differences
I know
between
this.
you and your father. And they're not cancerous.
Oh, God.
Ruhif.
They are not mutation.
Yes, they are. Single nucleotide
No, they are not.
polymorphism. Yes, they are. Any change in the DNA
What
sequence
mutated
is a
them?
mutation.
What mutated
When they're
them?
replicated, there was an error in the replication.
What, and it wasn't picked up and stopped?
Yeah.
Wow. Something wrong with the system then, isn't there?
Yeah, it's not perfect.
Outside influences sometimes.
how do these errors occur that end up in
There's several
mutation?
Hang on, let me order some macros. Hold on.
There's several means, but the one obvious one is like with radiation or something like that. Like you can there can be outside
The
influences.
most obvious one is reactive oxygen species made within your body. That's the most obvious.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that it can happen, but they happen all the time. And like I said, most of the time they're benign and there'll be no consequence for it.
Hey, Kocho.
Yeah.
So remember I was talking about whether or not Indians have the Neanderthal stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently, based on this article at least, they do. And there's a link between how COVID affects you and having Neanderthal genes.
Yeah, well, I think Indians actually, didn't they migrate from like Europe towards India?
I thought they migrated from Africa to India, but I might be wrong.
Africa to India? I don't know.
Well,
So where's the curvature? Probably
again,
should start there, boys.
India used to be part of Africa, right? And then it broke away and
Oh yeah.
What's up, y'all ugly motherfuckers?
I don't think there wasn't people
It's
around.
funny. How come there's no civilization found in Africa in that cradle? It's only in Mesopotamia.
There was no civilizations anywhere back then.
It's all bullshit.
Oh, there would be civilizations. There would be fire pits.
There was no civilizations anywhere back then, though. The time we're talking about.
Did you know that?
30,000
Well, did you know they were writing things down before, like we knew how to write things before we knew how to make fire?
Well, apparently the Indians got the genetics because they were fucking around with them. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's all any of us, any people got it was through interbreeding. Yeah.
Don't the Indians have like one of the oldest histories of all people?
I'm taking all this shit from this one article, though. Actually,
The Human Genome Project and really any DNA like 23andMe, that these people collect DNA from all people, and over time they were able to build a model for where people came from over time.
But Rams, I didn't hear you.
Acknowledgement system.
What did you say, Rams, about Indian people?
Well, from what I understand, they have one of the longest recorded histories of.
I think they have the longest recorded religions, but I don't know the history.
China's got the long.
But they consider their mythology as history, not just mythological stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's birthplaces and stuff for these people that they considered were gods.
Well, you got more than just the Vedic scriptures.
Yeah, the Vedic scriptures
the
are
thing.
pretty old. But I think that.
But there's some that are older.
I wouldn't say that's the longest history, though. I would say that's the longest documentation of religion. History is different to religion.
But doesn't it, tell stories about events and things that occurred like hundreds of thousands of years ago?
I don't know if it goes back.
Actual events.
I don't know how far back it actually goes, dude. I should.
Okay. Do they have a date when, say, Krishna or Rama were alive?
Krishna was about 5,000 years ago. I think Ram was about 5,000 years before him.
Really?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure it's much longer than that.
I'm not sure about Ram.
They have the Yuga cycles as well.
I'm pretty sure about Krishna was about 5,000 though. But then even
What do you guys know about the Kali Yuga?
And it's like even Ram wasn't the only one.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, that the actual yugas, the time cycles that they have in their culture are massively long.
Yeah, but they didn't start writing those until about 1,000 years ago, or not 3,000 years ago.
Well, this current cycle ends in 2025, fellas. The Kali cycle ends. The Kali Yuga, the Age of Suffering, ends 2025, and 300 years of turmoil and tribulation.
In 3 years, everyone's going to be happy.
There's more to come. Yeah.
In 3 years, everyone's going to be happy.
Yeah, I need small fries and apple pie.
The whole world.
And then there's supposed to be a golden age.
Yeah, there's your cause of cancer, Ruhif, right there, mate. Enjoy.
Yeah.
He did get an apple
pie. They keep putting my shit in with the fucking kids' Happy Meals.
Where did you?
Don't eat macarons.
Hey, do you guys have
the worst thing you could do?
Mansell, do you guys have in Australia, right? Do you guys get the fried apple pie or is it the baked apple pie shit?
It is deep fried in 7-week-old, unchanged.
I can't find the small fries. I can get this, but no small fries.
Soya oil.
We have not had fried apple pies, at least in America.
More small fries, but yeah, thanks.
No, Rich, Popeyes has deep fried apple pies dumped in cinnamon sugar, coated completely in cinnamon sugar.
Yeah, but the cinnamon sugar fucks it up, bro. It's like
bro, the oil is all through that bitch, bro. Hot and juicy.
Do you guys branch have the McCafe over there now?
Hell yeah. Caramel milk frapping all day.
That started here in Australia, McCafe.
I would say their coffee's not bad, dude. It's pretty good coffee.
$4 large McFrappe. Hook it up.
Happy days.
If you can find
I drink 10
one of those white glass coffee mugs with the McDonald's logo on it, you can get free coffee at any location when you bring that mug in.
Damn. Did not know that. In America.
Sorry.
Yeah, anywhere in the world. Any location.
The golden mug.
Oh, it's not gold. It's like white, like opaque glass with a McDonald's logo on it. This is back when they had ashtrays and matches at the tables.
Oh, I remember those
in the
days.
80s.
I remember that shit because I knocked an ashtray off in Germany.
The good old days. The good old days.
On the floor.
I still remember going to the doctor when I was a kid, and the doctor smoking in.
Did you know how nice that was though? Remember how nice it used to be? You finish your meal, right? And then you smoke a fag.
What do you mean? It still is nice. It still is.
You can't do that shit. Where can you do that shit now? Apart from at home.
Oh, like out. Yeah, no, like out.
American Legion, mate. You can sit up at the bar, smoke a cigarette, and drink a drink inside.
Even like here we got like there's a little part of Texas, a little part of Dallas area that's still left where you can smoke in bars. But even those are shutting it down, man.
Well, I'm saying check out American Legions, right? This is for like U.S. military personnel and their families. But they do have open night where they open the doors. It's a private club, which is why they're allowed to smoke inside.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about bars, because when you're at a bar, you're tipsy, and the whole cigarette thing's just a completely different experience. What I'm talking about is when you're just at a cafe or a restaurant, just not really a restaurant, but just at a cafe or some shit, and you know, just relaxingly, you finish your meal and then you just chill and have a smoke.
New Zealand's just passed a law to make smoking illegal altogether.
You're only allowed to poof certain things into the air. Okay, you cannot poof specific plants. Okay, you cannot. And then on top of that, you cannot put plants in your body that make you tingle. Okay.
Wait, but Ben, so did you just say in New Zealand they're gonna make cigarettes like illegal altogether?
Yeah, and smoke. Oh no, smoking. Right, so it's going to be a 2-stage plan. So they're making smoking illegal for anyone born past a certain date.
Thank goodness.
And then that in situ will obviously eventuate that it's just illegal for everyone to smoke.
Here's all you have to do. Here's all you have to do. Survey everybody. Does anybody want their kids to smoke? No? Everybody agrees no? Okay, good. No kids smoke anymore.
When did New Zealand turn into 1930s Germany?
Nobody wants their kids to smoke. You show me one smoker, one non-smoker, one American free rights activist that wants their kids to smoke. Show me one of them. Show me one.
Dawn. Everyone's being super chill today, bro. Can you chill a little bit?
Yeah. Okay, Branch.
Also, does anybody know that in 1930s Nazi-occupied Germany, it was illegal to smoke?
Sure.
Really? Damn.
Yes, and they were even thinking about outlawing meat.
But they put
No. Yeah, apples to apples. Did they generationalize it out? You see, no. They forced people to do something.
I think they locked everyone in camps that didn't comply.
Right. So this is totally different because he's talking about generational grandfathering, right? So, come on now. It's totally different.
I've just checked that. It just said that only the Nazis only banned it in their offices.
Hey, Bansel, is New Zealand banning it?
You heard it here, guys. Riding on eggshells. Harry Potter lover, Nazi sympathizer.
Don, did you hear Branch talking?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So Bansel, are they? What about weed? Are they banning cigarettes and allowing weed?
Everything he's saying.
No. Weed is still illegal.
Okay. I was gonna say because I like my weed. I like my weed with tobacco for some reason. When I used to smoke.
But do you think anybody wants? There's one person you're gonna find that says, you know what, I want my kid to make a free choice, and I want to let them smoke. It's like saying you want to let them cut their arms a little bit.
Well,
I mean, nobody.
I can actually see people banning tobacco and allowing weed because tobacco is a very addictive and I can see there's health benefits for marijuana.
You know, maybe
health benefits for tobacco.
Maybe there is evolutionary health benefits to tobacco, like, you know, protective mutations, you know.
No.
Yeah, like people, like if your dad smoked,
that's just with the Mary Jane.
No. It's not. Listen, I'm very actually I feel disrespected right now that this idea is retarded, which makes a completely logical sense with mutations and survive. There could be a mutation where you just happen to be more protected against cigarette smoke in your lungs, and it could be happen that is triggered by experience.
Don, what is your point, bro? I don't understand how this fits into the conversation.
Because I'm trying to look at a positive side of it to say, hey, we shouldn't ban cigarettes because maybe people need to have the free choice. Maybe in their mind there's a good reason for smoking, or it's part of natural selection also, or who knows.
I don't think tobacco should be banned because it's fucking delicious. Well, it's not that it's delicious, but like
yeah, but find me one
you guys made me
parent that
light up
wants
right
their
now.
kid to smoke. Show me one people that if you vote the whole population, they're all gonna say, "Yup, ban it for all our kids." Fine,
yeah,
everyone's gonna say it.
I actually think that if they do ban it for everyone, people will want to smoke it more. Like we're in a generational age right now, but we grew up where it was somewhat okay to smoke, and that's why we still smoke. But I think that
I got a question. Since we have cannabinoid receptors, does that mean that we are descended from cannabis plants?
We have a common ancestor.
Do we have humanoid receptors?
Oh, that's our common ancestor.
Yeah, they're called dopamines.
Are we sure they're cannabinoid receptors and nothing else uses those?
Yeah, they're actual cannabinoid receptors.
There's no other.
As far as we know, there's endocannabinoid chemicals, which are closely related to the plant-based cannabinoids that are produced inside of our body, which regulate sleep function, memory, hunger.
Okay, so that probably answers your question, and we have them for those reasons.
But why that chemical specifically?
Why does
Cannabidiol.
heroin mimic the same shit that we produce?
Because of our OC9 delta receptors, which happen to be the mechanism, the pathway.
I mean,
also, our potassium pathways will also be a good viable vehicle for the anesthetization through morphine.
Almost every drug,
Which is heroin.
Almost every drug is doing something where it's mimicking another body or neurotransmitter or some shit that we already produce. Right? It's not like marijuana is special. Like ecstasy does it for serotonin receptors, right? Every single one of them is fucking with something our body already produces.
Ecstasy doesn't exist naturally, though. I mean, you can sit there and eat as much sassafras tree as you want, and you're not gonna roll.
Ephedra does, though, and ephedra is pretty fucking similar to ecstasy. I get what you're saying. It is a complete.
Yeah. It's based off of the same base chemical, the epinephrine, right? But the thing is it's with ephedra, you can get that from a plant and ingest it naturally. Whereas in order for you to get the MDMA, you have to take safroyl and frack it and reflux it in a base.
Yeah, and even LSD and shit, but like, again, these things are still fucking with stuff our body always naturally produces, right? It's not like we have this receptor for cannabinoids, which is used for nothing else until you smoke weed.
No, like say for instance, if you're walking down the street in say, I don't know, the middle of Budapest where you have thousands of people that are walking by you, right? You don't want to remember every single one of those faces. So a chemical is released from your liver that regulates memory. So your short-term memory kicks in so you don't remember all of those faces.
Yeah, I must
Only when something specific happens, then it's written to long-term memory.
I must have that shit like being ejected all the time because I never remember people's faces. I'm the worst at remembering people's names. Like, it's bad.
Well, do you find that you dream? Do you remember your dreams?
I do. I mean, it's
because there is a link between THC and dreams.
I remember like it's not like my memory's bad. It's just that part of facial recognition stuff is not where for some reason my brain decides to store shit.
Well, I'm saying like not necessarily memory, but like dreams. Do you remember your dreams when you wake up? Like, or do you know that you dreamed and have no clue what the dream was about?
No, I remember them.
Because if you had a natural imbalance of natural cannabidiols that happens to mess with that memory function, then you would
I
not
see what
be
you're
able to
saying.
remember your dreams.
I got it. I was 50% joking with that. No, I never had a problem remembering dreams. I don't remember them like. Actually, I do remember dreams throughout the day too, but it just depends on whether or not I consciously want to remember them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but remembering.
But I'm saying I've noticed this.
Remembering dreams, dude. Like I was trying to quit smoking, right? And I was taking nicotine patches. Motherfucker, dude, that shit right there fucks with your fucking dreams. Like you still dream the same, but you remember so much more. I'm talking like you remember every fucking detail of the fucking dream, like it was actually there, dude. It's crazy shit. Like I would honestly say, like even if you don't, I'm not trying to say like do this and get addicted to nicotine, but it's one of these things where you should experience it. Like take a nicotine patch, put it on at night, and wake up and just fucking you're like it's like you dream you remember it in a crystal clear fucking way, dude. Like you was actually living it. It's crazy shit.
Because of the stimulation. Possibly.
Yeah, there's and I actually read it up. Like I thought, what the fuck? Is it just me? And I read it up and no, apparently like nicotine does fuck with that part of the brain that helps you remember dreams.
Yeah, it's actually a what is it? It's a nutrient, classified as a nutrient, not a toxin.
But please don't do it. Like I don't want you guys getting addicted to nicotine because I said that. But I got addicted to the patch because I started wanting to take the patch just because it was so much more fun to dream.
Yeah, I've noticed this when I quit smoking weed because I had no choice. My dreams got so vivid and so surreal.
Yeah, but the nice thing with weed is when you're trying to fall asleep, you start dreaming consciously, right? For like a really long time before you actually fall asleep.
I haven't like noticed that.
I used to, dude. I used to just shut my eyes and just fucking. It wasn't necessarily a dream, but it's like you internally kind of hallucinate, and it's almost like a dream, but you're awake.
Interesting. See, the psychedelic experience from cannabis only exists in a very select few of individuals. Perhaps you have unique blood chemistry.
Maybe, dude. Maybe. I mean, I don't get it if my eyes aren't closed. I only get it when my eyes are closed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I totally understand that part, but yeah, it's interesting.
It is weed itself is a hallucinogen, right? It's classed as a hallucinogen.
Stimulant.
No.
Narcotic.
Weed is a hallucinogen. As far as classes of drugs goes, it's a hallucinogen.
It's classified as a narcotic.
I always thought it was hallucinogen, bro. I'm not gonna let's not go back and forth.
Oh, I know. It's a mild hallucinogen, but it's classified as a narcotic because it induces sleep.
I always thought it was classed as a hallucinogen, but maybe you're right.
It's a mild hallucinogen.
I'll be honest with you, bro. I haven't fucked.
Even nicotine is a hallucinogen.
I haven't fucked with weed for a good 20 years, so I don't really know, bro.
Well, nicotine is also classified as a mild hallucinogen. Same with alcohol.
When you're a government shill with a flat earth, you're not allowed to smoke weed. That's the problem.
No, the problem is government, the mind controllers.
They test you, bro. And you get random tests. They'll just walk up to your house one day when you don't even expect it. Actually, they're not allowed to come to your house because you're a shill and that would expose you. You'll be chilling one day at a fucking Starbucks. Just walk up to you like, give me some blood.
Yeah.
It's fucked up, man.
Well, you signed up for it. So when they come and they ask for, a stool sample, do you have to drop trow and drop a couple nuggets in the bag?
They've never asked for a stool sample.
Oh, really? So you can use suppositories, you know that, right?
You can use what?
If they don't ask for stool sample, that means they're not doing their analytical chemistry correct. You have to get stool, hair, and urine sample.
Yeah, I think it's more of a scare tactic.
That's just for classification clearance.
I think it's more of a scare tactic, bro. I don't think they actually mind if you smoke a little bit, but they don't want you to do it. So like one time I did smoke a little bit and I got tested.
Nah, they'd rather you smoke, or they'd rather you smoke crack rocks or snort cocaine than do marijuana, because marijuana breaks mind control. Remember, mind control is governmentus.
Yeah, I mean cocaine only stays in your blood for 3 days, so that's why a lot of people do that. A lot of shills.
Well, the reason why they prefer people do that, especially their own employees, is because it messes with their connection with God. It messes up that natural dopamine pathway.
How about that curvature?
Yeah.
Say what? No, I really do. I think there's something with that dopamine pathway, and the reason why all of these social media things work on dopamine pumps. It's like a digital drug. And I really think there's a connection there.
Yeah. Do people really not hallucinate when they close their eyes and try to sleep on weed? I thought everybody did. Like I don't mean
no, that's.
I mean it's like what's the word when you do that sleep dreaming thing? Where you're half awake.
Random eye movement.
Yeah, it's like lucid dreaming. Don't people when they smoke weed lucid dream?
No.
Really?
I don't. Remember, I don't dream if I smoke weed.
Most people don't.
My dreams become reality. Trust me, I don't want to know what happens. It's happened many, many, many times.
I used to smoke weed right before bed just so I could lucid dream. And I would stay awake for what felt like hours just doing it. It was fun. I mean, it's kind of like a form of meditation too, right? I think you should try it, Joshua. I think you should try to force yourself to do it, and then you'll feel how good it actually is to do that shit.
No, because then it's not a real experience if I force myself to do it. If I want to experience something supernatural, I'll just do some more DMT.
Well, no, what I mean is like when I say force yourself to do it, you gotta.
Yeah, all I gotta do is just smoke some DMT and fucking I'm gone for 15 minutes. Dreaming.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to fuck with DMT.
I wouldn't. It's sorcery. Literally root cutting. You can only get it from cutting up roots and doing alchemy to get it. Working with bases and acid extractions. Do you know anything about organic chemistry?
I don't even know where to fucking get it. I would do it if I knew where to get it.
Well, you're in Texas, right? You got lots of mesquites around you.
Got what?
Mesquite? Hell, you probably even have Adirondacks androcinae, which is, or Andrechie, which is the giant river cane. The rhizome of that is chock full of DMT.
Mesquite, Texas ain't far from me.
Now?
Well, no, they're mesquite trees. They're all over Texas. It's an Asteraceae. It's part of the pea family. All pea subspecies family.
Oh, wait, you want me to go foraging?
Has DMT.
You told me I can go foraging and find it.
I've made so much progress, haven't I?
Okay, you don't know what the honey mesquites are?
No.
They got the beams, and they're the trees that are everywhere. It's the hardwood trees. It's all over here in the desert, man.
You would like it. You would like it.
They got like thorns, real big ass thorns.
I don't know, man. I'm not the type of person that likes to forage, though. Like, that'd be really weird to do that.
Well, you wouldn't be able to just forage it. You would have to cut down the tree and get the root bark off of the roots.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah. Just get purple shirt dye.
Maybe I should just go to Mexico.
Acacia shirt dye.
I mean, I could just go to Mexico. Is it legal in Mexico?
It'd be
No,
so
you can't
much
get it in
easier
Mexico.
to go and find the tree and get the roots. It wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, if you know anybody in Australia, you can get them. You can have them send you a bunch of root bark from the Asteraceae that is known.
Is it legal in Mexico?
Australia is drenched in DMT. Every tree,
But
like
then that
true
person,
tree.
but that person in Australia is now subject to like illegal fucking.
No, it's not. It's not illegal to send you bark off of the root of a. What the hell is it? They're all over here too, in California.
All right. Well,
where would
Damn
be
it.
the
Eucalyptus.
easiest place for me to find it here in Australia? What would be the easiest source for me to?
Acacia mimosa bark.
Say that
You know the
again, or
mimosa
maybe you could
flowers?
type it out.
Acacia mimosa bark. It's the trees that are evergreen trees. They have pinnate leaves and they have little pink pom poms or yellow pom pom flowers. It has a woody fruit, just like the same kind of a flower that the eucalyptus tree has, because you can use eucalyptus bark.
Okay, cool.
I don't know, dude. Like I already said, like the same way I like to hallucinate on weed alone or vivid dreams, same shit, right? Or lucid dream. I would like to do ayahuasca the same way, DMT, because again, I have experience of doing it with marijuana, where I do enjoy doing that shit alone, and while I'm trying to sleep.
Well, I'm just gonna let you know you're probably not gonna want to do ayahuasca. It's like a 12-hour deal.
Yeah, no, you really want to do that in a guided set situation. That's
when
really
when you smoke DMT, or if you just do DMT,
Arkansas, there's a Christian church in Arkansas that uses DMT as a sacrament or ayahuasca as a sacrament.
would they be cool if an Indian person walks in there and be like, "What's up, blood?"
Yeah.
Really? And it's legal there?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a religious sacrament, just like certain Native American churches. It's a sacrament to partake in peyote, where it's highly illegal to do otherwise, because it's a traditional medicine ritual thing with their culture.
I wonder if
who
they'll
gives
be
a
cool.
shit about the law anyway?
I wonder if they'll be cool
Yeah.
with a non-Christian doing it, like with them.
Why wouldn't they?
What if a
Like,
non-Christian?
guy's a shaman.
What if it was a
He's a
non-Christian?
shaman, and there's no shamanism. There's no shamans in Christianity.
What if me and Kosha both went up there together? So it'll be a non-Christian, it'll be a Hindu and a Jew, walk into a church, and get high as fuck with them.
Well, first of all,
I'm sorry, I called Kosha a Jew. I don't even know what his actual religious infliction actually is.
so basically, you can go in there, right? And this will probably amaze you, Brad. But the first avatar that I've seen of deity was this dirty ancient person, but it was young, and he was young in appearance, dreadlocks, resting, sitting lotus style inside the lotus blossom that was coming out of the branch of a fractal Buddha.
Cool. It sounds like a fucking interesting place. If you
Dude,
if you want to just DM me the name of the place, that'd be cool.
I can, yeah.
Like Arkansas is not even that far. I mean, I don't even need to fly out there.
Oh, I don't know I don't know the name of the place, but it's a website. You have to look for it. I can't remember the exact spelling of it, but it's those two words, and it should come up with a forum. and it will tell you resources, how to get it, all that stuff.
Yeah,
How to
if you
extract it, the different methods. But you're working with acids and strong bases, so be careful.
yeah, you might be able to get it through in Theogens as well. Arkansas, something should come up.
Okay.
And if you're in Canada, you can just order 5-MeO DMT over the counter, which is 5-methoxyl DMT, which is toad venom.
Is that the toad? Well, the crystals. Crazy.
Mel, how do you do DMT like Mel?
I've smoked it, not the crystals inorganic. That's the first time I ever had any experience of it. I had one hit and not much happened. Tasted weird too, but second hit, like it's like teleporting. So powerful.
It's like plastic mixed with gasoline. Weird.
Really? I thought it would taste natural. That's kind of why I want to do the ayahuasca thing. It feels so much more natural.
Could have been the naphtha I was tasting.
Smoking
Yeah.
DMT.
You have to have some sort of non-polarized solvent for it to crystallize in.
Honestly, guys, I feel like smoking DMT feels like the crackhead way of doing ayahuasca. Like that's
well, here's the thing. You do ayahuasca, it's gonna take. You're gonna have 18 hours of gut-wrenching pain and purging with small amount of visual.
But I've
not necessarily.
That is not the case. That is definitely not the case at all. That's not even close to true.
So
you smoke it, you're going to be gone for 15 minutes, come back, have a 45-minute afterglow.
Hey, Gio, what about my statement of smoking DMT is the crackhead way of doing ayahuasca? What do you think?
Yeah, I actually kind of hear what you're saying with that. It's kind of an interesting way to put it, but it could be said that way, I suppose, if you want. I mean, it's not crack-heady, though. There's nothing that's similar to crack, but it is a synthetic version of it. And it actually is smoked in a similar way, like you have to freebase it, essentially.
Would you say like
smoking
DMT is something like based on your would you say smoking DMT is something you should do before trying ayahuasca?
Okay, so I would say that, I mean, DMT is, it's like a natural neurotransmitter in our brains. It's a very, very powerful interface between layers of consciousness, especially between the physical world and the rest of consciousness. If it's used in like a shamanic medicine, like an entheogen, a plant medicine, like an actual plant, like ayahuasca, there's also extracts from like, not necessarily chemical extracts, but natural powdered type distillations of like acacia tree. And it's in different shamanic snuffs as well. So it's in a lot of different plant medicines. And so when used in that form, you're getting the like support and assistance of the actual spirit of the plant. And of course, the intention as well. So you're getting like an organic facilitation where DMT is utilized for the actual journey work that's taking place. Now, if you're going to do something like an extracted synthetic form of DMT, that's a whole different ballgame because now you're extracting it from a particular plant, and whatever plant you extract it from, you're bringing the spirit of that plant into your space. And so if that plant doesn't necessarily have, all loving, supportive energy to it, then you can have some of these experiences that people have when they smoke a synthetic form of DMT that's been extracted from a plant like that. That's not a real shamanic master plant. It's not a medicinal plant. It's something different entirely. So smoking it in that form, although it can still be very powerful and transformative and healing, can also be problematic in a lot of different ways for people, depending on their usage and what they're doing exactly.
How can it be synthetic
you should
when you
always
pulled it
seek
from
the
bark?
advice of an experienced shaman or people that are experienced in doing that sort of stuff anytime.
Is my mic not working?
I heard you, Rig.
Sorry, dude.
Well, if you like Mimosa hostilis, for example, which is I think Joshua mentioned that one of the mimosas, but Mimosa hostilis, that's one of the most frequently. It's a bark But that's one of the most frequent plants that people extract DMT from, like when they're doing these home extractions. And I mean, technically the DMT in it is organic, meaning they're not synthetically making the DMT itself, but in terms of that, it's a very, very synthetic process, meaning there's all these like chemicals, like Joshua was mentioning, very toxic, chemicals that are used. And then you end up with, if you do it really well, you can actually get a really pure form. And really pure DMT actually smells amazing. Like it doesn't smell like burnt gasoline.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like plastic.
That's yeah.
Now, see, I prefer Acacia confucia to Acacia hostilis or Mimosa hostilis because just the word itself, hostility, right? Right? So there's something with it. So I prefer the Acacia confucia because it's not only got DMT but also DPT, which is the spirit and the light.
Did you say
Mimosa hostilis only has the spirit, no light with it, no DPT.
Did you say Confucia or something? It sounds like confusion.
Acacia confucius. Yeah, it's confusion. It's from China.
Yo! No, I
Yo.
haven't seen it. What have you done with it?
Yeah, Acacia confucia.
Yeah, for basketball.
You're hot miking, Whites.
Fuck it
Yeah,
all.
but
yeah,
for
these
the
are all-
people that are intimidated by the long 12-hour purging, things or whatever, I think smoking it's definitely the way to go, man.
Well,
Especially
ayahuasca-
for like first time, just to get your toes wet with it,
Yeah.
Well, ayahuasca is like a 4 to 6 hour experience, and not everybody purges, but some do. If you have a lot of toxicity in you, and if you have a lot of like health issues and things, people will tend to purge more. For example, like the shamans, they always drink the ayahuasca, and they never purge. Like you'll never be in a ceremony. You shouldn't really. A shaman shouldn't be purging. Sometimes they're
but they're also prepared.
they have a purge,
I-
but
They also eat
and then-
correctly.
I was just gonna say real quick too. Yeah, there is a diet that goes along with it, but the purging is also, it's not something that's like Joshua sort of mentioned, like wrenching for hours. It's not usually the case. There may be 1 or 2 moments where you do have a purge, and it's incredibly, that's a whole topic in and of itself. But it's not to say some people don't find it unpleasant, because it can be unpleasant, but it's very different than like vomiting. Let's say when you're like drinking, let's say you're like from being drunk, that's like horrible. Or if you have the flu or something, but it's a very different form when it's with ayahuasca. It's much more like releasing and cleansing, and it's like your depression and like your fears and all these like psychological issues are going with it. So it's like this incredible release. So it's actually, in a way, it's actually it can be very blissful and pleasurable, because you're actually releasing like physical toxins like parasites or bacterias or different components in the body that need to get out.
I got the runs for 1 day in the 2 months, but I didn't purge once, didn't vomit. I'd get this wave of nausea and this thing that would almost go up my spine and up the back of my neck, and then sort of hits the back of your head first, kind of climbs into your brain and through your blood. But I would ride it, and then it will pass.
Yeah, I know that feeling, mate. I'm just saying, like, that can be intimidating, a long session like that for people, I'd be up for it, but yeah, I'm sort of glad I had it the other way around, smoked it before, so.
If you have DMT extracted from a positive plant, essentially, like ideally from a full medicinal plant, but even if it's from one that's not necessarily problematic, and depending on your kind of the state of your psyche as well. But it sounds like it blended with you well. But it can be pretty jarring for people, and it's. I mean, in terms of the idea of like a starter, like if someone were new to this, like if they're not familiar with navigating in terms of this, ultimately something like ayahuasca is always preferred, because and I'm not saying everyone will choose to do it, but I'm saying like because it's gentle and organic, and it has the plant spirit with it. So for someone who's, let's say, like a beginner to DMT, I would say something like a plant medicine like that, versus smoking it, is going to always be.
But Gio,
I'd also
Gio, people do go on bad trips though, right? And like, Say if you do
But that's what I'm saying. Not with ayahuasca. Like if somebody has like a lot of like traumas and different challenges in their psyche, and they just blast a huge dose of DMT, even one that's extracted from not like necessarily a very friendly plant spirit, they can have sometimes extremely unpleasant
it
experiences.
would only last. It would only last about 15 minutes, right? Whereas if you do it with ayahuasca, that would last for 12 hours.
No, ayahuasca
First
is.
time I did it, it lasted for half an hour.
Ayahuasca is like
But I
4 to,
took Shingo.
hold on, just real quick. Ayahuasca is 4 to 5 hours. It's not 18. Iboga is like 18 to 30.
Yeah.
Peyote is like 12 to 15, even up to 18. Peyote can be if you do a high dose, but ayahuasca is pretty short. It's like 4 to 5 hours, and really, yeah.
Very much recommend people try mushrooms too before they go to DMT.
I've had good trips on that. I've had bad trips on mushrooms. But
Mushrooms are nothing like DMT.
It depends on who you're hanging out with. Basically, what mushrooms does is it amplifies what you're feeling at the time.
Mushrooms contain multiple DMT substances and can release endogenous DMT as well. Mushrooms are very connected to DMT and have DMT. They have
what I found with mushrooms was that if I did it with people I didn't really know that well, I did have a bad trip.
The other thing with mushrooms too is the different types. Like I remember when I used to do it a lot when I was younger, there was gold tops which were abundant everywhere, and I'd have one sort of experience with them, and then we found this one particular field that had blue meanies, and they were a whole different experience, like a lot more powerful, but also like in the days afterwards, you would be feeling awesome for days afterwards, whereas it wasn't so much the case with the gold tops. So
I think
that was a subtle difference.
For me, it was like I remember I had a good trip, but that was because I was chilling with people that I already felt good about, and then when I did it with people I already didn't feel good about, it just amplified that.
Oh yeah, you have to be around good people.
Yeah, I would say, like, in my experience, like, mushrooms do have a plant spirit to them. They definitely do, and that's why people can have very powerful spiritual experiences. But in terms of, like, a guiding force, as it were, they don't quite have as much of that as a guiding force. So that's why some people can still have unpleasant experiences with it, in a sense, because it's more... It's like LSD is like a complete magnifier. It's like just complete lysergic acid magnifier. And then in a way, it's like mushrooms are like that as well. In a way, they are a magnifier, but then they have some of the plant spirit that's there, but not necessarily enough to for some people to completely guide it so that it's always positive. But then in terms of like peyote, ayahuasca, getting to those, they then have like an entire protective spirit where you can't necessarily have a bad trip on ayahuasca, for example. You may have some experiences that need to be cleansed, or you may go through something very deep, but it's not going to be, because the guiding spirit within ayahuasca is like on a whole another octave, to where it's like cradling your entire psyche and can support the entire journey.
Can I ask you,
isn't that also the shamans, Gio?
Rams.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, because the shamans in an ayahuasca ceremony, they are creating the space for the actual ayahuasca spirit and for the whole ceremony to be protected as well. So yeah, it is important that the shaman is.
Gio, can I ask you one question?
Essentially, I'll just say this real quick. Essentially, what's interesting, the ayahuasca plant actually literally aligns with the shaman directly, and then the shaman facilitates the full ayahuasca spirit to come through. So yeah, that's ideally. So yeah, what Rams is saying is part of that.
I feel it. I mean, I get what you're saying, right? But can I ask you, like, when you smoke weed right before bed, do you visualize shit or do you just fall asleep?
Cannabis? That's a quick U-turn to a whole nother cannabis.
No, it is. It's a U-turn, but it kind of gives me an idea about you. I'm just asking, like.
Well, my answer, Branch, is I've never had visuals, to be honest. Even on LSD or mushies or DMT, I've never had like visuals.
I never do until I close
hallucinations.
Well, have you had some visual effects, like in terms of like the colors and the warping, and like, have you had some of that, or are you talking about visions like full on seeing like a high definition vision of like something?
No, like nothing. Like,
wow,
no,
so not even the colors and the glistening and all of the. Wow,
no.
interesting. And you've done high doses of, you said mushrooms, like psilocybin?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, for me, a high dose of mushrooms, I mean, the whole world is pulsating, and I mean, it's like full blown visuals. So it's
Rams,
interesting.
when you take mushrooms, does your fucking thinking go on overdrive? Like, you're literally getting these trains of thoughts just fucking going through your mind and shit. Like,
No, well, the thing that stood out about those experiences was that I felt like I was sort of observing myself during the whole experience in a way. Like, I saw myself from a whole different perspective, and
how much did you take? How much did you take?
Oh,
Was it like a
a
was it like a half dose or a full dose?
well, let's say 5 to 8 really big mushrooms.
What about in grams? Do you know what it is in grams? Because
Oh.
that's because the amount of psilocybin that's in any particular sample of the actual mushroom can be different.
Right.
And then, whether they're wet or dried, generally the concept of about 5 to 6 grams dried is usually quite a high dose. I mean, like Terrence McKenna used to refer to, the 6 gram, 5 to 6 gram is the heroic dose for most people. But like you said, people can have different kind of tolerance levels as well.
Well, I always had them fresh. So,
okay. That's
so
awesome.
I mean, I'd get them and I'd chop them all up on a bowl, and then with one hand, I'd squeeze my nose shut, and then scoop them in and drop them, and then use a swallow it.
Right, I think this question.
But yeah, it would be like sorry, Branch, but the fresh weight would probably have been, I don't know, 100 grams, 100 grams, probably.
But Rams, real fast, I was asking Gio a question and you answered instead of Gio answering. Like, I was asking Gio when you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, but Gio, like, if you smoke weed and then try to fall asleep, do you start visualizing and dreaming awake?
I would say for me, if I do a very, very high dose of cannabis, I can get into I definitely can get into a visionary experience, especially through edibles, and especially ones that are high in sativa, and very high in THC. But in general, I usually don't usually keeps me awake. So I'm usually up. Like, I'm not. Is that what you meant? Like you doing it right before bed?
Well, like, I used to smoke weed and then get in bed, close my eyes, and just fucking dream for like 2-3 hours.
Oh, nice.
Right. But
cool. Get like a nice meditative state. Yeah, that's good with like good indica or that.
But even like it wasn't even like I needed a lot. I'm talking like, I used to get high as fuck over just a tiny bit of weed. I never really understood people smoking like entire blunts and shit, because I've never needed much,
Yeah, I mean the entheogenic components, like the visionary entheogenic qualities of cannabis, are definitely there, but it seems to vary for different people. Like, some people can access visionary states with it at lower doses than others. Some that doesn't quite have that as much. It kind of depends on essentially the balance of someone's conscious to their unconscious and how that's constellated in terms of like the accessibility with that particular medicine.
I mean, it almost feels like, it sounds like nobody gets in this state of fucking hallucinating, or you can call it vivid dreaming or whatever, right? While on marijuana. So it kind of makes me feel like maybe I should chill off even trying ayahuasca.
Or it could mean that you have a unique talent, skill, capacity, superpower. Essentially, like, you could actually have more access, and it could be something that if you were able to like discover it, engender it, and develop it, that could actually mean that you have a capacity for, you know, either journey work or visionary work or even psychic access, a lot of different things.
Could I say one thing to him? Like, so you know, like weed, mushrooms, cocaine, like all the things, right? But ayahuasca is it's its own thing, and if you take it once, like a tourist, or twice, that's one thing. But if you're fortunate enough to spend a bit of time with it, it seems to almost assimilate with you a little bit, and you're getting to know it and it's getting to know you. That's what he's talking about, like journey work. Certain people, it almost embraces them, like you get accepted into the spirit world itself through the ayahuasca.
Yeah.
I
think
some people that go and have 8 or 10 sessions of it, you know, in one go, is it? In one 8 or 10 day period, I think, or maybe there's
some people can like fast and do it for like 40 days and 40 not. It's like it's a complete calibration of the human psyche.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
completely
I totally get it, but like, there's still part of me that's thinking like, if I want to try this ayahuasca stuff, and it only lasts about 5 to 6 hours, then I would be most comfortable just doing it myself, and lights off, just in the bed, and just having an inward journey all by myself. I don't need someone to like tell me.
Well, there's a couple
things
in this. Well, yeah, that's a big topic right there in terms of that. But I will say just real quick, I mean, there's a lot of benefits with ayahuasca in particular. It can be done solo. There's components to that, though. I mean, if you're not skilled with it already, or you know, and so on. I mean, it is a plant, and obviously you're a human on the earth, so you can consume what you would like. But and there's nothing wrong with doing it alone. But it's just a matter of if you're aware of what, you know, a couple of things, you know, to be aware of and so on. But I was just going to say, in a group with ayahuasca, there's something very, very magical and special about the actual group energy.
Yeah, but I'm not a social
in a
person.
lot of different ways that can be very key to some very profound levels of healing and access. And then usually also they're playing music as well. That's usually part of it. So yeah, and then there's the communal. So there's a lot of components to that.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, Gio, right? If I'm doing it, I'm purely doing it for my internal experiences. I don't really give a fuck about the people around me. I don't want to even do that for that reason.
No, but that's all so much a part of it, dude. That's what you got to realize, that how integral a part of the experience.
I get that.
You know, your surroundings and your people.
Personally, right now, the only reason I want to do it is for self-exploration. I don't want to do it to feel closer to a group of people. That's not why I'd want to do it.
I do hear you on that. What I will say is, like, and I think Merle is going to say something, so I'm sorry. Do you want to go, Merle?
Oh, I was just going to say the shaman I was with in the jungle, right? He was American from Detroit. But he was taken deep into the jungle by the shamans, the Shipibo Indians, and at night time, and they gave him a huge dose and left him there alone for dead. It was part of him becoming a shaman, but he had to go through that alone. So there is an initiation aspect to that, in a way. You have to be pretty strong, though, G.
I would tell you this, man. Like half of the reason why I don't want to do it in that type of environment is because I know I won't feel safe. Like,
well, what Merle just said there is absolutely the case. There are cases where, you know, like in initiatory processes where the shaman, like usually like the basic pattern. Let's say like in a tribe, there'll be like the young one, maybe 5-6 years old, And often the elder shamans will know that that's going to be the next shaman. And often that youngster has some kind of an ailment or an illness. It's often referred to as a shamanic illness. So either that could be like physical, could be psychological, could be various different, come through in a lot of different ways. And then essentially the shamans sort of take them under their wing, as it were, and then help teach them, how to like brew the plants and the different plants that are used and all the different methods and things. And then also that youngster, as they come of age in their teens and 20s and so on, then they go through their own whole healing process and journey, with the plants and so on to get to a point of to where they're, essentially kind of going through the process to be a shaman. And then like Merle said, yeah, sometimes in the final stage, the elder shamans will like leave that person, after they've already worked with the medicine many times usually and all of that. So they're not just giving it to them their first time and leaving them out there, but in the kind of climax or finale of it, they are left to kind of face, that final stage themselves.
What if the negative that happens where you go to this type of scenario where you're with a shaman and shit, and they realize that you're actually an anti-shaman, or, you're the type of people he doesn't like. And therefore you start getting bad vibes off the shaman, which then increases the bad vibes you get while you're fucking on this shit. And
yeah, I hear where you're coming from.
Cook Muddy's just come in. Can you give him perms, rolls, and stuff, please, so I can talk and see chat and stuff?
Sweet.
Yeah. Let me see. Who is it?
Sorry, Cook Mud Crab.
Rig.
Yeah, I'll unmute him for now. Let's see. Yeah, he's got a. If you can hear us, Cook Mud Crab, you got to go up to the. I unmuted you for this chat here, but if you go up to the server guidelines and then type agree, and then you'll be able, and then I can give you the other roles and things, or
Rig, do you really think it's worth disrupting the conversation for?
Sorry, I just want to get my guy sorted out with roles, dude.
Well, I literally could have just fucking asked in the chat.
I know, I was waiting for a few minutes, alright, for a better fucking time. I just didn't get it,
Well,
right?
you didn't pick a really good time, did you?
And now you've just derailed yourself. Now, what were you talking about?
Yeah. We're all good. That's all good. So, okay, Branch, what I would say, okay, I hear where you're coming from. I'm going to have to be totally honest. It sounds like what you're expressing is a little bit of like a social phobia, which is okay and understandable. And I'm not trying to call you out. I'm actually saying that with love. And I'm just saying it sounds like it's what you're expressing. And then the thought of like being in this thing with these other people that you don't know, and then the shaman, and then you're having some visionary thing. I hear where you're coming from, that might feel uncomfortably or like bad vibes in your fear of it or perception of it. Oh, there could be bad vibes bouncing around or something like that. But I will say that, and if that's the case, and if it's a really strong phobia, yeah, perhaps like ideally you would want to work with a shaman one-on-one with the medicine, perhaps, if that's really what's needed. However, I will say if you're with the right people in the right environment, when you're in the actual experience, I mean, beforehand, you're just like hanging out, shooting the shit, talking about the stars, philosophy, whatever, hanging out, eating food, whatever. But when you're in the ceremony, if it's done correctly, each person has their own space. So you have your own little pillow and blanket and your own, water and everything you need, your tissues, if you need a Kleenex or a tissue or whatever.
A bucket.
Yeah. If you need to purge, you got your bucket, you got the runway to the bathroom if you need to do a number two. So you have you're really in your own like world, like you're in your own little mini-verse within the larger ceremony space. So, and when it's done correctly, no one's going to bother you. They shouldn't be necessarily tapping on your shoulder. I mean, sometimes like the shaman or the shaman's assistant, they may come up to you to check in with you or something like that. So, I mean, it's not to say that they never will, but you could also like talk with them that you don't want to be interrupted as well. But in general, like you're not interrupted through the whole thing. You are just in your own. So whatever you want, like when you're in that space, you're in your own space and everyone else is in their own space. And that's part of what the shaman's role is to do, is to make sure that everyone's, respecting each other's boundaries. So when you're in the experience, you're just able to completely go through what you want to go through. And you can lie down with your eyes closed, you can sit up, you can do whatever. Some people even dance a little bit, like there can be different things like that. And then usually like the shamans, there's like live music being played, like they're playing guitar and singing these incredibly beautiful songs that are these ancient songs and so on. So they're, so I'm just saying that like, I think you would find that in the actual, if you're doing it in the right set and setting, that you would be able to overcome whatever that may be that you're feeling beforehand, because you would have your own space to go through what you're what you will be going through.
I mean, honestly, for me, it's not so much about my own feelings. It's more about other people's feelings, right? And how that would fuck with me, if that makes sense. I would go in there completely open, fucking wanting to experience something, but
Well, there's a really interesting way in which the ayahuasca spirit seems to kind of like moderate and regulate everybody in a way that is mutually harmonious, and that's part of like the shaman's role. The shaman having a connection with the actual ayahuasca, the spirit itself, and then the shaman being able to create the environment that is, sort of sanctioned, if you will, by the ayahuasca spirit. And at that point, then the whole thing is protected in that way.
Right.
And
I mean, we all understand
this
vibes and shit, like we all understand vibes. I mean, we all feel vibes. It's not like it's a thing that doesn't occur, right? And that's what I'm worried about. Is
Yeah, but Branch, I'll tell you this, man. Like from my experiences, right? One thing I learned throughout the experiences I had was how much control I had over myself when I decided to take that control. And that's something that you'll pick up on quickly when you have this experience. And when you're in the experience and you start having any feelings like these that you're concerned about, the way that you react to them and the way that you view yourself reacting to them in the situation, in the moment, will make you smile. It will make you laugh. It will make you you'll react and you'll deal with those situations in ways that you never thought you could or would. Or and
I get it, Ram. So basically, you're saying is sometimes it could be a good thing to have those thoughts because it would eventually make your experience better.
yeah, what I'm saying is ride the roller coaster. Let it take you wherever.
Well, Gio, do you have a shaman?
Roll with it. Just yeah.
Well, where is it?
Because it's only difficult when you start resisting either yourself or the truth, or yeah. When you learn to just roll with it.
I kind of for some reason trust Gio on this shit for some reason. And Gio, if you do have a shaman that you know about that's trustable to go to, let me know, bro.
I'm back. I went and got some tea for a second. I stepped away, but I did hear. I was still listening. I agree totally with what Rams was just saying. Yeah, I mean, like if you're in a good group, like let's say there's like 15 or 20 people, and you're in a good environment, and they're a really, it's well done. It's done correctly, shamanically and everything in that group. The general vibe is that like each person in the group knows that when you go to the ceremony that like everybody is going on their own like heroic journey, essentially, like facing parts of themselves, facing the truth within themselves, confronting parts of themselves, reassembling parts of themselves that were previously fractured or traumatized. So sometimes that can be sensitive, getting very deep insights about the nature of reality, consciousness, spirituality. So as everyone goes into it, there can be like this really beautiful like mutual respect that each person has, like really like blessing each other, like and just being in awe of each other's like strength and courage to face themselves and to go through this. And so there can be so much like beautiful camaraderie that comes with that everyone is like supporting each other to go through what they're going through in that energy. And there's also so much like love and healing that's happening throughout those, as well, that like it's really can be very strengthening in that form as well. But like what Rams was saying, yeah, I mean, in general, like the idea is to be able to go into it and be able to completely surrender and face what's happening. And like Rams was saying, not resist it. And what virtually everyone finds is that when you don't resist it, when you actually surrender, that's when the deepest healing occurs. And that's when the huge like positive personality transformations occur.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if you know of a guru, not a guru, if you know of a shaman that does these type of things, let me know about it. Because I'm kind of at a point where I've always wanted to just go do it. not do it at home, and
Yeah, there's a lot of different. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different groups. Yeah, a lot of different. Oh, go ahead.
But if you know one, that you've been to and it's cool and shit, that's what.
Well,
There's
do you
also
have to
companies
go to
that
South
have read
America?
many stories about fucking people that do this shit and go missing, right? And I don't want to be one of those fuckers.
Hey, I just posted real quick that I posted a talk on Joe Rogan, which I usually wouldn't watch, but for some reason it came up in my feed with an interview with Ron White, who's a pretty funny comedian, depending on who you talk to. Talking, and his account of his experience sounded exactly like what Gio was describing, like to a T.
Just
And he
real.
said there was this
Just
one
real
woman
quick on
that
what
like.
Branch was saying. I can sort you out, Branch, but you need to make it to Australia.
Yeah, that was going to be
Hang
my
on,
next
hang
question,
on.
Branch. Like,
Hang on.
which continent?
I'm in Australia. I'm very interested. Well, where do I go?
Honestly, Gio, you know what? In North and South America, I could probably go anywhere there. I don't think I really want to go further. I would rather it be within North America than anything else.
Well, I will share this. There's something about ayahuasca in particular that doing it on the continent of South America, and in particular in the jungle, in particular, is the absolute quintessential ayahuasca experience. That the full spirit, everything that, hold on, let me just finish. Everything that's contained within the potentials of a ceremony is actualized to its peak. And there is a whole, it actually is different depending on which continent you're on when you actually drink the brew. So it's interesting. And there's something about South America that is very unique and quintessential. However, you can still have, work with the plant on other continents like Australia or Hawaii or North America, and you can still have the experience and everything. But so I will say that, I mean, if you want, doing it in South America, that would be, especially like even like your first time as well. That is,
right, but Gio,
in a sense, ideal.
The biggest issue for me is
Did he cut out?
Yeah, he cut out.
No. I was hitting the wrong button to push the talk. So I can't just find a place on Google, Gio.
Well, it's become very popular. This sort of, they call it ayahuasca tourism. In the last 20 years, it's just exploded. So there's there's a lot more people claiming that they're doing it, and they're not the real deal on multiple levels, and they may even be completely just scammers in different ways. So you really have to know.
That's
you
why,
have to connect with the real deal.
I'm assuming you've done it, and if not done it, you may or may not know somebody who doesn't know a reputable place to go to that's not gonna fuck me up.
Absolutely. Yep. I know there's communities and groups that all around the world, and yeah, I mean,
I'll just say, hopefully.
What I would recommend is getting a recommendation from someone who, because the real work is done through organic community. It's generally not done through advertising on Google. So the best is to find an organic connection.
Hey, bro, you know what? I totally fucked it up. Like, there was this chick. This sounds odd to start off that saying a chick, right? But like, at a bar,
Hey, Branch.
No, hold on. Let me get this out, bro.
Wait, you've told this. I just want to remind you, you've told this exact story before. Before you go into it, it's the girl you met at the airport.
I haven't heard it yet, though.
Yeah, I did. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, you did. Okay.
But
and then you were too drunk last time to tell it, and all it was.
Who was the Aussie guy that spoke up before about saying, "Come to Australia and you can hook us up"?
That was me. Do Australians do it? Like,
yeah. So just because he's talking about like shamans and all that sort of stuff. Indigenous Australians have our own top shamans. We call them Clever Man.
For some reason.
Where is he?
Who, me?
No, the
Well,
clever
the
man.
shaman.
Clever
Clever
man.
man, yeah, the shaman, yeah. Well, that's yeah, shit. Clever man, shaman, either one, whatever you want to call it. That's the same principle, same thing. And we used to have the same type of plant, except we didn't call it ayahuasca. It's a different type of plant, different species. Our one comes from the wattle.
Is it
Wattle
DMT?
tree.
Is it DMT though?
Yep, DMT. So the wattle tree, he has 3% of his body is gonna be DMT. You mix him up with the MAO or MOA or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Which is the same how you make up the ayahuasca brew.
Yeah, this is an
talking about Changa?
Yeah, this is an
You talking about Changa?
acacia. This is-
Acacia. Yep, acacia. That's your wattle tree. Yeah. Acacia.
Yeah, and just quickly, where
Yeah,
is
and-
this guy? Where in Australia?
Queensland.
Oh, really? Can you DM me some more information? I'm in Queensland.
Oh yeah,
Well,
way south.
The problem with fucking Australia for me is it's very expensive.
You want to go down together to South America, Branch? You and I will go into the jungle. You want to go? You want to come with us? One of these
Where you
times.
going?
I mean, there's part of me, Gio, that wants to do it alone. But I'll be down.
If you want to join the journey.
Oh, you're
I
gonna
would-
do like a big
Gio,
journey.
honestly,
Let's
bro,
organise an expedition.
Boy,
Let's
that's what-
organise one
Can I
for
organise
a
a
year
Gio's
from now or
question?
something.
Gio, I would be down, bro, but
yeah,
I
they usually rock
think
up
that
on the
the
news.
more I
Eh?
know people, the more my social anxieties would fuck up the trip.
Not if you
No,
did it with all of us.
no, don't
What
worry
if you
about
did it
that,
with
man.
all
You're
of
not
us?
I'll
ready.
go away.
You're not ready then.
Do it
I'll
with
go
all of
away.
us.
You're not ready.
Stop
They'll
being
go
a
away on
pussy.
the experience, man. Just
Hey,
go
Branch,
for it. You
Branch,
just
Branch.
got to do it.
I'm a very reserved motherfucker, yeah, and
Hey, Branch, have you had like an experience where you like dropped acid with a bunch of people and it didn't go well for you or something?
I mean, I've
No,
had
you don't need that
not
anyway.
acid, but I've had experiences with shrooms that didn't go well, and I've had experiences with shrooms
No,
that
you
didn't
still
go
don't need that.
I just
I think,
but
Branch,
it's
if you're
not
with
even that.
good people, if you're with good people that were loving, supportive, kind,
right.
and you're gonna be all good.
200%, man. 200%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
Hey, Branch, what if this experience was guaranteed to get you to the point where you're able to accept the obvious reality of the flat Earth? Would you still do it?
I would actually say this, that it would have nothing to do with my acknowledgement of the shape of the Earth, but what it would do.
Yeah.
How would you know?
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know
What
that.
happens if it comes
No,
to the
you know what I
conclusion
think
that
it would
it's
probably
round,
do.
though?
You know what it would probably think. What I think it would probably do, yeah, is I talk about all types of bullshit about what the fuck cosmos is and the way we fucking live and what God is and shit. I think what it would probably do is facilitate that a little bit, and it would make me fucking really acknowledge that some of this fucking internal knowledge I have isn't bullshit.
It may
Well,
give you
no
some
expectations.
answers.
It'll probably make you realize that you don't know anything, bro. You don't know anything.
You'll be surprised, dude. Like, I studied physics for a very long time, right? And I never fucking actually studied it. Like, this is one of the fucking things where people need to read the fucking book to fucking pass the tests and shit. But I was never like that. I never even fucking went to class. Like,
So are you saying that the reason you want to have this experience is so that you can confirm your already preconceived notions about reality?
I actually think that it's more about me finding a deeper self within myself. But I also know what Gio's thinking, which is that there is part of me that's pretty fucking deep and I don't know where it comes from.
Well, that's what you would perhaps that's what you would discover, perhaps. I mean, that's it. you would be uncovering the parts of yourself and to come to a deeper understanding of oneself.
Like G, I'll tell you
Are
this.
you a scientific man, Branch? You're a scientific man. You believe in science and everything.
Well, I just think it's interesting, first of all, that he says that he didn't need to study for the made-up story. Somehow he already knew the made-up story before he learned what we were taught.
Well, no, I did study though. I didn't have to study a lot. Don't get it wrong. It's not like fucking I was some amazing fucking cunt who just got it, right? But I will say this though, when I took AP Physics in fucking high school, I would like literally the whole fucking school, the whole class would have failed, unless the teacher didn't fucking curve it to the point where I would be getting like 149% on tests. Like my literal score would be 149% because of the curve. It's crazy shit, man. And it wasn't like he would actually put tests. He would actually put questions on the fucking exam just for me. And it actually went through into fucking university too. Like fucking I remember like
All right, this seems like a bit of a. This seems like a running off into the weeds at the moment.
I know,
where are we at?
Okay. One of my
This is the type of person shamans don't like,
this
Branch.
one thing out though, dude. One of my uni professors for physics, he fucking said if I come to his class late one more time, right, he's gonna make me fucking write a 10-page paper on a 3-chapter fucking shit that we were reading and crap. Or I'll fail the class. So I wrote it, and that was the shit that he made me write was when we took the test at the end. That was I got the lowest score on any test I took in his class from the one that I had to read full blown from front to back and write a paper on. Because I did go late to his class again.
Yeah.
That is crazy shit, man. And I didn't even fucking like. I got a B in that. That was the only B I got. And
nah, you don't want to be talking about like what you got and stuff like that. It's whether or not you learned something from it.
Nah, I mean, I learned. I always learn.
Because you got to think about it, right? Think about it like this: we're all sitting here in the chat, and we're all talking about what we're doing. At certain times, whether we might know it or not, we might be coming across ideas that haven't been thought of before. Might be coming across things that have never been spoken about. Well, not haven't been spoken about, but never been thought about legitimately. And then one of us might actually go off and do it for real. And that'll be the first time someone's ever done it.
Well, Branch already knew everything before he got here.
Nah, bro, I knew everything from the day I was fucking born, man. Like, I literally walked out of my mom's room knowing about
That's
physics.
the thing is if you learn something from whatever you've done, like, if you've learned something from it, then you've made
Did I learn something from it? Motherfucker, like... So
it doesn't matter
what you already knew it. You didn't need to learn it. You knew it before you got to class. So
what I did learn from it was that school wasn't for me.
Well, then technically,
you've learned. You already know everything.
You've learned the fact that you actually already knew about it. You've learned that fact, and you're like, "Oh, actually, I already know about this." So you did. You learned that.
Bullshit. Like, I would rather go fuck in the library.
He learned that he knew it already.
No,
yeah, that's
exactly.
what the shaman will teach him too. The shaman will teach him.
Were you going there to get a career, to end up in a career in a specific job, or what? Were you just there for fun?
I've probably been like I've been super successful at my jobs too, but once I got a job, I moved the fuck up the company, and I swear to God, like probably got to a fucking pay grade, which is higher than anybody in this room's had.
Well, Branch, I do sense that. I mean, you in this. I'm not just saying this to kind of. I'm saying it honestly to say that I can tell that you do have a very deep level of like intelligence. There's a lot of depth, and I think. Sorry to kind of call you out on this, but perhaps if you did work with ayahuasca at some point, it may also help with the alcohol thing. And I was just thinking how, like, you would
Oh,
be
not
like
alcohol.
you would be an unstoppable force of just like strength and truth. Like if the alcohol, you know, and if the alcohol wasn't really like an issue thing, and if you were able just to completely like be in the zone, oh man, that like
Well, Gio, I'll tell you this, Gio.
He was born in the zone already.
Gio, I've been through points of my life, right, where I've been like, I want to stop thinking. All right, I've actually thought if I drink a lot of alcohol and fuck my brain up, I could probably not think as much.
Right. And that's very deep, dude. And I've actually had to process parts of that within myself as well. The tendency to want to like shut off oneself or turn, you know. Yeah. That's a lot of people have gone through that. And so I hear what you're saying and I resonate with that. What's interesting about it, like when I've seen like people who work through those issues, like when working with these plant medicines in different ways to where what they often realize though is that there's usually something there that's like blocking that. It's like a block of one's energy. And so like that energy can be opened up and like that fear transformed into, and then it will come through as greater potential within yourself.
I mean,
that's where you need to start getting in though. That's where you need to start getting into your emotional, like you yourself, your person's obviously been made up from scratch. You're a little kid. All your experiences, everything you've ever done in your entire life has made you what you are right now. That's the way. That's why you have your emotions. That's why you feel that you need to be offended by certain words. That's why you feel like you
no,
need to
I don't. I don't
speak
feel like
up
I need to
from
be offended by
this.
anything. If anything,
Oh, but
it's,
just like, no, but
interesting. I
just
find
in
it
general.
funny.
Just in general. Just a
I
generalization.
actually find it hilarious. Like,
Hold on, Branch. Just let him finish his point.
Yeah, just a generalization. Like you've been built up from scratch, and everything you've ever been through, all your experiences, comes up to this point where we're sitting here right now talking. Everything we believe is true. Everything that we believe to be true is because of our experiences and everything that we've gone through before. We've all gone through different experiences. Everybody's going to believe something slightly different to what the actual generalization is. Where that's where the textbook comes into play. The textbook is something that can't be changed. Right? Every single person here has a slightly different opinion on what that textbook means. But that textbook is a general position where you can read it and go back to it and say, no, it says this, even though we might interpret it into a different situation or into a different meaning, whatever. However we try to interpret it, that's how we're going to do it. But
all right,
it all comes down to our experiences.
Mudcrab. I feel like if I don't cut you off, you're gonna keep talking for another 10
No,
minutes.
you're right. You're right. You can go now.
Are you done talking though?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
All right, man. I was just trying to say, like, me personally, I understand the shit we just discussed and all that crap, but like,
because you were saying originally like that feeling of wanting to shut off your mind, and that's what you were saying originally.
Hold on, Gio. Before you guys fucking cut me off, let me finish what I was gonna say.
Yeah, you're right. Go for it, bros.
All right, I'm just trying to say, like, I understand this shit. I understand my mind.
Yeah.
And I understand what depresses me. I understand what makes me happy.
Yeah,
right? And the reason why I wanted to shut off my mind was because I understood that I think too much. I think too deeply about shit. And I think too realistic. Like, I understand a little bit too much about the people I love and even the people I care about for me to be happy.
It just sounds like a perspective thing, Branch. It's just a slight sort of change in perspective, and all of that is transformed.
But it sucks balls when you're never wrong.
Well, even still, like, I can imagine that where you think,
Yeah, that would suck. Being never
doesn't
wrong.
But
I
like
think
your
an
mum and
ego
dad's-
death might be the best thing for you, Branch. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, but sometimes you might think like, oh, your mum and dad's gonna die at some point, and you know
What I mean is this. What I mean is this. Yeah, when somebody's talking
get around
to you,
it.
when somebody's talking to you, and in the back of your mind, you know they're actually thinking this, right? And to be pleasant, you don't call it out, right? I mean, yeah, that's intuition at the highest level, right? But the problem is sometimes when you keep doing that with every conversation you have with anyone in the world, right? You want to shut it off, and that's when you feel like you want your mind to work slower, because you keep, like, a lot of people's minds probably don't think like that before they even respond, right? The problem is this: for me, if I am talking to someone, I'm thinking about what they're thinking about while I'm talking to them.
Yeah, see, leave that to them. Leave that to other people. If they don't understand what you're saying, they'll ask you a question. You know?
I know, and I'll be honest with you, like, sometimes the only stop you from being able to think about what the other person's thinking about while you're talking to them is alcohol, because it calms you. It slows your drinking process
No, you
down.
don't think like that though. Just think.
No,
Just think
it dulls you
specifically.
as well. It dulls
No,
you.
but don't worry about that at all. Just think about what your mindset is. Your mindset
Bro,
itself has nothing to do with getting
my
drunk.
mind state is this, dude. It's not.
But it's got nothing to do with getting drunk.
Right, do
You
you
can
mind if I
think
take a
that
piss? I'm
without getting
gonna
drunk.
take a piss. I'll be back.
All right, wait. I need to go though.
Yeah, mud crab. Yeah, you're right though, mate. It is his mindset, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Mudcrab, I appreciate your words and what you were saying there. Even
Me
if
too, man.
Yeah, no, wait.
It was like poignant.
I've got like indigenous fucking shaman shit to tell you about, but I can't tell you right now unless I might come back in a bit. If you're still
Come back.
on.
Yeah, man. Feel free.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wanted to hear more about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah,
man.
'cause I'm
Yeah,
indigenous
me too,
myself.
especially, dude. Let me know anything you can, eh? Like,
Yeah,
keep in
I'll
touch on the DMs.
Yeah, I'll keep in touch, Rams. Yeah.
Yeah, wicked, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, if you're down near where I am, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Brizzy.
Oh yes, I'm from Stratty. Well, I'm from Stratty. You know, Stratty is a.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that's my mob over there.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I
So
know
if
a
you ever
dude
go
out
over
there,
there,
actually.
let me know, mate. And I'll fucking sort them out if they crack onto you.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, mate. That'd be awesome.
Let them know to watch out for you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That's
Nah,
great.
true, because they do. Nah, it's kind of funny though.
I was like, yeah, totally.
Nah, but it's kind of weird because like we got rid of all the mines. We had like German mines from Germany, sand mines. Real white sand. The sand is so white that they make paint out of it. That's how white the sand is.
Cool.
We got rid of all the mines, and now there's no mines. We want tourists, but nobody likes the tourists coming over to Stratty. They're all cracking their shits at tourists. It's like, well, you can't have it both ways. You need to have the tourists there.
Yo, you should have got the tourists when the mines were still there. Then it would have really been a show.
Well, no, yeah, exactly. But it was kind of both together because the mines was the big breadwinner. That was the one bringing in the money. When the mines went, there was no mining, so all it was tourism, and that's it, really. And everyone started fighting. We want this, we want that. No, and they wanted to put like a big friggin' whale carcass, a big whale bone carcass up on the hill. And it's like, why do you want to fucking put that up? It's going to cost like $1 million something to put it there. It's like, you cunts are fucking retarded. Why do you want to put a big whale carcass cost $1 million?
Yeah.
No one wants to look at that.
Fast forward 300 years, they're like, that's proof of dinosaurs.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
landlocked.
Right. Yeah, and like 1,000 years later, it's like, oh, look at this. This must have been proof of when a whale come up here on a big tsunami and landed on top of the hill.
No, the whale walked.
Well, that's what it was, a big whale on top of the hill. But we didn't want it there. It's like, no one wanted that thing there. Like, yeah, it's just stupid. Just all infighting and shit like that. But yeah, no. When I come back again, I'll fucking talk to yous about it. Tell yous. Yeah.
Buddy, catch you later, man.
Yeah,
cool. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, boys. I'll catch this when I see yous, eh?
All right. Yep. Take care.
Good day.
Who just left?
Muddy.
Muddy.
Yeah, you made him mad.
Oh, fuck. I was taking a piss.
He said you were taking too long with your piss. Like, what kind of bladder does this guy have?
You said you
a
were
bladder
taking
of
a
a
piss
whale
before you
that
took
walks?
a piss.
Dude, like, my pisses are super big now. Like, I can piss like 32 ounces of piss.
How do you measure it?
I'm the best pisser ever.
I don't know. It's about 32 ounces. I piss in a cup and I measure it.
Okay, that's weird.
Like, because like,
Before you drink it.
I thought that this is a lot of fucking piss at one point, right? And so I did measure it once, and it was about 32 ounces. And I'm like, how the fuck's my bladder 32 ounces?
Bro, I mean, there's
Yeah,
a lot of
Well,
room when you don't have
your,
balls.
your name does refer to your Johnson, right? Isn't your name supposed to be a reference to your Johnson branch?
Nah, but seriously, dude, the crazy shit is like, I'll be chilling at a bar with like friends and shit, yeah? And everybody's taking like mad pisses and shit, and I'll just be chilling. They're like, "Oh, bro, you ain't gonna take a piss yet?"
Yeah, we really want to keep talking about pissing. That's awesome.
Really.
That's fully stimulating conversation.
Well, urine is yeah.
You're not going to impress us this way.
No, I'm not trying to. Why would I want to be trying to impress people?
Well, you were bragging about how much you could piss and all that.
Anyway, move it on.
I thought it was weird that I can piss that much. I wasn't trying to brag.
Quit taking the piss branch.
It's so weird.
Okay, I need to shut the fuck up for a bit, don't I?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Good discernment.
Or talk about something better.
As long as you're coherent.
How long do you guys think it'll take Russia to take Ukraine?
If they really put in a full-blown effort, a couple of days.
That's what I think too.
Yeah, a couple of days for full-blown effort.
So does anyone in this room think that that's authentic, or does everyone agree it's completely planned? And if so, what's the agenda? What's the deal with it?
I'd say completely planned. I'm on board with that.
I'd say it's authentic.
I think it's about part of
planned.
I think it's part of a larger strategy, but it's pure insanity as far as I can tell. Like the Ukrainian government is corrupt. It's the US committed a coup there a few years ago during the Maidan, removed a Russian-friendly Ukrainian president, put in this comedian as the president of Ukraine, but I mean I don't get it why there's all this conflict. I mean NATO shouldn't fucking even exist. I don't get it.
Straight up.
They look pretty useless at this point in time, don't they?
I don't know how anyone can pretend that Russia is just this evil fucking empire controlled by Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin, just trying to scheme up fucking evil imaginings of reinstating the USSR or some shit like that, because that's just absolute crap. There's some like Russians, basically ethnic Russians in the east of the Ukraine that have separated from the rest of the Ukraine for their own reasons. And it seems to me like Russia's interests is to defend those people to a certain extent, but also to stop any NATO expansion closer to their borders.
To defend themselves.
Yeah,
it's a NATO-backed Ukraine would have been like an absolute recipe for disaster for them.
Yeah, exactly. And for them like Russia asked a couple of weeks ago for them to just promise that Ukraine would never become part of NATO, and they wouldn't make that promise. I mean,
I've heard people say that they did make that promise, and that's why. And that's why they what's called it. They handed in their weapons or something. I don't know what's accurate.
Okay. It's all just so dodgy. But I really like Tucker Carlson's take actually on it. Like, what's in it for us? Basically, why should we give a shit about Ukraine or Russia? Like,
what's in it for America?
Yeah,
The control of the minerals, the control of the minerals in Ukraine. They're a very
no. I think it's part of a bigger. I think it's part of a grander strategy to try and to take to.
Cut out, Rams.
Is the inevitable upcoming superpower, and if the US doesn't defeat Russia somehow now, then it's all over for the US.
It's too late. It's already all over for them.
That's what I think. Yeah, but
it's just a matter of time now. But it's already over. China is the next superpower. They have made huge moves as far as trade is to become the world's superpower in trade. They are aligning a BRICS alliance, which they head and they control, which includes Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, Turkey, Iran, all these countries. They are becoming a massive trading entity on its own, and they are going to wipe America's dominance out through trade.
Well, yeah, Ben, so that's what bothers me, that the fact that we're on the fucking losers' side. We're supporting these fucking Americans to our own fucking detriment, potentially, when we should be more concerned about good relations with China, because they're going to be part of our future if we're going to have one. So, I don't get it.
Actually, Kevin Rudd used to speak about that quite a bit, that we have to improve our relations with China and whatnot, and he couldn't understand why we were.
Well, he was very accomplished in Chinese history and language and everything like that. So he had a good relationship with the Chinese.
He was very fluent in Canton and another Chinese dialect. But he was very
Mandarin, maybe.
Maybe Mandarin. Yes. Not
Those are the two big ones. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's the most. It's almost like watching a fucking movie as far as how outrageously ridiculous what we see the news tell us about the situation over there. They're describing Russia and accusing Russia of intentions to do things that the US has done over and over again to countless countries over the last 30 years. I mean, the US is guilty of literally destroying a number of countries and holding a massive number of other countries back from being able to succeed. And yet they criticize Russia for things that, oh my God, it's just.
Like, you read some of the headlines, some of the news headlines. Biden's just ordered a $600 million aid to Ukraine. Facebook bans Russia state media. Territorial gains, not Moscow's goal. Ukraine, a Russian envoy says.
Ugh.
The US has put sanctions on both Putin and Lavrov. Same with
Yeah.
Canada. Same with other countries too. Have all towed that line as far as sanctions on a lot
Yeah.
of
That's meaningless.
yeah, exactly right, exactly right. But it's all painting a picture of how Russia is the enemy. We have to watch out for Russia.
Oh, well, that Russia's the aggressor here, yeah. And you don't hear any narrative. I haven't heard any fucking one talk about why Russia is doing this. What are their intentions here?
Putin says that fucking Ukraine's run by Nazis and shit, man. He wants
not
to
as people
demilitarize them and all
try
that
to
sort of shit.
divine,
That's
but
his intention.
hey, what did you say?
I said Putin reckons that they're run by Nazis. He wants to demilitarize and overthrow the government.
Well, it is an absolute fact that they are run by some neo-Nazis.
He also claims
that
that
is
there's been
an
genocide as well.
undisputable fact.
Yeah, he also says that there's been genocide as well, but yet I've seen no evidence of
Yeah, they
genocide
have.
in Ukraine.
They've been murdering people in the east, in the Donbass region, and that where they call them the Russian separatists. It's a region of eastern Ukraine that have basically, are autonomous. So Putin just the other day has actually recognized those areas as sovereign countries.
And that was a brilliant move. It was a brilliant move.
And so it's in their defense that he's taking the actions that he's taking. He's trying to defend fellow Russians in Ukraine from being attacked and murdered and killed by the Ukrainian leadership, which is absolutely corrupt as shit. I mean, they've shut down media organizations in the country that are, understanding of the Russian side.
If what you're saying is true, then the people would lay over quicker. They wouldn't be fighting for the army. Do you see all the people come out of the communities and pick up guns and stuff? They handed out over 18,000 machine guns.
They're all
so
completely
I don't think they're not going to fight for something that they don't believe in, man.
They are all suffering from a serious case of propaganda. I mean, look how easily people are influenced over the last couple of years with this virus, man. And these are people that don't know the other side of the story. They don't know what's really happening. They've just been lied to.
Have you got any evidence of the genocide?
Yeah, there's some of the attacks that they've committed in those regions that I told you about.
There's nothing there, mate. I feel like Putin just wants to get the band back together, and he's just making up excuses as he goes.
That is
and
the
you
propaganda.
see the trucks rolling. There was a couple of trucks rolling in with the Soviet flag flying, my friend. The Soviet
fuck
flag.
off, man! No, they don't want the Soviet Union back.
You want the video?
Man.
He wants the band back together.
That is bullshit, man. That is the propaganda. Seriously, then, that is propaganda. He does not.
All right, I'll get the evidence for you.
There's no evidence you can show, man.
Well, I'm about to.
Some dude waving a USSR flag or some shit. You think that's Putin's?
No, this is a Soviet flag on a Russian truck, escorted by tanks cruising into fucking Kiev.
That means Putin wants to reinstate the USSR. Fuck off, man.
He has actually indicated that in the past that he wants the old back together. He has actually indicated that. Rams. I heard it in one of his addresses, whatever they call it over there, like the address to the union that America has. He did it in a similar
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, and I'm sure he means that in terms of you know when they can cooperate and do it, you know, in a cooperative way, that he wouldn't just do it by force.
No, I'm not saying that he would do it by force, but to deny that he actually wants the old Soviet Union back together again as one too, when he has actually said it himself.
Well, why wouldn't that be a good thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, Rams. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that he has indicated it. That's all. That's all.
Okay, yeah, yeah. But I mean, that doesn't go to any say that he would have any intentions of forcefully, you know, doing it, you know, under a military sort of actions, you know.
Yeah. No.
Videos in chat of the tanks flying the Soviet flag there for you.
Because of Belarus, for instance, like they might actually want to rejoin. I mean, look at what happened in Crimea. The Crimeans, they wanted to be part of Russia again, and most of the people, you've got to realize too, that in Belarus and Ukraine and wherever else, that they all share the same history. I mean, up until 1989, they were the same country. I mean, that wasn't that long ago. It was only 30 years ago, you know? So they were all the same country at that time. And the way they've been divided up has mainly been used as a manipulation tool. Like the Ukraine is a puppet of the CIA and the US basically right now.
Wait. So then what's Putin going to do? He's going to overthrow the current government. And then what? Is he going to let the Ukraine people vote on whether they want to become part of Russia or be, you know, form their own government again? Where you reckon they'll get the same sort of democracy that they get in Russia by just killing fucking opponents?
You don't have democracy in Russia? The Russian people love Putin, man, because he's a fucking excellent, strong
he
leader.
kills off everyone. Are you all right? Are you fucking
That is
all
the
right?
narrative, man.
He's
That is
poisoned his fucking opposition before, man.
That is the fucking classic propagandistic fucking story about him. You gotta start letting that go, man.
No, listen, I'm on the fence on many topics with this. I lean Russia's way on some things, and I lean the other way on others, man. But wow, you're way off course, dude.
Well, you mustn't have seen all the stuff that I have. I've been following this shit for a long time.
My ex used to tell me that they hate Putin. She was Russian.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them do, man. But I think most of them that do, I would say they hate him because they've been taught to hate him.
A lot of people hate Scott Morrison too. But what's that prove? All right, just because someone hates someone, or you know, maybe nearly 50% of the population may hate someone, that means what?
They're saying they don't vote for him because they love him.
Well, you know, 49% of people bloody well hated Bob Hawke too when he got voted out. So,
well, let's do a quick comparison between the Russia and the US. Which country has invaded more countries in the last 20 years and killed millions and displaced millions
the US,
more?
you don't even have to go on with this. The
Yeah, there you go. So as far as damage in the world, the US is dwarfs Russia. Russia's not a threat to anyone. They don't want to fight anyone. Russia at least follows international law, and they stick to the agreements that they make, and that's
They
something
agreed-
that you
they
can't
agreed
say
with-
for Europe or for the US.
They agreed with NATO. I mean, with Ukraine, that they'd be a sovereign nation. They just give up their nukes. They wouldn't invade them.
NATO was not supposed to expand to the east.
Yeah, but that's
And
not what. Listen, that's not. I'm not arguing that at all. I'm just arguing for what you just said. That's all. You just said they keep their agreements, but they don't. They're not innocent, and neither are we. But that's not the argument.
I'm not trying to argue that they're perfectly honorable, above reproach characters, but compared to the US, yeah, they are.
Compared to Satan, they're saints, right? But that's what I'm saying. That's not really the argument.
If you go into a meeting with Putin, you can trust that he's going to be straight with you, whereas the US are just a joke.
You know what his job was before he was the prime minister and the president of
Oh, here we go. KGB. Oh, evil KGB.
Well, why are you saying that if you go to a meeting with him, you can trust what he's going to say?
He's a politician. He's a tactician. He's a leader. He's trying to look out for the best interests of his country. And he has done a fucking good job.
Some people say he's the richest guy in the world.
Maybe so. How he holds himself on the is very, very impressive.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Very impressive.
And have you seen any other world leader sit down with the media of his own country for an hour, over an hour long? Actually, he does a press conference with them every year where he just goes for 2 or 3 hours, and it's got all these media people from all over the world, and they get to ask whatever question they fucking want.
Yeah.
And he answers all of them.
And he continues to stay in there until the last question is asked.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Look, he comes across as an extremely honourable man in that way, in that regard. I'm not saying everything he's ever done was perfectly honourable and righteous, but the way he conducts himself, like you said, is unlike any. Yeah.
You guys sound like you love him. Seriously. Ready to take over there.
Compared to Joseph Biden, yes.
Dude, why
Yes,
do you keep doing that, man? That's not the argument, man. No one's comparing him. I'm not saying these things about Joe Biden, you know?
But I'm just saying, your US presidents, all of them, the whole structure of your government is such that you do not fucking allow anyone to ask you any fucking questions about anything.
Yeah, well, you know what? We also don't do in the United States.
Like claiming that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction and bullshit like that, and that Syria gassed their own people. Those sorts of fucking lies.
In America, we're allowed to have private news, right? We don't. The government doesn't own the news network. So if we did, perhaps maybe Trump, maybe the president would sit down for hours and talk to the news.
SNBC and Fox aren't controlled and owned by the government.
Owned by the government, no.
They're not owned, but pretty much controlled, right?
Well, who knows? All I know is that the Russian media is owned by the government.
What's the difference between ownership and control? You don't have to own something to have complete control over it.
That means that they work for him. When he goes and sits down in front of them, they're going to comply with whatever he says. So it's not that impressive that he sits there.
You don't have a single media organization in your country that has asked any difficult questions at all of your leadership.
I
mean, they've all been silent on Assange. What about Assange? He's a fucking journalist being fucking tortured and jailed for reporting for just reporting on crimes of the US, and all the media stays silent about it. I mean, what a joke.
Yeah, well, like I said, we don't own the media though. Like we don't own the media. So if the media doesn't like the president, they just talk shit about him nonstop. That's what they did to Trump. Nonstop, they just talk shit about him. They can't do that in Russia.
Are you kidding me, dude? Have you ever watched RT?
Yes.
Man, that's a brilliant show.
Yeah. Have you ever seen RT? Have you ever
They're
seen them say
always
anything bad about
criticizing.
Putin?
They're always criticizing Putin. When he does
never
something
seen them
to be criticized for, they criticize him and they question him.
Perhaps you need to watch it.
Never ever seen that.
Maybe you should watch it a
I
bit
watched a
more.
lot of it.
Not to mention that RT America is staffed by Americans reporting on America.
Yeah, that's right.
And the rest of the world.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of RT, and I've never seen them criticize Putin.
Well, I have.
Okay.
Under what context?
Depends. Off the top of my head.
Well, what has he done that really requires that much criticism over the last? What was the last horrible thing he did that needed to be reported?
Didn't they kill this politician or
Conspiracy theory story, right?
it was like
That's what it is. Be honest. It's a conspiracy theory story. That's the only thing you can even bring up as an example for something bad that Putin's done that he should be, questioned about.
Wasn't he first threatened by them? Let me see this.
Can you think of any other example of something that Putin's done that would require criticism or deserve criticism, but hasn't been criticized?
I mean, didn't they do like aggressive attacks in Chechnya past 10 years?
Okay, so you don't have one. Wow, that's good. You can't even come up with one.
I just did.
Wow. No, that wasn't one.
Yeah, I just said he was doing aggressive attacks in Chechnya. But didn't they like completely change their stance on?
Whose story are you going by? Whose story are you going by?
The Chechnys.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to date a Chechnya girl.
And what about the other side of the story? Like, what's the greater situation? Like, context.
They're trying to gain control because they have independence from the government, and they're reigning in their, reigning in their authority, basically.
By what? What? That didn't make sense.
Yeah, Chechnya was, saw themselves as, having their own governance, and they didn't really follow any laws, anything like that. But they didn't, affect people outside of Chechnya, and they were allowed to do that for a while. But then they really cracked down on them in a big way. At least I remember that in the past 10 years. Hold on. I Googled RT criticizing Putin, and then the first thing that came up says, why doesn't RT ever criticize Putin?
I've definitely heard.
Well, maybe it's because there is hardly anything to criticize him about.
I've definitely heard. Is it Pete Lavelle? Oh, what's Crosstalk? What's that guy?
Yeah, Peter Lavelle.
Peter Lavelle. I have definitely heard him criticize Putin. 100%.
Yeah, he does it all the time. Yeah. Well, actually, it doesn't do it that much, but yeah.
Yeah, no,
because it's
I've definitely heard him. Right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He is an American.
Yeah.
Quite well renowned. that now
Oh, he was a university professor, lecturer on the history of Russia, Russian history.
I've heard Chris Hedges. Is it Chris
Hedges,
Hedges?
yep.
Hedges. I've heard him criticise Russia, and he's employed by RT or was
Criticizing
employed by
Russia.
RT.
I'm saying criticizing Putin.
Same thing. Same
No,
thing.
not really.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
speaking
Yes,
specifically
it
about
is.
Putin.
Oh my God. So you want a citation where one of these reporters has specifically had the word Putin come out of their mouth?
Oh, or they're referencing him. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've heard it. I've heard it myself. So.
Well, with your example of the Chechen thing, how can you directly connect that to Putin himself?
Because he's the head of the government.
Okay. Good one. See that, Banter?
Yeah,
that's like saying when George Bush had nothing to do with the war in Iraq. He was the head of the military. He's the head of the government, so he was responsible.
He's the one that made the decision to go, right?
He's the head of the military. Yeah, head of the government. I mean, at the end of the day, all I'm saying is he's no saint. You guys love him, apparently.
Yeah, and that either. Don't get me wrong, man. Yeah, I know I've given him a lot of praise, but yeah,
no one said he's a saint. No one's saying that any world leader is a saint.
You guys are about to start singing about him.
No. What? As opposed to what? You're just talking shit about these people.
I'm just saying. I'm saying that he's not the bright light that you guys are painting him to be.
Well, it seems the opinion that you're spruiking is a very mainstream narrative.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
It's an obvious one.
No, it's very mainstream.
Let me guess. You believe the Russiagate bullshit conspiracy that the Democrats came up with to divert attention away from the incriminating emails that Hillary Clinton was exposed of, right? You probably
it's not news.
Believe that was genuine.
It was Russia's fault that Hillary lost the election. So
what do you guys think? Okay.
She lost it because they hated her.
Exactly.
Because most of the country hates her.
What a landmark thing that would have been. The first female president. And she was hated that much by the people that it wasn't even a close race. It wasn't even a close race.
Well, you know what I heard the other day? I saw a headline that said that 2024 could be Hillary Clinton versus Trump 2.0.
No way, really?
Yeah. Yeah. I think Trump definitely will make a run in 2024.
Not that I like Trump at all, but it was impressive how he could rally people together for his run.
You keep clipping. Yeah, there you are.
I said, not that I'm a fan of Trump's really, but it was impressive how he was able to rally people together at campaigns, like and fill up stadiums with tens of thousands of people.
Well, yeah, what I liked about him was the fact that he wasn't a politician. You know, he didn't act like a politician. Like when he was asked a question, he gave you his honest answer, even if it was fucking stupid or wrong or whatever. You know, at least he was honest. You know, yeah.
Now, I still do think they are still all puppets in the bigger scheme of things, somewhat.
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I remember hearing stories about him going up against his generals and really questioning them and grilling them, and like to the point where they started getting annoyed with him, apparently, because they would give him advice or whatever, say that this is what we should do, we should bomb this, bomb that, or whatever, and he'd go, well, why? And often their answers would just not be good enough for him, and he would just say, well, no. And they didn't like that.
What are you guys talking about?
What a cool dude Putin is. What a cool dude he is.
I don't know. Banzo. Putin is the ultimate fucking gangster, yeah?
Man, that guy wrestles bears.
I'm just trying to say, man.
What do you guys think about what he's doing, though?
Yeah, let's understand what he's doing, and let's understand what the rest of the world is doing.
Defending his people.
What is he doing?
Yeah, what do I think? That he's defending
Let's
his people.
establish that first.
Yeah. I
You think he's defending his people?
Nate, hold on.
I think he should.
A second ago, Nate, I sent you a message, right, saying that based on that one article talking about how Indian people may have some DNA from different shit, right? You was like, your response to that was, "I'm not fucking Indian."
Yeah, I'm not Indian. Then.
Right, but do you understand whether or not India used to be Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh.
I'm not Pakistani either. I have no relation.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Or correlate. I'm from the Middle East. I'm not from the Far East.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were from Pakistan.
No, bro. I'm not from Pakistan.
Okay, I'm totally wrong then.
It's okay.
Putin has suggested apparently that the Ukrainian people should take power into their own hands. It would be easier to negotiate with the Ukrainian army than with politicians.
But apparently most of the Ukrainian people don't want this war. They don't want anything to do with Russia. It's just those two areas, right?
Do you know what? Yeah, that's the thing. Russia has to do this in order to secure those regions.
But even in those regions, the majority of the people in those regions are pro-Ukrainian government.
Putin has also accused the Kiev government and neo-Nazis of using.
Hey, dude, you know what's fucked up though? Talking about Pakistan.
So that region is called the Luhansk region.
Hold on, Branch.
That's the Luhansk region, and it's split into two separate territories.
I thought I was mid-sentence before Nate started talking.
And apparently, in both of those territories, there's like about 2 million people in there that are Russian speaking, and they want separation from the rest of Ukraine. So yeah, maybe give them what they want, but that's a very small area. It's way smaller than the area Putin is trying to claim.
No, Putin is not claiming, dude, anything. He's just backing up.
I was gonna say was very
Rams.
Enemy over there,
kind of worries
their area, and they're being bombed by the Ukrainian government, the military. People in Ukraine are being bombed by the Ukrainian military, and Putin is coming to their defense.
Who's saying that though? I haven't heard that before.
That's because everything else is propagandist bullshit.
Guys,
okay, but do you have a link or something for the Ukrainian government bombing Ukrainian citizens? Or let me say bombing separatists, right? Because it's people that want to be separated from Ukraine. That's the whole mix.
The Jimmy Dore,
you tried. you know,
You're
Nate,
clipping. You're
Nate,
clipping,
Nate just say
Rams.
this
You're
up.
clipping.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of people that don't want to
Hold on,
be
Branch.
Ukrainian.
Hold on 2 seconds, Branch. Hey, Rams,
Yes,
you're clipping, mate.
thanks, Branch.
Rams, you there?
Rams.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
you're
right, go
clipping.
ahead.
You're
Say what you were
clipping,
saying.
mate. You're cutting out.
Rams, see you, bro.
Okay, yeah, it's like Bandsaw saying, you keep clipping out, man. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was gonna say though, there's not a lot of people in Ukraine
Mhm.
saying that they're for what's happening.
Yeah, most of the majority, the overwhelming majority are against the war happening.
Well, it's not
There's
about
now a
the
separate majority.
Nate, we're being nice.
Oh, Rams,
This is the confusion that what's happening is an invasion. That's not what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening?
The Ukrainian government is corrupt as shit.
All governments are
Do
corrupt.
you think
Is Russia, is the Russian government less
Nate,
corrupt than the Ukrainian government?
Nate, I was in the middle of talking. Do you think that Putin is correct that Ukraine's been taken over by a bunch of Nazis? And now they've control of the fucking planet. I mean, the country. And people are essentially becoming Nazis. That was his reason for going in there.
Yeah. So Rams, I totally agree with you. The Ukrainian government is corrupt, but I mean, no one's going to stand here and say the Russian government is less corrupt, right? They're 10 times worse off.
But
Wouldn't
no.
you agree?
And what do you think? What do you think the Russia's end game is? Do you think that they're going to take over Ukraine? I don't think so. I
Yes,
think
that is what Putin wants.
They're going to
That's what
oust
Putin
the
has said.
government. They're going to oust the government and then give it back to the military or the people of the Ukraine.
No, Putin has said, he's gone on record as saying Russia and Ukraine are the same people historically, and he wants Ukraine to be a part of Russia again. This is what Putin has said.
Right, but then like
And he said that on television.
Nate,
That's
Nate,
his end goal.
What happened in 2014 when Russia tried this the last time?
They came to an agreement, and there was like a peace deal, and the deal was that separatists would run.
Who was the president?
I'm answering the question. Jesus Christ, I don't know who the president of Ukraine was, but the deal made was that the separatist region, the Lobust region or whatever, which is two distinct territories, the Donetsk and another one, they would be ran by a separatist government that predominantly gets support from Russia.
Okay.
But
That was the
Russian
agreement.
government during that deal?
Ukraine has broken that agreement over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Okay.
Again, who was the president of Russia when that deal was
I don't
made?
know, Branch. I don't remember. It might have been Putin. It might have been the guy that was put in place for like one term while Putin was taking a rest. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why.
But even then, even if Putin wasn't president, he was prime minister at the time, and he was still the de facto president.
Yeah, he's been president. He's been president every time. He was only prime minister twice.
2014 was he president? I mean, that's a pretty.
I don't know if he was president, but I know there was a period where for like 4 or 5 years he wasn't the president.
The last
He had someone else in
time they tried to take over Ukraine was 2014. Am I wrong about that?
No,
Yeah,
I
they
agree
weren't
on that.
trying to
date,
take over Ukraine
Who was
in
president,
2014.
Branch?
It was an uprising within the country that was created by the CIA to create a coup and remove the Russian-friendly Ukrainian president at the time and replace him with this fucking comedian that they've got in there now, who is literally a comedian.
Yeah, he's a comedian by profession, and he's Jewish.
Yeah, and yeah.
Yeah, but Branch, who was president in 2014 for Russia? He seemed to know.
I'm googling it right now. It looks like it was Putin.
Yeah, Putin has been president this whole time, dude. He's been president.
No, but he was prime minister for a while.
I know he was prime minister for a couple of years, but not back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Medvedev was president, I think, when he was prime minister.
When was Medvedev president?
Wait. They have a segregation between prime minister and president?
Yeah, but not really.
Okay.
Even though normally the prime minister is weaker than the president, but when Putin was prime minister, he had more powers than Medvedev. It was weird the way it worked.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, it was.
Interesting.
Well, it doesn't sound right.
I
if
mean,
he
that's
was
what
prime
happened.
minister, then president, then prime minister, and president again.
Yeah, but whenever he was prime minister, he was still
Yeah,
the
he
dude in
was still
charge.
more
You know?
powerful.
So was he prime minister back when this happened?
He was
In
president.
2014, and then he became president.
No, he was
after.
president
Yeah.
during this, for the past 10 years.
He was Vladimir Putin president from
So
the
he-
7th of May 2000 till the May 7th, 2008, and then from 2012 until the present.
Okay, so when
Okay.
the last time they tried to take over Ukraine,
He was
Putin
president.
had-
No
has-
one tried to take over though.
Didn't try and take over Ukraine.
Yeah. 2014.
He annexed
Yeah,
Crimea.
he came to the defense of fellow Russians in the east who were fighting against the fucking, the Ukrainian government.
I think, regardless of how you want to play it, like that, there was still a game that was played, and maybe this is endgame.
It was a civil war, Brandon.
Yeah,
Basically, they were
Ukraine-
Ukrainians that wanted to be separated from mainland Ukraine, and they had this is the support of Russia because a lot of these people spoke Russian, and after they had their separatist areas, I think Putin started handing out passports to these people, right? He allowed them to become Russian citizens as well.
You've got to remember, all of these people were part of Russia until 1989. They were part of the USSR. So most of them have a
Guys, the one thing that annoys me is the
shared heritage with
Ukrainian
Russia.
The Ukrainian people are totally correct in saying that they're getting fucked and nobody's here to help them, right? And that's what fucking sucks. I mean,
Ukraine
I
can
don't
take
give a
care
fuck
of
what
itself,
country
though.
you're
Ukraine
from.
doesn't need help. They can take care of themselves.
Really?
Also, I mean, Ukrainians have been a ethnic people separate from Russia for a long time. You know,
Yeah,
I know they were part of the USSR, but that was kind of a forced
They
thing.
need our
They were
help.
forced
bro.
into that
And do you
situation.
guys honestly,
you cannot.
all of you guys, just a quick honest opinion from all of you guys, do you think if Ukrainians went to the Russians and said, look, let's talk about this, let's come to an agreement, do you really think that they couldn't come to an agreement?
No.
No, why wouldn't they be able to come
Anything's
to an
possible.
agreement?
Anything's possible, Rams.
The
They might
only
have come to
way-
an agreement.
The
They might
only
have not.
way they would not be able to come to an agreement would be because the US is actually the one pulling the strings behind the Ukraine,
You think there's
and
somebody
that's why they're being completely fucking unreasonable.
I don't think that the US is pulling the strings on this one.
Are you joking, dude? Do you know anything about how the current Ukrainian government came to be and
You
is?
might be right. I'm not gonna discount what you said. Why do you think the US might be pulling the strings?
Because they put the president of the Ukraine in place. They put him there. Joe Biden's son was given millions of dollars to, as part of the deal. Joe Biden's on film holding back aid to prosecutors to Ukraine if their prosecutors don't drop a case and against his son and shit like that. Like, there's so much information. It's crazy.
Interesting. You see, me personally, I don't think that I never knew the US had anything to do with presidency in Ukraine. But if you're saying that they did, and they did,
they meddled
They
with
said
in the Ukraine in 2014 with the whole
what you're
Maidan
trying to say is
incident.
this was Trump's plan from the start. Is
No,
that what
but
you're
didn't the
saying?
current president only became president in 2019? It was pretty recent that he became president, right? Like
Right,
he's a pretty young
basically-
guy.
Right. Basically, Trump planned this shit. Is what you're trying to say. Is it not?
Look, my best advice is go and watch a few episodes of Crosstalk from RT with Peter Lavelle. He covers this subject in depth. And if you look at some of the episodes from the last few weeks, I'm sure that you'll get right caught up on the situation. Even the comedian Jimmy Dore has been doing a few segments on this recently, and he's been able to sum it up in a nice, simple way. So I suggest you check those things out.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, the way I look at it is this: yeah, we've got a country, Ukraine. Obviously, they've had back and forth with Russia all the time, and the notion of those two going to war isn't something that internally in the country wasn't discussed, right? This has always been a fear for people that lived in Ukraine. There's a lot of one place I got some weird information was the students, Indian students that are in Ukraine. Because if you study medicine in Ukraine, it's actually viable in Europe. Whereas if you study medicine in India, it's not. Therefore, a lot of Indian students are in Ukraine studying medicine, right? And based on that, based on what they were fucking saying, the whole notion of war between these two countries has been going on for a long time, right? And now that Putin actually put it into action, you don't think that at least one country should come to their fucking aid and say, you know what, Putin, back the fuck off, or we're gonna fucking bomb you too.
Do you really think that anyone should risk their country and their people to go over there and stop a nuclear-armed Russia from...
I understand. I do understand what it means, right? Like,
from basically... Like, this could all happen peacefully. It didn't even have to come to this, but they fucking forced
here's the problem. It didn't happen peacefully.
it. The Ukrainians forced this situation to happen this way. Not Russia's fault. Russia has repeatedly over the last few weeks.
We're setting a precedence, right, where a country can do shit like what Putin's doing and expect...
Look at what the US has been doing for the last 30 years, bro. Fucking hell.
Well, I do understand that. It happened in Afghanistan. It happened in fucking Iraq.
And Syria, and Sudan, and Libya, and El Salvador, and Venezuela, and Cuba, and where else? Where else? There's probably 100 more that I haven't thought
did
of.
in any of those places.
Maybe not Iraq.
Iran.
I meant Iran.
You've sanctioned most of those places to the point where they're fucking struggling for basic shit.
Iran and Iraq were two fucked up places where the U.S. went, right?
The U.S. never went into Iran either.
Whatever it was. What was it? Right after 9/11.
Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah, Iran and Iraq. I'm sorry, Iraq and Afghanistan. Those two motherfucking places, yeah? The rest of the world couldn't say no because of 9/11. But they should have. That wasn't nice to the people of Iran. They didn't actually have anything to do with 9/11, but they still got fucked with. Right? What the fuck did Iran have to do with 9/11?
Dude, the US killed over 1 million people in Iraq alone. And I'm not talking about combatant soldiers. I'm talking about innocent civilians. And then they displace, these are war crimes in World War II, they would have
Right.
gone to
It wasn't
and
Iran. It
hung
wasn't
in
Iran.
the
It wasn't
Hague.
Iran.
They would have hung in the
Let me
Hague
say the wrong
for
word.
those sorts of things.
Right. It was, Saddam Hussein, he didn't, did he really do bad stuff?
Oh yes. What do you mean? He was a bad guy, bro.
Wait, did he do bad stuff in
He
reference
did bad
to-
stuff to his own people.
Okay,
Definitely.
but was it justified for the U.S. to
Fuck
go do that
no.
shit? Just
Fuck
with
no.
using 9/11 that essentially was directed towards Afghanistan? Was it justified for the U.S. to do what they did? With the,
What do you think, dude? What do you think?
I think no.
Of course not, dude. No sane person could possibly agree.
But think about it this way: what did the rest of the world think about the U.S. doing it? They thought U.S. was justified. They thought it was okay. It's not how everybody's looking bad at Putin about this shit right now, is it? Everybody thought U.S. was justified to go fuck them up just because a different country altogether may or may not have instigated a couple of our buildings to get fallen down. Right or wrong? Why was it justified for America to do that shit?
It wasn't. That's why they had to go around their own constitution and create the NDAA, which is a National Defense Authorization Act, which is basically a piece of law or legislation that says that they're allowed to go into other countries and, do military fucking activities, including killing whoever the fuck they want, because terrorists might be there.
Right. Well, you know what? The thing I find funny, right, is this: if they were able to do that shit back in those days, yeah, when they were saying, you know what, there's a possibility, there's a weapon of mass destruction in this country, so we're gonna go fuck with them. On the notion that they're the same color as the Afghani people, right? Then, if America wants to play that role as the world police, why the fuck are they not helping out our brothers in fucking Ukraine right now? I find it fucking obnoxious, the fact that nobody is coming to the aid of Ukraine. And I'm not talking about a particular country. Like I look at India just in fucking as much hate as I do any other country, right? India, I mean, like I'm fucking Indian, but I was never born there. If anything, I should look at England and America, and I look at America and England. I have a lot more hate because I'm more familiar with these two countries, and I personally think it's fucking bullshit that nobody is helping Ukraine right now.